kicked. This could spell big trouble for Doc Sands with a capital T.
Right now, Sean has set the trap. He's checked.
Yeah, Doc gonna bet the flop here. 270,000. Let's see if Sean slow plays the 3 6s.
Gonna be tough to suppress your happiness when you hit 3 of a kind. And he's gonna raise it, makes it 600,000 to go. And Doc also thinking that he's got his man wrapped up.
Well, let's see what Doc does now. Guy check raised him on the flop. You flop 3 6s. You're not throwing this hand away. Just a matter if you're just calling here or if you're raising.
Gosh, Sean in a great place with the bigger kicker. Doc Sands has no idea.
Even if you're out kicked, you're playing this hand.
Oh, yeah.
But Doc is thinking if the guy's bluffing, he wants to give him more chances to continue bluffing, so he just calls here. That's the reason for the call.
Turn card a king of hearts.
I check.
And this time Sean slows down. Doc Sands, is that a check? Yes, it is.
Well, there you see it's a 41% chance for a tie here. Oh, and a tie it's going to be. As the 3 comes off, both players have made 6s full. That a very nice card for Doc Sands. Could have saved him a lot of money here.
You think? And now it's on Sean. Taking his time now.
Well, they're both pitter-pattering around.
1 million.
And he's betting $1 million after a long deliberation and a nice gulp there.
That's a Hollywood gulp if I ever saw one.
By Doc Sands. He's gulping because he can't believe it. He's got 6s full and his opponent's leading out betting $1 million.
This is a great place to be in. Saying, how do I keep him in, though? Keep him on the leash.
Well, hide and go seek. This is a classic tell here, folks. The guy's trying to act weak when we know he's very strong.
All right, Doc's coming back over the top, about 2.5 in total.
I'm all in.
And there goes the all-in.
John says all in.
Call.
That's all in. Doc looks back to make sure it's a 6 and not a 7 in his hand. He can't believe it. He calls. This is going to be a split pot. Both players have 6s full of 3s.
Well, you got to say Doc Sands was lucky there. He was going to lose a huge pot.
That was fun.
Let's not waste each other's time like that ever again.
Nice suck out on a turn on the river.
Well, there you see Vanessa Selbst, one of the truly great poker players in the world, man or woman I'm talking about.
Oh, she's sort of mocking Doc, saying great suck out. Partially true, but... All right, as you can see now, Doc Sands with about 10.4 million in chips.
Yep, still maintaining the chip lead. And look at this, another pair for Sean here. He picked up 2 8s, an ace-king, 2 5s. When he had the 10-6, he made 6s full.
Well, it makes it 250 to go. Doc gets out of the way, has to fold his hand.
And yet Doc Sands still has the chip lead. These guys tonight are playing for a WPT title and over $1.3 million. But in addition to playing poker for money, there's many fantastic things about the poker community, including the great generosity of both pro players and amateurs. We at the WPT are proud of the launch of the WPT Foundation. It's an organization that utilizes our influence to make a positive change in the world. They support nonprofit programs in the area of environment, human rights, hunger, and poverty. Recently, the SLS Hotel in Beverly Hills, California, welcomed to the WPT Foundation's first official event. The title was the WPT Playing for a Better World. The event sold out, and some of the great names in the game of poker came out to support this venue. People like Daniel Negreanu, Barry Greenstein, Dan Harrington, Freddie Deeb, Vanessa Selbst, Vanessa Russo, and many more. I was there. Everyone just had a great time. We helped raise money to make the world a better place.
It was a great event. I want to thank all the pros that supported it.
If you want to show how the poker community can help change the world, make a donation, or learn more, log on to WPTFoundation.org.
Next hand dealt. Doc Sands with a big hand here. Ace-9 of clubs.
Pretty good hand, playing heads up. He's going to raise it here.
Yeah, solid hand. Makes it 270 to go.
Oh, well, Sean's got
Call.
an ace suited as well. Ace deuce of diamond, so he's going to make the call here. So we're going to have a flop. And the flop, king 9-4.
Doesn't help Sean. He checks. Now, of course, 9's there for Doc.
You hope your opponent doesn't have a king, but if he's got a 10 jack, you just can't let him draw it for free. And there it is, 270,000.
Call.
Wow, a quick call with the ace-deuce there.
Likes that ace-high call. That's the flop.
I'm surprised you don't 3-bet before the flop and then call here on this flop. Well, now a 5 comes off, so Sean does have a straight draw.
He checks again. Doc Sands now.
Well, just in case he's got like Queen 10 or Queen Jack, Doc can't afford to give him a free card here. Makes a very good bet there. 440,000, takes down the pot. So Doc Sands in control right now in this heads-up battle.
Yes, he is. One man away from taking down over 1.3 million tonight at the Commerce Casino. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action on the WPT.
My name is Ivy. I'm one of the Royal Flush girls. This week, I got to go to the Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Academy.
I'm Henry Gracie. I'm a third-generation master of Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. My father brought our family's discipline from Brazil to America. And in 1993 is when it all blew up. That's when he created the Ultimate Fighting Championship, the UFC.
I'm ready to kick some ass. Can you say ass? Henner actually taught me a lot of this tactical skills, which is ground fighting.
Oh, okay.
He tried to just grab both hands and taught me how to get out of that. He taught me how to put people to sleep, and I think it did pretty well.
Ivy did amazing. Aside from the fact that when she choked me that one time, she held on too long.
It was cool. Get to throw him around, and I got thrown around. Of course, I'm tougher. Come on now. Just don't tell him I told you that. Welcome back to Season 10 of the WPT.
Well, Mike, I am stunned. That is impressive.
Well, Vince, I'll tell you one thing. She might have some empty seats there at the Royal Flush Girls social bar. Guys will be afraid to sit down and talk to her. She might give him a whack.
She is impressive, but right now we have a heads-up battle, so let's get back to it. Sean Jazzieri with a Queen 9. He's gonna pump it up to 260 to go.
260 to go.
Doc David Sands from Vegas with a big hand, ace-jack. Well, he's gonna pop it 720, it looks like. Flickered in there. Sean has a decent hand, but losing interest apparently.
I fold.
Well, Doc gonna take down yet another pot. He's called Doc because he was the doctor of online poker, just operating on everybody. He was actually the #1 ranked online poker player in the world at one time. That is pretty impressive. Won over 800,000 at Bellagio when he won a 5K no-limit hold'em tournament and finished second in the $100,000 buy-in high rollers event. So this guy is on a heater.
Yeah, truly an online expert, but made the crossover to tournament play.
He has a slow-motion betting style that could be emulated by thousands of poker players if he wins this title.
Call.
Well, he's made it 250 to go with 9 high, and Sean not going anywhere with 6 high.
Well, Doc bets the same way Tom Dwan bets, and Tom Dwan, considered by many to be one of the greatest no-limit players in the world as well.
Well, the Queen 5-3 comes up on the flop. They both got a piece of that. Sean quickly checking.
Well, Sean's got bottom pair. Doc's got middle pair. Well, Doc is going to bet out.
Yeah, just a mere 270. He's going to chase away Sean.
That's a good laydown by Sean.
Very good.
He called a raise pre-flop. He flopped a pair and just quickly mucked it.
And there's Doc's friends and fiancée Erica rooting him on. They are railbirds this evening. And right now we're going back to the action. The 53-year-old, only been playing poker for 4 years. Sean with a King 7 has raised to 270. And Doc Sands with just a 5 deuce cannot play. He elects to take a little timeout.
I love the way Doc Sands is playing this heads-up battle.
But let's talk about this tournament for a second. This tournament attracted superstar players like Phil Ivey, Phil Hellmuth, Mike Sexton, you name it, they all played, but it also attracted some very fortunate amateur players. And one was a paramedic. That's right, paramedic Casey Hidla and mechanical designer Steven Simmons.
Well, you're right, Vince. You know, all the top pros plunked down $10,000 each to enter this tournament, but Casey and Steven won their entries into the LAPC by playing on ClubWPT.com.
And those two club members had the experience of a lifetime playing Now, Casey made it to the third day. That was very impressive, and he played against the very best players in the world. Now, you may feel like you want to play real poker online, and if you want to improve your game and have a chance to win your share of cash and prizes every month, check out ClubWPT.com.
Yeah, for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member, enjoy great VIP benefits, play unlimited poker, and maybe find yourself winning a seat to a major WPT event just like Casey and Steven did. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, back down to the money pit.
The money pit is right. The winner taking home over $1.3 million.
Sean has raised with an ace-8. That's going to do it.
Got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite and playing poker only 4 years.
Always trying to get better. Took 3 WPT boot camps.
And obviously, that has paid off for him. Trying to become the Muhammad Ali of poker could shock the world if he took down this title.
Shocked, but I just can't equate him with Muhammad Ali. I'm sorry.
Well, you're right, because it wouldn't be a shock. He's really played good poker.
The same sort of
just the same.
Ali. No confidence, no I am the greatest. It's just, so I don't know where you're going with it.
You're
shocking. You got Leon Spinks, perhaps. That was a shock to the boxing world.
Stop.
You're talking about Ali, the greatest fighter of all time. I was like
I was at that fight.
You're so off.
I laid 10-1 on Ali against Spinks. I got broke. You had to bring it up. Me and Doyle Brunson, I might add, went to that fight together at the Las Vegas Hilton.
Oh, boy, you remember all your bad beats, huh?
Yeah, I guarantee you Doyle remembers it, too.
All right, back to the table. Sean this time with a Jack-5, and he has raised to 260. Nicely done with Jack high. Got to take that pot.
Well, he is getting aggressive, Vince, like he said he was going to do in this heads-up battle. Got to give him credit for that, but I love the way Doc Sands is playing. He's out in front. He's in great shape here to take down this title. He's not going to do anything to jeopardize it foolishly.
And right now, our chip leader, Doc David Sands, the doctor of online poker, with an ace-8. He's going to raise to 270. And Sean has picked up ace-10. Well, they both like their hands. This could be a battle.
Sean going to 3-bet it up to $720,000 here. And you just get the sense that Sean is now just looking to make the pot swell up, where he plays big pots and cuts out all this small ball nonsense that plays into the hands of Doc Sands.
Well, that could be, but it's also because he has ace-10. And there's Erica, David's fiance. Doc looking over. What do you do with your ace-8?
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what Doc does. This guy hadn't 3-bet many pots.
Well, Doc going to give it up. Just knows that if this guy 3-bets, the chances are if you re-raise him, he's going to play with you. So Doc Sands wisely opts to take the conservative route, just mucks the hand and moves on.
All right, so Sean coming back a little bit, but Doc Sands down the stretch, getting closer to taking the LA Poker Classic.
Well, Doc has about a 2-to-1 chip lead right now, and he wants to maintain it and just gradually increase it. Try to avoid giant pots.
I call.
Well, look at this pot. It could become giant. A raise by Sean, re-raised by David. You got ace-jack versus queen-jack.
Yeah, Doc Sands dominating him right now.
Here we go with the first 3. And
Queen right in the door. It's Queen 10-4. Doc Sands has a gut shot straight draw.
But Sean hitting the queens on the flop.
Yep, he's got top pair.
Got Doc betting, it looks like, with a continuation bet. He's getting chips out.
This hand could spell trouble for Doc Sands here.
Certainly could. Wow, 680. Oh, boy.
1.5 million.
Well, there you go.
Nicely done, and a quick muck by Doc Sands. Sean Jazzieri, the so-called amateur player. We're coming back with more action down the stretch at the LA Poker Classic. Stay with us.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We've had some great champions.
Gus has done it!
Going all the way back to season 1 when Gus Hansen won it.
He's got the goods, folks.
And obviously, a couple years ago, we had Phil Ivey win our event.
Phil Ivey is our champion.
The winner of this year's LAPC and World Poker Tour event here at Commerce Casino is going to take home $1.3 million. I think winning an LAPC event and winning $1 million, it carries a lot of weight in the poker society. And a lot of former champions that we've had here hang their hat on their LAPC title.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Tonight's champion is going to take home over $1.3 million and have their name added to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. The game is ready to continue, so let's get back to the call of the action with Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
That's right. Thank you, Marianella. And as you can see, David Doc Sands, sensational online pro now with a big opportunity to take this title. He has close to $9.5 million in chips. Sean Jazayeri, a former director at Microsoft, with about 7.
Well, almost the exact same chip count they started his heads-up battle with. And look at this, Doc Sands has picked up 2 queens on the button.
Boy, what a tremendous hand, what an opportunity. And he's gonna casually move it up to 280, but Sean right behind him with a huge hand himself, ace-king.
Buckle up, folks. I don't care which of these hands you have. You're happy to get it in.
800,000.
800,000 to go. Now, Doc, thinking this through, saying, am I still in front? Does this guy really have aces or kings?
Well, the only thing he might be thinking about, Vince, is, do you just want to call here and just see if an ace peels off, for example? But then you give the hand up if the guy bets. I think you have to re-raise right here. I would with the 2 queens. I mean, only 2 hands can have you beat right now.
Yeah, but are you going to chase him out even if he doesn't have aces or kings? If he has something else, you're going to chase him out with a raise? We'll find out. He makes it $1.8 million.
I don't blame him. I'd raise it here, too, and I'll be surprised if Sean doesn't ship it.
I'm all in.
Sean going all in. Call. And, of course, called down by Doc Sands.
Doc has the 2 queens. He's out in front. He's up against ace-king. Certainly you can't fault either player for getting their money in with this hand. If the 2 queens stand up, David Doc Sands will be our champion.
Now, if Sean should win this, he would have a 5-1 chip lead. So,
One time.
huge turn of events if that should happen.
I got no flush draws.
I do.
Well, everybody on their feet here at the Commerce.
You haven't made one bad play this tournament, man. You've played great.
Appreciate that. Likewise. Good luck to you.
Anxiously awaiting this flop.
Big time.
Doc's in the lead and has Sean covered.
Erica saying, just can he win 1 race? Just 1 race. He'll be our champion.
Everyone on their feet. 5 cards to come. Here's the flop.
And an ace right on the flop. 2 diamonds come on the flop. Doc does have the queen of diamonds, but unfortunately, his opponent's got the king of diamonds.
What a flop there for Sean. To flip things around here. Here comes 4th Street.
Well, an 8 comes off, so we are down to the river. Doc Sands must catch a lucky lady if he's going to win the tournament right here, right now.
Can he catch the queen to take down the LAPC? Throw that card down.
Well, it's a 3. So Doc Sands sits back down, as does Sean. The heads-up battle continues, but Vince, we got a new captain of the ship.
That is right. It is Sean Jazayeri, a former director at Microsoft, out in front with close to $14 million. Oh, boy, and the antes are going up to 25,000. Blinds are going to be 75 and 150 at this point. So getting even more expensive. As you can see, the winner's going to take home over 1.3.
400 total.
And right now, Sean, in this hand with ace-5, is going to raise, makes it 400,000 to go.
Well, Doc picks up king, queen.
All in.
He's going all in with it right here.
I call.
Now he's going to get the call by Sean.
Well, Sean calls and has the best hand with ace high.
I have the king queen.
Was it too aggressive by Doc Sands? We will find out. Right now, Sean is favored in this hand to take down the title.
Well, over $5 million in this pot.
Here we go with the flop.
Well, a king right on the flop, as did a 5 come off.
Well, he's allowed after the last hand of queens getting out flopped. So this time, David Doc Sands out flops Sean. Here goes the turn card.
Well, that jack comes off. Now, what that means is Sean can no longer win the pot if an ace comes up, because that would give Doc a straight. He now needs a queen, which will give him a straight, or a 5, which will give him 3 5s. Must have a queen or a 5 to win. Sean does. If it happens, he'll be our champion.
Yeah, he needs a couple miracles right here.
Queen.
Sean with a shot, got this tournament through a $1,000 satellite. Oh, no!
5.
Oh, no! Sean has done it! He's our champion!
Lightning on the river again to eliminate another player at this final table, Vince. We've seen it time and time again here at this LA Poker Classic final table. Heartbreak for David Doc Sands. Comes in second place. Just incredible. Sean Jazzieri has done it. He's our champion.
What a champion he is. And right now, our runner-up, Doc Sands, over to talk to Matt Savage.
Doc, pretty tough one right there, that 5 on the river, losing that flip early. The question is, why do you get that pot so big for the big flip?
Yeah, I probably should have just called and folded the ace flop, but, you know, can't play them all perfectly.
Big round of applause for Doc Sands. Good job, Doc.
Thanks, man. It's a lot of fun.
We'll see you again.
You won't.
Mike, over to you.
Okay, let's talk to our champion. Sean, when it got down to heads-up play, you were over 2-1 chip lead behind, yet you fought back. You got to be feeling great right now.
I don't think words can describe how I feel. This is a fantasy you dream about. I mean, I have to check. I really have to check. Am I alive? Am I awake right now or not? This is unbelievable.
Well, it is incredible that an amateur player could shoot down these 5 young pros at this final table. You did it, and not only to the over $1.3 million that you're going to be receiving, as well as a $25,000 entry into our WPT World Championship at Bellagio at the end of the season. You get your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup right here, along with all the great legends of the World Poker Tour.
It's an honor. It's a true honor. I mean, I don't know what to say. And I will be at the Bellagio.
Once again, congratulations to our champion, Sean Jazzieri. Marinella, back to you.
No, Sean, you are not dreaming. This actually is happening. What a memorable night for you. Congratulations to Sean Jazzieri, the Season 10 LA Poker Classic champion. Join us next time as we travel to San Jose, California for the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In a tournament where you shoot for the stars and the stars shoot back, everyone is taking aim at the nearly $1 million first place prize. The winner of the Bay 101 Shooting Star will etch a new name on the Champions Cup tonight, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring. He needs the extreme miracle.
From Chris Moneymaker to Jen Harmon to Phil Hellmuth to Mike Sexton. In each of the last 8 seasons, at least one of poker's biggest stars dodged all the bullets long enough to take a seat at the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star.
Could the bounties of this year's tournament keep the streak alive?
To answer that, we need to return to the beginning here in San Jose, when everyone who put up their $10,000 entry still believed they would be the next WPT champion.
The Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament is one of the most unique tour stops of the year for the WPT. Vince Van Patten explained the biggest difference just before play began for the day.
The special thing about this is there's bounties. And that's an exciting thing. If you can knock out the bounty, you get $5,000. So keep going, good luck, knock out the bounties, let's shuffle up and deal.
We're here and we're ready to go. And we're gonna bring some serious action. Get them, guys.
With several top pros with a target on their back, there was one that stood out as the player everyone wanted to bust.
Obviously, Phil Hellmuth.
I've always wanted to bust Phil Hellmuth.
Phil Hellmuth's the bounty that I would like to get the most.
This year, I mean, you have to make it through the day. You're just going to have people come after that bounty, which is a little bit like my everyday life anyways.
Phil lost half his stack early when he called an all-in bet with Ace-King versus his opponent's Ace-Queen. Things looked good until the river when the dealer peeled off a queen. The bad beat gave him pause when he was dealt Ace-King in the very next hand and decided to lay it down after facing a raise. Season 9 Borgata Poker Open champion Dwight Pilgrim found himself in good shape early in the day when he flopped a set of fours. Dong Nguyen bet 3,200 on the flop and was called by Dwight. Both players checked the turn. The 3 on the river completed Dwight's full house.
Bounty, table 28.
After going all in, Dwight was surprised to see Dong call and turn over kings full for a better hand. A brutal early exit for this bounty, making Dong Nguyen $5,000 richer.
There's some joy in this somehow. Just might take me a while to figure it out.
As the day progressed, bounty after bounty busted, making several players in the field a little richer. One player who had free-rolled his way in the tournament was ClubWPT.com online qualifier John Davies. Davies found himself $5,000 richer after he busted Season 5 Mandalay Bay Poker Championship winner Joe Tihan.
I felt like my heart was beating 100 miles per hour. I'm like, have they seen my neck pulse?
Another twist at the Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament is that the end of day one chip leader receives a $10,000 prize for their accomplishment. With this in mind, as the clock wound down, the players began eyeing each other's stacks in hopes of being the player with the most chips and taking home the honor and cash prize of day one chip leader.
I don't get this opportunity enough. I gotta go for it.
After valiantly fighting his way back from a short stack, Phil Hellmuth was busted by Mark Violetti when he ran his ace-jack into Mark's ace-king.
You got me, fair and square.
At the end of the day, the chips were counted up, and it was poker pro Bryce Yockey at the top of the chip counts with over $245,000. Bryce had almost $50,000 more than second-place finisher Brandon Wong.
It's nice when you can barely close the bag.
The 54 players that survived Day 1A would have a day off as a new crop of players and bounties would arrive for Day 1B.
I didn't win chip lead, but made it Day 2.
A new field of players and bounties took their seats on Day 1B as Mike Sexton got things underway.
This is the most fun event on the tour, and what also makes it special here at the Bay 101 is they have the best poker fans in the world.
The passionate San Jose crowds always packed the rails, hoping to catch a glimpse and an autograph of their favorite poker pros. And the pros were happy to accommodate.
Never been asked for more autographs in my life. I didn't think anyone would know who I am over here, but yeah, it's really nice. People coming up with big shiny pictures, sign this, so yeah, it's really cool.
Mike Sexton took his seat hoping to improve on his 6th place finish in this event last season.
Oh, man! Just horrendous.
But ran into a pretty tough spot early in the day. Mike felt confident going all in on the river with his pair of kings against Paul Clan, but they were second best to Paul's flopped set of deuces.
Now you gotta take care of my shit. No back-to-back final tables for me. Back to the booth. At least I got a job.
Other bounties who were sent to the rail included Todd Brunson, British poker pro Chris Moorman, Season 10 Malta champion Matt Giannetti, and defending Bay 101 champion Alan Sternberg.
Bye.
Season 9 Seminole Poker Showdown champion Taylor von Kriegenberg slowly pulled away from the field. His chip stack looked like a strong contender for the end of Day 1 chip leader bonus. When the day ended, several shooting stars had survived, including Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, JC Tran, and Jason Mercier. Taylor von Kriegenberg finished the day with over $181,000 in chips, a huge stack that was narrowly eclipsed by Chris Summers, a small edge that won him an extra $10,000 for his effort. One constant of the Bay 101 tournament is that a bounty has made the final table each year. The question remained, which bounty would it be, or would we finally break that streak?
There's more bounties to bust and a lot more poker action to follow as the WPT's extended coverage of the playdown to the Final 6 continues. And later we'll check in with the beautiful Royal Flush Girls. We relive a historic Champions Cup moment. And of course, our Final 6 players will hit the felt and battle for a place on the WPT Champions Cup. The Bay 101 Shooting Star continues, so stick around.
My favorite Club WPT VIP benefit is the Entertainment Savers Guide, which offers hundreds of dollars in discounts. And remember, you can also win your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes. Join today at ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour's coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This unique tournament awards players an extra $5,000 if they eliminate one of the pros who were selected as a bounty. And while some bounties went bust, others were still in the hunt to make this final table. The 149 players that survived Day 1A and Day 1B took to the felt on Day 2, hoping to be among the 36 who would cash at Bay 101. With plenty of bounties still in the field, players were also looking to pick up some extra cash by knocking one out.
That 5,000 is a pretty big incentive. You know, I think if there wasn't 5,000 in the middle, we probably would just fold. But the fact that he can win 5,000 cash, you know, makes it worth it.
Early shooting star bust-outs included two-time WPT champion Antonio Sfondiari, European WPT Tour mainstay Marvin Rettenmeyer, Season 7 WPT Player of the Year Elke Gross-Pellier, and Season 3 Bay 101 champion Nam Lee.
Come on.
Nam Lee was knocked out by local amateur player Moon Kim, who began to climb the chip lead as the day progressed. When Jonathan Duhamel eliminated David the Dragon Pham in 38th place, the rest of the players began hand-for-hand play as we entered the money bubble. The money bubble can be especially hard when you're on the short stack, but that effect becomes magnified when you're a short stack with a bounty on your head, as French poker pro Fabrice Soulier tweeted about. It would be another bounty to take home the unfortunate money bubble title. Shooting Stars Men the Master Win called Kathy Liebert with Ace-10 versus her Ace-King. Men outflopped her with a 10 on the flop and sent Kathy home just short of the money.
You know, you can't just fold your way and try to, you know, I mean, you gotta go for first. You know, you gotta go for the favorite, you gotta go for it sometimes. But lucky.
With the bubble burst, the other players in the room celebrated and breathed easier knowing that they were guaranteed at least $16,000. Two players that battled all day were poker pro Andrew Badaker and Men the Master. After getting into several contentious pots, they finally got all their chips in the middle pre-flop. Andrew turned over pocket jacks and Men tabled pocket aces. The flop came 7-3-2, leaving Andrew just 2 outs to win the pot. Andrew spiked a jack on the turn and avoided an ace on the river to win the huge pot, sending Men the Master to the rail. Only 20 players made it through the day, with poker pro Scott Baumstein leading the way with $1.3 million. Andrew Badaker and Moon Kim finished in 2nd and 3rd place, each also with over $1 million in chips. The final 20 players represented a strong mix of local amateurs and poker pros. Early in the day, Taylor von Kriegenberg lost a huge pot to WPT finalist Eric Cajolet when his full house was beaten by Eric's bigger full house. A few hands later, Eric finished the job, knocking Taylor out in 19th place, ending a promising run for this WPT champion.
To get so deep and to have your hopes up, it's a little heartbreaking. Right now I feel like, I don't know, I just want to go hit a punching bag or something. I guess it's got like so much ink. I don't know what it is. I just want to scream or something, but that's just normal for the first 10-15 minutes, and then after that, it's all good.
JC Tran all in.
When Season 5 Player of the Year and Shooting Star JC Tran busted in 16th place, only one bounty remained in the field. 2010 World Series of Poker main event champion Jonathan Duhamel was the last hope to continue the streak of bounties, making the WPT Bay 101 final table. Unfortunately for him, he ran Ace-6 into local player Ubad Habib's Ace-10. A 10 on the flop put Jonathan in a hole he couldn't get out of, and the tournament lost the final bounty of Season 10.
13th place is not that bad, so yeah, I'm happy. It could have gone a little better, but it's a good thing. It's a good tournament. Had a lot of fun.
With former chip leader Scott Baumstein's 8th place knockout, the final 7 players combined to one table to determine who would be among the 6 players to make the televised table. It took 100 hands to determine which of the 7 would fall short and be our TV bubble boy. Moon Kim, holding pocket 9s, was all in pre-flop against Amir Kaziri's Ace-King of Diamonds. No help on the board sent Amir home as the other players celebrated. The final 6 were comprised of 3 strong young pros, 2 local amateur players, and a former finalist would return the next day to play for the almost $1 million first place prize and have their name etched on the Champions Cup. As we get ready for the start of this final table, I'm joined by Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Hollywood's own Vince Van Patten. Now, Vince, it seems that over the past 10 seasons, the gap between the big-name players and the unknowns has narrowed.
Well, that's very true, Marianella. Unknown players now make final tables. I mean, they do it all the time. But I have to say, Mike and Marianella, I think the big name players are at a disadvantage because if you're a big name, everyone knows how you play. They've watched you play before. You have a big target on your back, so it's better just to be a low-key player. No one knows how you play. You fear the player that you've never seen before, and that's why we're not seeing shooting stars at this final table.
Well, Vance, speaking of unknown players, last year's champion, Alan Sternberg, was totally unknown until he won this tournament. And I can tell you, I'd never even heard of the guy, but I happened to play with him the last couple days all the way down to that final table, and he played phenomenal poker. He was terrific. It just shows you, you don't have to be a known player to be a great player. And in fact, most of the well-known players are older players, and the truth of it is, the younger players play better poker nowadays.
Oh, don't say that, Mike. Don't disrespect the men with the cowboy hats.
Now, Vince, who are your favorites going into this competition tonight?
All right, let's talk about this field. Right now, our chip leader, Eric Cajolet, he's got the chips. He's got $3.6 million. He's from Canada. He will be tough, not to mention how intimidating he looks. But then we have two sort of non-professional players at the table that have a lot of chips, and that would be Habib. He is a real estate guy who plays a little cash game here all the time. He's made the final table. And then, of course, we have a jeweler at the table. That's right, a jeweler at the table. Moon Kim has a lot of friends. He'll be tough to beat.
And Mike, who are you rooting for tonight?
Well, since I've been talking about the young guns and how good they are, we've got 3 young pros, 24 years of age or younger at this final table. So I'm going with one of those guys to win. That's Andrew Badaker, Joe Sirac, and Joe Elpaya. Now, these guys are very tough young players, but even though they're sitting in 4th, 5th, and 6th chip positions, which is not a good spot to be, it's not going to surprise me if one of them rise up and take this title tonight.
Okay, and right now we're about to get started, but before we do that, our tournament director, Matt Savage, is talking to the chip leader, Eric Cajolet.
Eric, you start off with the chip lead, and you've had a lot of confidence all week as I've been watching you. How much is intimidation a part of your game?
It's not a part of my match plan, but I heard that so much through the years. If you can help me win tournaments, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take, like, every hedge I can. Right now I got a chip lead. I've got, like, I like my position on the table, so I'm ready to go.
Well, let's see if that no-fear attitude will take place tonight as we go back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Tonight's winner will take home a first-place prize worth close to $1 million and have their name engraved along all the other poker greats on the WPT Champions Cup. Final table action here in San Jose is just minutes away. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. The final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament about to get underway. Tonight's winner going to take home nearly $1 million.
That's right, Mike. And right now, there are no more bounties at the table. No more shooting stars with attitudes and big names. We're down to these 6. They are hungry for this title. The cards are in the air. Let's go to the felt.
Well, there you see our leaderboard. Eric Cajolet out in front. He's got $3.6 million. And 2 locals are in 2nd and 3rd place, Ubad Habib and Moon Kim.
Right, cards tossed around. First to act, Ubad Habib. He's a real estate guy from India. He's got a 9-7.
Yeah, plays here locally all the time. He goes out over to our chip leader, Eric Cajolet. Looks down at the Jack-9 of spade. Good enough for him to raise. Makes it $40,000 to go.
Andrew Badaker folding. And now Joe Elpaya with an ace-5.
Elpaya, 23-year-old pro from Forest Park, Illinois.
Ace-5 of hearts with the button, and he is thinking about it.
He is going to 3-bet it here.
Whoa.
Makes it $105,000 to go here.
It's Joe Sirac out. Moon Kim, the local here. He's a jeweler.
He's got the Queen Jacks, but can't stand all that heat. So back around to Eric Cajolet.
Look at this. He has gone over the top with just Jack-9.
He has just set Elpaya all in if he wants to play this hand. He can't stand the heat with the ace-5, but what a play here by the chip leader from Montreal.
But look at Cajolet. You look at those tattoos on his arms. You wonder if it was one of those bachelor nights, one of those like hangovers things in Vegas where you wake up in the morning, you see something obscene written on, I don't know.
I always loved tattoo. I had my first tattoo when I was 18 years old, and then I want some more. I want to live for a long time with a bunch of stuff from poker. There's me holding cards, and every card is like pretty much the most important person in my life. Always been there for me, so they all represent with one different card. I get those two here who said live hard. It's pretty much the way I approach life, the way I approach poker. I just leave everything out there when I go play poker. I just leave my heart and my soul at the table, and I just go hard.
Well, his model is live hard, and I'll tell you, looks to me like he plays hard, Vince.
He does.
4-bet right there with Jack high.
Oh, yeah, but he told us a great story about his tattoos, and now he's covering them up. I would keep them as long as you're winning, but all right. Well, the antes are 4,000, blinds are 12 and 24. Quick action here. Badaker out. Joe Alpaya also out. And now Joe Sirac.
He's a 23-year-old poker pro. Super nice kid. Folds here.
Yep, and back on Moon Kim. He's a jeweler. He's got ace-8. He's a local.
Got in this tournament by winning a satellite. Here he is at the final table, going to raise it up right here.
Yes, he is. Makes it 55,000 to go. Habib now will muck that. And now it's on Cajolet.
Cajolet likes to play. We've seen that already, so he makes the call here with the 7-6.
So ace-8 versus 7-6, and look at this flop, 8-7-3.
Great flop for Moon Kim, not only because he's got top pair and top kicker, but because his opponent got a piece of that flop.
Yep, Cajolet checks, but Moon Kim gonna bet the top pair. Looks like 80,000.
Cajolet might get in a little trouble. He's got second pair here.
And look at this, Cajolet's gonna re-raise. Makes it 2-10 to go. Moon Kim, though.
Well, Moon Kim's not going to put him on an overpair, Vince, because he didn't raise pre-flop. So you just have to think he got the best hand with top pair and top kicker here.
Yeah, you start thinking this guy could have an 8 with a worse kicker or maybe an open-ended straight draw, but he's just going to call it, doesn't re-raise. Here we go with the turn card. Nice pot here. And it's a 3 of diamonds, pairs the board. Cajolet opening up here with a bet, 280,000.
I think she's got the best hand here with 2 7s.
Moon Kim, a jeweler, a local, very popular guy at this casino.
Moon Kim might be a little concerned that he might have had a 3 in his hand. But still, I don't see him going anywhere with this hand.
Not at all. Top pair with ace kicker, and he's going to make the call.
Cajolet's got to be a little worried now. Knows the guy's probably not on a drawing hand. Queen comes off on the river.
Cajolet fire again. No, he's checking this time. Moon Kim also checking.
Cajolet turns up the 7s. It's not going to be good enough as Moon Kim shows him the 2 8s. 8s up are going to win this pot.
And there's his fans in the audience, his family and friends.
Well, he's a local 42-year-old jeweler here. Got in this tournament by winning $1,000 satellites. Poker just a hobby to him. And he plays in cash games right here at the Bay 101 all the time.
Well, there are the beautiful Royal Flush Girls watching the game here from the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. Back to the table we go. Action on Moon Kim. And he looks down at a king and, wow, ace-king. Things are going Moon Kim's way.
You might say he's over the moon right now.
Oh, you might say it, because he just did. All right, he makes it 58,000 to go. Habib now chuckles and throws his cards away.
And back to Cajolet. This time he looks down at 2 3s. But he's played every pot so far. Certainly going to see a flop with this hand.
Now the American Andrew Badaker hasn't played a hand yet with the button. He's got a queen 8, won't play that.
Over to El Paya.
Yeah, he's out. And Joe Sirac.
Sirac, the youngest player at the table.
Yep, a free spirit. Then he's going to play tight. He goes away.
24-year-old pro out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Gets out of the way.
Pair of 3s versus ace-king, and an ace right there on the flop.
Same 2 guys going at it again.
Moon Kim doing well here so far.
Well, hitting a great flop here. Flops 2 aces. Going to lead right out and bet.
Yep, 80,000. Cajolet, though, with the 3s. Doesn't quite believe him. He's going to make this call.
Very surprised by this call. Now a deuce comes off. So Cajolet does make a straight draw.
Wow, a nice check by Moon Kim.
Well, he knows how aggressive that this Cajolet guy plays.
Yep.
And he does just have one pair.
He's setting up Cajolet beautifully here because he has bet 165. And now you know you have top pair with a king kicker. What are you really putting this other guy on? You think you're in front. Do you come back over the top or just call? Just gonna call.
And the river?
River card is?
Well, an 8 of diamonds, a good safe card for Moon Kim here. No straights or flushes out there.
And Moon is first to act. He's gonna check again, throwing that rope out there.
And look at this. Cajolet just is not lit up. Firing out a big bet here, 325,000.
And the local, the amateur player, Moon Kim.
You're just not going to throw away ace-king
No
here, Vince.
way. It's pretty automatic.
I mean, it might be beat, but you are going to make the call. Surprised it's taking him this long.
Well, give the man time. He's a jeweler, for Pete's sakes. And he makes the call.
Well, it looked like a frustrating call, but it's going to be a happy result. No doubt about it. Moon Kim going to take down another nice pot, and with it, he moves into the chip lead at this final table.
Just incredible. The fans love him here. Nicely done by Moon Kim.
And he is out in front with 6 players left.
That is right. The jeweler shines another diamond, takes down that one.
Plenty more to come from San Jose, California, and the Bay 101 Shooting Star, including the Royal Flush Girls will show us what makes Bay 101 so unique, the fans. And we relive a historic Champions Cup moment. It's all when we return to the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, so stick around.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I am Tuba, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
My name is John Davies. I'm from Connecticut, and I'm an engineering manager. I won a tournament on ClubWPT, so I won an entry plus $1,000 to come out here. Flew up from Connecticut, and I played ClubWPT on the side just for fun, for $20 a month. It was something I wanted to do because I got the opportunity to get into some tournaments and potentially win a few bucks, but this was above and beyond my wildest dreams. I played with Kathy Liebert. She was on my table all day on Monday. I think she was pushing me around a little bit. I think she recognized that, I wasn't going to, challenge her with some of the big pots. I was able to settle down a little bit, so I felt a lot more comfortable out there. I'm really proud that I got down to be like the 48th player out of 400 or so, and I walk away with $5,000 in my pocket because I knocked out one of the shooting stars, Joe Tehan. So that was a pretty cool experience. I mean, it was a lot of fun. I had a great time. I have to thank ClubWPT for getting me here. As soon as everybody, all my friends found out, all my my poker player friends, go, what website were you playing? Which was? So and I try to tell them it's a great way for me to spend some time and playing a game that I love, and it turned into something amazing.
If you want to have an experience like John did, you too can become a ClubWPT member, enjoy VIP benefits, play unlimited poker, and who knows, maybe you can win yourself a seat in a WPT event just like John did. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, let's go back to the felts.
And Vince, I got to say, John did a lot better than I did. He got down to the top 48. He picked up a bounty. I did neither of those things.
Well, there you see the chip cat. Moon Kim, the jeweler, is our chip leader, and Andrew Baddicker is our short stack with around 800,000. Our former chip leader, Cajolet, going away, and now it's on Andrew Baddicker, and he's the short stack, and he's picked up a pair of jacks, just like that for the 24-year-old.
Poker pro out of Vernon, Connecticut.
Former curtain salesman, Mike, and he is going to raise with the jacks.
Actually got in this tournament on a $200 satellite, so he's making quite a parlay.
Now it's on Joe Apaya, and he's got pretty decent king-queen, and he's got to make this call. Joe Sirach with the Doyle Brunson hand, 10 deuce. Won't play that. Our chip leader, Moon Kim, also with the Doyle hand out.
Over to Habib.
Yep. He's going to squeeze out a 9-3. He gets out of the way.
You know what
so.
you're playing roughly? Like 7.
Good guess. About 750 left.
Now Boddicker on the short stack at this table. Flop comes ace 10-7 with 2 hearts.
Yeah, Jacks, you hate to see the ace pop, but you got to think and make a continuation bet like he does. Nicely done. Bet 65,000.
Well, El Paya has the gut shot straight draw and the king of hearts, which is the key card, as we say.
Makes the call.
9 of diamonds comes off now.
And now Andrew is saying to himself, does this guy have an ace? Oh, he's slowing down. Checks the hand.
Now El Paya checks right behind him.
Down to the river.
7 of hearts.
Now the board pair of 7s and a heart comes up. So.
Wow, I don't like this check. I think you could throw in a value bet, perhaps.
Oh, and look at this. El Paya, who can't keep his shirt buttoned. Looks like he may take a bluff at this pot. Only way he has a chance to win it. I'm sure he knows it.
Yeah, 157,000. And now the young player from Connecticut, 24-year-old Andrew Baddicker, with a decision.
Well, Vance, if the guy had a flush draw, he'd played it more aggressive on the flop, I would think.
And if he had an ace, he would have played it more aggressive on the turn. So you think you got to call this as a crying one, but no, he's not going to call.
Well, Boddicker lays it down, so it turns out to be a very nice bet by El Paya on the river there to take down that pot.
The former curtain salesman snaps a rod with that one.
Joel Paya takes down his first pot of the evening. Could this be his night to take the title?
Sometimes a player seems destined to win a poker tournament, and if you need proof, look no further than this classic WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river! Who's going to get lucky?
It is over. Wow.
It is no surprise that in the long run, the game's best players make final table after final table. No doubt that in the long run, skill will defeat luck every time. In the short run, however, there will always be Danny Wynn. A local poker dealer in on a satellite and way over his head, Danny Wynn destroyed the final table at the Season 3 Bay 101 Shooting Star by riding the most remarkable streak of luck ever seen on the WPT.
The 5 comes off. Danny has made his straight. Another jack comes off. 4 jacks. And that's going to do it for the master.
And delivering the worst beat in WPT history.
Well, the only way Danny can win this pot is if it comes 7-7.
He does get the 1-7. It's all coming down to this card. He needs a miracle.
Could he possibly catch 2 running 7s to win this pot? He does! Vince, he does it! Wow! Running 7s to win that pot! That's all he can win with!
There would be no stopping Danny Wynn this night. He would knock out every single one of his opponents.
He did it! He is our champion! Look at
Claim the $1 million first place prize and leave a legacy of hope to every poker player with a dream of having the stars align to write their name on the WPT Champions Cup.
And Vince, when you got to hit runner on the Turning River to win a pot, it's the biggest beat you can ever put on anybody to this day, obviously.
Oh, boy.
Danny wins 7-7, the biggest outdraw in WPT history.
That was incredible. But back to the table, 6 players remain at the Bay 101. Action's on Andrew Baddicker. Folds his hand. Joe El Paya now folding as well.
Behind to Joe Sirac, the youngest player at the table. He folds as well.
And the chip leader, Moon Kim, now gonna peek at a, well, pretty decent King 10 with the button.
You got position, you got the chip lead, you're gonna raise.
Andy's have gone up to 5,000, blinds to 15 and 30, and he raises it to 70,000. The real estate guy from India going away.
Cajolet looks down at the Jack-8 of hearts. And we already know he likes to play a lot of pots, so he's going to see a flop here.
And I noticed that there's a player, someone at this table is humming a little bit, kind of annoying, but...
I think it's Moon Kim.
Flop comes up queen, 9-6. Cajolet going to check, Moon Kim.
He quickly checks also. Now a 10 comes off. This gives Cajolet a straight. But Moon Kim now has second pair and a straight draw.
Cajolet can't believe it, but he's going to stick out 110,000. Moon Kim happy to hit the 10s. Looks like he's gonna get stuck in this one. Yes, he's gonna make this call.
Can't blame him for calling here. He's got a straight draw as well. Now the 4 hearts comes off. So Cajolet just trying to figure out how much he can extract from his opponent here. He has the straight, the best hand. Let's see what he's gonna bet. Pot has about 400,000 in it.
Oh boy, 350,000.
Pretty good sized bet here.
I think it's a little oversized if you really want to trap a player and get the call. It seems like a little bit too much to me.
Moon Kim now realizes all he can beat is a bluff.
Yeah, and that's expensive, 350. Surprised he didn't chuck in about 180, 200. But Moon Kim's gonna release his hand.
Yep, he goes away, so Cajolet taking down that pot. Maybe Moon Kim should sing a new song.
Just an awful humming song, whatever that was. Not helping him right there.
More poker action from Bay 101 coming up.
The World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes, and in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
Here at Bay 101 Shooting Star, we have the greatest fans in poker.
I'm Jeannie Duffy, and I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. The fans here at Bay 101 are really great. It's really nice to see the enthusiasm the fans have. I see them walking up to the players, waiting for them to go on break, and wanting to get their picture, wanting to get autographs.
The fans in San Jose are great, man. They come out to support. I love coming to San Jose. It's one of my favorite places.
Our fans are awesome. They already have our pictures printed out. When they want our autograph and pictures with us, I'm happy to sign anyone's pictures. That's probably one of the most rewarding things is the fans.
Well, Vince, historically, the Bay 101 has been noted for being the best poker fans on the WPT Tour. No question about it. They love their poker up here in San Jose.
Well, there you see the standings for the WPT Player of the Year. Will the Thrill Fiala out in front right now. And Vince, for the first time in the history of this event, a bounty hasn't made it to the final table.
Yes, it is shocking. A big-name bounty. We always have one. Last year, you made the final table. Mike Matusow as well.
Yeah, he's the guy that knocked me out, though.
Oh, it was awful. 3-outer, wasn't it?
Oh, you had to bring it up.
So sorry. All right, back to the table we go. Moon Kim, our chip leader with about $3 million, looks down at a Queen-King. Pretty nice. Makes it 75,000 to go. Next to play is the real estate guy, also a local. Wow, Mr. Habib has picked up Ace-King. And he's just going to call with it. Cajolet out. The curtain salesman flings in his hand.
El Paya out as well.
And now it's on Joe Sirach.
Joe picks up ace-queen.
Whoa. It's been raised. It's been called. Now what do you do if you're Joe Sirach?
Well, a lot of guys will make a squeeze play here, right here, but that could spell trouble for Joe, and he just makes the call. Does not re-raise here with the ace-queen. Probably a good thing for him that he didn't.
All right, here comes the flop.
Now, flop is king, 3-deuce. Just a great flop for Habib. He's got top pair and top kicker, but the original raiser has flopped 2 kings as well, but checks. Everybody checks his flop. I'm astounded.
I am too. Here's the turn card.
Well, 5 of diamonds comes off, so Sirach and Habib have a straight draw now, but
Joe's going to check again, and now Moon Kim going to bet his kings.
Of course. Got to think he's got the best hand now, the way this hand's been played.
150. Now, look at this. Habib does not raise with the ace-king. He just calls. Joe Sirach with nothing's going to get out of the way.
So the 2 locals, the 2 amateurs going at it here, both have a pair of kings. Habib has him out-kicked.
River card is a king.
Oh, wow. The case-king comes up on the river. Both players have 3 kings. But Moon is out-kicked. This could spell big trouble for the Moon Man.
Well, the Moon Man has to think he's solid gold, and he's going to bet 200,000.
Of course, he is hoping to get called here.
Now the real estate guy, Habib.
Just can't put this guy on ace-king. He didn't raise before the flop, didn't bet on the flop, didn't raise on the turn. No way you're going to put him on ace-king.
Now Habib's thinking, how much can I get out of him? Well, he's going to double the size of the bet, makes it $400,000 to go.
All of a sudden, the guy waits to the river to raise it.
Hold that act, and you raise me? Wow, that's sick.
Moon's played a lot of poker with this guy. Knows he's solid, tight player.
I don't think I can lay this down.
No, it's almost impossible, but I like his instincts.
I'm not raising it for sure.
You a king?
Of course I got a king. What do you expect?
Well, you're not going to put him on ace-king, but you don't think your 3 kings are good anymore against a solid, tight player like this. But still, tough to lay it down the way the betting went on this hand.
And it's just an additional $200,000. You know, you got to make a crying call here, you would think.
What makes you think I'll just call ace-king?
Hey, clock, please. Well, Joe Elpaya calls the clock on him.
Well, that's kind of interesting. And Elpaya with a brash move there.
200? What is 200? Just get over with the hand. Let's fold then. Come on, let's fold. Fold then.
I got table talk here.
Well, Habib says, I've got you beat. Just go ahead and fold. Save your money. In the meantime, he's only got 1 minute to act on his hand, or his hand will be automatically folded. For his sake, you better hope the clock runs out.
I'm bluffing you.
You are?
Yeah. Now Habib says, I'm bluffing you. First he said, I got you beat.
Believe you.
Now I'm bluffing you. And when he said that, Moon calls him. So Habib winning that pot.
You say you're bluffing me, man.
I told you. No, first I said I got you beat.
You don't tell the truth at the poker table? Come on, Moon. Can't snap out of it.
I should have laid that down. God damn it.
He told you to fold. Even Will the Thrill didn't fold it.
What more do you want from him? All right, man. I'm calling clock on you too, man. Don't worry about it.
Well, there you see, Vince. Moon upset that the guy called the clock on him. Felt like it made him rush his decision, and he made the wrong one.
Well, Elpaya.
He's targeting Elpaya now.
He's getting Moon Kim to tilt a little bit. With the clock being called. Back to the action. A few folds.
And it's folded around to Elpaya, and he picks up ace-king. Big hand here. On the button. Going to raise it up, makes it $65,000 to go.
Now Joe Sirach, who is in the small blind, has a Jack-10. Does he want to invest a little bit more?
This is the easy-going skateboarder.
Yeah, he loves to skateboard.
So I'm skateboarding around the parking lot before this final table starts.
I love that. Stay loose. He says he has no particular home. He just travels the world.
He's thinking about 3-betting here or folding, but no, he's just going to call.
And now Moon Kim with a Jack-8.
Well, he's making the call also.
Yep.
So 3-way action here. Elpaya out in front with the ace-king.
And here comes the first 3. Oh, it's ace, 9, deuce. Beautiful for Elpaya. Hitting aces with a king kicker.
Yeah, dream flop for Elpaya there. No straight draw, no flush draw really out there.
They both check in front of him, and Elpaya with the continuation bet of $80,000. And Sirach now goes out.
Oh, and look at this. Moon is check raising here, Vince. I think he is steaming because the guy called the clock on him the last hand.
Well, you could be right. He's taking a shot here, saying maybe that was just a continuation bet by Elpaya. I'm going to find out where I am, but Elpaya, of course, going to stick around. Aces with top kicker makes the call. Turn card coming up.
4 comes up on the turn.
Nothing card. Moon Kim's going to try it again.
Quickly bets $200,000.
You would think he would learn your lesson, though, when the guy calls you on the flop. Maybe not.
Elpaya is afraid he flopped aces and deuces or aces and 9s. Possibly even 3 deuces, but still, I don't see you going anywhere here with ace-king.
Well, Elpaya doesn't have that many chips left, and he's going to make this call very strong, very solid. River card is...
Well, 7 of diamonds comes off.
Safe card.
So a nothing card comes up.
Oh, boy. Moon Kim with tilt chips, it appears.
Those are $100,000 plaques he's putting out there, and he's essentially setting Elpaya all in right here.
With absolute zip and pip, and Elpaya is squirming.
Deuces?
Well, Vince, he's a pro player. He's got to understand that this guy was angry the hand before when he called the clock. He's just trying to get him back here now. If he's got you beat, he's just got you beat. I don't see how you can lay this hand down under the circumstances of what just happened.
He got aces with the king kicker. You pay that off, but you can't fold his hand.
You just don't think amateurs are going to make bluffs at you for this size.
He shows it, and he's going to let it go. And Moon Kim is going to show the bluff.
Not a good fold. I got bluff, boys.
He's going to put the salt in the wound.
Stone bluff by the Moon Man.
Oh, man, the Moon went for the total eclipse, and it paid off.
Well, Vince, El Paya made a mistake there. He lost control of the hand and let the guy who was angry at him bluff him out of a pot.
Wow, what an exciting hand. After that last play, that ends our first hour of coverage here at Bay 101. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the play so far?
Well, Marinello, there's no doubt about it. So far at this final table, the moon is shining.
It is.
He is our chip leader, Moon Kim, a local jeweler that plays in cash games here at the Bay 101 Casino and plays with his buddy sitting on his left, Habib. These guys come here are recreational players. They're businessmen. Poker is a hobby for them, yet here they are in first and second place fighting it out for this title.
One's a jeweler, one's in real estate, and they are playing phenomenal poker. But let's not forget about the pros. We still have three young guns. They've shown they can play with anyone. And then we have Eric Cajolet. He came into this final table as the chip leader, and he's now in third. But he still has plenty of chips. Bottom line, we still have 6 players left, and anything can happen. It's very exciting.
Thank you, guys. Join us next time from San Jose for more of WPT Season 10 coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunce, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinelle Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Northern California, the superstars may have been bagged and tagged, but the nearly $1 million first place prize still has a bullseye on its back. The Bay 101 Shooting Star crowns its champions tonight, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the WPT's in-depth coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star in San Jose, California. This unique tournament awards players an extra $5,000 if they eliminate one of the pros who were selected as a bounty. In each of the last 8 seasons, at least one of poker's biggest stars dodged all the bullets long enough to take a seat at the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. But this season, that streak was put to rest as a talented field of amateur players and poker professionals eliminated every single one of the big-name bounties.
We still have 6 players left, 4 pros and 2 local amateurs. The champion will take home close to $1 million.
Mike, what are your thoughts on the play so far?
Well, Marinella, what amazes me the most is we've got 4 pros at this table and 2 amateurs, yet the 2 amateurs are sitting in first and second chip position right now.
So true, Mike. And you know, the big story tonight is the non-professional. He's a jeweler, Moon Kim. I mean, this guy is playing so well. Now, early on, he had a tough beat. He had 3 kings with a queen kicker up against an ace kicker. He got so frustrated, you could see that he was in pain, but he went past that pain threshold because in the very next hand, he bluffed, and it won. And so he's like out of control. He's stealing pots now. I mean, who would have thought the jeweler would have been the thief at the table? No one.
Well, it sounds like Vince has a new favorite tonight, Mr. Moon Kim. The amateurs are definitely shining. We have word that cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, Moon Kim is our chip leader, but the other amateur, his poker buddy, Ubad Habib, is not far behind. And in third place is Eric Cajolet, who came to the final table as our chip leader, but still has plenty of chips.
All right, here we go. Joe El Paya with an ace-5. Joe's 23 years old from Forest Park, Illinois.
Auditioning for Dancing with the Stars as he has an open shirt, as you can see.
He is raised with that. Makes it 65,000 to go. Joe Sirach.
Joe, a 24-year-old poker pro, lays his hand down. Moon Kim, the amateur local jeweler, plays here in the cash games all the time. Our chip leader folds. And this his buddy, another amateur, a real estate dealer here, who bought a Habib. Well, he looks down at a Jack-8 of hearts. Now, Habib, perhaps the tightest player at the table.
Ubad, Habib, bada bing, bada boom.
Wow. Well, so much for that theory, as he 3-bets it right here with the Jack-8.
Behind him, the Canadian Eric Cajolet. We've seen him before on the World Poker Tour. He's got a big hand, ace-king.
Well, it's been raised and re-raised by the tightest player at the table. So that diminishes the strength of your ace-king a little bit, doesn't it? See what he's going to do here. And we've seen this guy's a very aggressive player. Came to the final table as the chip leader. And incredibly, even though he came to the final table as chip leader, the only player at the table that didn't collect a bounty somewhere along the way.
Oh, he's going to re-raise it, Mike. Goes to 450. Andrew Badaker out. And Alpaya not going to play.
I don't think there's any chance Habib can play either here. He only has a Jack-8 of hearts. And he's saying to himself, why did I make a move? Why did I do that here?
Bingo, bango, bongo, he goes away.
Yep, he is out, and Cajolet going to take down that pot.
Eric Cajolet, nice play, playing aggressive, takes down this pot. And right there, you see the Royal Flush Girls. Sitting at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, a new addition on the World Poker Tour Season 10. And now the blinds are going up to 20 and 40, just like that. Action first on Joe Sirach. He's a skateboarder. He's a free spirit.
You gotta love the guy. He's also calm, cool, and collected. Never seen the guy lose his temper, lose his cool at the table. I like him.
Yep, he folds the hand, and now the jeweler, Moon Kim, our chip leader, out.
Habib looks down at ace-king. Well, he just made a move with Jack-8 in the previous hand. That didn't work, so let's go back to these premium hands. Gonna raise it here, makes it 100,000 to go.
Cajolet out. Now Andrew Badaker, former curtain salesman. Pretty tight, goes away. And around to Alpaya, who's put on a little hoodie there.
Well, Alpaya has the Jack-10 of diamonds here. Only has about 850,000 in chips, and he's shipping them all right here against the guy perceived to be the tightest player at the table. Not sure I like the timing of this move. Not against this player.
Almost unfoldable at this point. Habib's got some chips, got him well covered, and he's going to make the right call.
Well, we've seen Alpaya make all the wrong moves at this final table. No doubt about it. Earlier, he laid down ace-king when it was an ace and nothing else flop. On the river, got bluffed out of that pot. Here he makes a move, perhaps at the wrong time. He's up against the best hand. Habib has ace-king.
He's in a lot of trouble right now. The 23-year-old from Illinois.
He can't even watch. Knows he has to get lucky to stay alive. Let's see if he can. Oh, a 10 right on the flop.
He did get lucky.
Well, Habib wincing as the 10 pops off on the flop. He knows he's now got to catch something to win this pot.
Oh, man. Shocking first 3 cards. Habib sickened by that. And here's the turn card, 6 of diamonds.
Well, that gives Alpaya a flush draw, meaning the ace of diamonds won't win it for Habib either. Must catch an ace or a king that's not a diamond.
Real estate guy, the local. Habib needs an ace or king that's not a diamond. Can he spike this and knock our first guy out? No.
It's a 6, so Alpaya is going to double up there. So, Vince, what we criticize as a poor time move worked out well for him. He's over high-fiving the crowd.
Donkey play and get lucky every time.
And Habib is just muttering, donkey play, donkey play.
Well, I agree. I think it was a poor play, poor timing in my mind to go against a tight player like that and move all in with Jack high when you figure to get called.
Well, Habib ran him down, but couldn't make things happen with the cards, and we're back to the action. Right, the antes are staying at 5,000, but the blinds are going up to 25 and 50,000. Action on Andrew Badaker, and he's going to quickly fold his hand.
Over to Alpaya. Well, he's got ace-queen. A nice hand here.
He has new life here. He has just doubled up. He's going to raise to 105. And now Joe Sirach looks at a pair of sixes. Doesn't have that many chips left.
Well, Sirach's sitting in 5th chip position right now, but he's only got about 850,000 and cost him 105,000 to make the call.
Whoa.
He's not calling, he is raising. And even though he didn't put all his chips in, essentially, it's an all-in bet for him here because he's not going anywhere even if he gets re-raised.
Yep.
With the few chips he's got left.
Kim, the jeweler, getting out of the way. Habib out.
Casually out as well. So back to the original raiser, and he's just going to set him all in right here. So the two young guns going at it here. It's the classic race situation, the two overcards versus the under pair. And Joe Sirach must win this pot to stay alive, or it's back on the skateboard for him.
Sirach with a big smile, looking confident as he gets a little hug by Bedeker.
It's a race situation, ace-queen versus 2 sixes. This is the battle of the young pros, the two Joes going at it. The loser probably going to go see Joe the bartender.
Oh, okay, Mike, here we go.
And 8-6-5. Sirach has flopped 3 sixes to take the lead.
What a flop for Joe Sirach. 3 sixes just like that.
Well, he is a happy camper right now. He knows his opponent's got to hit 2 runners to win this pot. So he is thrilled at the moment as he's well out in front.
Here comes the turn card.
Well, that's a 9, and that's going to do it. Sirach going to double up here. We still have 6 players left.
All right, 870, right?
Yeah, 7 of hearts. Irrelevant on the river.
Well, there you go. No wipeout for the skateboarder there, Vince.
6 players still remain at the Bay 101.
Joe Alpaya takes a huge hit as Joe Sirach doubles up. Stick around for lots more action, including Tony Dunst and his unfiltered analysis in the Raw Deal. We'll see how WPT's ones to watch performed.
Plus, the tech titans take on the poker pros in the Silicon Valley Charity Tournament.
Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues, so stick around.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to San Jose for WPT's coverage of the final table at the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Tony Dunst is ready to spew his thoughts on tonight's action in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Recently, Mike Sexton and poker pro Matt Glantz wrote blogs regarding the conduct and professionalism of the young generation of poker players. More accurately, they wrote blogs regarding the lack of professionalism they feel many of the younger generation display. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. On most matters they address, I agree with these two paragons of the industry. But in some ways, it's a catch-22 to talk about professionalism in poker. Many of us got into this line of work specifically because we wanted to avoid the real world with its dress codes, deadlines, bureaucracy, and expectation of sobriety during working hours. Please! But Glantz and Sexton are right, and I want to address directly my generation of pros through whatever mobile device they're downloading this on. If our generation doesn't set a standard in terms of ethics, conduct, and presentation, then we'll be passed over for mainstream sponsorship and written off as shady degenerates, the same way we now think about too many of the players we grew up watching. And it's just not that hard to step it up a notch. For example, I would never suggest a dress code for everyday poker, but I think having a mild dress code for televised final tables is a very good way to immediately improve the game's image. I mean, just look at this final table and think about what kind of conclusions a potential sponsor would draw. We've got 3 dudes in t-shirts, 1 in a button-up having a wardrobe malfunction, a NASCAR driver, and a guy that's apparently been hibernating since Christmas. It's not like I'm expecting a runway show when I view a final table. I'm thinking something simple here, like a collared shirt and pants that go all the way down to your ankles. I know somewhere out there Will Viola is losing it over the idea of depriving the world of his glorious gams, but I just don't think it's that much to ask. I get that poker is a cutthroat game that teaches you to look out for your own interest, but remember, we also have a collective interest in seeing our industry healthy. And as the guys that have been in this industry for more than a decade can tell you, we're lucky to have a variety of mediums broadcasting our game all over the world and building an economy that attracts players and money for us. So if we ask you to put on a shirt with a collar for one day of the year so we can make this all look good, try not to freak out.
Well, obviously, I totally agree with Tony Dunce there. I do think if you're a professional poker player, you need to be a professional, meaning not only to dress well at these final tables, but also to show up on time for interviews and to do whatever you can to help the industry.
Well, right now we have 6 players remaining at the table. Action going to Joe Alpaya. He's on a relatively short stack. He's got Queen, Jack.
And looks around at everybody and then ships it all in here, right under the gun with Queen, Jack, meaning you got to dodge everybody at the table. If anybody calls you, you've got the worst hand for sure.
Ciroc out, and now the jeweler, Moon Kim, won't play.
Habib out as well. Casually out, around to the big blind.
Only one to beat now is Badiker, who picks up the Cowboys, pair of kings.
Well, Alpaya in dire straits right now. There it goes, all in. He turns up the 2 kings. Now, Alpaya will not go broke here because he's got maybe 30,000 or so more than Badiker, but right now he's got to feel like he's hanging on by dental floss.
Yep. Queen, Jack, though, you never know what's going to happen.
You got him covered by that much?
Yeah.
Let's go to the flop.
Vance, you remember what my drill sergeant told you?
Yeah,
you can only slide so far in barbed wire. This could be the end for Alpaya right here.
Here we go.
You got to have awful strong gloves to get by this barbed wire.
You never had a drill sergeant. Figment of your imagination, perhaps.
Drill Sergeant McMorris, never forget him.
All right, here's the flop.
All right, ace 5-3. Obviously, a horrible flop there for Alpaya. He's got to catch 2 runners now to win. 2 running combinations of a queen or a jack. King or a 10 would give him a straight. 2 running spades would win it for him, but he's up against it right now. 6 of clubs on the turn. That's going to do it. Alpaya drawing dead. Badiker doubling up there.
Yeah, big hand for Badiker as an ace. Doesn't matter. On the river. Big hand, 2 short stacks going at it, and right now, a lot of trouble for Alpaya. Circling the drain.
Well, Badiker says to himself, finally, I picked up a hand, and I get a break here at this final table.
I got started playing poker pretty much the same way everyone else my age has. Started playing in high school with friends. I would win a lot, so I guess I thought I was pretty good. And then I started playing on the internet and got my butt kicked. And wasn't quite as good as I thought, but I was passionate and kept working. To get good at this game, I would say you just need to always be trying to improve. Don't ever stop learning and just work at it and you'll get there.
Good advice by Badiker there. Always keep working on your game. You need to continue to get better in poker if you want to do well out here on the tour.
All right, 6 players remain. Here we go, Joe Ciroc quickly folding his hand. The jeweler, Moon Kim, the local, not going to play.
Folded around to Habib.
Yeah, Habib this time with a queen 10.
And he is called, just hopes other guys call so they can try to send Alpaya out of here.
Casually out. Andrew Badiker with a king jack.
All in.
Whoa, wow.
He's going all in here. Pretty unusual play here to try to shut out the third party here, especially with this kind of hand.
Habib folds and just shakes his head saying, what are you doing, my friend?
He said, why don't we both just call this guy? Well, we have 2 chances to knock him out instead of 1, but Badiker just wants to try to knock him out himself. And Alpaya is the best hand with ace-6.
Badiker with his family in the audience tonight, playing aggressively with just a king jack. Joe's actually out in front. He could double up and still not do too much damage. And here's the flop.
Oh, it's jack 9-8. Alpaya has been outdrawn on the flop. And Habib saying to himself, I can't believe this guy moved all in on a flop to straight.
Well, Alpaya not happy with that flop. Wow, he is seconds away from being eliminated. 3 of clubs on the turn, not helping Alpaya.
Well, we are down to the river. Joe Alpaya must catch an ace on the river, or he'll be our 6th place finisher. Every move he has made tonight, seemingly at the wrong time.
Can he spike the ace? Here we come. Nope, not to be. A 9 on the river.
So Andrew Badaker is going to eliminate Joe Alpaya from this tournament, the 23-year-old, out tonight in 6th place.
Yep. But he'll take home $128,000. Right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage. Or not.
He's not talking to Matt Savage.
No.
He's going out of here. And, you know, Alpaya didn't show up for his pregame interview, and now he blows off his exit interview.
Yeah.
These guys got to understand that television promotes poker and the players who are lucky enough to get to these final tables.
It was a roller coaster ride for Joe Alpaya. Too tilted to speak to our very own Matt Savage, he storms out of the room $128,000 richer. Plenty more action when we return to the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Stick around.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at Bay 101 for the Shooting Star event, and that, of course, is the tournament where there are bounties. And bounties are big-name players that are sitting at the table, and if a player knocks out the bounty, he gets $5,000 in cold, hard cash.
Well, Benny, there's nothing better than winning some big green early on in a poker tournament. That's exactly what Club WPT member John Davies did in this tournament. He actually knocked out a former WPT champion, Joe Tiand. And in doing that, he received $5,000 in cash. Just fantastic.
It is, and it's all because he was a club VIP member at ClubWPT.com. He got to play in his satellite, and then he won his way on into this great event. And the rest is history.
It was a lot of fun. I had a great time. I have to thank Club WPT for getting me here. As soon as everybody, all my friends found out, all my, my poker player friends, oh, what website were you playing? And I try to tell them it's a great way for me to spend some time and play in a game that I love. And it turned into something amazing.
If you want to have an experience like John did, you too can become a Club WPT member, enjoy VIP benefits, play unlimited poker, and who knows, maybe you can win yourself a seat in a WPT event just like John did. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, let's go back to the fellas.
Vince, I got to say, John did a lot better than I did in this tournament. He got down to the top 48 and won a bounty.
That is right, but now we have 5 players remain, and Moon Kim, the jeweler, is out in front. To the table we go. Yabad Habib, real estate guy, looks down at a 4-3 of diamonds. Mux.
Over to Eric Cajolet, pro out of Montreal, Canada. He folds as well.
Now the 24-year-old out of Connecticut, Andrew, not playing. Joe Sirach now up at bat, and he's got ace-king of clubs. Big slick.
Yeah, but it's the battle of the blinds here. And what a hand Sirach has picked up in the small blinds. Going to raise it up to $125,000.
Only one to beat is Moon Kim, who squeezes an 8-7.
Well, we've seen Moon defend his big blind many times here so far today, and he's doing it again here. Makes the call with the 7-8. And the flop comes 10-6-4. Sirach out in front with the ace-king, but as you can see, the Moon man with a two-way straight draw. Sirach checks the ace-king, just didn't like that flop at all. And here comes the Moon. Mr. Moon man betting $200,000. I like this bet by Moon here. Just going to put his opponent on the 2 overcards. Try to sneak by here. He plays the hand fine. He's got cards he can hit to win the pot, but Sirach going out and Moon taking down the pot.
Yep. Moon Kim, the jeweler, shining again as his crowd. All his friends and family. He's a local. Love this moment.
Moon got in this tournament by winning a satellite, as did Habib, as did Boddicker. 3 out of our 5 remaining players all got in this tournament by winning a salary. What a parlay they're going to make.
Great.
And he has ace-jack, makes it $125,000 to go.
And Habib has 10-7 of hearts.
And he's folded. Casual layout. Boddicker, no muss for him as well. Joe Sirach now.
Yeah, Joe has king 10. Big blind.
And he will call.
He's going to look him up, as we say. We're going to have a flop here. And flop comes queen 5-4.
No help to either player. Joe Sirach checking. Nothing hitting for Moon. Will he pretend like he has something? Yeah, he's going to bet 75,000.
Kind of a sort of a hesitant continuation bet there. You wonder if Sirach picked up on it. Meaning that even though he didn't flop anything. Could he possibly be thinking about making a move here? Yes, he is. Great play here by Joe Sirach. He just knows if his opponent's got something like 2 8s, 2 9s, ace jack, ace king. Very tough for him to keep going if he can't beat 2 queens. He lays it down, but chalk that hand up to good play by Joe Sirach.
Joe is the most relaxed person I've ever met. Yeah, he's chill.
I like playing poker because I get to travel, I make money, and it's all I know how to do. I don't know if I could handle a regular job. My parents are okay with it. At first, when I dropped out of college after 3 months, they were only unhappy for like a week. They're kind of like me, a little indifferent.
Mike, usually when I hear a guy say he's the most relaxed person in the world, I know that they're a ticking time bomb.
Well, Joe Sirach's always calm, cool, and collected. I really like the kid.
Plenty more to come from San Jose, California and the Bay 101 Shooting Star, including a brand new installment of WPT's Ones to Watch.
Plus, the tech titans take on the poker pros in the Silicon Valley Charity Tournament.
Stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
When you become a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to our past episodes and your chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Angelique, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to San Jose and the Bay 101 Shooting Star.
Well, Mike, we've been having a great time here all week, but it wasn't just the main event we got to play.
There was a great event that was benefiting the WPT Foundation earlier this week here at the Bay 101. It was a tournament for the Silicon Valley Executive Network Group, tech execs versus top poker pros. Everybody had a great time.
Welcome to the Silicon Valley Executive Network World Poker Tour charity event.
The beneficiary of the charity is the WPT Foundation. So all of us at the World Poker Tour are thrilled about that. We're thrilled these executives will come out to play, as well as the top pro players. Everybody having a great time.
Silicon Valley executives against the top pros in the world. I mean, when do you get to do that? That's like all-time fun.
Oh, last year this place was crazy. I played with Dwight last year, and he is a blast to play poker with.
This is Vanessa's first time being here, so we're looking to have a lot of fun and make some money for charity.
She says. Well, I got the call from Phil Hellmuth, the guy you can't say no to. Come out here tonight, play poker for charities. It's mental warfare more than physical, the game I'm used to, so it's a lot of fun though.
Just as Chung makes a straight with the 6 on the river, he's drunk.
I got 1,400 out of my pocket. I want to know who's topping 1,400 right now. Oh!
I'm trying to hang on with the execs here. They're tough, tough, tough. Some of them be more cowboy hats. You got to watch out for them.
I'm not that good, which is why I have a day job, but I think everybody's drawn to poker. It's a game where you have a combination of being able to do the math and then the psychology of what's going on at the table, and then you throw in a good amount of luck, and it just makes it a lot of fun.
We are the leaders of technology and the leaders of the poker tour, and there's a competitive element here. These are people that are leaders in their field, and they want to compete each other and see who's really the king of the poker table.
As much as everyone says it won't be serious, and they're not serious, when it gets down to the final table, everybody will stop talking just a little bit, and you know they're trying a little harder.
Can't have this kind of fun in a regular event, so this is more than fun. This is like a memory.
Congratulations to Rich Arnold, our champion.
Tech Titans win!
Well, as you can see, everybody had a great time at that charity event. A lot of fun, raising money for a good cause, the WPT Foundation. Go to WPTFoundation.org to find out more information as to how you can help us and the poker community play for a better world.
And right now we have 5 players remaining at the Bay 101. Moon Kim, the local, is our chip leader with $3.3 million. He's a jeweler, and he's playing tough here tonight. Let's go to the felt. Ibad Habib, real estate guy, lives up here. He's got a Jack-8 of hearts.
Well, this is a handy 3-bet earlier tonight and got in trouble with it, but he must like it because he's raising again with it.
Yeah, makes it 125 to go. Cajolet out. Andrew Bedecker. He's got an ace-10. 24-year-old from Connecticut. Has his family here. This is a big moment for this guy. Got in this tournament through a satellite, $225 rebuy satellite. Making the call. Joe Sirach out now. Moon Kim. Moon Kim has picked up a pair of 7s.
Yeah, he's got the 2 walking sticks here.
What you guys got? So you got a caller.
No,
you got a mid pair.
in.
Might be time to squeeze, Mike.
Well, squeeze means one guy raises, another guy calls. You're the next guy to come into the pot. You might just want to raise here. And that's what Moon Kim is doing.
Yep, makes it 375 to go because you know the caller, it can't be that strong, otherwise he would have raised. So it's a good opportunity to squeeze him out.
Well, that's really a terrific time for Moon Kim to make this play. There you see Habib going out, Boddicker out.
Yep.
So nice play by the jeweler right there to take down that pot.
Yep, he is shining the jewels here tonight. The local Moon Kim making it happen, extends his chip lead.
Plays right here at the Bay 101 all the time. Couple locals at this table. Here's the other one, Habib.
Yep, 36 years old. And these 2 guys know each other from this casino. He folds his hand. Cajolet, the Canadian, with the Doyle Brunson hand, 10 deuce, won't play that.
Now over to Boddicker. The ace-10 didn't work out for him the last hand. This time he's got the ace-king of clubs.
Oh boy, that'll put a rise in your curtain there. Ace-king of clubs. And he's gonna raise at 130 to go.
Sirach with the Jack-5 of hearts.
Free-spirited player. They call him Flows. He goes away. And now the jeweler, the only one still remaining, looks down at a pair of 4s.
He's got the 2 4s. He's got opponent well covered here, Vince. Could he put a lot of pressure on this guy with the 2 4s? Will he try to? I don't think it's going to work because his opponent's got a hand that you're never laying down.
No, you're not. But he doesn't know that.
No, he can just make a standard raise with any 2 cards on the button, but happens to have a premium hand here. See what Moon's going to do. He's going to go all in and a snap call by Boddicker with the ace-king of clubs. So it's 2 4s versus the ace-king. Boddicker's tournament life on the line.
Yes, it is. Moon Kim, the jeweler, trying to make it curtains for Andrew Boddicker.
Well, to win tournaments, you got to win races. This hand right here could well determine our champion tonight.
Here we go with the flop.
Everybody on their feet.
Oh, an ace like that.
An ace right on the flop.
Wow.
It's ace-5 deuce. Moon has flopped a straight draw. A 3 would give him a straight. He needs a 3 or a 4 to take the lead.
But Boddicker with aces there. Actually, if he wins this and doubles up, he'll become our new chip leader. Here we go with the turn.
It's a 3. Unbelievable. Moon Kim has made a 5-high straight. Boddicker can only catch a 4 and split the pot. He cannot win the pot. A brutal bad beat right there for Andrew Boddicker. He is stunned, Vince. Cannot believe it.
Oh, boy.
It's a jack. Unreal. Everybody on their feet. Most rooting for the local guy. It's an 8. Well, there you go. The 24-year-old poker pro out of Vernon, Connecticut. Tough luck on the turn there as they get outdrawn to lose that pot and be eliminated tonight in 5th place.
Man, shocking turnaround. He'll take home $192,000, but he is out. We're down to 4 players, and right now, Andrew over to talk to Matt Savage.
Andrew, 192,000 tonight, not what you wanted. Give us your thoughts.
Started off the final table pretty card dead, bled down a little ways, but caught some cards and got back up. Thought I had a good chance, and definitely did if I won that pot, but lost the coin flip, and that's what happens sometimes.
Well, this is your first final table on the World Poker Tour. I'm sure we're going to see you back for more. Great player. Andrew Badeker, back to you, Mary Nala.
Thank you, Matt. Andrew Badeker made a good push with ace-king, but unfortunately lost the flip and is out in 5th place. WPT's coverage of the final table here in San Jose continues with 4 players right after this.
I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Although he did not cash, Will the Thrill Fiala survived another week atop the WPT Player of the Year standings. Be sure to check back with us each week as the upcoming Florida events are sure to reshuffle the leaderboard. In the meantime, let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the leaderboard. Moon Kim well out in front with 5.2 million, twice as many as the guy in second place, Eric Cajolet. It's come down to 2 amateurs and 2 pros here. The 2 amateurs, local players that play here at the Bay 101 all the time. Can they get by the pros? We'll see.
To the felt we go, Yabata Beeb, the real estate guy. He is a local. He's got Jack 10. He's played pretty solid this evening so far. And he's going to raise with his hand, makes it 150 to go. Right behind him, Cajolet from Montreal with a pair of 4s.
Well, we saw the 2 4s work out well just a moment ago for Moon Kim. That's how he's got all those chips. Let's see how Eric's going to play his 2 4s. You know, just going to call, wants to see a flop. Don't blame him for that.
Now Joe Sirac. He looks at an ace of clubs and a 3 of clubs. Now, this could be an opportunity for squeeze, but no, elects to fold.
Well, ace and the baby card is not the kind of hand you want to come into a pot with against a raiser and a caller. Sirac goes out. Moon Kim squeezing out the Jack 8 of spade. His chip count. I see a flop with this hand. But he opts to fold. Just very content to sit on his chip lead. Doesn't want to get involved right now. Hopes these 2 guys clash in a big pot. Flop ace king 8. No help to either player.
No, it is not. But a nice quick bet by Habib, 200,000. And Cajolet, who we've seen before on the World Poker Tour at the final table, mucks his hand.
So a nice continuation bet there by the amateur. Yes, I got to tell you, the 2 amateurs hold their own very well here at this final table against these pros.
David Ducksand's second place finish at the LAPC puts him way on top of the ones to watch leaderboard.
This week on our Ones to Watch segment, we followed a player who never holds back, Dan O'Brien, who gives his thoughts on who should or shouldn't be a bounty.
I love the grind, but sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a Ones to Watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Ones to Watch. Day 1, San Jose World Poker Tour, Shooting Stars.
I'm late as always.
This is where all the stars are. I'm just starstruck.
This is such a fun event. There's bounties, but I'm a bounty.
Yeah, it's nonsense. I'm not a bounty. Actually, that's not true. I don't deserve it. Actually, you know what? There are a few people that I deserve to be a bounty over. Men win. Who cares about men win anymore? Are we serious? Like, people still think this guy's any good? He's not. He's terrible.
I'll play that.
Who else is there?
I'd like to bust Todd Brunson, frankly. Todd Brunson's our shooting star. For the first entire level, he just ordered food. The entertainment value out of my shooting star is just not there.
I don't think they should put the winner from last year as a bounty. Again, nothing against Alan Sternberg personally. Who really cares? No one's happy that you won. And McLean the year before that, I came in 3rd that year.
Dan O'Brien is sick right now.
And McLean won and he's a bounty the next year. I don't want him to be a bounty. I don't care about that. I wish I won.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I've always wanted to bust Phil Hellmuth, and this would be the best tournament to do it.
Too late. He's gone.
Yeah. All good ones.
Kathy Liebert was the bubble girl and a bounty. But I love Kathy, so she deserves it.
I wouldn't want the burden of being a shooting star because $5,000 is a lot of money.
There's really no one else that I can think of off the top of my head that I'm prepared to just openly talk about.
Let me tell you this, Gino. I'm calling this because you have a 5K bounty and because you're not that good.
Don't blame the guy.
So maybe I'll just put in a call next year and say, hey, what do I have to do?
Do you know how many people call me every year wanting to be a shooting star?
I gotta at least flip Savage a 20. Maybe even give him a pat on the ass.
If Doyle was your daddy, Dan, you'd be a shooting star too.
Next year, for sure. Everyone's gonna think, you know what, that Dan O'Brien, he's a bounty and he deserves it.
My chance with my hand, 0%.
Mike, there's more bitterness out there than the coffee at 7-Eleven, it seems.
Well, I know everybody wants to be a bounty. I know all the young players think they play better than the old players. But to say the defending champion shouldn't be a bounty, right there, he loses his credibility.
All right, four-handed poker continues. A quick fold by Habib, the real estate guy. And now the Canadian, Eric Cajolet now. Came in as a chip leader. This time he has king-9, and he's going to raise.
Yeah, he started out very aggressive at this final table. Then he sort of changed gears, went back into neutral. Now he's stepping it up again.
Ciroc out, and now the jeweler, Moon Kim. He's in the big blind, and he looks down to a 6 and a 4. What are you going to do, Moon? Well, he's the chip leader. He can speculate. He says, I'll pay that off.
Well, he's going after the Canadian.
Gus Hansen used to do quite well with those kind of hands. Here we go with the flop.
Now, flop 10-7-5, all diamonds. Moon Kim has a flush draw and an open-end straight draw, but his flush draw is no good. As you can see, Eric Cajolet has the king of diamonds, and he's going to make a continuation bet with that flush draw of 100,000.
100,000 Moon, though. With some possibilities right now. Ain't going nowhere. He makes his call.
He does make the call and gets a dream card on the turn. 8 of clubs comes off. Moon has made a straight. He is now out in front. And he is now going to lead out.
It appears he is a full moon right now. He is betting 150,000.
Well, the pot's got over $500,000 in it, so this is not a very big bet. Cajolet has the king of diamonds, so he has a flush draw. Certainly, he's going to be priced in to make this call, but doesn't help him as the 3 of hearts comes on the river. And now let's see what the Moon Man is going to do. He wants to figure out how much he can bet where this guy will pay him off.
How much you got there? 1.9.
Now, we know Cajolet doesn't have really anything. Did not hit. But Moon doesn't know that.
Cajolet had an open-end straight draw and a flush draw. Had a big drawing hand on the turn, but fanned on the river.
1 million.
Oh, boy.
Well, he's going to bet $1 million here.
Overbets the hand anyhow.
Well, the pot's only got 800,000 in it, but the Moon, not sure if he'd have bet any amount that Cajolet could have played the pot, but still, Moon Man catching some cards there, makes a straight on the turn. And Vince, I'll tell you, I don't care if you're an amateur or a pro. If you're playing good and catching good, you're going to be tough to beat. And that's the category the Moon Man's in right now.
Yeah, the Moon extends his chip lead to the delight of his posse here, sitting on the rails. Back to the next hand, Joe Ciroc, the 24-year-old. They call him Flows because he just flows through life, I guess.
Well, I think they should call him Lakes instead of Flows because he's so calm all the time.
He is calm.
In the meantime, he's got just the hand he's looking for right here. He's on the short stack at this table. He's picked up a premium hand. All he's thinking about is, does he raise a little or does he raise a lot? He chooses the little variety. 120,000, the minimum raise.
Into Moon Kim, who looks down at an awful hand. He mucks that. Bada beeb. Bada bing, bada boom. The real estate guy out.
So round to the pro from Montreal, Eric Cajolet looks down at ace deuce of spade.
By the way, he's a former bartender, Mike. And he looks like a former bartender, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks like Dana White of the UFC to me.
But, oh, wow. He is going all in, and a quick call by Joe Ciroc.
Well, perhaps the Montreal man overplayed the ace-deuce. We shall see, but a great opportunity for Joe Ciroc to double up here. No doubt about it.
Yes, Flo's in a great position right now.
He'll get to move into third chip position if he wins this pot, and Cajolet will drop to fourth if he loses it.
Joe Ciroc, can he flow through this hand? He hasn't made many mistakes tonight. And Cajolet, who started out as our chip leader, now way behind in this hand. Here we go with the first 3 cards.
Now flop comes 9-6-3 all clubs. So Flo's is gonna like that because he's got the ace of clubs. As you can see, he is all smiles right now. He knows his opponent is gonna have to catch an offsuit deuce, meaning a deuce that's not the deuce of clubs, to win this pot.
Look at this. Flo's looks very cocky. He is prancing around. Cajolet looks absolutely disgusted as we go to the turn.
Now, 9 of spades comes off. Now, this is a good card for Cajolet because he can split the pot now if a 6 or a 3 comes off.
Presto changeo there, Flo's.
So Flo's can only lose the pot if a deuce comes up that's not the deuce of clubs. He'll split the pot if it's a 6 or a 3.
All right, last card coming up. Big chance for Flo's. Will his hand hold up?
Yep, the king of diamonds comes on the river, and more chips flow over to Flo's side.
Yes, sirree. Joe Sirach, poker pro out of the U.S., 24 years old, doing quite well right there.
Well, Vince, you got to admire the way the skateboarder is played here. He sort of just leaned and weaved and bobbed around his way this final table, but he's still on the board. He's doubled up. We've still got 4 players left, 2 amateurs, 2 pros, fighting it out for the nearly $1 million first place prize.
It's exciting, Mike. What player we are seeing tonight? We're seeing a lot of bluffs, a lot of suckouts. We're seeing it all. But Moon Kim, he's the jeweler. He is the upset special here tonight. Will he do it? I don't know.
Well, he's well out in front right now. Let's see if he can cross the finish line with the cash and the trophy.
Thank you, gentlemen, and that hand brings us to the end of this hour's coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star here in San Jose, California. Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In San Jose, the bounties have been collected, but the really big money is still on the line. The conclusion of the Bay 101 Shooting Star starts right now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to San Jose and WPT Season 10 coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. I'm Marianella Pereira, and with me tonight, as always, our Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Now, guys, this event started with a twist, as for the first time in 9 seasons, no big-name bounty made the final table. But that hasn't really affected the quality of play, has it?
Well, you're right about that, Marianella. No shooting star made this final table, but it's been a very good final table. We've seen about everything. Some good poker, a little bad poker, some big bluffs, some suckouts. But what's amazed me the most is we came to this final table with 4 pros and 2 amateurs. We're now down to 2 pros and 2 amateurs, but the 2 amateurs are our chip leaders.
That is so true. And look at the table. The 2 guys in red are stealing the show. And they're 2 local players that play in this very casino that play against each other all the time. One's a jeweler, one's in real estate, and they are playing phenomenal poker. They beat the biggest names in the business. You know, if they could pull this off, we got a big upset in the making.
Well, if one of these amateurs is going to take this title, he's going to have to get by 2 very tough pros. Joe Sirach, the skateboarder, was on the ropes, but doubled up to get right back in this thing. And Eric Cajolet from Montreal came to this final table as the chip leader, and now he's on the short stack, but he's still got chips, and he's a very dangerous player.
Okay, 4-handed poker. Here we go. And these are 10,000 blinds at 30 and 60. Bob Habib, a local, a real estate guy. First to play, he's got ace-4.
Yeah, looks down at the ace-4 here.
150.
I think he's going to raise it up. Makes it 150,000 to go.
Into the Canadian, Eric Cajolet. He's got the button. He's got king-10. He came in to the final table as the chip leader. But right now, he's going to fold his hand.
Over to Joe Sirach. He's a 24-year-old poker pro. Skateboarder. Never, ever seen him get upset, rattled, shaken. He is calm, cool, and collected.
Damn, serial killer underneath. But he is just going to make the call with the ace-10. Now we're on the jeweler. The man that holds all the gold so far this evening.
Yeah, Moon Kim, the big chip leader right now. Way more than twice as many chips as anybody else at the table.
So he folds the hand. Here we go. Ace 10 versus Ace 4.
Now flop comes Queen 8 deuce. No help to either player.
And Sirach is going to check it.
And notice how his opponent flicked in 200,000 there.
Yes, he did.
Sirach must have noticed it too, because he's getting out raising chips. Vince, he is going to check raise here with the Ace 10.
The old check raise. He's saying, I was so strong, I was trapping you, but we know better.
Yeah. Habib made the continuation bet, trying to win the pot, but that check raised here. But he's not going out. He is 4-betting this hand. He is raising him back. A stunning move by an amateur player, let me tell you.
Good read on Sirach. A re-raise with just Ace 4, and it's going to work.
Well, it sure is. And now he's going to show him the Ace 4.
You gotta love that. Showing the young pro, I've got some game here.
That's how we do it.
That was some game there, Vince. You just don't expect that kind of play from an amateur. The 4-bet with no hand and no draw.
I got into a satellite. It was a midnight satellite. I tried a satellite earlier, but I couldn't get through, and this was the last satellite.
Come on, baby. One time. Ace 10 is not only down today.
And I got in. It's got an achievement, and honestly, I still can't believe it. I made it that far. You don't have to be a professional to make a mark in any area if you are good with what you're doing. You know the basics, and you have good reads, you can make good judgments, you can make it. And I actually feel pretty confident taking this whole thing down.
Well, he is pretty tough. He's 36 years old, hanging in there, and right now the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000, Mike. Pretty expensive here at the Bay 101.
Whatever happens, he got a bounty when he knocked out a former world champion of poker, Jonathan Duhamel, out of this tournament. So he was happy to do that, but happier to be where he's at now, fighting for this title.
Okay, one fold, and now Sirach with an ace-jack has to be disappointed about the last hand to be outplayed, but this time he's going to raise, makes it 160 to go. Moon Kim, the jeweler, out.
All in.
Over to Beebe. He's going all in here with a queen deuce offsuit. Just can't believe he'd make this play after showing his opponent a bluff.
Gets up from the table, usually the sign of a pretty big hand.
Well, Sirach is going to call him.
We got live cards.
And look at Sirach, so proud of himself. What a great call. Didn't fall for it that time. Hung in there with ace-jack, and right now he's in a great position to knock out the local Habib.
Did you just bluff me a minute ago, and now you're going to try to do it again? I don't think so.
So Habib now in a lot of trouble.
One on the flop, one on the river.
Anything can happen with 5 cards to come at Bay 101.
Well, Habib looking for some luck here. He's going to have some to stay alive. And an ace comes right on the flop.
Yeah, it's a very good flop for Joe Sirach, hitting aces just like that.
Habib does have the queen of spades. He's got to catch 2 runners to win this pot. He can catch 2 runners to make a straight, 2 runners to make a flush, or 2 runners in any combination of a queen and a deuce. But he's got to have 2 runners to win the pot.
Here is the turn card. Well, he gets one of them there, Mike, as a 4 of diamonds hits the board.
Could he possibly make a wheel like Moon Kim did earlier at this final table? Joe Sirach has
if anybody can do it, he can do
that
it.
is all.
Anybody can do it, he can do it.
All right. Here we come, the Magic River cards coming up right now.
Oh, no! Unbelievable! Can you believe it? Unbelievable. Habib had 2 runners to make a wheel.
It's impossible!
Moon Kim had a wheel earlier.
Possible.
To knock out Andrew Badeker from his tournament. And now, the other amateur at the table spikes a wheel on the river to double up and stay alive. Unbelievable how the 2 amateurs have had wheels to win monster pots at this final table.
It's just something about playing in your hometown, in your casino, And these guys in red are doing it tonight.
Well, the crowd's stunned here tonight at what we've seen at this final table in terms of suckouts.
Yeah.
We have really seen some tonight.
We've seen some shockers on the river.
Well, there's the new chip standing. Moon Kim still well out in front. But Habib has moved into second place with that electric draw out.
All right, back to the table we go. Moon Kim with a 10 deuce folds his hand quickly. Habib, the luckiest man in San Jose, looks down at a queen 9 offsuit.
Habib walking on water right now. Got a queen 9 here, so why slow down when you're on a roll? Makes it 170,000 to go. Casually going out.
Now,
Joe Sirach, who just took that brutal beat, now looks down and finds 2 aces.
Oh boy.
Unbelievable. Well, the question is, how do you play him? This guy's been bluffing, he's been betting, he's been gambling. Do you raise here? You just call and let him keep doing the betting? What do you do?
Oh, he is going to milk the Holstein. You gotta love it. He wants revenge, just calling with the weapons of mass destruction. Here comes the flop.
Could be a dangerous play, but not when it comes ace, jack, 8. Sirach has flopped 3 aces, the top set here, folks.
He's gonna try to trap again. He checks. Now an inside straight draw for Habib, and he's gonna bet it 200,000.
Habib catches a 10, he would have the best hand.
Now Sirach is on a short stack now. Do you just come over the top and don't let this guy draw out, perhaps?
There's a possible straight and a possible flush out there, but I don't care what card comes up. You're never giving up the top set.
He keeps milking. Here comes the turn card.
And now a jack of diamonds comes off. Sirach with aces full cannot lose the hand, no matter what card comes on the river.
Both check.
And now the 6 of diamonds comes off. Habib has made a flush. He's got the queen of diamonds.
Perfect scenario for Joe Sirach. Now he looks back here.
He's acting like he's looking for the flush, Vince. Now we know he's got aces full.
So you hate that when a guy looks at his hand.
Well, this is a false tell by Sirach.
Yes, they do those things.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I love the check because he's going to get the action. Look at this. Habib biting right there. Bets 300,000. And that gives you just goosebumps if you're Joe Sirach.
Well, it's all going to go in now.
Oh, yes.
I mean, Sirach doesn't even have 600,000 left, I don't think. And there it goes. He's shipping it all.
And a quick call by Habib.
Habib makes the call with the flush.
Now look at this. Habib thinks he won.
Well, that's an amateur mistake.
It disappeared board. I didn't see it.
Well, Sirach even smiles at it. He says, you beat this hand? Not unless you show me 4 jacks, son.
Habib thought he was the hero of San Jose.
An embarrassing moment for Habib right there. No doubt about it. What he thought was victory. Unfortunately for him, it's defeat. Sirach doubles up, but it seems only fitting after what happened to him just a moment ago.
Our third hour of coverage from San Jose, California is just getting started, and we have more to come, including Tony Dunst telling it like it is in the Raw Deal. And another installment of 5 questions with WPT champ Joe Hashem.
Joe needs any queen of diamonds on the river. And boom!
It's all when we return to the Bay 101 Shooting Star, so stick around. Welcome back to San Jose for WPT's coverage of the final table at the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Tony Dunst has seen it all and is ready to give his 2 cents in this edition of The Raw Deal.
In tournament poker, your mental state can be just as important as your poker knowledge. A brilliant player with minimal emotional control is a liability to himself if something goes wrong in a crucial hand. And in the heat of the moment, pretty much every hand feels crucial, especially the equity sweats at a WPT final table where every 3-outer comes with a 6-figure price tag. Then there are some players that are the very picture of calm. Take WPT champ Nam Lee, for instance. Here's Nam winning $1 million. And here's Nam losing $1 million. However, I don't know if I've ever met anyone who walks around as calm and nonchalant as Joe Sirach. Sometimes he just sits around doing and saying nothing for such a prolonged period of time that I get concerned and I check his pulse. He's his usual relaxed self at the final table tonight, and although he's obviously enjoying himself in the big moments and anxious in the uncertain ones, it's clear he never loses his center. And it's not like he isn't provided a little motivation to be unsettled. Four-handed, he opens the button with ace-jack, and Habib moves in from the big blind with a mere queen-deuce offsuit for about 18 blinds. Why Habib decided to move in for 18 blinds with queen-deuce in this spot, I'll never know. Either way, he leaps out of his seat after the move-in, which gives Joe a reason to pause and consider his opponent's behavior before making the call with the plaques he's holding. However, it's also possible that Joe considered this something of a slam dunk call, but wanted that slam dunk to be in slow motion. And when Joe suffers the fate of having his top pair runner-runner, he's clearly pretty disappointed, but also still clearly calm. It's a good thing too, because when he's in the big blind a moment later, he finds aces, and with his short stack, could easily justify moving in and assuming his opponent will perceive him on tilt and call with a wider range. However, Joe is still thinking everything about the hand through and realizes that Habib is unaware that Joe would never just call with such a short stack in the blind unless he has a huge hand. He uses this deceptive edge on all three streets, most prominently displayed when he cleverly checks a third time on the river when the fourth diamond comes off, causing Habib to become invested enough by betting at the pot and refusing to fold when he's shoved on in a situation where he'll never have the best hand. It's a very well-played hand in a situation where many would simply take the easy, often considered automatic route pre-flop. And as a reward, Joe now has over $2 million in chips. Now let me just go make sure he's alive to enjoy them.
Well, I got to tell you the truth, Vince. I love Joe Sirac. I like his calm demeanor at the table, and he's a darn good player as well.
And right now, Moon Kim, the local, the jeweler, out in front with $6.1 million. A lot of chips. As four-handed poker continues here at the Bay 101, Eric Cajolet, nothing happening for him lately. Goes away.
He's just biding his time, watching these other guys just duke it out seemingly every pot.
Joe Sirac with the button with a 5-deuce.
He just won the pot with 2 aces, so he's feeling good.
Makes it 160,000 to go. Moon Kim, the jeweler, looks down at a Jack-King of spades.
And he's got Kojak. See what he's going to do with it.
42-year-old got this tournament through a satellite, playing impeccably this evening. He's a local. He's the crowd favorite. And there you go. He's going to raise.
Playing well and running well. And here he is going to raise it. Let's see how much. 300,000 more.
Yes. And now it's on. Habib has got to be a little punchy after that last escapade. Folds his hand. Back on Joe.
Joe just tried to steal the blinds and antes, but didn't work. So Moon Kim takes down that pot to extend his chip lead.
Yes, he does. And there's his family and friends. This is a local out of this casino. This is the time of his life. He is doing it here tonight.
This tournament was fun because I was winning. I knocked out the bounty, Namli.
Come on.
He had a pocket jack and I had a pocket queen. Flop was 10-10-6. The turn was 10, so he can go away. He's a good player, but if you don't get a hand, I mean, you can knock anybody too, you know? Doesn't matter if it's Phil Ivey or Cunningham. If I got better hand than them, then I will knock them out.
Well, that's saying it pretty clearly right there. But the question is, can you win as much as those guys when you don't have hands?
All right. Back to the game. Habib now with a queen, 9 of diamonds, is going to raise to 200,000. And now Eric Cajolet has gone all in with an ace-6.
Well, you can't blame him. Blinds are 40 and 80,000. He's only got about 600,000. He picked up an ace high, and he shipped it.
Sirac out, and now it's around to Moon Kim. And Moon looks at a ace-8.
Wow, he's got the best hand, but...
It's pretty close.
One guy raised, the other guy moved all in.
But he's been waiting so long.
He understands that it's an unwritten rule that if he makes this call here, it's probably going to get checked down. So him and the other guy in the pot, in this case Habib, could both knock out Eric Cajolet, in which case they'd move up substantially in money.
Hard call. And he's going to make this call.
Well, he does make the call. And now Habib makes the call as well.
Yep.
Better play, huh?
Now, Cajolet pointing out this hand's not over, guys. You know, he wants one of them to bet the other guy out of the pot, so he's only got to beat one guy instead of two.
Well, the flop comes up king, 7. Cajolet with kicker problems right now. And the other guys just check. Turn card 5 of diamonds. And both players check. Cajolet in big trouble.
He needs a 6 to win the pot. 7 would give him a split. Doesn't happen as a queen comes off on the river. He gets checked down all around, and that's going to do it for Eric Cajolet.
The second time ever on a World Poker Tour final table. Quite a player, but no luck tonight.
Good sport, Eric Cajolet from Montreal, Canada, came to this final table as our chip leader, but nothing ever seemed to go right for the guy tonight, Vince. Didn't hold any cards, just wasn't meant to be for Eric Cajolet tonight, out in 4th place.
That is true. A little disappointed right now, but he will take home $256,000. Eric Cajolet, our 4th place finisher. Over to talk to Matt Savage.
Eric, $250,000, but you never really seem to get anything going tonight. What's your thoughts?
Just a bad day of poker. I didn't have any cards all day. Made a few mistakes at the beginning. And the rest is like just card dead, and I didn't have any chips to make moves, so I was waiting for him. Never came, and it's at 4th place. Terrible.
Yeah, I know it's a bad feeling for you, but I know we'll see you again at the final table. You're a great champion in your own right, and congratulations for your $250,000 score. We'll see you again. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Eric Cajolet entered this final table chip leader, but unfortunately things just didn't go his way tonight, and he is out in 4th place. We are that much closer to seeing whose name will be the next to be added to the WPT Champions Cup. Coming up, my questions with WPT champ Joe Hashem. He really cracked me up. No, literally, he cracked me up. WPT's coverage of the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues.
Club WPT VIP member Andy Whetstone made a WPT final table, and next time it could be you. Become a Club WPT VIP today for your chance to play on the World Poker Tour. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament. And over the years, many big names have played in this event.
Well, you're right, Mike. We have seen some great players, big names, at the final table at this event. But what you might not know is that you can actually relive some of those moments on the World Poker Tour if you belong to ClubWPT.com. That's right. If you're a VIP member, you get exclusive access to all our old shows, so you can watch WPT action anytime you want.
And as a Club WPT VIP member, you can receive other benefits, such as the Entertainment Savings Guide, and play online poker for real cash and prizes, up to over $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. And it's all for only $19.95 a month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Okay, we're down to 3-handed poker at the Bay 101 Shooting Star. The jeweler out in front, that is Moon Kim with $6.1 million.
Yeah, the other amateur, Habib in 2nd place with $3.5 million, and the young pro, Joe Sirach, in a distant 3rd place right now with just $1.2 million.
To the felt we go. The real estate guy, Habib, looks down at a king-jack, and he is going to raise, makes it $200,000 into Joe Sirach. And Joe, with Queen 5, is going to fold.
Yeah, Moon Kim looks down at a 10-7 offsuit. Now, this is so-called buddy, Vince, but look at this play. Just going to re-raise him right here. Looks like about $650,000.
Well, Moon Kim's got a lot of chips. He's going to try to apply the pressure. Will it work? Real estate guy takes a sip of his iced tea.
It's based on the chip count. I just don't think you can get involved here.
Can I do a $250,000 bluff here?
Well, it's actually $455,000 in addition there, Habib.
Well, he's talking about $250,000. That's the difference in prize money between 3rd place and 2nd. In real money. So a lot on the line for these two local amateurs here, especially Habib, with this decision. and with so much difference between third place and second place money.
Wow, look at this.
I think he just laid his hand down, but instead he moves all in with it. Just unbelievable that he would make that kind of play with Ciroc, just not sitting on that many chips.
Ooh, runs away from the table. Moon Kim with just a 10-7. Has to be saying to himself, what is going on? And this is just a fluff and puff show right now. You know he's going to muck, and he does finally.
Well, Moon Kim thought he understood the situation, that his buddy Habib couldn't stand pressure now based on the amount of chips Ciroc has, because there's so much difference in prize money between third place and second place. But he figured it out right. What he didn't figure was that Habib had the moxie to move all in there.
Now the jeweler tried to pass the cubic zirconian to his buddy. Did not work.
Well, there you see the Player of the Year standings. Will the Thrill Faela still out in front? He's going to be out in front even after this event's over, because the winner here is going to get 1,200 points.
Moon Kim taking a hit right there. He is shaking his head. Its action's on him, and he's going to look down at a pretty solid king, queen of clubs with the button.
Premium hand in a three-handed poker game. And he's going to raise it. Let's just see how much. Blinds are 40 and 80,000.
Well, it looks like 2:10 to go. Habib.
Well, he just pulled off that great all-in bet a second ago. Going to rest this time.
And now Joe Ciroc has a pair of nines.
Oh, Vince, he's only got about $1 million in chips. He's just going to ship it here if he plays this pot, I'm sure.
You would think so, and he does so.
Exactly what he does.
Can you take it up, please?
And Moon Kim saying, I want to figure it out. How much it's going to cost me?
That's about another 800,000. He can well afford to make this call, and I'll be shocked if he folds here.
Yep, the jeweler figuring it out. Would like to knock out this skateboarder right now. The very talented Joe Ciroc. They call him Flows. And he's going to give him that opportunity to do so. He's made the call. They flip the cards.
And it's come down to the race situation one more time. The two overcards versus the under pair. Ciroc with the two nines. Moon Kim with the king, queen of clubs.
And look at this, the two local guys celebrating together. They'd love to knock out Ciroc and go into a heads-up battle.
And Vince, not just them, the whole crowd here. They know that if these two guys come first and second, the games here at Bay 101 are going to be booming.
Oh, the flop, though, very good for Ciroc as a 8-6-3 flops up. Ciroc sitting pretty like the cat that swallowed the canary.
Moon must catch a king or a queen to win the pot now.
Here comes Sports King.
He did it. The king right on the turn. Incredible.
Oh, absolute shock for Ciroc.
Again, they have drawn out. I'm talking about the two amateurs. We are down to the river. Joe Ciroc must catch a 9 on the river.
Two-outer, Mike. A two-outer. Can Ciroc do it? Oh, boy. Ciroc does not hit his 9. It's a 7 of diamonds. And it is adios for Joe Ciroc.
Well, a couple of the pros at this final table. Boddicker and Ciroc both go out on races.
Joe Ciroc body bagged out of the Bay 101.
Ciroc played a great final table, Vance. Just couldn't win the race when he had to there in the end.
You can't beat these two locals. Come on. This is scary. They knocked out Joe. He'll pick up $320,000. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage. Oh, boy.
Joe, a few big hands there. Obviously, the queen deuce hand. Take me through the emotions of that one.
It was good at first, and then it was horrible.
Yeah. A lot of ups and downs in this final table. All right, Joe, great player, and I'm sure we'll see you at another World Poker Tour final table. Congratulations. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Joe Ciroc, understandably upset, but the amateurs are dominating tonight. Out in third place, Joe Ciroc. We are now close to naming the Season 10 Bay 101 shooting star. That leaves Ubad Habib and Moon Kim to battle it out for the title, who will have their name added alongside the other winners on the WPT Champions Cup. Heads Up Action is next on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money.
And out comes the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, Cuba, Angelique, Ivy, and Jeannie.
Well, these two guys going to take home over $1.5 million between them. Two amateurs that got in this tournament by winning a satellite. Pretty amazing story, Vince.
It certainly is. They beat out all the bounties in this tournament, all the big-time pros. You were one of them. And they're going to fight it out between two locals. You can't beat it.
Heads-up action here at the Bay 101 Shooting Star is about to get underway between Ubad Habib and Moon Kim. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
Obi, take us through a little bit of the emotion they're going through right now. A few hands ago, you were looking at a single card to catch, to make a straight, or be out of the tournament. Now you're playing for almost $1 million.
I'm overwhelmed. I'm speechless. I really don't know what to say. It's like a dream come true, and, you know, I'm going to give it my best shot to take it down.
Moon, at the start of the night, everybody was saying you're the amateur. You were the one going against all these young pros, and you've played great. How can you describe it?
I got lucky, but I don't know. I can't describe right now.
Well, you haven't got lucky. I got to tell you, everybody's been watching. You've been playing great. Congratulations. Good luck. Back to you.
Well, here we go. The heads-up battle about to begin. And Vince, we're seeing a little bit of WPT history here tonight. Never in 10 seasons have it come down to two amateur players who play at a local casino fighting it out for a WPT title in that casino.
You're right. And tonight, they're both wearing red. a lot in common.
Well, it's just an amazing story. These guys are going to take home over $1.5 million between them.
And as you can see, Moon Kim is the chip leader with $6.2 million. 4.6 for Habib. And he's going up to 10,000, 50, and 100. Here we go.
Action on Moon. Going to raise the first pot up to $225,000 with the Queen 7 of diamonds.
Habib with a junky little 7 deuce offsuit. Let's see if he gets tricky on us here. He's getting chips out. Oh, boy.
He is going to 3-bet it and re-raise here with the worst two-card starting hand you can have and hold them.
Makes it a $500,000 to go, but the jeweler says not so fast.
Hope he's going to look him up. So here we go. One guy with a Queen 7, the other with a 7 deuce. Flop comes Jack, 8-6, no help to either player. The continuation bet could well win this pot for Habib if he can pull the trigger, but if you're going to re-raise with 7 deuce before the flop, surely you're going to bet on the flop. And indeed, he's doing it. 500,000, and he takes down the pot and shows the 7 deuce to his buddy. I'm not sure how long you're going to remain friends.
Good job, man.
I mix it up.
Good bluff.
Keep you guessing. Next time I might have aces.
Yeah.
You know, I would never buy a house from this real estate guy. He's just too good. Just too tricky.
A little too shifty for you, huh?
He is tricky.
Oh,
he's
boy.
good.
Yeah.
He's not going to come out on top on that one.
This unique tournament started 4 days ago, and one of the superstars with a bounty on his head was a former WSOP main event winner and WPT champ with over $11 million in lifetime earnings. I had a chance to sit down with the Australian great Joe Hashim in this 5 questions.
You're one of the few players to be a WSOP main event champion and hold a WPT title, along other legendary players such as Doyle Brunson, Carlos Mortensen, Scotty Nguyen. Do you think that WPT win legitimized you as an elite player?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Even though it was only 18 months since I'd won the World Series, it's not like I wasn't grateful for the success that I'd had or the fortune that I'd had. I was chasing that second victory. I was desperate to have another significant win.
He is our champion, $2.2 million richer.
Out of all the WPTs, I won the 5 diamond, which is one of the toughest fields. It was really good. The validation, definitely, 100%.
Take us back to the moment. Ace on the turn, queen on the river.
You know, when I took the queens against the ace-queen.
2 queens still the best hand.
I can't look.
Let's take a look at the turn card.
Oh, that ace comes right off on the turn. Oh, no. Joe Hashim is just sick about that card.
And I sat back down after I calmed myself down, and these words for the rest of my life I'll remember. Jack McClellan, the tournament director of Bellagio, says, Joe needs any queen of diamonds on the river. And boom! It was spectacular.
What poker player do you look up to?
The guy that I actually look up to the most, I only ever met him once, and he passed away. Chip Reese. The reason I look up to him so much is I've never heard a bad word said about him, and from all descriptions, he was the epitome of professionalism in every respect. Chip Reese was a really great poker player, a gentleman at the table and away from the table.
Tell me a little bit about your brother, Tony.
He's the exact opposite of me. I can go to the same bar for 10 years and have 3 friends. He'll walk into a bar within 5 minutes. He's hugging everybody.
Yeah.
And he's the fun one. I'm the more serious. He really only got into poker after I won the World Series in '05 and became really passionate about it. And then he went on to win back-to-back Player of the Year in the ANZPT in Australia, and that shut everybody up.
Joe, on to another very important question.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still a chiropractor?
No, I haven't been a chiropractor for a long time.
Do you still adjust people?
I do. See if I've still got the magic.
Okay.
Good girl. Lift your chin towards the ceiling a little bit.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God, my new hero. That was awesome.
Mike, I gotta tell you something. That neck crack was so intense, my neck just went out. It really did.
Well, Joe Hashem, a credit to the poker world. Great world champion, great WPT champion, and just a super ambassador for poker.
Back to the heads-up battle. Moon Kim with a Queen 10, just calling this time.
Yeah, limping in with the Queen 10, and Habib happy to see a flop with the 4 deuce.
The humming continues from Moon Kim. Flop comes up Jack 6-4. Habib getting a piece of that.
He's got bottom pair. And he's going to lead out and bet 120,000.
Now Moon Kim with just Queen high. Well, look at this. He's going to float it a little bit. He's made the call.
Really surprises me. A 10 comes on the turn, so a good card for Moon, but when you don't raise pre-flop with a Queen 10, you hit nothing. Why getting involved? But it's gone check, check.
Check.
And Habib checks again, and certainly Moon will get a value bet in here. Gotta think he's got the best hand now. The opponent checked the turn and checked the river.
Bringing the chips in, 375,000. Habib with the 4s.
Well, wouldn't blame the guy. He paid this off, but he's going to raise it, Vince. Really puzzled by this raise. He's got a hand that he can call the guy if he's bluffing, but in case he's got a real duke, all you're doing is burn up your money here.
Well, you're correct. It's a little baffling, but nevertheless, he's done it.
Well, you admire guys when they make plays in certain situations, when it's the only way they can win the pot, but here, he's got a hand you can actually call with in case your opponent's bluffing, where you win the pot.
But he's styling tonight. He's made moves, and he's going to lose that pot.
Well, Moon Kim is going to make the call here with the 2 10s and win this pot. Not an easy call for him to make when it gets raised to 900,000, but certainly one that you're probably going to make.
So these guys trying to outplay one another. They're playing a lot of creative hands, and that time, the jeweler winds up on top again.
Well, Vince, one thing's for sure, they're breaking that myth that most people think about amateur players, that they only bet and raise when they have a hand. Not the case with these two guys.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We're at the Bay 11 Casino Shooting Star event, located in the heart of Silicon Valley in San Jose.
Bounty, table 28.
Go for it.
This tournament is the most unique tournament in poker. It has the $5,000 bounty aspect, and also the fans here are the best in the world. As a bounty, the player has a price on their head, $5,000 if they're knocked out, and they get paid right on the spot.
Good job, buddy. You better photograph what's left of them because they might not be around very long the way I play.
It's definitely a party atmosphere at the Bay 101. I think that the players really enjoy this event because of the shooting out aspect, and I think there'd be a little more excitement here than you do in most tournaments.
Well, Matt Savage certainly right about that. It is the best crowds in poker, no doubt about it, and everybody really enjoys the uniqueness of the bounty aspect of this event.
Two locals in the heads-up battle. What an upset. But right now, the antes are up to 20,000. Blinds are 60 and 120. And it's on the chip leader, Moon Kim. He's got 7.8 million in chips.
Vince, to think that both of these guys got in this tournament by winning a satellite, a combined $1,200 between them, and yet they're going to take home over $1.5 million. Pretty strong.
Well, Moon has raised to 240. Habib going all in with an ace-4 of spades.
Well, he is going all in on a nice all-in bet to pick up that pot. He understands that an ace-high is a powerful hand playing heads-up poker, so just go ahead and ship it and take it down.
That's the next hand, this time on Habib. He's got a 9-3 of diamonds.
And this time he limps in on the button.
And Moon Kim. Awful looking 7-5. And he's content to see a flop.
So here we go. Two sort of junk hands. Flop comes King, Jack 4, no help to either player.
Moon's gonna check. Habib will make a nice little bet of 175,000. And no theatrics by Moon Kim. He folds the hand.
Well, Vince, both of these players have broken the mold about what most people think about amateur players, older players, where if they bet or raise, they've got a hand. These guys raise on anything and play anything.
Well, Mike, you're right. And you always say, hey, it's a young man's game. Not tonight. Got a 42-year-old and a 36-year-old, and they're not even professionals, and they're battling for lots of money. Right now, Moon Kim with a Jack 7 of diamonds has raised. Makes it 240,000.
240.
Habib with a Queen 9.
Well, he quickly calls him.
All right, Queen 9 versus Jack 7 of diamonds. And here is the flop.
Let's come 9-4 deuce. We could see fireworks here.
Habib hitting top pair checks with the 9s.
Moon with the flush draw is going to bet. Looks like 300,000. And this pot is going to get raised, folks. No doubt about it. This is going to be the check raise. When you flop top pair in this situation, you're going to fire.
That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to make it 900,000 at go.
Well, Moon standing up, getting up on his feet here.
I'm all in.
Whoa.
He's going all in with the flush draw.
He's putting the pressure on Habib.
I don't see how Habib can get away from this hand, Vince.
No, it looks like Moon Kim could be pushing with the flush draw. Hard to get away when you have top pair, queen kicker.
Well, he could also have 9-10, for example, or 9-8 and be making this play. Well, you'd have the best hand.
The real estate man in a quandary. What will he do?
I call.
Oh, there you go.
Well, he has made the call. And right now, Habib out in front with the 2 9s.
Flush draw versus...
He's got to dodge a diamond or a jack.
I need to dodge a flush draw.
The two friends going after it.
He's got a flush draw. He's got a flush draw.
And Habib just praying to the gods here in San Jose.
Now remember, folks, this is a jeweler who's bet the diamond draw. He's into diamonds.
Right.
So it's an omen for him.
Here we go with a turn for Moon. Can he get his diamond and end this?
Will the jeweler get a diamond? That's the question. If he does, he'll be our champion.
2 cards to come. Not a diamond there. It's an ace of clubs. Habib with a great possibility of doubling up here and becoming the chip leader.
Well, he'll have about a 2-1 chip lead if his hand holds up here.
Down to the river we go. Poker destiny on this card.
The diamond. He has done it. The jeweler has made a diamond flush and taken down this title. Wow. Really picked a great time to gamble.
Huge celebration for Moon Kim. He's our champion at Bay 101. Almost $1 million richer. You did it. And right now, Matt Savage over to talk to our runner-up, Habib.
Obi, it was an incredible night for you. Came down to the last card on the last hand. What are your thoughts here?
Well, first of all, I'm very happy I came this far, but sad at the same time. I couldn't create one more card to take this whole thing down.
It's very great. All your fans behind you tonight cheering your name, and how does that feel?
It feels awesome. It feels great. I already feel like a winner. I don't feel like I lost anything.
All right, well, congratulations. Mike, over to you.
Well, we're talking to our champion. From Dublin, California, Moon Kim. Moon, you got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite. We thought you played terrific poker at the final table. How you feeling right now?
I feel great. Amazing.
Well,
amazing.
In addition to winning nearly $1 million in cash, you also get your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup, and you get an entry into the season-ending WPT World Championship. You can win millions more. Hey! Once again, congratulations to our champion, Moon Kim. Marinella, back to you.
Thanks, Mike. What an amazing night for Moon Kim, the amateur, the jeweler, and now Bay 101 shooting star. Congratulations to Moon Kim, the season 10 Bay 101 shooting star champion. Join us next time as we travel to Hollywood, Florida for the seminal Hard Rock Poker Showdown. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunce, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Hollywood, Florida, the WPT Player of the Year race kicks into high gear as more than one player goes back-to-back for poker glory. There is history in the air and millions on the table. Only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Marinella Pereira. There can be no doubt that once a player gets a taste of playing for millions under the bright lights of the WPT arena, they can't wait to return for more. But making back-to-back final tables, whether it be in consecutive weeks, as we saw Vivek Rajkumar accomplish last season, or the same tournament in consecutive years, as Antonio Sfondiari did earlier this season, it takes a remarkable player to make that dream a reality. Well, as you will see at the seminal Hard Rock Showdown, a tough field held remarkable players everywhere we looked.
We want to wish all of you the very best of luck in your quest to make it to the final table. So let's shuffle up and deal.
Day one of the seminal Hard Rock Showdown saw the Hard Rock Live transform from a concert venue to a high-stakes poker arena, welcoming hundreds of players descending on the Sunshine State armed with their $10,000 buy-in and high hopes of adding their name to the WPT Champions Cup.
You can't miss a hand.
Many top Florida pros were looking for some home court advantage, and Jason Mercier looking to win an elusive WPT title close to home.
It's always fun to play big tournaments in Florida, especially at this casino. It's like 5 minutes from my house, so hopefully make it to day 2, then 3, then 4, and final table.
Florida native and season 10 wants to watch Ebony Kenny was running good in her home state when she made a royal flush and doubled up.
I've just doubled up with the royal flush.
I think I'm gonna go home now. But it was not an easy day for season 10 WPT champ James Dempsey.
Lost like 10K slowly, then lost 10K quickly, and then lost 11K very quickly. And that was about it. It's a long way to come to bust out this fast, but oh well.
Defending champion Taylor von Kriegenberg entered the tournament area with high hopes.
So many tough players, someone's got to get lucky. Hopefully it will be me again.
And as the Royal Flush Girls checked out the action, they found last season's seminal Hard Rock finalist Alan Berry in the field along fellow final table players Kurt Kohlberg, Abby Daniels, and Justin Zaki. The only one missing from last season's final 6 was Tommy Vitas. But with registration open until the start of day 2, hopes of a full reunion were still alive. Justin Zaki finished in 3rd place last season.
Tough luck right there for Justin Zaki.
After being crippled by Taylor. And Justin was looking to get a little payback. Taylor later got all his chips in holding pocket kings and ran into pocket aces. As he was ready to leave, Taylor's tournament life was saved when he spiked a 2-outer on the river.
I can't believe it. I don't know. If it wasn't for luck, I'd just be nowhere in this world.
Taylor was among one of the 209 players to survive the day, along with fellow Champions Club members Chino Ream, Jonathan Little, and Matt Waxman. But the big stack in the room belonged to Mississippi pro David Nicholson.
Pretty fortunate to catch cards and make sets and flushes, and it wasn't too difficult today.
Day 2 brought new players into the mix as registration remained open until the start of play, and last season's 6th place finisher Tommy Vitas got in just before the cutoff. New blood in the field brought new hope for short stacks Mike Sexton and Kathy Liebert.
Kathy and I are just in dire straits here coming into day 2. Extreme short stack.
Yeah.
Kathy, one more time, we got to fight from the bottom.
Yeah, well, I bluffed off my chips. How'd you lose?
Oh. I don't know. I don't think I bluffed them off, but
No.
I guess I didn't play too. I made too many bad calls, I guess.
Oh, okay. I did that too.
Registration closed with 290 players, creating a nearly $2.8 million prize pool, with over $750,000 going to first place and a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. While ones to watch, William Reynolds maintained some perspective on the tournament.
Day 2, people get sloppy because the end is still so far away. So just gotta keep my head in the game and close out this day strong.
It was Williams' cousin Alex Condon proving he's also one to watch, as he won the Under 21 Last Man Standing Award at the Seminole Hard Rock for the 2nd year in a row, and spoke with WPT Live Updates reporter Jess Wellman.
Are you gonna start a band now?
I might.
Yeah.
I gotta learn how to play it first.
Unfortunately, Alex was one of the many casualties of the day, joining Jason Mercier, Mike Sexton, Chino Ream, and reigning champion Taylor von Kriegenberg on the rail. But on the upswing were Season 10 WPT finalists Fred Goldberg, Joe Sirach, former ones to watch Lucky Chewy Andrew Lichtenberger, and one of the last players to enter the event, Champions Club member Tommy Vitas.
I'm happy with last year. Came back now that Taylor's out, so I got a shot now.
Also playing for a shot at another final table, Season 10 champ Will the Thrill Fiella got his last chips in, holding pocket kings, and was called by former tennis pro Raj Vora with Ace Jack.
King, king, king.
Will cut the king he was calling for, but it completed Raj's nuts straight. And with no help on the turn or river, the thrill was gone just before the end of play.
I got a loose guy that doesn't fold for 40% of his stack, and he decides that I'm playing weak.
Hey guys, I'm bad, man. Come on, turn that off.
Raj is one of the 102 players remaining at the end of day 2, but the big story was the meteoric rise of Tommy Vitas, who more than quintupled his starting stack and was staring up at only one player, Texas businessman Clyde Hinton. And for Clyde, the strategy for entering day 3 with the chip lead was simple.
Don't make no mistakes.
The Royal Flush Girls made the most of the Florida sunshine when they took on some pros in a friendly game of beach volleyball. And while it was all fun and games outside, there was some serious business at hand inside the Hard Rock Live. With Southern pro John Dolan started the day with a bang when he eliminated Season 10 WPT champ Matt Giannetti. A few hands later, John 6-bet all in over the top of businessman Jim Carroll and exposed his cards before WPT champ Hoyt Corkins had a chance to act. Hoyt elected to fold when he saw what he was up against.
That what you pull, Hoyt? Okay, suck out time.
The board ran out, sending Jim to the rail and the massive pot in John's direction. John was given a 1-round penalty for prematurely exposing his cards, but could afford it now that he was the chip leader in the tournament. Not one to be outdone, Bay 101 shooting star, 3rd place finisher Joe Sirach started to make his move.
Came to this table and just started winning every hand. Had some hands most of the time, and I got a lot of chips now.
But Lady Luck was not on the side of WPT champs Hoyt Corkins, Jonathan Little, Tuan Lee, Matt Waxman, and Steve Brecker, as they all were eliminated short of their goal of another WPT title.
Past WPT finalist Jason Kuhn rebounded after a rough few levels.
It's been a roller coaster every day. I just embrace the structure of this tournament. You know, that's what's great about WPTs. They give you a shot to play poker, even if you're not running so well. This would be a great one to run deep in, that's for sure.
Once to watch, William Reynolds was also staying patient and picked a prime spot to get all his chips in.
I'm all in.
Cool. Holding aces up against amateur Bill Brown's kings up. But Bill's two-outer on the river marked the end of Williams' tournament run.
Out of chips, right near the money. Never feels good to bust World Poker Tour, especially when you're about to hit the money at a table full of donkeys. Over and out.
All in. Once to watch, Matt Marifiotti and Ebony Kenny were also eliminated to close out the day.
Not good.
And when the dust had settled, only 32 players remained. Leading the way was amateur Bill Brown, but sitting right behind him were young guns John Dolan, Joe Sirach, and Ravi Raghavan. Also still in the mix for last season's finalists Tommy Vitas and Justin Zaki, gunning for another shot at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown title.
97.5.
But there was still a lot more play on the horizon, with the money bubble looming and the WPT Champions Cup on the line. Find out who makes it to the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table when we return on the WPT, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Want to improve your game? As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to past WPT episodes and the chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour, where our extended coverage of play down at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown continues. Day 4 was the make it or break it day for the remaining 32 players, as just 27 players would make the money and only one name could be etched on the WPT Champions Cup. After the early eliminations of pros Joanne Doran and Ashton Griffin, the money bubble was quickly approaching. And for Tommy Vitas and Justin Zaki, the possibility of making a second Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table was getting closer to becoming a reality.
It'd be nice to make back-to-back final tables. I want it bad. I want to get there, but it's gonna be tough.
As the Royal Flush Girls checked out the action, Justin Zaki would breathe a sigh of relief when he found a double up on the bubble, winning a race against Memphis pro Allie Prescott. And then it looked like cash game pro Sharon Levin, who made a non-televised WPT final table here at the Seminole Hard Rock a few months back, would fall just short of cashing this time around when Joe Sirach called his all in. Yes! But a miracle queen on the river saved Sharon's tournament life, and the money bubble would continue. Allie Prescott would be the next player with his fate on the line when he got his chips in, holding nines versus Jason Kuhn's jacks. The board ran out with no help for Allie, who was in decent spirits, considering he would be the last player to leave short of making the money at the Seminole Hard Rock.
I think everything happened about the way it's supposed to happen.
Once the money bubble burst, big hands started to collide, and familiar faces were dealt pocket pairs everywhere we looked. Season 8 WPT finalist Kenny Super Tuan Nguyen was the first to fall when he ran sevens into the tens of Michael Lynn.
Sip that.
And then local pro Kyle Valker would knock out another Season 9 WPT finalist Jason Kuhn in 21st place.
Hold up.
And Club WPT qualifier Butch Valleur's deep run would come to an end in 20th place. Tides had also turned for the worse for Bill Brown, who started the day with the chip lead. And for Day 2 chip leader Clyde Hinton, who hit the rail in 18th place. WPT champ Tommy Vitas then collided with chip leader Joe Sirach. Tommy flopped a set of nines, Joe turned a flush, and with Tommy's tournament life on the line, the board paired on the river, giving Tommy a full house and a pile of chips.
I didn't even see you flop the set. I thought you were drawing good on it.
Yeah, but you turned it up.
Just as play was ending for the day, Season 7 WPT finalist Zach Clark was eliminated. And the remaining 15 players would bag up their chips in preparation to battle for a coveted spot at the WPT final table. Joe Sirach, fresh off his third place finish at Bay 101, would lead the way, but also still in contention for a second final table this season were Fred Goldberg, Eli Berg, and Sharon Levin. And hope was still alive for Tommy Vitas and Justin Zaki to complete the rare feat and make back-to-back final tables at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. moved to the poker room at the Seminole Hard Rock for day 5, where the remaining 15 players battled for the 6 seats at the WPT final table. And while the Royal Flush girls relaxed at the pool, the mood at the tables was intense. Chip leader Joe Sirach got off to a rocky start, losing a big pot to businessman Jess Yawitz and doubling up East Coast pro David Paredes. Not slowing down, Joe then made a big bet on the river versus WPT champ Tommy Vitas with a missed straight draw. Tommy made the call with only ace high and was rewarded for his read on Joe. In less than a half hour of play, Joe Sirach had dropped like a rock, losing over 50% of his starting stack, while Tommy Vitas' attempt for back-to-back final tables at the Hard Rock was moving in a positive direction.
Woke up on the right side of the bed today.
Justin Zaki, who also made this final table last season, lost his back-to-back bid when he was eliminated in 15th place by Season 10 WPT finalist Fred Goldberg.
Obviously, I'm pretty disappointed getting this deep in that final tabling, but I was short the whole week, so can't complain.
Though Joe Sirach had lost a large portion of his stack, he found a spot to rebound when he picked up jacks versus former high school math teacher Robert Gerardo's 10s. Joe got up from the table but stole a peek at the board to see that he would indeed double up.
Just like the first 40 minutes didn't happen. You stew it off and then you cooler someone.
Tommy Vitas found a rush when he eliminated Season 10 finalist Dr. Eli Berg in 14th place. And then Tommy coolered Robert Gerardo with full house over full house, sending the math teacher home in 12th place. Season 8 WPT finalist Ravi Raghavan got all his chips in with aces and was called by young pro Craig Bergeron with kings. But a king hit on the turn, taking away Ravi's shot at another WPT final table. Craig's streak continued when he busted longtime pro Jimmy Tran in 10th place. It was then Joe Sirach's turn to kick it into high gear when he eliminated David Paredes in 9th place.
Hopefully I can continue to play better and improve and make a deep run next time.
Then Joe denied Fred Goldberg of a second final table this season, sending him to the rail in 8th place.
Little heartbreaking, though. I wanted to make the final table bad.
With one more elimination needed before play would end for the day, 3 players saw a flop of 10-8-5, 2 diamonds, and businessman Jess Yawitz pushed his remaining stack in with bottom pair. Joe Sirach called with aces, and Tommy got out of the way. With no help on the turn or river, Joe's aces would hold up, and Jess found himself out 1 spot short of the TV final table.
You know, I'm just fortunate to be here with these players. They're so much better than me, but I had a great time.
The WPT final table was set with 3 players making back-to-back final tables. Joe Sirach in consecutive tournaments, Sharon Levin at the Seminole Hard Rock this season, and Tommy Vitas, who made this very final table last season. But with 3 young pros standing in their way, all 6 would return to battle for a piece of poker immortality and a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. Back to back, that is the theme of tonight's final table, and right now we turn to 2 men who have been side by side for 10 seasons here on the WPT, Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Now, Mike, Joe Sirach has seemingly come out of nowhere to not only make back-to-back final tables, but also be our chip leader tonight. But we saw in that recap how Joe almost blew his whole stack at the start of yesterday's play. What are the chances of him blowing up early?
Well, even though he's an aggressive player, I don't see that happening tonight, Marinella. He's on a roll, as you said, with back-to-back WPT final tables, finishing 3rd at the Bay 101 in his last event. He knows also that if he finishes in 4th place or higher tonight, he's going to take the lead in the WPT Player of the Year standings. He comes in as the big chip leader, and because of that, he's going to be the big favorite to win tonight.
He's definitely at a big advantage. And Vince, Tommy Vitas is maybe not the player anyone would peg as a 2-time WPT champ, but he obviously has serious skills. Can you rate his chances tonight?
Well, Marianella, Tommy Vitas, we all know, is a great player. He is a WPT champion, but he's got one problem. He's not cooking breakfast here, so there's no short stack. Doesn't help him. That's what he is, Marianella. He is the short stack. In the 150 tournaments we've had on the WPT, only 2 players have come from that position to do it. But I tell you, the favorite has to be the chip leader. You go to a guy that has a lot of momentum, and that is Joe Sirach. He is tough. He's confident. He's got chips. And right now, he's talking with Matt Savage.
This is your 2nd televised final table in a row on the World Poker Tour. What does it feel like to be on a rush like this?
It's great. I mean, I went from having like a few buy-ins to these things to now like comfortable living expenses for at least 2 years.
With a 4th place finish here, you're going to overtake Will Fiala for the Big Player of the Year. What's it like to be in the spotlight?
I haven't even really noticed the spotlight that much. Maybe after this tournament's over, it'll be good. But I think I'll like the perks that come with it.
All right, Flows. Good luck.
Thank you.
Marianella, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. Which one of these players will take home the over $750 million first place prize and add their name to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup? Find out when the Season 10 Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table begins right after this.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida for the WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. This tournament started with 290 players, and after 5 days of grueling competition, we are down to our final 6. With me, as always, in the booth, my buddy, Vince Van Patten.
Well, thank you, Mike. And we've been having a great time all week long here at the Seminole Hard Rock. But right now, the fun is over. We have the final 6. We're about to begin. The antes will be 5,000. The blinds, 15 and 30.
Well, there you see Joe Ciroc out in front with 3.1 million, more than twice as many as anybody else at the table, so he is in great shape right now, no doubt about it. First prize, you can see, nearly $800,000. Get down to the table.
Yeah, cards are dealt. First to act, John Dolan. He's from Mississippi. He's got a nice hand, ace-10 of clubs. Let's see what he does with it. And he's going to raise it to 60,000 to go. Joe Ciroc quickly out.
Greg Bergeron, he's out.
Tommy Vitas, WPT champ. The short stack tonight looks at a pair of 7s.
What do you do with this? Mid-pair, deal number 1. Tommy went out 6 in this tournament a year ago. You know he doesn't want that to happen again.
Just calls. Very interesting now. Sharon Levin with ace-king.
He's a local player here, plays every day here at the Hard Rock.
Yes. And he's going to raise.
Here we go. What action on deal number 1 here. It was raised and called, and now 3-bet.
It makes it 240 to go. Kyle folding. Dolan also out.
How big is the pair?
It will find out if you call, if you fold, if you shove.
Blackjack, huh?
Better than yours if you didn't push it yet.
You fold if I go all in.
No.
Really?
The camera see. I can't fold. I will look like a joke.
Sharon is known as a very tight, solid player. You just don't think he'd ever make a move on deal number 1 at the final televised table without a big hand. There you see Fred Goldberg. He made a final table earlier this season, almost made this final table, finishing in 8th place. Tonight here, rooting his buddy on, Sharon.
Every time he raises, you call either you jam. It's so stiff. Ace-king.
Vitas is going to fold it. He did not shove. And Sharon is going to win this pot.
I guess we'll see a rabbit later. Oh, no.
Look at this. He is going to propose that we do a little rabbit hunting. You have to look at the cards. Of course, we don't do that unless we see a flop.
I know that's something you like to do every once in a while, but I'm a big opponent of it.
You don't like that?
It just slows the game down.
Oh, slows 3 seconds. Is that going to slow you down, Mike?
It aggravates you if you would have hit the flop.
And it makes you feel happy if you didn't.
Ah.
Can't you go roll with the punches? Just loosen up a bit.
Take it easy on me then.
Well, I love that you can look at the cards.
Curiosity seeker, that's all.
All right, Sharon out, as is Kyle Bowker. John Dolan now with an ace-8 is going to raise, makes it 60,000 to go. Ciroc out.
Greg Bergeron folds.
Tommy looking very relaxed. He says now he's going to live in Cyprus, the island off of Turkey. He's got a lot of family there.
He's going to where there's money, he says.
Yes.
A long time ago, Amarillo Slim once told me, he says, you can't make money hanging around brokes. He's right about that.
Well, first event of season 11, held in Cyprus. You say there's a lot of rich people over in Cyprus, huh? A lot of opportunity. He has called the hand, and look at this flop. But Tommy Vitas flopping 2 pair queens and 7s, just like that. And he checks it.
Just a dream for him. Top and bottom pair.
Man, Dolan with a continuation bet with nothing. 70,000. Then you repop them here, or, oh, just okie dokie call, Mike.
Wow, a little surprised by that with possible straights and flushes out there, but
he's gonna gamble.
He's just gonna gamble. Just hope this guy keeps leading at the pot. And oh, he's really gonna hope it now, as he has made queens full.
Oh yeah. Vitas gonna check it again.
Obviously, no card Dolan can catch to win this pot. Just whatever he puts in there, he can say goodbye to.
Dolan's slowing down nice. Very shrewd.
Dolan knows he can still beat a straight draw or a flush draw. Now he can no longer beat anything as the jack of diamonds comes up.
Dolan not hitting anything, but Vitas says, I have to get something out of this, and he's going to stick out 100,000 on the hopes that his man will call. But no, a quick wet away by John Dolan, and Vitas is going to take down that one. And right there, you see someone in the stands that looks exactly like Tommy Vitas.
It's a Hafiz Khan, a poker pro himself, but Vince, it looks like to me, we've got a Vin Diesel look-alike contest here tonight between Tommy and Hafiz. And there you see the updated chip counts. Joe Sirach still well out in front. Tommy Vitas still on the short stack. 6 pros fighting it out for this title. 4 guys in their 20s, 2 in their 40s.
Onto this hand, John Dolan now going to pick up a pair of 10s. He's getting action so far early on here.
Lost every pot so far, but he's got a raising hand here, and here he comes again.
Yep, makes it 60,000 to go. Joe Sirach, wonderful player, goes away. Craig Bergeron also out. Tommy Vitas.
Just one little pot. Now he's getting very aggressive with the ace-7 offsuit.
All right, Sharon goes out. Kyle Bauka also out.
Come on.
And look at this. Dolan over the top, all in.
He says, I can't take it anymore.
Nope.
Lost the first 2 pots. Here on deal number 3, he's just going to ship it. I don't see Tommy Vitas calling this for all his money. And he does lay it down. So John Dolan getting on the board, picking up a nice little pot.
Yep. But Tommy Vitas, 40 years old, would love to take down this title. Gonna be tough, though.
I made this final table last year.
Well, Tommy Vitas has made it straight.
I call.
Now he quickly calls.
I made one bad play against Abby and probably cost me the tournament.
So a break for the lady there as she wins a huge pot.
I'm in the same seat as last year, C2, which could be a bad thing.
Deuce of spade comes off. Tough luck for Tommy Vitas right there. Just didn't hit the hand and goes out in 6th place.
Hopefully I don't repeat in the 6th.
He's already talking about the jinx of C2 where he finished 6th last year. Poker players are just superstitious, you know it.
Yes, I do. Well, he's still the short stack, but action right now going to Kyle Bauker. He's a local, and he has a pair of 10s here. Lives in Hollywood, Florida. He has raised to 65,000, around to Joe Sirach. Also folding. Craig out now. It's up to Tommy Vitas.
Always got the ace-king. This is the kind of hand you're looking for when you're on a short stack, and you're just going to ship it.
I'm all in.
That's exactly what he's done. And I don't see Bowker going anywhere.
Now Sharon's with a pair of 7s going to fold. Now Kyle.
I think you have to go with this hand. You might hate to, but you have to do it.
Big decision for Kyle, 29 years old, thinking about it.
Call.
And he is going to call it.
Kyle says call.
Thinking about the days at Home Depot, just didn't want to go back there.
No. All right, they turn up the cards.
So everybody on their feet here. Tommy Vitas, if he doesn't win this race, would go out in 6th place just as he did 1 year ago. Certainly not a spot he wants to go out. He's been there, done that.
Vitas up from his seat. 10s versus ace-king early on at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
Like so many times, it all comes down to a race. Do you live or do you die? And here's the flop. Oh, King Jack 8, all spades. Tommy Vitas out in front with the 2 kings. Neither player have a spade in their hand. Kyle is going to have to catch a 10 or 2 running cards to make a straight to win the pot. He would tie it if it came spade.
Here comes the turn, and it's a 9 of hearts. That's good for Kyle.
Gives him a straight draw. He can now make a straight with a 7 or a queen, as well as a 10. Of course, we saw Sharon fold 2 7s, so that doesn't help his cause.
Kyle's gonna need some luck. Otherwise, he'll be on the extreme short stack. He won't be broke. Can he do it here? No. 4 hearts on the river.
And Tommy Vitas doubling up. And with that pot, he will cross the $1 million chip mark.
Tommy, the WPT champion, doubling up. Absolutely crippling Kyle right now. 6 players remain. Kyle hanging in there. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour. Stay with us.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
I'm here with Club WPT qualifier Butch Valor. Now, Butch, you beat out a lot of people to be here today. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
A little nervous. A lot of excitement going on here. Happy to see a lot of the players, but I'm ready to play.
And tell me about playing on Club WPT.
Love it. Get to sit at home, safe environment, get to play as many tournaments as I can, get to see a lot of hands, and you don't lose any real money, but you have the opportunity to win events like this and cash. It's well worth the $19 a month.
Well, thanks so much, Butch.
My pleasure.
Butch Valor is a ClubWPT.com member, VIP, and what a week he had, right?
Well, no doubt about it, Vince. An amazing week here at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino. He played in the tournament, finished in 20th place, and took home over $25,000.
Fantastic.
That's the beauty of ClubWPT.com.
That's true. That's true. Now, also on top of that, you get all the VIP benefits. You know, you can play all the poker you want, and you win your seat into a major event like this, like Butch did. You know, you can make big money.
Yeah, it can all happen for just the $19.95 a month membership fee. Check out ClubWPT.com for yourself. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Well said. All right, back to the table we go.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Joe Ciroc well out in front with 3.4 million. But notice Kyle Bowker, Vince. He is on the real short stack right now.
All right, to the felt we go once again. John Dolan, first to play. Quickly mucks a 7-3. Now it's on to Joe Ciroc, the free spirit, the skateboarder.
Yeah, picks up the computer hand, the Queen 7 offsuit.
Kind of piques his interest. He's going to make a raise of $60,000.
Greg Bergeron's got 2 10s and just calls with him. Doesn't re-raise, just doesn't want to get extremely involved with a chip leader, I guess, a guy that can bust him.
Look at this. Tommy Vitas with King Queen has called Sharon out. Now Kyle. This is just going to cost him an additional $30,000. He is on the extreme short stack, of course.
He's got no hand, though, Vince. He's got a 9-deuce offsuit, so
he's going to fold it.
Even though he's getting really good action on his money, but just can't see getting your money in there with a 9-deuce. He folds, as I would have.
And the flop comes up ace 6-4.
That's no help to anybody. And look at this, Joe Ciroc just going to lead right out.
Well, it's a continuation bet, $115,000. Now Craig with the pair of 10s. Look at this, a quick ejection there.
Well, Vince, he lost his pot by not raising it pre-flop.
Vitas also going out, and Joe Ciroc, a great player. He looks back.
Sure, Black deuce.
You see that smile? That is a bluffer's smile.
He threw me off. I was gonna re-raise.
It's only when you bluff you can smile like that.
Yeah, it's absolutely the thief look.
Right?
After the fact, no doubt about it.
Look at this, the cat that swallowed the canary. Joe Ciroc.
He just looks like a nice young college kid. Look at him. Clean cut, yet he's a thief.
Yeah, well, this time he's got King Queen. And he's interested again. He's going to make it $60,000 to go. Bergeron quickly folds. Tommy Vitas now with a pair of 3s. Wow, he's going to raise it. Sharon out.
Mine.
And Kyle moving all in here.
Yep, he's got ace-jack. He's pushed all in. Dolan out.
Joe's not worried so much about Kyle. It's the side pot he might have to play with Tommy that he's concerned about here. He could afford to play it, but just wants to wait for a better spot.
Tommy Vitas is going to proudly show his pair of 3s up against the man from Home Depot.
What, Kyle?
My turn?
Your turn.
My turn for a flip?
I'll give you that one.
The last time they raced, Tommy Vitas doubled up to stay alive. This time, Kyle Bowker must win this race to stay alive. Let's see if it can happen.
The flop. Oh, it is nice for Kyle Bowker, hitting his aces.
Yep, he is out in front.
Jack of heart coming.
Tommy's going to have to catch a 3 or 2 running hearts to win the pot.
Jack of heart.
Bowker smiling. Here comes the turn. And it only gets better for Bowker, hitting aces and jacks.
But who's really sad about this is Joe Ciroc. He folded the king-queen, would have made the straight.
We don't need to see it over. Just give him the pop.
Tommy Vitas must catch a 3 here.
The 2-outer to knock out Kyle Bowker.
No 3, no 3. Give it to him.
And put him back into aisle number 35 at Home Depot.
Now look at that. He said, I won the last time. He said, give this one to him.
8 of hearts on the river. It's going to work for Kyle.
Now, Vince, I've never seen a player say, just give it to him. You know, that's good enough. I beat him last time. Could be good karma for Tommy Vitas.
Oh, now you're starting to say karma. You have grown, my friend.
Yeah. You're rubbing off on me, Vince. I'll tell you the truth. I was never superstitious and all that until I hung around you.
I had him beat.
Do you have king, queen?
All right, cards being dealt once again. Kyle sticking around. 6 players at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
Son Craig Bergeron looking very dapper.
Folds his hand. Tommy Vitas.
Almost 5 hours to go 5-handed.
Going out. Sharon, the local here, not gonna play now. Kyle Bowker on a little bit of a rush. Looks at an ace. What's his second card, Mike?
Looks at 1 card. With this chip stack against the blinds, that's enough to move all in with.
But right behind him, Dolan with ace-8. He's considering this.
I call.
Wow, he's gonna call it. Ciroc out.
I have an ace.
John says call.
All right, so it's like 50-50.
Well, both players have an ace. Well, Kyle's picked up another nice hand. Ace-king suited this time. Right now, Kyle in great shape to double up yet again.
They think it was a slow roll on TV now. I'm pretty sure you know I just looked at the ace. I'm pretty sure you know I just looked at the ace.
Kyle explaining that he only looked at his ace when he shoved. We believe you, Kyle. There's the Royal Flush Girls social bar where anyone can sit with the Royal Flush Girls and take a shot at maybe getting a date. Never happens. And here's the flop.
Well, it's come king, queen, 3. So unless it comes specifically 8-8, John cannot win the hand. He'd split the pot if it comes a jack and a 10. And he would love to do that.
Kyle out in front. Here's the turn card. 5 of hearts.
Well, that's going to do it. Kyle Bowker doubling up yet again. So the man who used to work at Home Depot, you might say, he's still in furnishings, Vince. Got some chips.
And just like that, Kyle Bowker is back in the game. More action from the Seminole Hard Rock coming up.
My name is Tuba. I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. I live in Fort Lauderdale, only about 5-10 minutes from the Seminole Hard Rock Casino here. The Seminole Hard Rock has always been an amazing spot for me and my friends, not only just the casino itself, but all the bars and the fun in the sun. The Royal Flush Girls and myself got to have a fun-filled day at the pool. We got to lay out, run through the slide, and chicken fight. I absolutely love getting to work as a Royal Flush Girl in my hometown.
Back to the Seminole Hard Rock. Kyle Bowker has just doubled up and is back in this game. Let's get to the call of action with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip count. Joe Ciroc still well out in front. Kyle Bowker still in a distant 6th place.
Okay, and the blinds are going up. Going to be more expensive. The blinds are $20,000 and $40,000 at this point. Let's go to the table. Tommy Vitas, WPT champion, first to act. Quickly mucking his hand.
11. The local pro plays here every day at the Hard Rock. Picks up king, queen of clubs. He's going to raise it up to 90,000.
Into Kyle Bowker. Oh, he has a 10 ace of hearts.
The guy's got 350,000 left, but he respects the tightness of the guy sitting on his right who raised it, so he throws away the ace.
Yeah, Dolan out, and now Joe Ciroc. Jack 9. He pauses here.
And he knows this guy's a solid player. But he also knows the chip count of all the players at the table. And he's the big chip leader. If he puts pressure on these guys like he's doing here, Vince, then it's hard for them to call when they have over $1 million in chips.
Wow, he has made it 240,000. Craig Bergeron out. Back on Sharon.
You just hate to go up against the chip leader where you might go out in 6th place when somebody's so short on chips like Kyle Bowker is.
He's going to lay that down.
Sure, deuce.
It's very good tournament strategy there.
Gotta be at least 7.
By Joe Ciroc, understanding the situation.
I just made the final table of Bay 101 in San Jose.
And more chips flow over to Flo's side.
Yes, sirree. Joe Ciroc poker pro out of the U.S., 24 years old, doing quite well right there.
I have no idea what's up with this run I'm going on. It wasn't looking good for me, and then all of a sudden, 2 final tables. I don't really know how to explain it. WPT Player of the Year would be crazy. I didn't even think about it like 2 months ago, and then all of a sudden I'm up there. I definitely haven't changed my game. I've been playing the same for a year or 2. Yeah, I'm pretty glad I made it back to another final table. It's pretty nice.
Well, there you see the WPT Player of the Year standings. Joe Sirach will overtake Will the Thrill Fella if he finishes in 4th place or better tonight.
It's just amazing. You just never know when you're going to get your rush. It is happening for Joe Sirach here on the WPT. But back to this hand.
It's happening for Tommy Vitas as he picks up an ace-9 offsuit, and that's going to be good enough for him to raise with. Makes it 85,000 to go.
Sharon out, and now Kyle. Kyle Bowker, ace-9.
Same exact hand as Tommy Vitas. But you just hate to commit all your chips with an ace-9 offsuit. Still got a couple players back behind you. Guys raised in front of you. Play this pot and go out. You'd say, why'd I play it? He's going to throw it away.
Sure. Now John Dolan also folding. Now it's up to Joe Sirach, who has a Jack-4 of diamonds. He's in the big blind.
He's like he's looking up to the poker guys. What do I do now?
This guy is great. He skateboarded around the Bay 101, in between hands.
This Betsy is going to raise again.
Yeah.
He just made this same play a minute ago against Sharon, got him to lay his hand down.
He's got imagination, but can you push away an ace-9 at this point?
Again, Tommy Vitas in the same situation. Doesn't want to finish in 6th place like he did a year ago in this tournament. When you're up against the chip leader, though, you just hate to take a chance on going broke.
There you go.
Ah, you are correct. He is going to lay down the hand, doesn't want to see the flop, and again.
Snap you off later.
Joe Sirach stealing pots here.
Sharp as a sea rock. Change the name to Sea Coral.
When one player is extremely short, he knows other players don't want to get involved until the short stack goes out.
Should have jammed. You were too weak. Too weak there.
Well, the great thing about when you steal pots, too, you feel like you're taking pots, you're earning them. It makes you feel good.
Oh, boy. Looks so innocent, yet he's a thief.
Back to this hand, Vitas out, Sharon with a 7-5 of clubs, considering it for a second, but then he mucks.
Bowker. He looks down at Queen Jack.
I left last time with an ace-9, and this time he says, enough is enough, I'm pushing all in. Dolan out.
I don't blame him. I'd go on with this hand right now, too, if I had his chip stack.
But look at this. Joe Sirach has picked up ace-jack, and he's looking behind him. He's saying Craig's still in. Pretty big hand for Joe Sirach.
Well, he can well afford to make this call, obviously, with nearly $4 million in chips. And so he does make the call.
Craig quickly goes out, so they show their hands.
Well, Kyle Bowker in dire straits now.
Yep, Joe Sirach in a great place to knock out Kyle.
Kyle's tournament life on the line. Can't blame him for going all in here with the amount of chips that he had, that's for sure. Now he's going to have to get lucky to stay alive. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, Kyle, the local from Hollywood, Florida. Like to pick up a queen right now. Let's see the first 3. Well, no queen there. It's 7-6-3. Joe Sirach out in front.
He knows he can only lose if a queen comes up right now.
Here comes the turn card. 9 of clubs, not good for Kyle.
Vince. Well, Kyle Bowker, the guy who formerly worked at Home Depot in the paint and lumber department, got to feel like a 2x4 is coming to his head right now, unless he hits a queen.
Yeah, the local from Hollywood, Florida, needs luck right now, and it didn't happen.
Doesn't happen as a 5 comes off. So a nice tournament for Kyle, but going to be out tonight in 6th place.
Yep, he fought gamely. Sweated a few hands. The crowd loves this guy. He is a local. He's going to take home $122,000. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Kyle, your first final table here on the World Poker Tour, but a tough way to go. 6th place. How do you feel about tonight's performance?
Just, you know, I guess it wasn't my day. I lost the big flip to Tommy with 10s against ace-king, and then was really short. Made a little bit of a comeback. Looked like I had a shot, but just too short. Couldn't couldn't win the last one.
I think that you'll be back.
Thank you, man.
All right, congratulations, Kyle. Back to you, Marianella.
With Kyle's elimination, that marks the end of our first hour of coverage from the Seminole Hard Rock. But before we go, Mike, Vince, what can we look forward to when action continues?
Well, Marinella, we've seen some great poker at this final table. I look for more of the same as we determine the champion here, no doubt about it. It's still good to see Tommy Vitas alive going for a second WPT title, but I have to say that the guy came to this final table was the chip leader. He's done nothing but increase that, playing very well. Joe Sirach is definitely going to be the guy to beat here.
Well, he's a cool kid, no doubt about it. He's going to be tough, but I'll tell you something. These guys are impressing me. They are playing all out. Hey, we're in Florida. Let's break some rules. Alligator blood type poker. They are 3-betting, 4-betting, pushing each other around. It is very exciting, but I'll tell you something. Tommy Vitas is a WPT champion. He's pecked and pawed his way back. He's still going to be a lot of trouble.
Break the rules?
Yeah, that's what they do down here.
Thank you, guys. We'll be back next time with more of WPT Season 10 coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Hollywood, Florida, the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown rocks on as one of these remaining players will take home nearly $750,000. And it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the WPT's in-depth coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. 5 days ago, 290 players from around the world descended upon the Sunshine State, not only for some fun in the sun, but also in search of a WPT title. Now that dream is alive for only 5 players, including 3 young pros, a local cash game specialist, and a WPT champion. For more analysis on these players, let's check in with Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, who has played the best poker so far tonight?
Well, Marinella, we've got a lot going on here at this final table. Tommy Vitas going for his second WPT title tonight. He's still alive, but the man of the hour has been Joe Sirach. He came to this final table as the big chip leader. He's done nothing but increase that chip lead. Obviously, he's going to be the guy to beat here, and if he moves up to at least 4th place, he'll become the leader in the WPT Player of the Year standing. So, Marinella, we got a lot going on here.
And Vince, what can we expect to see when action starts back up?
Well, Marianella, we are in Florida, and these guys are playing Everglades-style poker. What I mean by that is that they are like gators in the swamp, waiting for their victims, waiting to snap their bodies in half. That's what they're doing. They are playing aggressive. They are 3-betting. They are 4-betting. It is great to watch.
Thank you, gentlemen. The fireworks are sure to continue with the WPT Champions Cup on the line, as well as over $750,000 to the winner. So let's get back down to the felt.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Joe Sirach well out in front with 4.2 million. Tommy Vitas, the WPT champion, going for his second title tonight, sitting in last place right now.
All right, and he's 5,000 blinds, 20 and 40. To the felt we go. Sharon Levin going to fold his hand, and now it's on John Dolan out of Biloxi, Mississippi, 26 years old. He's got a pair of 7s, and he's going to make it 85,000 to go.
Joe Sirach going out. Greg Bergeron doesn't even think about playing the 9-7 of spade.
And now we're going to WPT champ Tommy Vitas. He's got Queen Jack, and he's made the call.
Well, Tommy's the kind of guy who likes to see flops.
7s up against Queen Jack or flopping.
Well, it's ace-10-3, so Tommy Vitas has flopped an ace-high straight draw, but he's going to check.
And Dolan's going to bet 90 grand. And Tommy looking back down, doesn't want any part of it.
Very nice continuation bet by John Dolan there to win him the pot. John Dolan been at the top of the leaderboard almost all week long. Happy to be at this final table, his first WPT final table ever. In fact, his first WPT cash.
my favorite part about playing poker is just making adjustments to what other people are doing around you. Fairly aggressive. But at the same time, able to be patient in certain spots. I would say that's probably what separates the best from just people that are good.
Well, he is a tough player. He's married. He just had a little baby about 5 months ago.
John, most well known, of course, for being a November 9er back in 2010, where he finished in 6th place in the main event there, taking home $1.7 million.
All right, onto this hand, John, with a quick fold. Down Joe Sirach, who has not picked up many hands, but he's still a chip leader. He's been bluffing beautifully all night long. He's going to fold this one, though.
Over to the dapper-looking Craig Bergeron. He goes out again.
Tommy Vitas now has called it. Sharon with an option to raise. He says, I'm fine with that. We have two-way action.
Now flop comes ace, king, 9. Tommy with the 2 kings checks.
Sharon picking up nothing.
Checks right behind him. And now a 5 comes off.
Sharon has 5s now. He's picked up a piece of that.
And again, Tommy checks, but I think Tommy's got to feel like he's got the best hand with kings here. The guy didn't raise pre-flop, so you don't put him on an ace.
Sharon has bet 50 grand with a piece of it.
You can't blame him for betting the 5s after his opponent checked twice.
Tommy's going to make this call.
Now a jack comes up.
No help to either player. Tommy first to act, and he's going to bet his kings this time, 50,000.
A little defensive bet. You want to see what your opponent's got, but you don't want to see it get raised like it's happening here. Sharon coming right over the top, making it 175,000.
He's also known as the tightest player at the table. So he's got Tommy thinking here, what did I get myself into?
I'm just thinking, did the guy make a straight here? Did he make 2 pair? What is going on here? He didn't raise before the flop, did bet on the flop. And a good call by Tommy Vitas right there. He figured it all out perfectly, that the guy was just making a move, made the call, and taking down the pot. Very nicely done by Tommy Vitas.
Almost worked.
Well, Sharon Levin sickened by that. He's saying, where's the respect, my friend? I'm supposed to be tight, you're supposed to fold.
What he's really saying is, why am I bluffing? What am I doing? That's not my game.
He's a local favorite. Sharon Levin plays here every day. He's got a big fan base behind him.
Vince, this is his 2nd WPT final table in a row right here at the Hard Rock. One was a non-televised event, but it was a big tournament, so pretty impressive stuff by the guy.
All right, onto this hand. Craig out. Tommy Vitas picking up a mid-pair, pair of 6s. And he's going to raise to 90,000.
Sharon. Notice he just looked at the ace. He didn't look at the second card. He's just moving all in.
Yeah.
That's enough to go with.
Dolan out. Sirach out.
6-15.
Back around to Tommy Vitas. It cost him over $500,000 to make this call here.
Oh, well, Sharon looks at his second card, a miserable 3. He's not going to like it. He is hotter than a cup of coffee at 7-11.
Strong hand, or you just like to make me smooth?
And look at this. He's getting a feeling that Tommy's going to call him, so he's trying to talk him out of it.
Well, he doesn't want him to play, I can guarantee you that. Tommy probably figuring the best he can be is in a race situation, though. His opponent's probably got 2 overcards.
I call.
Well, what a call by Tommy Vitas. And you can see how happy he is when his opponent turns up an ace-3, meaning he's a nice favorite to win this pot and eliminate Sharon from this tournament.
Sharon, his legs buckling, it appears.
So the X.
Trying to get a smile out of him.
I wish I see the 3. I saw the ace. I didn't see that. Okay. I know you're raising light. I saw the ace. I wish I know I have a 3.
Sharon is trying to talk to anyone that'll listen.
Well, if he wants to win here in this tournament tonight, he's going to have a lot of help. Not a lot, just a lone ace would do it.
Let me go see the ace. Let's see the ace together.
Let's see the ace together.
I raise you with 1 card. I didn't know
ace, right?
Nobody fold the ace. Nobody. I didn't see one.
Sharon trying to see his ace. Maybe he'll get it. We will see.
A 6 right on the flop. It's come King Jack 6. Whoa! Now the only way
Queen 10.
Sharon can win this pot is it must come a queen and a 10, where he makes an ace high straight.
What's the difference?
Oh, man. 3 of a kind, just like that. Tommy Vitas with a big high five with a pro Joe Alpaya. And Sharon's sick, and he knows he needs runner.
6-6-6. It's crazy. Coming in sixth, day 6, with 600,000.
Tommy Vitas started out as a short stack tonight, and here comes the turn. It's a 2 of hearts. Sharon drawing dead.
Sharon Levin from Pembroke, Florida, 41-year-old local player here at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino, out tonight in 5th place.
A fine sport, shakes hands with everyone. Tight, solid game. The local has to say goodnight.
6, that's a sign. I've been seeing 6s all week.
Sharon Levin out in 5th place, gonna take home $158,000, and now he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Sharon, you were pretty patient all day long today, and you made your move with the ace-3. What were you thinking on that hand?
I didn't know what my other card is. Yes, and I'm on the bottom. I have just 600,000. The blind is already 20-40. I saw the ace. I hope he will not call. If he call, maybe my other card is bigger than 3. But anyway, flop a set of 6s, so even if I have aces, I'm out. So.
Well, you played 2 World Poker Tour events this year. You final table both of them. Congratulations to you. I'm sure we'll see you back again. $158,000. Congratulations, Sharon. All right, Marianella, back to you.
And with the 6 on the flop, Sharon 11 is out in 5th place. The action at the Seminole Hard Rock is heating up, and we've got plenty more to come, including Tony Dunst dishing out the raw deal, the Royal Flush Girls having fun in the sun, and 5 questions with the reigning champion of this event, Taylor Von Kriegenberg.
I get pissed at myself. I go to war with myself.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida, and the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
I had a blast, though, I really did. And that's really all that matters. And I'm still on vacation. Yes.
I'm here with Club WPT qualifier Don Gerling, all the way from Illinois. It must feel great to be here in sunny Florida.
Yes, it is, with beautiful women, too, by the way.
Oh, so you've already checked out the Royal Flush Girls, I see.
Oh, got to dance with the Flush Girls. They live.
So tell us about your experience on Club WPT and how you got here.
Well, I give them $20 a month, and I got an opportunity to win more than $1 million. And they gave me $11,000, $1,000 in cash, and a $10,000 buy-in here. It's actually phenomenal.
Well, it's so good to have you here, and I wish you the best of luck on day 1.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, Vince, Don Gerling had the time of his life here with his Club WPT VIP experience at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino. And you two can make your poker dreams come true.
That's true. And if you love poker as much as we do, it is a bargain to join ClubWPT.com. Now, for that, you put up $19.95 a month. You get all the WPT benefits. You get to play unlimited poker. Plus, you also have a chance to win a seat at a major WPT event, just like Don did. So check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Okay, let's get back to the table.
All right, and as you can see, Joe Sirach is the chip leader with close to 4.2 million in chips here tonight.
Everybody else has got well over $1 million, so certainly anybody's game.
All right, Tommy Vitas has raised to 90,000. And look at this, John with an ace-3 has re-raised to 235. Joe Sirach gonna go away.
Greg Bergeron, who hadn't played much at this final table, but looks dapper.
Yep, he has folded the hand.
And Tommy Vitas going to make the call.
So we got King-Queen up against ace-3. Winner's going to take home close to 800,000 here tonight.
Oh, nice flop for Tommy as he flops top pair. There comes Queen 9-5.
Check.
And he's going to check and allow his opponent to make a continuation bet, which is what it looks like John is going to do.
Yep, the man from Biloxi, Mississippi doesn't miss a beat. He's going to stick out a bet.
All-in.
And a quick all-in by Vitas.
I mean, just a 1 second all-in, an insta all-in, as we say. Bad news for John Dolan as he throws his hand away.
Yeah, he does the insta-muck.
Insta-muck is right. And Tommy Vitas taking down that pot.
Very nicely done by Vitas, a WPT champion.
Well, Tommy going for his second WPT title tonight. Only 15 players in WPT history have won multiple events.
Joe Haid reaction back there.
Tommy looking to become the 16th.
There you go, Tommy. Here we go. Here we come.
He is looking jolly. What a run he's making this evening. Four-handed poker continues at the Hard Rock, and John Dolan going to raise with the Queen Jack. Makes it 80,000 to go. Joe Sirach mixes up his game beautifully. He folds. Back also out. And now Tommy Vitas with a 10-7. He's going to make the call. He's in the big blind.
Tommy Vitas is what we call a defender. Just doesn't like to give up his blind, so he makes the call. We're going to see a flop. It comes ace-ace-9 with 2 diamonds.
Helps neither player. Vitas first to play. He checks it. Dolan knows the strength of the continuation bet, even if you don't hit. And again, he's going to put the chips out there like any good gambler would do. 80,000.
Tommy Vitas, of course, has nothing. Just a 10 high, but look at this, Vince. He is getting out raising chips. He is going to check raise with junk here.
Oh, boy.
At least it looks like he is. He knows by doing this, his opponent literally can't continue the hand unless he's got an ace in it.
Oh, boy, he is going to push. He is going to bet with nothing but heart.
That's why this guy's a WPT champ. He's got heart.
And he's going to make John Dolan fold his hand.
What a play by Tommy Vitas right there. He is dabbing it right now.
And look at John Dolan. He's starting to get a rash, itching himself.
We've all heard the saying that your fate can be determined by the turn of a card. But for reigning champion Taylor von Kriegenberg, Poker Destiny plays only a small piece in a much larger journey, as I found out in this edition of 5 Questions. This time last year in this very room, you became a WPT champ.
Yeah.
How has your life changed since then?
Wow, I mean, over the past year, I've done some things to just soul search and find out who I really am. Like, I looked back on that tournament. I was actually watching it with one of my friends, and she was saying, like, you're not smiling like you always do. Like, I didn't get that happy when I won. Yes! I was almost sad in a way to see myself. Like, I'm not even smiling, like, I'm just a totally different person. And yeah, I just wanted to bring the smiles, bring the joy, and just try to repeat and win this tournament again.
This last year, I don't think you played a lot of poker. You took a pretty big break, huh?
Yeah,
You've just been relaxing.
And I realized that, like, I got the amount of money that I wanted. I decided it was time to step away from the table and focusing internally and just wanted to change just kind of the way I thought about life, just the way I treated each day, and I just wanted to start, like, experiencing life better. And
You played baseball in college, and it is a strategic game. Is there anything that you've taken from baseball that you could apply to your poker world?
I struggled in baseball in college. Baseball would be like, I might go strike out, and then I get pissed at myself. I go to war with myself. I'd be so mad.
Yeah.
And, like, that's something now that I just don't do as much. Like, if I bluff off my stack, I'll be like, hey, you thought it was good, you know? You should get upset for, like, maybe a few seconds, but there's no reason to dwell over it.
And what advice would you give young guys and women who want to play poker professionally?
If you love the game, you know, go for it.
Right.
Like, if you're feeling it, just go out, go day in and day out and play. I think that's why you see so many athletes in this game, because they're able to overcome so many challenges. They can get over the bad beats, you know? Not the average person could handle losing a pot for $100-something thousand or, you know, stuff like that, but all of us sickos can find a way to do it.
You feel like you're close to another WPT final table?
I'm just not even sweating it. I just don't even care. I'm like a little bit good at this game because of my ability to just not care. I do care so much, and I don't care at all. It's a cool balance. Hopefully I end up back there, you know.
I do not care, but I really do care. I don't buy it.
Well, Taylor joining the girls at the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar, as you can see, but won this event a year ago. Very popular guy out here on tour.
Yep, having a good time here tonight. But the blinds are going up to 25 and 50 at this point. First to act is Joe Sirach.
He brought out the sunglasses. Looks like he got at the dollar store. But that's what he does. He skateboards around, gets cheap sunglasses. He's happy.
They get 100,000 with just 8-5. Craig folds a king-jack. Tommy Vitas now with a king-jack of hearts has re-raised to 255 to go. And behind him, John Dolan with a pair of fours.
I'm all in.
And he's going all in with the fours. Sirach out.
So tough decision now for Tommy Vitas here. This is a 4-bet, folks, with just 2 fours here. The pot was raised and re-raised in front of him, yet Dolan showing the heart to move all in.
And Joe Sirach meanders over to the rail.
Joe Sirach is looking like a happy beatnik right now. Getting up, walking away, and sort of glancing over his shoulder to see if Tommy Vitas is going to make this call.
Does anyone have any real sunglasses? These are like $5. They don't work.
I think he's overpriced them by about $4.
I think you're right. I think your call is a little bit better, worth about $1. We got a lot of free spirits in poker, though. Oh, look at this.
What
Tommy.
a call by Tommy Vitas. And you can see the look on John Dolan's face. He did not want to see that get called. He knows at best he's in a race for all his dough, and that is the case.
Tommy Vitas cannot watch. Got king, jack of hearts.
Taking ace-10 off the flop.
He said I'll just take an ace-10 off a couple big cards where I can have a straight draw, at least.
Pair of fours up against king, jack. Dolan looking confident.
Not very confident. You're never confident when you're all in, Vince.
Here we go with the flop.
The flop is 5-5 deuce.
Not good for Vitas. John Dolan liking that flop. These fours out in front.
Great flop for John Dolan. The opponent must catch a king or a jack. Doesn't happen on the turn as a 9 comes up.
Yeah, not good for Vitas.
If it's not a king, jack, or a 9, John Dolan will double up.
All right. Who will be stung with the pain? We're coming down to the river.
It's a 7. So there you go. What a great time for John Dolan to move in. And he did it after his opponent 3-bet, Vince.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
John Dolan doubling up. Showed a lot of heart right there. Vitas sits back down. 4 players remain here on the World Poker Tour. We're coming back on the Seminole Hard Rock in just a moment.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
The Seminole Hard Rock Showdown has certainly shaken up the WPT Player of the Year standings. Fred Goldberg has moved up on the leaderboard with his 8th place finish this week, but the big story is Joe Sirach. At this stage in the game, Joe is guaranteed to take the point lead away from Will the Thrill Fiala, who held it for most of the season. And the only question remaining is how big of a lead will Joe have as we enter the tail end of the season. We will continue to track the WPT Player of the Year standings, but in the meantime, let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
All right, 4-handed poker at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown continues. As you can see, Joe Sirach, the chip leader, with 4.2 million in chips. Craig Bergeron has 995,000. He's the short stack at this time. Let's go to the hand. Tommy Vitas will fold his 10-7.
John Dolan looks down at ace-8 offsuit.
Yep, he's going to raise to 105, and now Joe Sirach with a pair of 9s. Haven't seen Joe with too many quality hands this time. He picks up a good one.
Vince, Joe has changed his sunglasses. Took the red ones off, put the dark ones on. Now, how many pairs of sunglasses does a guy bring to a final table? That's my question to you.
Many as you can keep on a skateboard, I don't know.
Yeah. These sunglasses look way better than the other pair, I must say.
More attractive, but look at this. He is going to raise with the 9s. 240 to go. Craig out. Back on John Dolan.
I know John Dolan doesn't like that. Looking at this hand. And he's going to give it up, so Joe Sirach taking down yet another pot.
Yep, looks back at the 9s.
You know, if you look at Joe, he just looks like the all-American kid, the college kid, you know, and you just never know he's got the kind of larceny in him that he does.
Yeah, he says he knows nothing but poker, and I'm starting to believe him. But he is shrewd.
Well, he knows it well.
All right, on to the next hand. Dolan with a quick fold. Sirach with the button and a king-8. And he is going to make the raise. Makes it 100,000 into the tightest player at the table, Craig Bergeron. And this guy is tighter than a Chinese phone booth, Mike.
Yeah, I haven't played many pots today, but taking a long time to act here.
Oh, no. Is it possible he'll play a hand? On. Oh, there you go.
Well, he is going over the top. The sunglasses come up from Joe. He says, whoa, this guy's coming into a pot.
Tommy out, and yeah, Joe Sirach saying, I know your game. I'm not getting near that. Folds his hand, Craig Bergeron taking down that pot. And Bergeron only been playing for 5 years, but impressive tonight.
This is my first 10K cash, so I'm real excited to make a final table here.
That's how you win, boys. Top set.
I got a pretty smile, but I'm a fiery guy.
Come on, man. It's fun.
It's battle out there. It's who has the balls to pull the trigger. That's going to be the big thing. This is war with chips.
I like that analogy, Vince. War with chips. That's what it is at these final tables.
Well, he is a young guy. He's only 23 years old. He's from Farmington Hills, Michigan. All right, he goes back to his old form. He folds the hand. And now it's on Tommy Vitas, who also folds.
John Dolan picking up a nice hand here. Ace-Jack of spade.
Yep, he's raised to 130 to go. Into Joe Sirach, who has an ace-4 of clubs. And Joe Sirach will make the call. Ace-Jack versus ace-4.
So we're going to have a flop here. Clubs versus spades. The flop is king, queen, 4. Look what has happened. Joe Sirach now has the best hand with 2 4s.
Inside straight draw for Dolan. And look at this. He will not disappoint. Every time makes the continuation bet no matter what. It's like 135.
He's 100% continuationer, that's for sure. But Sirach going nowhere with bottom pair.
Yeah, pretty stubborn when a king-queen comes up and you raise or bets, and he still calls 7 of diamonds. No help to either player.
Dolan's going to check this time. Well, Sirach checks right behind him. Doesn't want to fall in any traps here. But a 10 comes off on the river, giving Dolan a straight.
Unbelievable.
And the best hand. He's got the nuts, the best possible hand here.
Went from pain to fame with that card.
Now he is going to bet, and he would love nothing more than his opponent to raise this pot. But
no, Joe Sirach too shrewd for that one. He gets out of the hand. So well done by John Dolan. Sweeps in that pot. 4 players remain at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown in Florida. We're coming back for more action on the World Poker Tour.
The World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes. And in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Earlier this week, while players were competing for their place at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table, I got to have some fun in the sun and play some volleyball with Vince, Tony, and the Royal Flush Girls. Check it out.
All right, ready? The Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino is amazing. The beach volleyball tournament was so much fun. We got Vince in there, we got Tony in there.
Ow!
The Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino is one place that I would definitely come back and tell people about. It's awesome.
And you just got served. You've been waiting to say that.
Well, Mike, I only played that because I thought you were playing it. Where were you?
I should have been there. I can play better than some of those guys I was looking at, I can tell you.
We could have had fun. Could have gotten sunburns. Bet.
You're always looking to rob me. You're always looking to get my money.
All right, back to this game. Winner's going to take home close to $800,000. Tommy Vitas with a quick fold, and now John Dolan with just 9-5 is going to raise to 105.
All right, behind him has been the thorn in his side, Joe Sirach. Here, Joe picks up ace-jack.
And look at this. He's just going to call it. The 23-year-old Craig Bergeron going to fold. So two-way action between John and Joe. 9-5, ace-jack. Here we go.
And flop comes king 6-6 with 2 diamonds.
Well, Dolan has a 4 flush. And right now, Joe's first to act. And he's going to check it. And Dolan wants to see a card. He checks as well. No continuation bet that time.
First time he hasn't done that. 8 comes up. He now has a straight draw to go along with his flush draw.
Sirach going to check again. And now Dolan didn't hit his flush, but got the straight draw. A lot of possibilities. This time he's getting chips out. It appears to bet, yep, 150,000.
You're sitting in Joe Sirach's seat. You're saying, you know, the guy didn't bet on the flop. Must not have a king. He would have bet a pair if he had that. I'm just not buying this. I'm going to call him.
All right. Excellent call so far with ace high. Let's see if it turns on him. River card will be a 3 of hearts, so John Dolan doesn't get there. Sirach going to check again.
Well, that card is not going to scare Sirach at all. And John Dolan's got to be thinking, you know, I bet on the turn this guy called me. Will he call me if I bet on the river?
He's getting frustrated by making these bets in prior hands and getting called.
Well, he knows the only way he can win the pot is to bet. If he checks, he just gives it up. He just waves the flag. It's over. And there it is. Sirach turns up the ace-jack to take down the pot.
John Dolan, boy, He needs some oxygen the way he's getting tooled here by Joe Sirach.
On there, we have that 225. I almost did because I thought we had a lot of that.
It's one thing to see after the hand when you know one more bet would have got you the pot, but it's very tough to do.
Almost played it perfect.
Almost played it perfect. Nothing can be farther from the truth. He did make the continuation bet on the flop. He waved the flag on the river.
Oh.
That hand was played far from perfectly.
Right. A little critical there on John, but I have to agree. Now, this time he's going to raise with a queen jack. Makes it 105 right behind him. Joe Sirach, though. He's got king 10. Oh, look at this. He's going to re-raise. Craig out. Now Tommy Vitas going to look down at a nothing hand. He folds, so back on John. And John is going to lay this one down. He is just getting manhandled by Sirach. The hippy-dippy free spirit does it again.
You know, just incredible. Terrific poker we're seeing tonight.
I'm definitely not a serious guy. No one would say that.
I've known Joe for a while. We lived together in London for like 6 weeks.
I did not live with John. I slept on his couch maybe for like a week or two. Wait, maybe in Vegas. Oh, yes, London. Wow, is it? Okay, all right, yeah.
Yeah, he is one of a kind, and you will probably never meet another like him. He's a free spirit and just goes with the flow pretty much.
Part of my style is being a vagabond. I just like to take it easy and have fun with life.
Well, that is the life of a young poker professional. You forget where you're sleeping, but you don't forget how much you win or lose at the tables, Mike.
When you sleep on everybody's couch everywhere you go, you forget where you're at and who you're with. But he never pays rent. The guy sleeps all over in different countries, different towns with different players. Wow.
To the table we go. Joe Sirach now with ace-6. He's a great player. He is raised to 100,000. Craig, of course, out. And now Tommy Vitas. He has a good hand.
Got those suited connectors you always like to see flopped with.
No, he's not going anywhere. He's made the call. Dolan out. So ace-6 up against jack-10. Here's the flop.
Flop 8-4-3. No help to either player. Actions on Tommy. He's going to check. Comes a continuation bet by flows.
Ever so nonchalant. He puts in 90,000. Just ace high.
Vitas not mucking his hand yet. He is a player very capable of check raising here with no hand in this spot.
He certainly is. We've seen him do it before. Tommy Vitas, very sneaky, tricky player. But does he want to tangle with the chip leader? No, he does not, Mike.
He gives it up. So Sirach takes down yet another pot. This guy's one tough cookie, Vince, no doubt about it. Back-to-back final tables out here on the World Poker Tour. He is now the WPT Player of the Year, leader in the standings, of the point standings.
And he says he knows nothing but poker, and I don't believe him anymore.
He knows how to not pay rent, sleeps on everybody's couches. Yeah. He knows how to skateboard. He does a lot of things besides play poker.
This guy is very shrewd. But back to this hand, Craig Bergeron finally going to pick up a little pair of sixes.
On.
Look at this. Craig going all in with the sixes.
He moved in for $1 million.
Oh, but big trouble behind him. The ladies, the pair of queens, but Tommy Vitas. And he goes back over the top all in. Like he should. Dolan out. And Joe Sirach looks at his hand, also folds. So there we go.
You got tens? Queens? You got queens?
Well, Craig Bergeron in dire straits here. Queens versus sixes.
Well, the sixes were lucky early on for Tommy.
Will they be unlucky for him this time around?
He's at the card of the night. Who knows?
Well, Craig Bergeron has Route 66, and he'll be on his way down the road if he doesn't get some help here.
Yeah, 23-year-old from Michigan, a great player. On the ropes right now with 5 cards to come.
And part of Craig's problem is his opponent has the same 2 flush cards he does. So he can't make a flush to win the pot.
Okay, here come the first 3.
And it's come King 8-7. So far, so good for Tommy Vitas. The queen's out in front. Obviously, Craig could backdoor straight and win this spot.
Put 9 up per sweat.
4th Street is an 8 of spades.
Craig Bergeron must catch a 6 to win the pot. Nothing else will do for him. Otherwise, he's out in 4th place.
Can he get lucky here?
Well, it's a 9. So there you go. The 23-year-old poker pro from Farmington Hills, Michigan, Craig Bergeron, going to be out in 4th place.
Well, he played tight but smart all night long to take home $212,000. He's a very talented young player, and right now he's going over to commiserate with Matt Savage.
Here with our 4th place finisher, Craig Bergeron. You're taking home $212,000. Tell us a little bit about your hands tonight.
I just kind of stayed around the stack I started with going in the final table. If you had asked me 4 days ago, you know, if I'd be happy with the 4th place finish, I'd say yes. But today, you know, I expected to win and I wanted to win, so a little disappointing. But
well, you're only 23 years old. I'm sure you're going to be back again, and you're looking sharp tonight, I must say. Marianella, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. He sure is. The very dapper Craig Bergeron out in 4th place. We are getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. We'll be right back with more from the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
My favorite Club WPT VIP benefit is the Entertainment Savers Guide. I save hundreds of dollars on everything from dining out, shopping, entertainment, and vacations with my family. Check it out, ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida, and the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. We've had a great time here all week, and it was tough, but we managed to pull Tony Dunst away from the pool to hear what he has to say in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Prior to 2012, few people in poker knew the name Joe Sirac. But after making back-to-back televised final tables in major events on the World Poker Tour, many are now aware that the quiet and aloof young man, often called Flows, has serious game. In fact, if there's one man in poker that's still unaware that Joe Sirac knows exactly what he's doing, it's probably Joe Sirac. So what kind of plays is he making to propel him to back-to-back final tables? I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break him down. At his first final table this season at Bay 101 in San Jose, Joe was usually grinding a medium-sized stack against players that weren't very good at folding, so he was playing fairly tight. Tonight is a different story, with Joe coming into the final table with a substantial chip lead, and he has repeatedly demonstrated he knows exactly how to use it. First, earlier at this final table, we saw Joe maintain a very active opening range. For instance, Queen-7 offsuit isn't an ideal hand to raise with, but with a major chip lead and a very short-stacked Kyle Bowker still in, Joe knew it was unlikely for anyone to get out of line with him. And although his raise got 2 callers, Joe followed through with a small bet on an ace-rag-rag flop that caused both players to lay down. Then we witnessed Joe continue to use his stack size advantage pre-flop by attacking the medium stacks with light 3-bets while Bowker was still alive but on life support. First he made Sharon lay down king-queen suited, then he got Vides to muck ace-9. These players knew it would be a disaster to get their money in light pre-flop against someone that can afford to gamble with them when there are serious, real money implications if they bust before the crippled Bowker, who indeed ended up going out in 6th place. And while Joe is seemingly oblivious to everything around him off the table,
Joe Sirac is looking like a happy beatnik right now.
He's highly aware of his image at the table and how it affects the play of others.
Sharp as a sea rock. Change the name to sea coral.
Joe maintained control once four-handed by firing multiple 3-bets against John Dolan, calling correctly on a dry board with only ace-high, and betting most flops when his opponents refused to fold pre. Now as we enter 3-handed action with Joe holding over half the chips in play, we can only expect him to keep going along the same path. While viewing the final table, 2-time WPT champion Randall Flowers tweeted, "I've never seen Flows show emotion. A true laid-back poker robot assassin." Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself.
And I'd agree with that assessment. He is an assassin at the table, but calm, cool, collected, never gets upset, never gets distracted. You gotta love the guy.
Hasn't made a mistake this evening. Perfect poker. But we are down to 3 players right now. Let's go to the felt. Joe Sirac first to play. With the button, a 10-5 in his hand. It is suited.
Good enough for him to raise with.
What was that dance? Little magic?
Yeah, makes it 100,000 to go. Tommy now with not much of a hand, 8-6.
Joe Sirach, he's tied one record, back-to-back final tables on the World Poker Tour. He's trying to set another one. Most sunglasses at a final table, different pairs. Might do it.
Well, he seems to whip them out of nowhere. He's got the teal-colored ones now. Tommy Vitas is going to fold his hand, and now it's on John.
Well, look at this, Vince. He is going to raise it. He's going to give Sirach a dose of that medicine he's been getting all day.
Yep, he wants to get something back at Joe Sirach, and it's going to work for John Dolan. He has pushed him out of the pot with Queen 6.
Well, he finally said to himself, you know, let me try some of that stuff he's been doing to me. The 3-bet.
And there's the Royal Flush Girls. You think they're talking about pot odds or reality shows, Mike?
I think they're talking about where they're going to get sushi tonight, Vince.
Probably right. Back to the table we go. Joe Sirach with the new glasses on. We'll lay this hand down. Tommy Vitas now with just 9-5 suited. We'll bump it up.
Yep, 110,000 to go.
10 to go. Into the young guy from Biloxi. Ooh.
Look at this. Dolan's picked up 2 jacks here. She's got a real hand. Obviously going to re-raise with this. And he does so.
Yeah, total of 275. Vitas says, I was just kidding around. And John Dolan going to take down another pot.
Well, Dolan on a little heater now. 3-bet 2 pots in a row, picked them both up.
And he's a professional poker player, originally out of Florida. He's only 26 years old.
Now, there you see the WPT Player of the Year standings, and Joe Sirach has overtaken Will the Thrill Fiala, who has led the Player of the Year standings since he won the Legends of Poker back in August.
Player of the Year, Joe Sirach, with 1,800 points. And what's amazing is just a couple months ago, he was saying, I just want to cash. I had no idea this was going to happen. What a roll he's on. But action now on John Dolan. And this time he has an ace-jack.
Well, Vance, he does know if he becomes WPT Player of the Year, he's going to get more attention from the Royal Flush Girls. That alone's enough incentive to try to win that title.
Dolan going to make it 110,000. Joe Sirach, though, has a mid-pair, pair of sixes, and he's going to re-raise. Makes it 240 to go.
Just stays aggressive.
Tommy Vitas going to muck his hand back on John.
Yeah, now it's going to cost John another 130,000 to make the call.
These guys have been fighting for pots all night long.
Oh, look at that. He's not calling, Vince. He is re-raising again. He is 4-betting it here up to 450,000.
Sirach folded the last hand. And there, whoa, he's going back over the top.
Now, this is the 5-bet all-in, folks, and it's another $1.5 million to John Dolan right here, and his tournament life on the line.
John's a little desperate here.
John only has an ace-jack. Hard to put another $1.5 million in there with this hand.
I call this.
And he's made this call.
What a daring call by John Dolan, and we're in a race situation. John Dolan must win this pot to stay alive. And once again, it's the 2 6s as the pair.
Yeah.
The Route 66. That's the hand that sent Craig out of here. Will it send John out of here as well? Now, Sirach gives him a hug just in case you got to sleep on the couch again sometime.
Joe acting very casual, walks over close to us. Doesn't want to look. Here we go. And here it is, Jack 8-7. Jack's there for John Dolan. Nice spike.
That wasn't good.
Well, that's the emotion that Joe Sirach shows. He turns around the Royal Flush Girl. That wasn't good.
Oh, yeah. All right, but 2 cards to come. Can Sirach suck out?
Well, it's a 3, so we're down to the river. Joe Sirach must catch a 6. Craig had to catch that a minute ago when he was eliminated. Joe won't be eliminated, but we will have a new chip leader.
It's been a powerful card here tonight. Will it be again? Will the miracle happen? Last card coming up. Let's take a peek.
Well, a 5 comes off. John Dolan sits back down, and he sits down with the chip lead.
With John Dolan's double up, Mike, Vince, has play been going as you expected? And what should we keep an eye out for when play resumes?
Well, Marinella, the dynamics just changed dramatically with that double up by John Dolan. For the first time tonight, we've got a new chip leader at this final table. But what a final it's going to be. Tommy Vitas going for his second WPT title. Joe Sirac, who now is the WPT Player of the Year, leader in point standings. He can still win this title, but John Dolan is the man right now. He's out in front after that double up.
I'll tell you something, Mike. There is quicksand now in the swamp here in Florida. The Gators are going. They're scattering about. They're looking for roadkill. Who's going to win this? We have three very talented players. This is up for grabs.
Well, gentlemen, whatever happens, this will be a fight to the finish, as all these players want to add their name to the WPT Champions Cup. Please join us next time for continuing coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Hollywood, Florida, a new poker star will be born as the remaining players battle for big money and a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. The conclusion of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Last season, 22-year-old Taylor von Kriegenberg stole the spotlight when he captured the inaugural Seminole Hard Rock Showdown title. Now the WPT Champions Cup is primed for a new edition as our third hour of coverage here in Florida continues. Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten are on hand to call the action, but before we start, gentlemen, break down our remaining players.
Well, Marinella, three terrific players left fighting it out for this title. They've all been under the bright lights of big-time poker tournaments before. They understand the pressure that's involved. Our current chip leader is a 26-year-old pro out of Biloxi, Mississippi, John Dolan. Now, this guy took down $1.7 million in one tournament before when he finished sixth at the main event of the 2010 World Series of Poker. But the other two guys, they're also tough. Joe Sirac is making his second consecutive back-to-back final tables on the World Poker Tour. Came to the final table as a chip lead, lost that big race, not the leader anymore, but he's going to be tough with his performance this week. He's also taken the lead in the WPT Player of the Year standings, but Vince, don't count out that third guy at the table going for his second WPT title.
That is right, Mike. Let's not forget about Tommy Vitas. He's a WPT champ. He's from New York. He looks a little like Telly Savalas, but what a player he is. Now, he'll be going after his second WPT title, but also he came in as the short stack here tonight. He would be the third player in the WPT history to ever go from the short stack to take down a championship. So there is a lot at stake. And right now, our chip leader, John Dolan, is standing by with Matt Savage.
This is your first time with the chip lead here at the final table. What's your strategy going forward?
Just gonna probably open a fairly amount of pots and see how it goes from there.
All right, John, good luck to you.
All right.
Marianella, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. We are close to naming a champion here in Florida, so let's get back to the action here at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
Well, there you see the chip counts. John Dolan out in front with $3.9 million. Joe Sirac with about $2.5 million. Tommy Vitas with about $2.3 million.
Right, and the winner, of course, going to get close to $800,000 for first place at the Seminole Hard Rock. And right now, the antes are $5,000, blinds are $25,000 and $50,000. Let's go to the felt. Tommy Vitas.
Tommy going for his second WPT title tonight. He actually made this final table 1 year ago, finished in sixth place. It's pretty impressive to make the final table of the same event 2 years in a row.
Well, he's going to make it $110,000 with just a 9-7 of diamonds. John Dolan out. Joe Sirac now with an ace-5.
Now, generally, he's 3-betting if he plays these pots.
How much?
Here he's just making the call. Changing chip stack means a change of style.
Take a look at the first three. It's a 9-5-4. Sirac picking up 5s. And, of course, Tommy Vitas with 9s. Sirac has checked. Tommy has bet 170. And Joe Sirac is going to call this. Here comes the turn card. 4 diamonds. Action on Sirac. He is checked. Tommy with the 9s.
Well, he's checked also.
Surprising.
I just didn't want to get check raised out of the pot, and now he's made 9s full of 4s here.
He knew a 9 was coming.
But Ciroc's got to think he's got the best hand because his opponent checked on the turn.
Yep.
He's got 2 5s with an ace kicker here.
Yeah, he's getting Ciroc to bet. Looks like 300,000. And you got a huge hand. Now, you hate this when people look back at their hands, but there's a pro doing it.
All in.
And now he says all in. Did he raise too much, Mike?
Yeah, pretty big overbet, in my opinion here. And there you see the eyelid of Joe Ciroc go up. What is going on here? But it might look like a bluff to Ciroc.
That's true.
Well, Joe lays it down with that pot. Tommy Vitas once again moves into second chip position in strong fashion.
And that's one of those hands that you just keep getting involved. You go deeper and deeper. You shouldn't really be in it, and it backfires. And right now, the antes are going up to 10,000, and the blinds are 30 and 60, getting more expensive. And Joe Ciroc right now.
He's on a downward spiral right now. He was in total command for so long. Then he lost the race to John Dolan, and he just lost that pot to a full house of Tommy Vitas. So
well, he's going to raise to 120 with this hand. Pretty good hand, ace-jack. Tommy with a king-jack. And he is going to re-raise. He goes to 280 into John Dolan from Biloxi, Mississippi.
Look at this. John's picked up a pair of 10s.
Wow.
Now the pot's been raised and re-raised to him. What do you do now with 2 10s? Just incredible. A big hand by all 3 players here in a 3-handed poker game. And John is going to 4-bet it up to 600,000. Joe Ciroc knows this guy didn't have to come into this pot. It was 2-bet and 3-bet. He's the chip leader. He would hope these 2 guys would clash, so why would he get in their way? Must have a hand here. Joe Ciroc has got to realize that.
Yeah, you don't want to get too involved in this. Joe Ciroc, the skateboarder, the vagabond, the free spirit, sort of lives a hippie lifestyle, very relaxed. He's going to fold this.
Well, now Tommy Vitas, who had a worse hand than Joe, is faced with pretty much the same kind of decision, though. You got to realize this guy didn't have to come into this pot. He's the chip leader. Why would he enter it without a strong hand here?
This is Tommy Vitas' 3rd WPT final table. He is a champion. Came in as a short stack, and he probably does the right thing. He folds his hand, gives respect to John Dolan.
John Dolan on a roll.
I have not cashed any WPT events. I think I'm something like 0 for 11 up to this one. I've never signed up for a tournament not trying to final table it with everything I had, but winning this title would mean a lot to me just because my first big TV final table didn't exactly turn out how I wanted it to. I just never ever like to lose, and not that anyone does, but I've never been a good loser. So it would be nice to win this one and at the same time win a WPT title.
He's got sort of the same kind of personality that Joe Ciroc. You know, just sort of laid back, easy going.
I agree. Maybe they got something there. I want to stop the coffee and start playing like them.
Well, Tommy Vitas picks up yet another king-jack. Got burned on the last couple of his hand.
Well, he kicks back in his chair, and he raises with it, makes it 130 to go. John Dolan going to take a rest. Joe Ciroc with a real hand. Pair of 8s. He is on the short stack at this point, though. Only about 1.3 million.
I don't see him just calling with this hand. The question is, how much do you raise?
At one point, he had actually more than half the chips, but look at this. He is re-raised, but not all in.
He's re-raised over $1 million. He's only got $1.3 million, so it's sort of I guess you're going to save $300,000 to bet with. I don't see him going out.
Yeah, right, Joe.
Tommy Vitas.
Is he allowed to raise that much without going all in?
Trying to get a tell on his man. Usually when a guy starts playing around and smiling,
so big.
That's usually the sign a man's going to fold. But maybe not.
Well, he's not all in actuality, but in theory, he's all in Tommy Vitas' mind, that's for sure. And there you see Darryl Fish. Tough little player in his own right, I can tell you.
Yeah, I don't know how Flo shuffles chips like that.
Yeah, me either.
It's like magic.
Yeah, he doesn't like.
I like to hang out with winners because I know that guy's picking up the bar tab tonight.
Possibly borrow money in case you're down. You're right. You gotta hang out in groups, successful groups. And now Tommy Vitas with a big decision here. He'd love to put Joe Sirach out of this tournament, put him to rest.
Well, he knows King Jack's not the best hand right now.
Oh, but he's not gonna do it. Joe Sirach is gonna win that with the eights. No sweat.
Show one, Joe.
The third hour of coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown is underway, and we have more to come, including Tony Dent's breaking it all down in the Raw deal, a new edition of the Season 10 Ones to Watch, and we take a look back in the Champions Cup moment when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Being a Club WPT VIP is like having a backstage pass to the WPT because you get to interact with me and Matt.
That's right. You also get to play for your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. And Vince, we've just had a great week down here in Florida.
No, we really have. It's been absolutely beautiful. We're having a good time. But, you know, we're not the only ones that have had a good time. The Royal Flush Girls, they've been enjoying the sun, but also they got to play on ClubWPT.com. They played it in a tournament, and they made them bounties in the tournament. So what's better than that? Bust out a Royal Flush Girl and reap the rewards.
Well, Vince, the great thing about it is you don't have to be down here in Florida to get close to the Royal Flush Girls. No, you can become a Club WPT VIP member and enjoy special access to the Royal Flush Girl photo galleries, screensavers, and more. In addition, you get to play all the poker you want, where you can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes. Just incredible. And all that for a monthly membership fee of just $19.95 a month.
That is right. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, let's get back to the action.
Well, there you see the chip counts. John Dolan well out in front with 4.6 million. Tommy Vitas in second place with 2.1. And Joe Sirach in third place right now with 1.8.
Mike, hold the press because Tommy Vitas has picked up a real hand, a gigantic hand, the Cowboys, the pair of kings.
Makes it 125,000 to go.
John Dolan out of the way.
And there you see Joe Sirach has got the red sunglasses back out. In case you missed it, he's changed sunglasses at this final table more than anybody in WPT history.
Mike, let the man accessorize in his own way. He has a little style, and he's going to call.
And the flop is 8-6 deuce. This flop could spell doom for Joe Sirach. He's flopped top pair. His opponent has an overpair.
Oh, yeah, and Sirach is going to check it. And Tommy, with the continuation bet, but we know he has a real hand, a gigantic hand. And the amount is $155,000. And most good players, when they hit top pair, do a re-raise, and that's exactly what Joe Sirach is going to do.
Yep, Joe has check raised it here. If I was Tommy, I'd just set him all in right here. If you can beat this hand, good luck to you.
Well, Tommy Vitas, though, going to play it a little bit sneaky. Not the obvious way, just calling. That's gambling in a way.
You're sitting in Joe Sirach's seat, you're saying, what is going on here?
Well, that improves Joe Sirach's hand. A 9 of clubs on the turn gives him an open-ended straight draw as well.
So he's got a pair, an open-ended straight draw, but as you can see, a quizzical look in his eye, as when he check raised, this guy called very quickly here, and now he's betting nearly $500,000 more.
Sirach has checked, and again, Vitas betting.
Joe Sirach from Albuquerque, New Mexico, incredibly making his second consecutive WPT final table. He finished third at the Bay 101 tournament just before this. With this performance this week, he's become the leader in the WPT Player of the Year point standings. He just had to get to fourth place to take that lead over from Will the Thrill Fiala. But he's looking to get more points and more money, Vince. 24-year-old poker pro.
It's going to be 25 by the time he plays tonight. He is really taking his time.
Check raised on the flop, and the guy quickly beat him in the pot.
What a decision to make. He got a pair of eights open-ended as well.
Well, Joe Sirach lays it down. He's known as flows to the entire poker community. Right there, he flowed right out of that pot after that bet by Tommy Vitas.
I never read a book on poker. I go by my gut instinct and my reads on people and put pressure on them when I need to, fold when I need to. It's all about my gut feeling.
Jason behind him with a pair of fours.
Come on.
Call.
Tommy has called him and is going to be loving it when he sees Jason's hand.
Being a two-time champion would probably secure the confidence in me a lot more than having one title. Without confidence, you don't get anywhere. Poker, especially if you have confidence, you're going to get far.
Here's the river card for the
that's
title.
a queen. Tommy Vitas, he is going to take this title.
2 titles would be really, really significant.
Well, only 15 players in the history of the World Poker Tour have won multiple titles. Tommy Vitas trying to become number 16.
All right, the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000 at the Seminole Hard Rock. 3 players remain.
And this was a 10,000 ante, so it's 150,000 to play 3 hands of poker right now. So obviously, as blinds get bigger, the initial raises get bigger, the pots swell up quicker, and the 3-bet is a really big bet, where you're going to be almost pot committed now.
Tommy Vitas, his first to play.
1.2 close.
And he's going to fold his hand. Now John Dolan.
He says, how much have you got? To Joe Sirac.
$1.270.
A little bit more than that, close to 1.5. Dolan with a king-8 is going to put pressure on.
John wants to put Joe all in.
I call.
He's got the queens, he's got the ladies. Tremendous.
Wait, is that all? That's 1.1. All right, we still had action.
All right,
John didn't quite set him all in. He left him with just a few chips, but I'm sure it'll go in shortly. Joe thought he had moved in on him, so he said call, but Joe's got 300,000 left here, but this pot has about $2.5 million in it.
All right, king-8 up against queens.
John Dolan just making a move there. It's part of that flop as an 8 comes up.
I'm all in.
And John moves all in.
Yeah, Joe Sirac has gone all in with his queens, and John takes a look at the queens, realizes he is behind at this point. Joe Sirac with a big chance to double up here.
Well, this pot has about $3 million in it, so he'll be right at the chip lead if he wins this pot. I'm talking about Joe Sirac, well out in front right now with the 2 queens.
And these guys are getting playful right now.
He's got to dodge a king or an 8 here, and Joe Sirac will be in great shape to take down his first WPT title.
Good luck. Good luck, me too.
Oh, man, these guys are buddies. They've roomed together. They've traveled together. They've skateboarded together. And now they got to sweat out the last 2 cards. John Dolan would love to hit an 8 or a king. Let's take a look.
Oh, boy, king on the turn. Unbelievable. Tough luck for Joe Sirac here.
Wow.
That is heartbreak for him. He must catch a queen on the river now to stay alive in this tournament.
Joe, who came in as the chip leader, now just deeply disappointed. Can't believe his fate.
Going swinging, kid. We're about to.
And right now celebrating with Tommy Vitas, his poker pro, Noah Schwartz.
Joe Sirac on the verge of being eliminated in 3rd place in the 2nd consecutive WPT event. Well, it's a 9, so that's going to do it. Well, what a tournament Joe Sirac played. He lost a big race where he had a massive chip lead playing heads up to John Dolan earlier. And now John lucks out on him again right there, catching a king on the turn. But Vince, what can you say about this 24-year-old poker pro, Joe Sirac, the 2nd consecutive WPT event? The guy's finished in 3rd place.
Yeah, he's a good kid. He's smiling now, even though he took some bad beats there. And right now he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Well, you had another 300,000 in your bankroll, another 3rd place finish. How disappointing is this?
Not that much. I mean, I came here like just off the final table, and then you make another final table. It's kind of crazy.
Well, that's a great attitude to have. Obviously, I'm sure we're going to see another final table this year, maybe. Jacksonville?
Yeah, Jacksonville.
All right. Well, you are in the lead for Player of the Year at this current point, so good luck and continued success.
Thank you.
Back to you, Marianella.
Thanks, Matt. Even though Joe Sirac is out in 3rd place, he has moved to the top of the WPT Player of the Year standings. We are getting very close to crowning the Season 10 Seminole Hard Rock Showdown champion. Will it be John Dolan, who wins his first WPT title, or will it be Tommy Vitas, who gets to etch his name on the WPT Champions Cup for the 2nd time? Stick around for heads-up action on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
I gotta climb this Dolan mountain.
Mount Dolan.
Mount Dolan, I like that.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Fasten your seatbelts. Here they come, the Royal Flush Girls. We have Jeannie, Angelique, Danielle, and Tugba bringing out the money.
Well, all the cash being put on the table for these two guys to divide up.
To the victors go the spoils.
You get to play for all this money and the opportunity to have your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup. Just doesn't get much better than that as a poker player.
It is all on the line here. Which one of these guys will take it down tonight?
Tommy Vitas going for his second WPT title. John Dolan going for his first.
We started with 290 players, Spike. You were one of them, but we're down to these two tonight. One is going to take home close to $800,000.
I run good at heads up, by the way.
What every poker player dreams of, making the final table and going into heads-up battle for a championship.
They might have a few dreams about the Royal Flush Girls along the way.
Heads-up play for the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown title is almost ready to get started between Tommy Vitas and John Dolan. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
Tommy, an amazing comeback to this point, but your work is not done yet.
Yeah, we got our work cut out for us. More than 2-to-1 dog, so we'll try and battle it up.
All right, one more stop to go before your second World Poker Tour title. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Well, you've just eliminated your good friend Joe Siroc, and now you're heads up for your first World Poker Tour title. How does it feel?
It feels pretty amazing. Got fortunate against Joe, and now I'm in a pretty good spot.
You're in the chip lead, but he's come back from a short stack before, Mr. Tommy Vitas. How do you feel about your chances?
I like my chances. I know he's more than capable. I mean, I know he plays poker well, and I know he's more than capable of coming back, but I feel good about where I'm at.
All right, well, good luck on your quest for your first title.
All right, thanks, man.
Will Tommy Vitas add his name to the WPT Champions Cup for a second time? Action is about to get started, so let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
You know, John Dolan well out in front with $6.6 million. Tommy Vitas with $2 million in chips. There you see what they're playing for. The winner going to take home nearly $780,000 and get their name inscribed on that WPT Champions Cup.
Quite an honor.
For Tommy Vitas, it would be the second time.
All right, and right now, Tommy Vitas with the button. He's got ace-3. And he will make it $165,000 to go. John Dolan behind him, though, with a queen-10. And he's not going anywhere. He makes the call.
Yeah, wants to see a flop.
See a flop.
And what a flop it is for
boy.
John Dolan. He's flopped top 2 pair.
And look at that. That's a deer caught in headlights right there. So excited. And he's going to check.
He is hoping Tommy Vitas makes his continuation bet here. But he doesn't.
Oh, he's going to disappoint Dolan. To the turn we go.
Checks the ace high. Now the board pairs 10s. A full house for John Dolan. Obviously, no card can come up where Tommy could win this pot.
And when you're that strong, you got to keep checking. But Vitas not going to bite. He checks as well.
He's got the kind of hand you can check down. And now 2 pair on the board.
Well, that could induce Vitas a little bit with his ace high. So that could have been a bad card for Vitas potentially. Let's see. John Dolan now finally having to come out and bet.
Dolan's got to recognize the guy could have ace high. How much would he pay off with it?
225 and a quick call by Vitas. Did get into trouble that last card.
I can't blame Tommy for calling the way the hand was played, Ben.
No doubt, no doubt.
That's all, huh?
Vitas sort of happy that he didn't lose that much. And John Dolan, the man from Biloxi, doing well.
South Florida has produced some of the biggest names in poker, names like Mizrachi and Mercier. But Florida also has a strong group of potential superstars waiting in the wings, including one player who mixes her game up both on and off the felt, as we find out in this edition of Ones to Watch.
That's what I'm saying, dog.
I love the grind, the sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a Ones to Watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
I'm Ebony Kenny, and I'm from North Miami Beach, Florida. I've been playing poker for 9 years. I'm definitely a tournament player. I love tournaments. I love the grind. I love the torture that tournaments are.
Ebony plays a very solid poker game and is dedicated to being the best player she can be.
And I think anybody, especially a woman, who can be consistent enough to stay in the game, that's a testament to their poker playing abilities.
I am hungrier than I ever been, especially being named a ones to watch, because it's such an elite group of people. I have so much to prove, and maybe if I do well, it'll kind of change things, and people might start to take me seriously.
Ebony's a fun girl, and she has a lot going on.
I know Ebony really enjoys dancing and modeling.
I love to dance. When I go out with my girlfriends, I'm definitely the dancer of the bunch. I'm breaking it down, you know. My modeling. I mostly do glamour and urban. I've done a couple of music videos and had some spreads in some magazines, so that's exciting. I like the fact that I can turn into a different person whenever I'm modeling.
I don't know much about Miss Ebony, but she's smoking hot. The girl's got looks. Girls got looks.
I work out because I have to stay in shape for modeling, and for poker, you have to have energy to play these long tournaments. So I can beat up all the guys at the table. It gets my blood flowing, and it helps me stay focused, and it actually makes me feel a lot better about decisions I made.
It's cool to see more girls who have a well-rounded life outside of poker.
I have 2 children. I adore both my kids. I think that it's important for poker players to have other things going on in their life. We are in North Miami Beach. This is where I live.
Raising a kid is a lot of work, and getting good at poker is a lot of work. Balancing the two is very tough. Anyone who can do that is pretty admirable. Seems like she's holding it down pretty well.
I'm extremely happy with what I'm doing. I'm glad that my life has taken me down this path and brought me into what I'm doing now.
Of all the ones to watch who played in this event, Ebony Kenny made it the furthest, but finished just short of making the money when she was eliminated in 35th place. Doc Sands still sits atop the ones to watch leaderboard with his 2nd place finish at the LAPC. We'll keep our eyes on these players as they close out season 10, but for now, let's get back to the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table.
Well, tough luck for Ebony. She didn't make the money here, but Vince, she's got a lot going for her besides poker.
Oh, a lot of great young talent here on the World Poker Tour. But right now, the heads-up battle continues. John Dolan stretching out his lead, 6.8 million. Action's on him, and he's got a nice hand. Ace-9.
Yeah, an ace-high playing heads-up poker. Good hand.
180.
180.
Makes it a $180 to go.
John?
Tommy Vitas will squeeze. Well, he's got a queen 3 of diamonds. Lost an additional 100,000 if he wants to play, and he does.
Well, Tommy likes to see flops, but see if we can get lucky here.
And that flop is?
Oh, and lucky is putting it mildly as he has flopped a flush.
Just incredible. What a time to get it, and he's going to check and trap.
Well, he may well trap John Dolan because John's got top pair with top kicker here.
Yeah, he ain't going to play that slow because there's 3 diamonds out there. John doesn't have a diamond, so you got to make your man pay. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's coming in with the bet, 240,000. Now it's up to Vitas. You got the big flop, and yep, you got to make him pay. He re-raises, makes it 530 to go with his flush.
Tough decision for Dolan here. Is he on some kind of drawing hand, like a Jack-10 with 1 diamond, perhaps? Or does he have a big diamond in his hand?
I'm all in.
Well, John is not fearful. He has gone all in.
And the snap call by Tommy Vitas, and John Dolan knows he's toast.
John Dolan, hard to get away from that.
Tommy Vitas is going to double up here unless John hits 2 runners to make a full house.
Can't beat that defense.
John Dolan, good-natured about it. But what an opportunity for Vitas to double up. Of course, John needs runner. It's almost a miracle. Dolan's sitting back down. And we'll see a couple cards. And this will make the match very close. If Vitas' hand should hold up. And yes, it does. A king of spades. This thing is a wrap. It's over. Tommy Vitas gonna take this pot.
Decent flop.
And Vince, we've really got a horse race going now.
John Dolan, good-natured, a good loser at that point, gives half the chips back to Tommy Vitas.
We'll be right back with more from the Seminole Hard Rock, including Tony Dunst breaking down tonight's play in the Rod deal. Stay tuned.
Angelique, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
When you come to the Hard Rock, you get a little bit of everything. There's poker here year-round. The clubs, the nightlife, the restaurants, and the beaches here. It's the action in Florida that makes it so exciting. If you were going to take your first shot and play in a WPT event, I would come to the Seminole Hard Rock because there's a lot more to do other than just play cards.
Well, players love it here at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino. It's got everything you could want. Great nightclubs, great restaurants, and certainly all the poker that you want to play.
It is fantastic. Plus, you're 5 minutes away from the beautiful ocean. It is spectacular.
180.
All right, back to the action right now. John Dolan with an ace-queen has moved it up to 180,000. Tommy Vitas with just a 6-4. Let's see what the man from Cyprus will do. Look at this. He's going to re-raise.
Well, that's the first time he gets a hold of chips. He just comes right over the top with a 6-4 offsuit.
440 to go with a nothing hand.
Playing heads-up poker, you're not going to throw an ace-queen away.
No, he has re-raised. John Dolan is going to push it. Makes it 9-10 to go. Right now, Vitas is saying, why? Why did I get so aggressive?
You better be real careful here. He'll be heading to the swamps of Florida very shortly. He decides to make a play right here. I don't see John Dolan going anywhere with these.
Not in this battle, and Tommy knows it, and he's going to give it up. John Dolan from Biloxi extends his chip lead right now.
Nice hand.
All season long, Tony Dunst has not been one to keep his opinions to himself, and tonight is no different, as we will find out in this edition of The Raw Deal.
I like Tommy Vitas. He has a certain mellow professionalism to him. He's polite to everyone. Whether he wins or loses, he's always pretty relaxed. And it's hard to argue with the guy's resume. This is his 3rd WPT final table, with his first being a major win at the Festa Al Lago in Season 8. But, damn it, I just hate the way the guy plays. Then again, Tommy is the first to admit that he plays unconventional and prefers to rely on his instincts over fundamentals.
I go by my gut instinct and my reads on people.
So, is it a different approach to the game, or am I just being a jealous hater? I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. Take a look at a few pre-flop spots from his win at the Bellagio in Season 8. He called with 10-8 offsuit in the big blind against an under-the-gun raise just 32 blinds deep. He just called with king-queen out of the small blind with under 20 blinds when offered a prime squeeze scenario. He open-limped with king-jack offsuit first to act and then called a raise out of position. He flat called a raise with ace-jack when four-handed when Freddie Deeb opened an 11-blind stack.
Does not re-raise with the ace-jack.
I mean, I could keep going here, but it's only supposed to be a 2-minute segment. Now let's look at his play tonight. Coming into this final table as the short stack, you might think he would look for a spot to double up early, but instead, he just called a raise with pocket sevens and only 20 blinds. Put it to you like this. If I had pocket sevens and only 20 blinds, I'd slam it all in, run into the stands, and celebrate to a degree that would put Dwight Pilgrim to shame.
Woo! You can't play better poker than me, man.
Then he called a min raise in the big blind with queen 7 offsuit with just 17 blinds. Let's be clear. The reason players like Tommy prefer calling over re-raising in many situations pre-flop is because they are very comfortable with their post-flop abilities. They often prefer to keep the pot small and not risk a high percentage of their stack until they feel highly confident about a particular read or situation. In some hands, this is absolutely the best approach. But I think it's a flawed default approach because the strategy is applied far too loosely and often results in confrontations where you're out of position, without the initiative, and against players that simply won't make big enough mistakes to negate those disadvantages.
All right, one more stop to go before your second World Poker Tour title.
Then again, what do I know? I've yet to make a WPT final table, and Tommy is at his 3rd, and heads up for his 2nd title. And at the end of the day, I root for the guys I like, even if I don't agree with every play they make. But whether Tommy still likes me after watching this segment is yet to be seen.
Nice hand.
Tony Dunst thinks he plays all these raggedy hands, out of position, et cetera, but I can tell you one thing, Tommy Vitas has got a good feel for the game.
Great feel. And look at Joe Sirach, what a champ. Guy gets knocked out, but he goes to the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, and he's having a good time. He has a lot of class, and he's a great player. But let's go back to the table. All right, the blinds are up to 50 and 100,000. Action on John Dolan.
And there you see John with about a little over 2-to-1 chip lead over Tommy Vitas right now.
John has a 7-4 of hearts. And he is going to make a raise, 200,000. Trying to pick on Tommy when he's down. Tommy with Jack-7 has made the call. Here we go.
Oh, the flop comes 7-5-3. Both players have flopped top pair. Tommy Vitas has him out-kicked.
And Tommy has checked it.
You can see some fireworks here.
John Dolan is going to bet 250. Now, John also has the straight draw as well as the top pair.
That could get him in trouble.
Certainly could. Vitas now. Cost him 215 to call, but he's not just calling. He's popped it. 585 to go.
But now John Dolan.
Dolan's really starting to look like he's been staying up with the baby lately, the 6-month-old. Looking a little haggard out there. Baby duties in the middle of the night.
I go back to the first 6 months. Child's life, you don't sleep. It really is difficult. He's out here playing poker. Let Mama worry about it. Maybe that's why he's fought so hard this week to last this long. You get a little sleep here in the hotel.
Someone has to take home the bacon, though, Mike.
All in.
Oh, and he's going to try to do it right here with it all in.
I'm not sure Tommy Vitas is going to go anywhere here.
Hi, Cole.
Nope, he's made the call.
Good, solid call by Vitas. Joe Sirach enjoying the moment.
Vitas in great shape to double up and take the chip lead in this heads-up battle.
It is all on the line right now.
The 7-11. Will it be lucky for Tommy Vitas? He's out in front right now. Can he hold him? Tommy just needs to dodge a 6 or a 4, and he'll double up and take the lead in this heads-up battle.
However, if John Dolan should get lucky, he will become the champion. It will be over. John Dolan would put his name on the WPT Champions Cup with the rest of the champs. Let's see the turn. Well, it is a 10 of club. No help for John Dolan.
Well, Tommy Vitas nodding his head because the club came off, gives him a flush draw, meaning John can't catch the 6 of clubs or 4 of clubs and win this pot, so 2 of his outs are gone.
Here we go. John needs to suck out, but he's not going to get it as an 8 of diamonds hits on the river. Tommy Vitas going to double up.
Tommy Vitas taking the chip lead in this heads-up battle.
Game over. It's all over. Lights out.
The Kelly Savalas look-alike. Now he's our chip leader. Just incredible. Stay with us. We're coming back with more heads-up action in just a moment here on the World Poker Tour.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's coverage of the seminal Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. While tonight's players take aim at their own piece of poker history, it's time to take a look back at this classic victory and the WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river! Who's gonna get lucky?
In 2004, young pro Tuan Lee entered the World Poker Finals, facing a WPT record field of 674 players, but lacking a room for the night. Legend holds that Tuan Lee traded 50% of his possible winnings to friend and fellow pro Hassan Habib, outperforming all expectations.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
The newest stop on the World Poker Tour changes everything as one of our own makes the final table and the Player of the Year race gets turned upside down. The heat is on in Florida and it's only on the WPT.
Well, go. The crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Wow! Unbelievable.
Welcome everybody to Jacksonville, Florida for the inaugural Jacksonville Best Bet Open. I'm Marianella Pereira, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, who's away on maternity leave. As most of you know, Tony Dunst is the host of The Raw Deal, the very popular segment here on the WPT, featuring Tony's highly opinionated take on the play at the final table. Well, tonight the tables get turned as Tony Dunst has battled his way through the field in Florida and will take a seat among the final 6 in a bid to win a WPT title of his own. We are, of course, excited for our colleague, and we wish him the best of luck. And he's going to need it, because also at this final table tonight is someone else who doesn't hold back, WPT champion Will the Thrill Fiala. Right now, let's go to Matt Savage, who is standing by with Will and Tony. Matt?
Tony, you've been a very tough year this year. You've been able to persevere and make this final table tonight. What does it mean for you to be at the final table?
Miracle. You know, man, Will's
Miracle.
talking trash immediately.
Miracle.
He can't even
Miracle.
he can't even let me get through my part.
Miracle.
It means a lot, obviously, you know, to be part of the family and here at this final table and battling against such a legend like Will. Obviously, is
Deck smashed him over the head.
There you go. You know, I think he's so eager to get in here. Why don't we ask Will his question?
All right, well, make sure you don't make any raw deal plays
Okay,
tonight.
sure.
Will, dig the threads, first of all.
Thank you.
But let me say that...
you look nice. I can't believe you put pants on.
Yep, I own a pair of pants. Yes, I do.
You've called your shot here. You said you were going to make the final table. You said you were going to overtake Player of the Year once again. What does it mean to be so determined?
It's nice to be focused. I feel good that I'm here. I know that I'm very blessed to be here, and I feel very honored to be in everybody's presence.
Do you own those pants, or did you borrow them?
I rented them.
Okay.
I like you better with a microphone, by the way.
All right, guys, thanks a lot and good luck tonight.
Thank you, thank you.
Back to you, Marianella. Are you excited?
Matt, I am really looking forward to this final table. We have a solid group of players, and with Will the Thrill there, we are, of course, guaranteed to be entertained. They're both looking very dapper, by the way. We've heard from Tony and Will, but we've yet to see the other players that make up this stacked final table. To reveal those who made it and those who fell short, let's go back 4 days ago to when it all began.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open Poker Championship. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
With cards in the air on day 1A in Jacksonville, the Royal Flush Girls took to the tournament floor to welcome the players. They found WPT champions, final tablists, ones to watch, and even our own Mike Sexton, Tony Dunst, and Vince Van Patten. In this special re-entry tournament, any player who busted on day 1A could pay another $5,000 and enter on day 1B, inspiring WPT champ James Dempsey to gamble it up a bit.
Got it!
The hand of the day would involve a 4-way all-in with short-stacked ones to watch Matt Marifiotti in trouble holding pocket sevens against pocket aces, kings, and queens. But with a 7 on the turn, Matt quadrupled up. Raj Vora's aces took the side pot, eliminating the other 2 players.
That woman just she was rubbing my nipple and stuff during the hand. I mean, I don't know if it was lucky or something, but...
Day 1A would see half the field of 125 players eliminated, including Vince Van Patten, Matt Marifiotti, and Borgata final table player Daniel Buzzgone.
So day 1A didn't go so hot. Are you going to be playing again tomorrow?
No, not because you said that. Really? Of course I'll be playing tomorrow.
Re-entering was not a consideration for those at the top of the chip count, including Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst, Legends champ Will Fiala, and current chip leader Darren Elias.
Hopefully I can make it, keep it going, see what happens.
So players, it's time. Get ready, let's shuffle up and deal.
Start of day 1B gave us 2 types of players. Those who were just arriving to Best Bet Jacksonville, like WPT Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger, WSOP main event champ Jamie Gold, and ones to watch Ebony Kinney.
I just got off the plane.
Then there was the re-entry crowd who had busted Day 1A and were looking to invest another $5,000 in pursuit of WPT glory. Included in this group were WPT final tablists Daniel Buzgon and Sean Kunix. Once to watch Matt Marifiotti, plus WPT champs Hoyt Corkins and Matt Waxman, who started bluffing before the cards were even dealt. The newest stop on the WPT really went all out, including Best Bet Jacksonville dealer Brian Woods, who showed off his WPT pride. With registration now closed, the numbers were posted. A total of 320 entries created a prize pool worth over $1.5 million.
Yes! Yes! GG! Yes!
But a day that had started with hope would not end well for Jamie Gold and Hoyt Corkins, who both busted. But it was great for French pro Amini Chobani, who ended as Day 1B chip leader. And proving they were wise to re-enter the fray, Daniel Buzgon and Once to Watch Matt Marifiotti both survived to play another day.
Overall, I'm really happy with my play today. I only slept 6 hours, so time for bed. Good night, guys.
Day 2 saw half the combined starting fields of Day 1 return and a strong contingent of the 160 remaining players who had already made final tables this season, meaning WPT Jacksonville was shaping up to be about more than just this one title. Joe Siroc's final table appearance at Seminole Hard Rock vaulted him ahead of Will Fiella to take the lead for WPT Season 10 Player of the Year. As luck would have it, Season 9 POY, Andy Frankenberger, ended up right in the middle of their friendly rivalry.
I got Joe on one side, Will Fiella at the other, so right now I got a front row seat for it. Of course, if I take them both out, then I could be right back in it too.
But Joe, Will, and Andy weren't the only ones in the field with a chance at WPT Player of the Year. 5-diamond champ James Dempsey, as well as Borgata final tableists Darren Elias and Daniel Buzgon, all had a shot to take the lead, depending on how long Will and Joe survived. Meanwhile, our own Tony Dunst was practicing his signature raw deal style with poker pro and philosopher Alan Kessler.
Like, I feel like you're a man who, wherever he goes, death follows him.
I'm just happy I made it through on the first hole. Me too.
Unfortunately, it was tournament death for WPT's other man in the field, as Mike Sexton's pocket sevens could not hold against the ace-king of Paris final tableist Byron Caberman. Back at the POY table, Joe Siroc busted, leaving room for Will Fiella and several others to catch up to him in the Player of the Year race.
It's going to be a dogfight. I think there's still about 6 people in here that it's up for grabs for anybody to win this WPT Player of the Year. But I can tell you one thing. They got to come with this.
The end-of-day chip count would put Fareed Jadid on top of the leaderboard. But with Joe Siroc on the sidelines, the players in 2nd, 4th, and 7th place on the leaderboard all had a serious shot at scrambling the Player of the Year race, as well as taking down this WPT title. Who will join Tony Dunst and Will Fiella in the fight to win a seat to the season-ending WPT World Championship, $400,000 and a WPT title? Find out when our extended coverage of the playdown to the final 6 continues. And later we'll see how the Royal Flush Girls have been enjoying their time in Jacksonville. Plus, we relive an historic Champions Cup moment. It's all when we return to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around. Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. With the competition in high gear, the field has begun to dwindle as the race to make this final table became even more intense. Day 3 of the Jacksonville Best Bet Open was all about making the money. Of the 55 players starting the day, 36 would cash. With players finding themselves short-stacked and busting, the Royal Flush Girls were there to show their support for everyone.
Anything can happen.
Something did happen to WPT champ James Dempsey, and it wasn't good. Shoving with pocket eights, James was outflopped by Matthew Schulte's suited ace-queen. The turn and the river were no help to James, making the Bellagio champ the unfortunate bubble boy.
It was not in the script. It was not in the script. C'est la vie.
As some players were collecting their min cashes, others were collecting chips. Borgata final tableist Daniel Buzgan was all in pre-flop against fellow WPT alum Fred Goldberg and WPT champ Matt Giannetti. With a flop of 8-7-5, Fred bets $100,000 into a side pot.
Fred folds.
Matt folds his pocket jacks.
Oh, there's your one time.
A 10 on the turn gives Daniel Buzgan a set to crack Fred's pocket aces and triple up. Soon after, both Matt and Fred would bust out, earning a little over $12,000. WPT Jacksonville is one of the few stops that allows players as young as 18 to enter. And Best Bet Jacksonville offered a custom surfboard to the one player 18 to 20 years old who lasted the longest. This meant the last bust out of the day would be bittersweet, as 20-year-old Robert Gorodepski's set would lose on the river to Blake Purvis, who made a straight. Robert cashed in 17th place and rode the waves home. The day would end with 16 players. Will Fiala, gunning for his second title of the year as well as Player of the Year honors, was on top of the leaderboard. Daniel Buzgan third. Paris final tableist Byron Kaverman was sitting in fourth position, with Once to Watch Matt Murphyati holding strong in eighth, and our very own Tony Dunst rounding out the top 10. Day 4's play would lead to the final 6, but the 18 who started the day were remarkably deep, including 5 players with WPT final table experience, as well as WPT Once to Watch Matt Murphyati and raw deal analyst Tony Dunst. While everyone had their eye on the Champions Cup, WPT champ Will Fiala also had his sights on Player of the Year. An 8th place finish or better, and Will would retake the lead in the POY race from Joe Sirach.
I'm making a final table. 100%. 100%.
The poker heated up as Tony Dunst shoved, holding pocket deuces. He's called by Daniel Buzgan, who had 10s. The board runs out to give Tony a miracle straight on the river.
Oh my God. Holy wow.
Doubling up Tony and leaving Daniel short-stacked. With the field dwindling and players about to go on break, Sean Kunix checks the flop against Matt Murphyati. Matt shoves for almost $600,000.
All in.
Calm.
Sean snap calls to show he hit a set of deuces against Matt's pair of aces. The board runs out and Matt is shell-shocked as he busts in 9th place.
Son of a...
While Matt sat stunned, Will would celebrate as he once again took the lead for WPT Player of the Year. The day's final hand would pit Paris final tableist Byron Kaverman against Florida businessman and accomplished amateur James Calderero. Byron lost his race holding ace-king.
There it is.
And our final table was set. Will Fiala and Tony Dunst would be joined by our chip leaders, 2 businessmen with strong poker experience, Sean Kunix and James Calderero, as well as 2 pros who both made the final table at Borgata this season, the well-respected Darren Elias and our short stack, Daniel Buzgan. But the story would be all Will Fiala, a man who was as good as his word from a few days ago.
It's up for grabs for anybody to win this WPT Player of the Year, but I can tell you one thing. They got to come with this.
As we get ready for the start of this amazing final table, I'm joined by the best in the business, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, as everyone knows, you made the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star here on the WPT just last season. So you better than anyone can tell us exactly what is going through Tony's mind right now.
Well, Marinella, relief is probably a pretty good word. This is Tony's first WPT final table, and I can assure you he is thrilled to be here. But now that he's here, he's thinking about winning. But that's not going to be easy because we've got tough, experienced players at this final table, 4 of whom have been at a WPT final table before, including our chip leader, Sean Kunix, tough young pro Darren Elias, and Will the Thrill Fiala, who tonight is going for his 2nd WPT title this season. This is going to be a good one.
Without a doubt, Mike, this is a tough table. And Vince, how about Will Fiala calling a shot by reclaiming his Player of the Year lead and making a 2nd final table this season?
Wow, just incredible. You know, Will the Thrill is a true character. You know, the wannabe mobster from New York. You know, he's half Tony Soprano, He's half Tony G, the Australian airbag. But he's not half a player, because this guy has everything, Marianella. He can really play, he can read people, he can trash talk at the players, but he also likes to eliminate people at the poker table, much like Tony Soprano. He likes to have them swimming with the fishes. This is one great guy to watch. He is always fun, but Tony Dunst, don't go away. You've got here, big chance tonight, maybe you can do it.
And now I'm going to put both of you on the spot. Who is your pick to win this thing?
Well, because he's the chip leader, Sean Kunix has to be the favorite. But certainly, all of us at the World Poker Tour would love to see Mr. Raw Deal Tony Dunst take down his first WPT title tonight. But I pick Will the Thrill Fiala when he made the final table at the Legends of Poker to win, and I'm going with him again tonight. Will the Thrill will take down his second WPT title.
Okay. All right, Mike. I have to go with my man Tony Dunst. He's come this far. Maybe he'll win it. Who knows?
All right, Vince, there's a lot on the line tonight. A first place prize worth $400,000, including an entry to the season-ending $25,000 WPT World Championship in Vegas. And 6 men who want nothing more than to etch their names on the WPT Champions Cup. Start of play from the Jacksonville Best Bet Open is just minutes away. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. The final table of the Jacksonville Best Bet Open Poker Championship about to get underway. We've got youth, we've got experience, we've got 6 great players fighting it out for this coveted title.
That is right, Mike. We're in beautiful Jacksonville. We are just minutes away from where Ponce de Leon discovered the fountain of youth. Well, will youth prevail? We will find out. The cards are in the air. Andes are starting at 5,000, blinds 15 and 30. Let's go to the felt.
Well, there you see our leaderboard. Sean Kunix out in front with 2.7. James Calderaro in second place. Here we go.
Okay, on the short stack, Daniel Buzzgone. He's got a queen deuce, and he won't play that. Here's Will the Thrill. Next up to bat, he's going to fold. Tony Dunst going away.
Over to Sean Kunix, our chip leader. He folds as well.
Darren Elias.
Well, Darren's a tough poker pro out of Montclair, New Jersey, just 25 years old.
Got a nothing hand at Jack 3 of diamonds. Got a little money in there.
Finished 5th at Borgata earlier this season. And he is going to raise it up out of the small blind with the Jack 3 of diamonds. 75,000 to go.
James Calderaro, real estate investor from Venice, Florida, has re-raised this. Makes it 175.
Wow, what a 3-bet here by the businessman from Venice, Florida. Not just a businessman, folks. This guy can play poker. Had a couple WPT cashes. He also finished 13th in the 2009 main event at the World Series of Poker, which garnered him $633,000. So the guy knows how to play, as you can see right there, by 3-betting with 9 high.
Just 9-7. He's going to win that pot. Darren goes out. So off to a good start is the amateur player. All right, very next hand, Sean Kunix, the chip leader at this point.
Now Sean playing with a broken collarbone. He was in an accident with his son on a quad runner, but not hurt bad enough to miss this event.
He's going to fold a queen 8. And now back to Darren, who has a miserable 7-3. Won't play that. Calderaro going away. And now the short stack, Daniel.
Daniel Buzzgone, 27-year-old poker pro out of Marlton, New Jersey. Tough player. He was 3rd at Borgata earlier this season.
Well, he has folded, and now it's around to Will the Thrill. And Will the Thrill has a 6-5.
Well, Will the Thrill making the call out of the small blind. But Tony Dunst going to raise here with the Jack 9, makes it 90,000 to go, and Will quickly calls.
Now our man Tony Dunst, the raw deal here on the WPT, who has beautifully made the final table.
Made a good raise there up to 90,000. Let's see how it works out for him. 9-6 deuce. Will's flopped second pair, but Tony has flopped top pair.
Thrill quickly checking, and Tony quickly betting with the continuation bet. Looks like 90,000.
This could spell trouble for the WPT champ, who has retaken the Player of the Year lead.
Will has called it
by his finish in this tournament.
Faster, buddy.
All right, turn card coming up.
It's okay. It's a regular deal.
Will behind.
When a 5 comes off.
2 pair for Will the Thrill.
He's behind no more, Vince. He has taken the lead. He's got 2 pair.
And he quickly checks it like he hated it. Of course, we know better. And Tony gonna bite here. Like he should. Protect your top pair. And there's the bet, 215,000.
Well, let's see what Will's gonna do now. He's gonna raise it. There's your answer. This comes right over the top of Tony Dunst. Will Tony get away from this hand, or will he be talking about it on the raw deal later?
You got top pair. You got a wild man on your right.
Well, he's going to make a good laydown here, that's for sure.
Very nice, Tony.
So Will the Thrill getting lucky on the turn, taking down that pot.
Come on, let's go, something. Crowd's dead. We got to wake up this crowd a little.
Will the Thrill is trying to wake up the gang at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar.
If anybody can wake it up, it is Will the Thrill. I'll give him credit, Vince. He had to get to at least 8th place in this tournament to go past Joe Sirach. He said he was going to do it, and he did it. He has retaken the lead for the WPT Player of the Year going into the main event.
Quite a character. All right, back to play. Darren Elias now with Ace King, a big hand. Darren's out of Montclair, New Jersey, 25 years old. And he's getting out raising chips, of course. Goes to 65,000. Right behind him, James Calderero with a nice suited connector.
Well, he 3-bet with a 9-7 of clubs a minute ago. That worked for him. Here he just makes the call with the 8-7 of clubs.
Everyone else folding to the chip leader, Sean Kunix, who has not picked up a good hand yet. And he's going to fold. 2-way action. Ace King up against 8-7 of clubs. And we are flopping.
And flop comes Ace 10 deuce. Great flop for Darren. He's got top pair and top kicker.
Just a thing of beauty. You play it sneaky, or do you come out with a continuation bet? That's what he's going to do. 75,000.
Look at this. James has no hand and no draw. And yet he is playing this pot.
He's got some heart there because he's going to make it 195, Mike.
Well, this is unbelievable.
Problem is your guy has Ace King. That's a quick call right there by Darren. Here we go to the turn.
5 of clubs comes off. That's going to give James a flush draw, but Darren's still well out in front with the 2 aces. Now it's going check, check. Oh, and the queen of clubs comes up.
Miracle card for the real estate guy. James Calderero hitting his flush. And it's on Darren first. Slow down. Yes, he does.
Then he's going to check. He got raised on the flop. He's fearful this could give his opponent 2 pair or a straight possibly. I doubt he's thinking about putting him on a flush here.
Calderero's thinking, how much can he get out of Darren? And it looks like 260, a nice amount.
Well, folks, I don't see how Darren is going to fold this hand, but you're going to see him slink out of his chair and slump to the floor when he sees how he got beat and how this guy raised him on the flop with 8 high. No hand, no draw.
Yeah, it's a pretty auto call. Even though you don't like it, you got aces with a big kicker. 260, yes, he's going to donate. And he's going to be disgusted, of course. He sees the flush. Oh, oxygen tank, please.
Yeah, you can see everybody else's eyebrows are going to be raised when they see the hand that James turns over there, because they see this guy's got a lot of heart to make plays like that, to raise on the flop with no hand and no draw.
Absolutely, and Darren there, burned like the toasted Denny's. That is not fun.
Oh, boy.
Plenty more to come from the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, including the Royal Flush Girls having fun here in Florida. Plus, we relive a Champions Cup moment.
Here we go. A 6.
Wow. It's all when we return to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Stick around.
The World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes, and in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
The Best Bet Poker Room has been wonderful, and the whole entire city's been really sweet to us.
We went to the beach, we did a bunch of surfing and playing in the water. The beach was beautiful, the sand was great, the water was amazing.
Clark's Fish Camp was definitely an experience that I will not forget. They had python, kangaroo, ostrich, venison, everything I could ever think of that you could possibly cut up and eat, they had it there.
Honestly, she's had like 17 gator toes. I'm really starting I'm starting to worry here.
Jacksonville, Florida is an amazing place to visit. You'd be so surprised at all of the incredible things they have to offer, and the Best Bet Poker Room was perfect.
Vince, I got to tell you, the Best Bet Jacksonville couldn't be better named because this is the best bet you can get if you're a poker player. This place is gorgeous. What impresses me the most as a player, you're not cramped. There's plenty of space between tables. The chairs are comfortable. The tables are beautiful. The lighting is great.
Yeah.
I think if you're in this area, folks, and you like to play poker, you got to check out Best Bet Jackson.
We'll also just talk about the food and the service, impeccable. So you're right, Mike. This is one of our favorite casinos.
And how about this, Vince?
Oh, boy.
Dealer Brian Wood has engraved the WPT logo right in the side of his head there. Gotta love it.
I hope he's getting some big tips for that one. I bet he is. Everyone having a good time here as 6 players remain. As you can see, our chip leader, Sean Kunix, with $2.8 million in chips. And he is a businessman out of Columbus, Ohio.
But the other businessman, James Colorado, right on his heels here with $2.7 million in chips.
James is going to fold on this hand, and now Mr. Buzz gone. A short stack at the table with a king-8 of spades. This hand has piqued his interest. Is he going to fire, Mike?
I'll tell you where he fired, Vince. He re-entered this tournament on day 2 after he got busted on day 1, and that was a wise decision because you're going to get a nice paycheck.
Well, he has raised to $65,000. Couple folds.
Round to Sean Kunix. This is Sean's second time he's been at a WPT final table, so maybe an amateur, but he's been here before.
Well, he's called with a nothing hand, just a 6-4. Darren with an ace-5 gets out of their way, so two-way action. Daniel, Buzz gone with a king-8 up against a 6-4 by Sean. Here's the flop.
Well, flop comes 9-9-4, so just that quickly, Sean has taken the lead with 2-pair. Sean is going to check the 2-pair.
And the short stack, Daniel.
It's the kind of flop you're normally going to make a continuation bet with, even though you don't have anything.
Up a $70,000 bet, it looks like.
Yep, Daniel doing just that. Let's see now what Sean is going to do.
Well, he's got a piece of it. You know you can't get hurt that bad because the guy's on such a short stack. You've got all these chips. And there you go. He's going to push all in. Put the pressure back on Buzz gone.
Well, Buzz is going to be gone here, no doubt about
Yes,
that.
that will kill you, Buzz.
He is not going to. He is just posturing here, folks. Zero chance he's calling here with the king-eye.
Buzz gone out.
All right, so Sean Kunix going to take down that pot. So the Ohio State Buckeye is dabbing it right now.
Sean Kunix, 39 years old. He works with Verizon stores. And he's playing some good poker here tonight so far. All right, back to the table. Darren. Elias with a 6-3. Quickly folds his hand, James Calderero. Also going out.
So back to Buzz gone. They just raised a minute ago with king-8. That didn't work out. Let's see what he's going to do with queen-jack. Remember, he is the short stack at the table, but just wants to wait for something a little better than that. Will the Thrill going to make a raise here with the king-10 of spade?
Why not? He's got the button. Attractive hand. He makes it $65,000 to go. Tony out.
Well, the big blind has picked up a premium hand. He's got ace-king. That good luck card cap you see on Sean's thing is a soccer player. It came from his son's birthday cake. Sean used it to show his son that you can do anything that you set your mind out to achieve. He wanted to make this final table. He's using the soccer man to prove that you can do it.
That is great. He's also made it $180,000 into Will the Thrill.
Well, calling re-raises with hands like king-10 and king-jack. Some pros wouldn't make it, but they're not Will the Thrill. He wants to see a flop.
He's also got position, but he could be in trouble here. Here's the flop, and the king comes up.
Well, this is just why they don't call re-raises with king-jacks and king-10s, because they're trouble hands. You flop 2 kings, you're still frozen when your opponent's continuing to bet.
Now Sean with the continuation bet. He looks like he's getting chips out, and of course he is going to bet 235.
He's got top pair and top kicker. A great flop for him.
And Will's thinking, gee, I have kings. Let me find out where I am here.
It's a good flop for Will the Thrill's hand. He's going to raise it here.
Repop it, but look at this, a quick all in by Sean.
I should have waited a little bit.
He should have waited a little bit. I agree with him. I think he made a snap all-in bet when it wasn't necessary with the texture of this board. And Will the Thrill, let's see if he can pick up on that snap all-in bet and realize that he's beat here.
Tough spot.
Well, indeed, it is a tough spot.
I think you got 2 queens for some crazy reason.
Normally, Will is very good about reading opponents in this situation.
You got 2 queens?
It's still better than your hand. Even 2 queens are.
You think so?
Yeah.
I raised you there with the, I don't know, 2 queens beat?
I mean, maybe. I got a terrible table image.
You do have a terrible table image, it's true.
Well, we have a terrible table image, but he got the best hand here. And if Will's not careful, he'll be reporting to the rail.
What a predicament for Will the Thrill. First in the Player of the Year standings. Quite a character from Long Island, New York.
I bet you got to salute the guy. He had to get to at least 8th place to retake that Player of the Year lead. He did it. He's trying to extend that lead now, but if he makes the call here,
Show me.
He could go out in 6th place very easily.
I hate to do that, though. I got to play these other guys, too.
And he is going to make the right fold.
So Sean Koenig extending his chip lead by picking up a nice pot right there.
And that is just horrible for Will the Thrill, whose chips are disappearing faster than a 70s child star.
I know you told us. That was so great.
Tony just so happy it wasn't him. As we look at the Royal Flush Girls social bar, anyone can go out there and talk to the girls about almost anything.
I swear to God, I folded a king. I don't know. You guys going to see it in 30 minutes.
Trying to prove that he had kings. He did. Good lay down. We must move on. James Calderero.
This guy's impressed me, Vince, I got to tell you. He goes out here, has this buzz gone.
Yep. Back to Will.
And he's got the suited connectors, a 6-7 of spade here.
Raise. He's going to raise it to 60,000 with the 6-7 of spade. Tony Dunst now with a pair of 10s.
Now, for sure, Tony's going to 3-bet with this hand.
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to do all day, buddy. That's what I wanted.
Yeah, he's lying about that. You don't want a guy to 3-bet you when you got 7 high.
Well, he's made it 150. Sean out. Darren with a nothing hand goes away.
Well, we're going to see a flop. He makes the call of the raise by Tony Dunst.
Tony with a nice wired pair. Can he get lucky with this flop?
Well, King, Queen, 7, so Will's got a piece of it. He's got bottom pair. Not good enough, though, against the 2 10s of Tony.
Well, they both check. And now Will's got 2 pairs, 7s and 6s. What a card for Will the Thrill.
Yep. Will is taking the lead here.
Yep. And he's going to bet it. 125,000.
Well, tough spot for Tony here. Well, he's going to make the call here.
This could be big trouble for the raw deal.
Now 4 diamonds comes off, so 3 diamonds out there. Will the Thrill checking.
Check.
6. No good.
Oh, you got me that time. Nice hand, nice hand, nice hand.
Will the Thrill has overlooked his hand, folks.
What the heck just happened?
He said he had 2 6s, Vince. Didn't realize he had 7s and 6s.
Oh,
he had the best hand.
This is just an absolute shock here. Didn't see his cards. He mucks it.
Well, because he didn't table his cards. He didn't turn his hand up.
Oh, you got me.
He just said he had 2 6s and mucked his hand. His hand is dead. Tony Dunst getting a gift right there with a big bow on it.
This is a major mistake by a major player. This is startling.
Well, Vince, even the greatest players make mistakes sometimes. We saw it right there by Will the Thrill. Unbelievable.
Stay tuned. More from Jacksonville coming up.
Want to improve your game? As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to past WPT episodes and the chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I find Will Fiala fun to play with.
I warned you not to bluff that ace. You
like chin nuts.
A lot of people find Will very obnoxious.
Fred Goldberg money. Buddy, I slow rolled him. I didn't see a 4. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
And I think Will doesn't care that they find him obnoxious.
Yeah, and plus they know they can't do to me. You don't listen. I try to tell you, no good, buddy. You won't be here long with me to your right, bitch. Don't worry. They can't say nothing, they can't do nothing, because they know I'll just come right back at them, and they don't want that.
I'm not trying to take anything away from his play, but you remember Will Fiala, the man, before you remember Will Fiala, the poker player.
Tony Dunst asked his mind today. That I promise you, if someone's making him go to the rail, it's going to be the Thrill. Love to outplay the Dunster.
Well, Will the Thrill outplayed himself that last hand by laying down the best hand. I'm still shocked by that, Vince.
Button's right.
You know, I just wonder if he was thinking about the other hand that he lost with the 2 kings where he mucked that hand. We know it was a good lay down, but it still might be playing on his mind where he might have thought he had the best hand. I don't know.
But, Mike, we've been here for 10 years now on the World Poker Tour, and we have seen great poker, right?
Well, you're right, Vince. And now our viewers can see some more great poker because if they join ClubWPT.com, they'll become a VIP member and they'll have special access to former episodes on the World Poker Tour, whether it be Season 10, Season 1, or whatever they want to watch.
That's very true. You get all the VIP benefits, and you only pay $19.95 a month, okay? So you can play unlimited poker. You also have a shot at winning a seat at one of the major WPT events. We've seen it done, and they've taken home big bucks.
No question about it, so folks. So sign up for ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, back to the table we go.
Well, we've seen some great poker, but a moment ago, we saw some weak poker when Will folded the best hand.
All right, this has been folded around to Sean, the chip leader. He's got about 3.6 million in chips with just a 7-3, Mike.
Yeah, really not much of a hand, but he's going to raise it, it looks like, just to try to pick up the blinds and antes here.
Yeah, 65,000 into Darren with just a Jack-8. But he kind of knows what's happening here. He's going to make the call. So a 7-3 up against a Jack-8. And there's an 8 on the flop and a 7.
Well, Sean has flopped bottom pair. Darren has flopped middle pair and a gut shot straight draw, as you can see.
And Sean's going to come out with a continuation bet. It looks like 80,000 with his 7s. And Darren, of course, with the 8s. And a straight draw is going to make the call.
And now a Jack comes off.
Wow.
So now Darren has 2 pair.
But Sean first to act is not going to slow down. He's getting more chips out, it looks like. Yep. 160,000 into Darren.
Even though Darren's got 2 pair, he's frozen here because there's a possible straight out there and a possible flush, as you can see.
Doesn't have that many chips, though, Mike. You just fire here and just gamble.
I think you do just what he's doing. You make the call with 2 pair and the straight flush draw.
All right, he's in front, and the river card helps neither player.
King of clubs comes off. An all-in bet by Sean Kunix. What a play this is. And even though Darren has 2 pair, he's fearful his opponent's got a flush, a straight. Just wouldn't think he would make this kind of play with 2 pair or trips with a possible flush and straight out there. But I know one thing. You're sitting in Darren's seat. Just a tough, tough, tough call to make here for all your dough. If he's got the straight or flush, you're reporting to the rail and you're out of here in 6th place.
Well, this could be the turning point for Darren. If he should make this, it would be a spectacular call. He would double up.
Well, you only call this if you think your opponent's bluffing, Vince. That's all.
He's going to lay down.
Just too much pressure.
Yeah,
you can't do it for all your chips. I don't blame Darren for laying that hand down, but you just got to take your hat off to this Ohio State Buckeye. He played that hand with the precision of the Ohio State Marching Band, I can tell you that.
Brilliantly done.
We had a stacked table tonight here at the Best Bet Open, but let's take a look back in World Poker Tour history at another loaded table and its unlikely outcome in this WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river! Who's gonna get lucky?
The final table of the Season 3 Jack Binion World Poker Open in Mississippi featured a Mount Rushmore of poker greats, including a young Michael Mizrachi, 5-time finalist Scotty Wynn, 2-time champion Daniel Negreanu, and the great Chao Jiang. Negreanu, full of confidence from 2 previous wins in Season 3, commanded the table, knocking out Michael Mizrachi on a miracle card, then dispatching Scotty Wynn to the rail. But it would not be the kings of poker who would write this story, but a 23-year-old Cinderella named John Stolzman. With his father cheering him on, the young philosophy major from the University of Wisconsin would hold his own against poker's best.
I'm all in.
Beating Daniel Negreanu in a huge pot.
It's a 6! Wow!
And then sending the Player of the Year home in 3rd place. With the great veteran Chow Jang still to defeat.
I call him. He's calling him. He's done it.
John Stolzman would finally complete this astonishing victory.
Here's the river. John Stolzman has done it, Vince.
Winning $1.4 million and ending the greatest upset in WPT history.
Hi, Mom.
By calling home to say he had etched his name forever on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, that's the dream of all players, to get your name etched on that Champions Cup. No doubt about it. One player at this table has done that. Will the Thrill Fiala going for his 2nd WPT title tonight.
Right now, Sean Kunix, 39-year-old, is the chip leader with 3.9. He's playing some bold poker here this evening. Back to the table we go. Quick fold by James Calderero. And now the short stack. Daniel Buzgone has a hand, ace-queen.
You know, he's on the short stack at this table, just the kind of hand you're looking for when you don't have many chips. In my mind, you're just going to ship it right here.
He is from Malton, New Jersey, 27 years old.
He's got less than 10 big blinds. I just get it in there.
I'm all in.
And he does so.
He's going to shove Will the Thrill out. And now Tony Dunst with an attractive king, jack of clubs with a button.
Yeah, Tony might think the guy's a little desperate here.
285.
Might be moving all in with any kind of hand.
I'm all in.
Now, Tony Dunst has gone all in himself. Doesn't just make the call, wants to shut everybody else out.
I'm not that big.
Everybody else folds.
Wow.
So ace-queen up against king-jack.
Well, Tony could afford to make the call, which is why he did, I'm sure, but now he's going to have to get lucky to win the pot.
Such a real hand for 9 blinds.
I'm tight. I'm in my cave, man. I'm buried in there.
Tony put him on a much wider range, which is possibly true. He could have moved in with a much weaker hand, but he didn't.
Well, the flop comes up 10-9-3. That is good for Buzgone.
Well, he didn't want to pair his queen now because that would give Tony a straight. He didn't want to see any kind of paint come out there.
Tony would love to hit his card, but it's not going to happen for Tony there as a 4 spades on the turn.
Daniel just has to dodge a face card. He doesn't want to see any paint come out there, Vince. It's the only way he can lose. If a paint comes up, it does not, as the 3 of spade hits on the river. Daniel Buzgone is going to double up.
Nice hand, Daniel. Thank you.
A little hit there for Tony Dunst.
Well, let me say this about Daniel Buzgone, Ben.
Nice hand, Dan. Thank you.
We keep talking about Will the Thrill, who's the Player of the Year leader right now. If Daniel Buzgone wins this tournament, he'll be taking the lead in the WPT Player of the Year race.
And with that hand, we've run out of time in our first hour of extended coverage. Mike, what are your thoughts on tonight's action?
Well, my first thought is I can't wait to see the conclusion of this final table. It is going to be a good one, but the player that's impressed me the most at this final table is the Buckeye, the 37-year-old businessman from Columbus, Ohio, Sean Kunix. He came to this final table as chip leader. He's done nothing but increase that with good play, with some great bluffs. Right now, he's marching with the precision of the Ohio State Marching Band, and that's saying something.
I absolutely agree. Sean has been extremely aggressive tonight. Vince, what are your thoughts?
Well, I tell you, 3 of these guys just can't get themselves out of the Jacksonville swamp tonight. And we're talking about the New Yorker, Will the Thrill, misstepping here tonight. Tony Dunst, kind of conservative. He can't make it happen either. And the young gun, Darren Elias, hasn't been able to make anything happen here either. And Daniel Buzgone, our other Player of the Year candidate, has a little momentum now after that hand with our raw deal man, Tony Dunst. Buzz hasn't gone yet, but, you know, the 2 chip leaders are pushing these guys around. It should be very interesting.
Thank you, guys. Join us next time from Jacksonville for more of Season 10 coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
It In Florida, the newest stop on the tour has exploded on the scene as the remaining players battle for the last regular season WPT title. The action continues next, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Unbelievable.
Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Mike and Vince, we still have 6 players left. What are your thoughts on this final table?
Well, my first thought, Marinella, is we have youth, we have experience. 4 out of these 6 players have been at a WPT final table before. Will the Thrill Fiala, of course, going for his 2nd WPT title this season. Our own Mr. Raw Deal, Tony Dunn, still alive fighting for this title. But the guy that's impressed me the most so far at this final table was the guy who's the chip leader coming to the final table. That is Sean Kunix. He's a 37-year-old businessman from Columbus, Ohio. The Buckeye is doing it right now.
Well, Mike, you're right. There's 2 guys that are pushing the other guys around. There is James Calderero from right here in Florida. He got into it early on. He won a big pot from the young gun, Darren Elias, who was off to a pretty slow start. I expect to hear a lot more from Darren before this one is through. And of course, there is Daniel Buzzgon. You remember him from Brigada earlier this season. He's got a little momentum going. If he wins here tonight, he could take the lead for WPT Player of the Year away from Will the Thrill Fiala. But the play of the night so far was when Will the Thrill, the Tony Soprano wannabe, had a brain cramp, didn't realize he had 2 pair. He folded the winning hand against our Raw Deal man, Tony Dunn. Just incredible that he did that. So let's see if Will can come back from that fiasco. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Thank you, guys. There's obviously still great poker ahead. We have word that cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see our chip leader, Sean Kunix, with $4.3 million in chips. James Calderero in 2nd place with $2.3 million. They're the lone 2 amateurs at the table, yet they're sitting in 1st and 2nd place. Pretty good stuff by them.
All right, the antes of 5,000 blinds are 20 and 40.
I like to play with.
Play goes to Tony Dunst, the Raw Deal here on the World Poker Tour. He's going to quickly fold his hand.
Action over to the chip leader, Sean Kunix. Been very aggressive tonight at this final table. He's got a massive chip lead. He's going to raise it here with a Jack-10, just continuing to apply pressure to everybody.
Darren and James both going away. Now Mr. Buzzgon with a king-queen.
Now he just gets away from it.
Okay. And now it's up to Will the Thrill Fiala from Long Island.
And he picks up Queen Jack. He's in the big blind, but he's on the short stack.
It's gone in.
What do you think? I'm not worried about that.
He's a great, entertaining player to watch. That is Will the Thrill.
Nothing's gone right for Will the Thrill so far since he's made this final table. But Vince, you got to hand it to this guy. He has been the leader of the WPT Player of the Year standings most all the years. He lost it in the last tournament. He said, I'm going to get it back. To do it, he had to come in at least 8th place in this event, and he did it.
Don't forget, he took off to go to another tournament in Monte Carlo, got knocked out of that, and had the guts to say, hey, get me back there in time. I want in. So it's nice to see that all that effort has paid off.
Has paid off. He's taking the lead for the Player of the Year race. Now got to decide what to do here in the short stack. He just makes the call. So he doesn't move all in with the Queen Jack, so we're going to have a flop here.
Doesn't have any more chips left, Mike. Here's the flop.
The flop comes 10, 9, 7 of clubs. Good flop for Will.
He's gone all in and a quick call by Sean, who has 10s.
Well, Sean's got him out flopped as he's got top pair here. He also has a straight flush draw, but Will has a bigger flush draw.
All I need is the 3 of clubs. You hear what I'm saying?
I just need the 8
3 of clubs, or you could just put up an 8. A red 8 will do.
Not the 8 of clubs, as Sean says. That would give him a straight flush.
Just put up 3 of clubs and end it.
So Will the Thrill,
3 of clubs
the
and
Tony Soprano wannabe, dying for the right card to double up.
Well, Vince, sometimes when you make a bonehead play somewhere along the final table like Will did earlier, the poker gods punish you. Will they punish Will here and not help him?
Ace of spades, no help for Will the Thrill.
He needs to catch a king, a queen, an 8 that's not the 8 of clubs or any other club to stay alive in this tournament. A lot of outs to win the pot. Can he catch something?
Last card coming up. Can Will do it?
Nope. 5 of diamonds comes off. So Will the Thrill Fiala is not going to capture a 2nd WPT title tonight. Nothing went right for the guy. out tonight in 6th place.
Yeah, the thrill is gone for Will. Takes home $54,000. He's always fun to watch, and right now he's going over to Matt Savage to commiserate.
Well, it just wasn't your day today. Talk about that last hand.
Well, you know, I had a tough spot there. I didn't know if I was going to get a better chance to look at better cards. Every hand I was looking at was a 3, a 5, a deuce, and he's raising every hand. I think I have the best hand, but I wanted to see a flop. And make a long story short, the best flop I could pretty much see from my hand came, and he had top pair. So
you're back in the lead for Player of the Year.
Yeah.
But there is a kid sitting at the table right now, Daniel Busgan, that can take the lead back again from you. What do you think?
He's got a good shot. You know, he's getting smashed by the deck right now, so you never know what happens. But I play as good as I could play. You know, that's all I could do is try to get it in good. I couldn't get a hand at the right time. You know, blinds are really big right now, so.
One more event. We'll see you at the World Poker Championship.
Thank you, everybody.
And there you have it, Will the Thrill Fiala out in 6th place. I have to say I am so surprised to see that he was the first player eliminated tonight. However, he does have the lead in the Player of the Year race. But if Daniel Busgan takes this title, he will overtake Will. Plenty more to come, including my 5 questions with British pro and brand new WPT champ, James Dempsey. And the Royal Flush Girl is having fun here in Florida. It's all when we return to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Stick around.
Yeah, I would definitely consider myself a poker player first and a commentator second. On the front. Let's break it down. Definitely always a goal of mine to make an episode as a player. I grew up watching the World Poker Tour. It's pretty surreal to go from the guy who's on his couch in his parents' house watching to the show to the guy who's a part of it and now playing on it. It's very surreal.
We want to congratulate Tony for making this final table, see if he can get lucky and take down the title. Going to need some luck because right now he's sitting in last place. As you can see, our chip leader, Sean Koenig, just continues to increase his chip lead.
Yeah, he is playing tough here tonight. 5-handed poker, Darren Elias with a pair of deuces. And he is going to raise, makes it $85,000 to go. Calderero and Busgan going out, as well as Tony Dunst. Now it's around to the chip leader, Sean Koenig, who's got an uneventful 8-7.
Now he's looking over there at his opponent's stack size. And he's winning every hand he's playing so far, so why not play again?
Yep, he's going to speculate and make the call. And the flop comes up ace, 10, 6. No help for Shawnee checks.
Well, he's got a gut shot straight draw, but does check. And here comes what might be a nice continuation bet here for Darren Elias with just 2 deuces. But Sean calls him with the gut shot straight draw.
In a flash. And now a 5 of spades gives an open-ended straight draw for Sean. He's checking again. And Darren slowing down.
And a 4 comes off. Look at this. Sean Koenig has made the best hand possible. An 8 high straight. How good is this guy running?
It is beautiful. Now the problem is, how much do you bet? You
All
want to
in.
get some money, but look at this. He overbets with an all-in bet, I believe.
Well, you're right, Vince. Because the guy checked on the turn, you know he doesn't have that strong of a hand, so you want to extract chips from him. Why not bet a smaller amount the guy might call you with?
You must not even have an ace there, Darren. Damn.
I did not have an ace.
Damn it. Well, it makes me feel better about shoving. I had a monster.
I believe you.
Darren escaping right there. There's the Will the Thrill.
Hate to be on these sidelines right now, guys. Unfortunately, this is where I'm standing. This is called the Losers Lounge. I don't like the Losers Lounge, but this is where we're at. So we're dealing with it right now. We'll be back for the championship, though, and it won't be in the Losers Lounge. I promise you that. Coming back with vengeance.
Those guys are on the plane by now. He has a lot of class by sticking around, showing his personality.
Well, the truth is he wants to see if Busgan goes by him in the Player of the Year status. Man. That's why he's here. Don't worry.
Right. All right, Calderero out. And there's Busgan. He is folding out onto Tony Dunst. King 3 of hearts.
I'm all in.
Wow, he's going to push with this.
Well, he has moved all in with a King 3.
Right behind him, our chip leader.
Timing is
fold.
everything.
Darren now. Uh-oh.
How much is it?
Got ace 9. That is callable.
Tough decision here for Darren, no doubt about it. It's one of those very marginal, you do or you don't. Tough decision.
I call.
Tony's trying to talk him out of it. It's not going to work. Darren's making this call.
Well, what a nice call by Darren Elias. That's why the pros respect this guy. He's just got a great feel for the game.
Call there. It's too bad if I lose this, I won't have even gotten to play any poker.
Man, what's unusual, if Tony loses this pot, he'll have lost about every pot tonight. The only pot he won, he didn't even have the best hand.
Here's the flop. Can Tony outdraw his man here with a king 3? Here we go. It is a 10-6-5. Not good for Tony Dunst. Ace high in front there for Darren.
You know, Tony needs to catch a king or a 3 to take the lead. 2 runners to make a straight or a flush would do it for him, but he needs help. Well, the queen comes off, so we are down to the river. Tony Dunst must catch a king or a 3 to stay alive in this tournament. Otherwise, the dapper-dressed Tony Dunst will be out in 5th place.
River card is a deuce of diamonds.
Well, congrats all around. Nice showing for our own Tony Dunst in this tournament, but just not meant to be tonight. He is going to finish in 5th place.
Well, Mikey never really got any hands, no momentum to go with, but what an effort for our very own raw deal, Tony Dunst. He's out in 5th place, going to take home $66,000. He's excited to watch, and right now, he's over to talk to Matt.
Tony, a 5th place finish today. How disappointing is this for you?
More disappointing than the finish is the fact that I didn't really get to play any poker. It was just kind of like lose a bunch of hands in a row with one exception and then bust, so not a lot happened.
All right, well, back to the booth, but I'm sure you're going to be back in another final table. Good
Thanks,
job,
Matt.
Tony. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Tony Dunst out in 5th place. He's had a great run here in Jacksonville, Florida, and we are all very proud of him. Coming up, my 5 questions with British pro and brand new WPT champ, James Dempsey. You and Mike Sexton, who would win? Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open continues. Stick around.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Tuba, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to Best Bet Jacksonville.
Earlier this season in Las Vegas, British pro James Dempsey captured a WPT title in his very first WPT event. James has always been a fan of the World Poker Tour, as well as a certain Mike Sexton catchphrase, as I learned in this edition of 5 Questions. Why is bingo, bango, bongo the best poker line
It's the
ever?
absolute best. I started playing poker 10 years ago, and I used to watch the WPT, me and my brother, and it was just one of Sexton's great lines. And when someone used to flop gin, he'd go, bingo, bango, bongo. I used to love it all the time.
Oh, bingo, bango, bongo!
And he just stuck with me ever since. He doesn't even say it anymore, and I was very upset, but he gave me a bingo, bango, bongo Bellagio.
Just for you personally?
Just for me.
James Dempsey, bingo, bango, bongo, he takes down the pot.
I was like, that was it.
That was gold. Now, you won the very first WPT event you played in. What's your secret?
Run good. Like,
luck box?
Just run good.
Oh, it's the 10!
It's the 10, he done it! James Dempsey has done it!
Just love the game, and the game will reward you. And that's important.
You reigned victorious.
Yeah, I'm the king. I'm the king of the Bellagio for at least another month.
Now, you've done some commentating in the world of poker. Did you learn anything from it?
Just everyone's terrible.
James Dempsey will be alongside me commentating.
That was brilliant. There's 5 players. He's chosen the best poker player with the most chips. He thought, this is the guy I'm going to go after.
How has that helped your game?
They never helped my game. It's helped me make some enemies.
And he keeps attacking for no reason.
Attacking, you take it personally. I'm not attacking, you're a lovely guy. Why does everyone get so personal when people tell me
absolutely think
it's a game,
that you're not a lovely guy.
It's a game.
You can see how they play. They're absolutely terrible.
No one's going to want to hire you. What is he doing?
I'm a good commentator.
What a donkey.
Yeah, but that's what people want to hear. Like, he's terrible. I want to hear, oh, yeah, I suppose you could do that, those reasons, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Just say they're terrible. Like, it's fine.
What's the difference between playing poker in Europe and playing poker in the States?
Everyone's a bit crazier in Europe. It's weird. You play against the good players, and they're just a lot more aggressive pre-flop. And then you get, like, a lot of crazy, like, Spanish and French and Italian people who just sit there for 3 hours and then just go berserk in one hand. They just, like, I've had enough of this. And they just start raising turns, just go berserk for, like, an hour.
Serious question. Heads up.
Okay,
You and Mike Sexton, who would win?
I'd win. Bash him up.
Thanks for trying to be humble for a millisecond.
Bash him up. Bash him up.
You and Vince, heads up. Who would win?
He just looks too cool, doesn't he? So I'd probably just, like, tremble. I'd be like, can't beat this guy. He deserves it. I feel like he might win.
So you'd win against Sexton, you'd lose against Vince Van Patten.
Yeah, Mike. I think he's too jaded with the game. He's been playing it too long, you know. Vince just seems like he'd just be like, oh, yeah, I enjoy life, whatever happens, and then it'll just come to him. That's what happens, you know. You just gotta love the game.
He doesn't know me too well.
Oh, boy.
So we'll teach you.
Me neither. I have to play this guy some heads up here. No, I think James Dempsey is so good for the poker world. The guy's just got great sense of humor. We played some golf with him this week.
Yep.
Vance, we sure enjoyed that, for sure.
He was awful. And he doesn't mind you telling the truth there. And he was just,
oh, it's good to have a pigeon on the golf course, though, you know.
He's off like an ATM, but he is fun to play with.
Okay, action on Sean Kunix here. Got the ace-7 offsuit.
Yeah, quick fold by Daniel. And Sean with an ace-7 is going to raise, makes it 100,000. Darren out. Calderero has called with a queen, jack. Flop is 6-6 deuce. Helps neither player. They both check.
Now a 10 comes off.
James going to check again, yielding to the chip leader, Sean Kunix.
Sean thinks the ace-high is the best hand now. His opponent checked twice, and indeed it is.
125, and that's going to
I had the best hand. Huh? I had the best hand. Yeah, he did. I had a hand off.
Good bet on the turn there by Sean.
39 years old, second WPT final. He was 6th at the Festa Al Lago.
Well, there you see his father-in-law, Terry Ryan, rooting the son-in-law in. Vince, we should say that he's also playing with a broken collarbone. Got in an accident. He and his son on a quad runner, but the broken collarbone not stopping him from playing this tournament.
Well, the blinds are going up to 25 and 50, and now our chip leader, Sean, with a queen 10 of hearts. Will make it 125 to go. Right behind him, though, Darren with an ace-9 of spades.
The ace-9 worked well when they knocked Tony Dunst out of this tournament with it, so he is going to play it again.
Okay, the other guys fold. So ace-9 versus queen 10. Here's the first 3. And it comes up king, king 5. That's a 4 flush for Sean.
He's going to check it.
Raise before the flop and checks the 4 flush.
It's gone check, check.
6 of spades helps neither player on the turn. And here comes Sean. Got a ton of chips in front of him. He's got momentum, and he's got a bet. Looks like 250,000.
And look at this, Vince. Darren Elias. He's going to make this call with just an ace-high. Believes it's the best hand, and it is the best hand. That's why you got to love this guy. His poker instincts are just terrific. Now a 9 comes off. So Darren improves his hand to kings and 9s.
Sean slows down. He checks it.
Now here's a spot where I would probably just check it down, Vince, even though you like to make a value bet. But if your opponent check raises you here, you may have to muck the 9s. And what's he going to pay you off with? Will he pay you off with 2 6s or a small pair if that's what he has? I don't know.
Well, he's not doing what you would do and I would do. He is going to bet it, try to get a value bet. But of course, we know Sean doesn't have anything.
Value bet indeed. There's almost 850,000 in the pot, yet he's only betting 175,000.
TC fly bet.
Nice hand, buddy.
But Sean doesn't get tricky. He folds the hand. Darren will take that down and look like a genius.
I can tell you, folks, this guy's got the respect of all the poker pros. They really like this guy's game.
The best hand.
I think there's something to be said about enjoying what you do. The charity event at the Bay was a lot of fun. They call it the Titans of Silicon Valley. I think they were executives for internet companies. Helmuth was doing the commentary. I think Negreanu made the final table with me. The rest of it were the executives. They beat us. The amateurs ended up taking. I know when to take it seriously and when to have fun with it, and today's business.
Well, business indeed. Right now, Darren's sitting in 3rd place, looking to take down his first WPT title tonight. So it is all business for him, but Sean Kunix well out in front, as you can see.
The action's going to go right back on Darren Elias. He was 5th at Borgata this season. What a talent, and this time he's got king 9, and he will raise. Makes it 105,000. Calderero out.
Around to Daniel Buzgone. He finished 3rd earlier this season at Borgata. Could take the lead in the WPT Player of the Year race if he wins here tonight, but goes out here.
Sean Kunix with a queen jack will make the call. So we have king 9 up against queen jack, and there's the flop, and it is a queen on the flop. Queen 10-4, but they're all spades.
Sean is going to check the top pair. Darren, as you can see, has the flush draw. with the gut shot straight draw.
He's going to bet 110,000. Sean with top pair, no flush.
Oh, but look at this. It's going to be the check raised by Sean, Vince. Yes, it is. He has check raised him to 275,000. But Darren, with the double drawing kind of hand, is going to make the call. Now, kind of hand that's scary, because even if you make a spade flush, you're not really thrilled with the 9 of spade. Now the 10 comes off, which pairs the boards. Sean's still out in front with the queens, but he's going to check them.
Scary card sometimes.
Look at this. Darren is reaching for chips, Vince. Most players would just snap check behind him to get the free draw at the flush or the straight, but not this guy. He is betting out 425,000, going to put the pressure on the chip leader.
That is one bold move by the 25-year-old.
Well, you're scared the guy was slow playing you with a flush. Maybe he's got queens with a bigger kicker. Maybe he made 3 10s on the turn, where you're essentially drawing dead. And Sean is going to give it up. But salute this guy, Darren Elias, for making that bet on the turn to win that pot.
Now that Tony Dunst is no longer at the final table, he has found his way back to his command center. Hear his critique of tonight's play in a new edition of The Raw Deal. And the Royal Flush Girls having fun here in Florida. Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Stick around. Welcome back to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Thanks to tonight's competition, there is plenty to discuss as Tony Dunst had a first-hand look at this final table from a player's perspective. And now that he is back in the booth, he is ready to give his 2 cents on this edition of The Raw Deal.
You know, it's always been my dream to play my way onto a WPT final table and lose every hand once I got there. I mean, seriously, the only hand I won, I wasn't even supposed to win. Fortunately for me, Will Fiala didn't want Player of the Year quite bad enough to examine how his hole cards match up with those on the board. But beyond that, I was mostly forced to sit and watch everyone else play poker while my stack evaporated in front of me. And the man I watched the closest at this final table is Darren Elias. Although many of you may be oblivious to Elias, he is well known and unanimously respected among his peers. He built his reputation as a successful online player, and this is his 2nd WPT final table this season. However, Darren is still without a win in a major live tournament, though many considered him the favorite coming into tonight's competition. Several of Darren's battles have come against chip leader Sean Kunix, and although Darren hasn't been able to extract a large degree of chips from him, I think the skill edge is increasingly apparent the more you watch the two of them play. Their first conflict is pretty straightforward. Darren bets his pair of 2s on an ace-high flop, and Sean decides to call with a gut shot and likely has some intention to bluff on future streets if he misses. Instead, Sean gets a run out giving him the stone nuts, leading him to move in for Darren's stack, which is about 2.5 times the size of the pot. I doubt Sean thinks he's being called often, but I don't blame him for taking one big shot at eliminating Darren. Sean and Darren's second hand together further demonstrates Darren's skill. It begins with Darren just calling pre-flop instead of moving in. This being done because Daniel Buzgun is on a much shorter stack, creating severe payout jump implications for busting to the larger stack of Sean. On the flop, we see Darren check behind to control the size of the pot with his ace high, and then he calls on the turn when his hand is still good. His intention was likely to call once and fold to another bet on most rivers, but he finds a helpful 9, and when Sean checks, Darren goes for thin value with a small bet, likely because he can sense Sean's weakness. Their last hand makes me think that Darren believes he has a pretty good read on Sean. The pre-flop raise and flop bet are pretty standard, but the check raise from Sean would cause many players to fold a king-high gut shot straight and 9-high flush draw. Instead, Darren feels he can best represent a very strong hand by just calling, and that if his hand doesn't improve on the turn, he'll be able to take the pot away with some cards. As it happens, he gets a fairly useful bluff card, and his half pot bet on the turn is enough to get Sean to release top pair. It's quite a poker clinic Darren is putting on here, even if it kills me to say it, seeing as he's the one that busted me. but perhaps I'll just kill him.
Well, Tony Dunce is right. All the pros respect Darren Elias. He is a tough cookie right now, sitting in third place. The man of the hour, though, right now, Sean Koenig, still well out in front.
The businessman from Columbus, Ohio. Let's get back to the felt. Action on Darren Elias. Quick fold by him, as well as James Calderero. Now Daniel Buzgone with a king-9.
Ship it. If you want, all in.
And he is short stacked, and he's going to push with the king-high.
Sean was egging him to ship it, so he did.
Well, Sean's got Jack 10.
5-15.
Well, it's about a $500,000 bet.
I call.
And he's going to make this
Wow,
call.
Sean is gambling here with a jack high. I mean, that's when you think you're running good, folks. When you call an all-in bet with just a jack high there, you are gambling.
Sean's feeling good. And can his intuition be right? Here comes the first 3 and a 9 on the flop. That is good for Buzgone. He is out in front with a pair of 9s. 9-6-5 on the flop. No real help for Sean Koenig. Here comes the turn.
Well, 7 of spade comes off. Buzgone has the king of spades, so he blocks the flush draw.
Down to the river we go. And a 5 on the river pairs the board.
So Daniel Buzgone doubling up. And remember, if he wins this tournament, he will take the lead in the WPT Player of the Year race.
Sean's still out in front. Plays a lot of hands.
And he is a player. He is not a hen on her eggs in terms of his chips here, no doubt about it. He may be chip leader, but his chips are in action.
All right, now Darren Elias with a king-jack has raised to 105. Calderero out. Daniel Buzgone with just a 9-7. Won't call. Only one to beat is Sean. And he's got, well, miserable-looking 5-deuce. But he's going to cap his cards with that soccer player, superhero, whatever the heck it is.
Well, however this comes out, I'm not crazy about this. Colin raising with a 5-deuce offsuit.
He's going to speculate. Maybe he'll get lucky. Wow, he's got big possibilities.
Yep. Flop the open-end straight draw. He's going to check it.
Darren hitting nothing there, but continuation bet with the king high, of course, 110.
I would think Sean would check raise here. But he's not. He's just calling here. And he's been playing very aggressive. I think a check raise would have won him this pot. Let's see what happens. Now a king comes off where Darren has 2 kings and will be going nowhere. And now all of a sudden, Sean Koenig is reaching for chips. And this hand is being played very puzzling in my mind by Sean Koenig.
Well, he is going to bet. Looks like 275,000. Darren, of course, hitting the kings there.
Darren trying to sort all this out. And the guy called me on the flop, and now all of a sudden he's going to lead out on the turn. Why? I don't see Darren going anywhere here.
No, he's made the call. And down to the river we go. Can Sean hit his straight? No, it's a 7 of diamonds.
Well, obviously the only way Sean could win this pot's to bluff at it. He's just throwing up the white flag, Vince.
Well, I don't blame him. He's
Can't
checking.
possibly win by checking here with a 5 high. This is a very peculiar played hand by Sean Koenig.
He called anyhow, I believe. But anyway, Darren going to make the bet. 575, and that is a wrap for Sean Koenig, our chip leader, who's starting to get whittled away a little bit.
Well, Vince, in my mind, he misplayed every street on that hand. Called a raise before the flop with a 5-deuce offsuit. Flopped the open-end straight, and then check called instead of check raised, and then let out on the turn for some strange reason when the king hit, but nevertheless, he maintains the chip lead.
Okay, on to the next hand. Calderero from Venice, Florida, gonna fold. He's been very quiet as of late. Now Daniel Buzgone with an attractive ace-jack. And he will make it 110 to go. Doesn't go all in this time. Has enough chips to not have to do that. Now Sean behind him with a 5-3.
Well, we saw him play the 5-deuce last time. Now he's gonna call a raise with the 5-3 offsuit. Just not crazy about these plays.
Plays almost anything. Can't put him on a hand. The flop comes up 10-9 deuce.
And he's also got a lot of heart to bluff when he doesn't have anything, but
no help to either player here.
Just not sure you're supposed to be dipping into your chip lead with hands like this.
Well, they both check. Here comes the turn. 8 of diamonds. That gives an open-ended straight draw, though, to Buzgone. Nothing for Sean, but Sean's going to bet. 200,000.
Well, Daniel Buzzgone has the best hand and the best draw, but it doesn't look like much when your opponent's betting. He doesn't have that much invested in the pot so far. Do you really want to gamble here? Or you're going to have to maybe catch a straight to win the pot? Nope, he's going to lay it down.
So Sean Kunitz, a sigh of relief for him. Finally, one of his speculative hands pays off.
Well, it pays off because he fired there, Vince, with the 5-3.
Yeah.
But he is stacking the chips. But his chips are not sitting on those stacks, folks. He's getting them in the pot with these very marginal hands. Let's see if that holds up for him.
All right. Now it's on Daniel again with that very good king-queen of hearts. Last time he made a nice raise, but didn't go all in.
All in.
Let's see if he does differently. Yes, he does. This time he's going to push all in. Sean out.
I think you have to. With the blinds this size and his stack size.
Darren out. Oh, boy, but Calderero from Florida, he's picked up a solid one. Ace-Jack.
7 1/4. I call.
Oh, yeah, he's going to call. He's going to love this.
He's out in front with the ace high, so nice call by James there. Buzzgone is going to have to get some help, or he is going to be eliminated in 4th place.
And here comes the flop. The flop comes up 2-pair for Calderero. A thing of beauty.
At least it's the jack of hearts. So many possibilities.
Well, Daniel can catch a 10, which would give him an ace high straight. Also hit 2 runners to make a flush. Could come king, king, and queen, queen, but he is up against it right now.
Yeah, Buzzgone in trouble. Okay, turn card coming up.
Oh, the 7 of hearts comes off.
That's a 4 flush there for Buzzgone.
I am good at runner flushes.
James is thinking, oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding me. I flopped the top 2 pair. And this guy still got a lot of outs.
Down to the river, but Buzzgone's not going to get into 4 clubs.
Well, that's going to do it for Daniel Buzzgone. We saw him finish 3rd earlier this season at Borgata. Tonight he finishes 4th. Nice tournament for him. But the buzz is gone.
Yes, it is. For Daniel Buzzgone, 94,000 for his 4th place finish. He was on the short stack all night, played it really well. But it's down to 3 players right now, and Daniel Buzzgone over to talk to Matt Savage.
Daniel, short stacked much of the final table. Are you happy with this finish?
I guess. I mean, coming in with only, what, 570, didn't expect much, so I guess it's a decent result.
Well, with this finish, you are catching up on Player of the Year, even though Will's still ahead of you, but you have one more event to go, the championship. We'll see you there?
I don't know. He's a good friend of mine. Maybe I'll just give it to him. I don't think so, no.
All right, buddy. All right, we'll see you again. Marianella, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. Daniel Buzzgone has been eliminated in 4th place, though he has picked up 600 Player of the Year points, putting him in 3rd, but not quite enough to overtake Will the Thrill Fiala. WPT's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open continues right after this.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
We have a lot going on at Best Bet Jacksonville. The games are terrific. We've got lots of poker, tournament, and cash. We have got a race book that is just beyond any other one that I've seen.
Good job.
We've got great sushi. Our sushi bar and our sushi chefs are tremendous.
The Best Bet Poker Room has been incredible. Everything's brand new, it's fresh. It just looks really awesome inside.
Here, poker's our business, so we go the extra step to take care of our players.
Well, Mike, we have been having a great time all week here in Jacksonville. I mean, they have shown us such great hospitality. We went to the dog races. We went to that crazy restaurant where you ate the alligator. And, well, you didn't. You had a steak. We've been having a good time.
Just a great time in Jacksonville here. But it was a great experience for our ClubWPT.com qualifier, Greg Lee.
Oh, that is true. Greg Lee won his seat on ClubWPT.com, went for the big bucks, got to play in the room with the big guys. Didn't happen for him, but he also got to enjoy some fun things. Got to party with the Royal Flush Girls. Not too bad.
Well, when you become a ClubWPT.com VIP member, you also get other great benefits, such as the Entertainment Savers Guide. You get to play all the online poker you want, and you can win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, as well as seats to WPT events, just like Greg. And it's only $19.95 a month.
Yeah.
The price is right. You can't do better than that. Can't do better than that.
It is a great deal. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed on ClubWPT.com. Back to the table we go.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Sean Kunig's out in front.
If it was easy,
He's got
it wouldn't
$4
be any
million.
fun.
Darren Elias
Absolutely.
with 2.9, and it's action on Darren. He's got an attractive 8-6 of hearts. He will raise to 110. James Calderero behind him with a pair of fours will make the call. And now Sean Kunix with an ace deuce.
Well, he's going to play too, Vince. He just plays anything. I don't like calling with ace baby cards, offsuit cards, when it's been raised and called in front of me, but I'm not Sean Kunix, and he's flopped 2 pair aces and deuces here. Wow.
And a 4 flush by Darren Elias. This could heat up. Calderero now has checked. Sean gonna bet 275,000.
Oh, Darren raised before the flop. So Sean obviously hoping that he's just got 2 aces with a big kicker.
Well, he's called it. James getting out of the way. So 2 pair for Sean. Just doesn't want to see a heart show up. But of course a heart shows up. 3 of hearts, making Darren a flush.
Well, I don't think you're going to put your opponent on a heart here. He raised before the flop. He didn't raise on the flop, which you think he would have done if he had a flush draw. I think Sean's putting him on 2 aces with a big kicker, and that's what I'd be doing too here.
Well, he is going to bet, going to find out where he is. 400,000. And Darren now.
Well, let's see how he plays it here. He's just calling, does not raise with the flush. Sort of camouflaging the strength of it a little bit here. But also taking a chance in my mind in case another heart comes off or the board pairs. But that doesn't happen as the 5 of diamonds hits on the river. And the way this hand has been played, no doubt Sean thinks he's got the best hand with aces up.
Yep, and he is first to play, and he's getting chips out to bet, it appears. Yeah, he's going to stick out 700,000. Healthy bet.
Now, the only thing Darren's thinking about here is, do I raise or do I just call? There is a chance his opponent could have a bigger flush.
I call.
And he is just going to call. He shows him the flush and takes down the pot. Sean a little bit shocked that he didn't win that pot because he never got raised during that whole hand after the flop. And with that pot, folks, we have a new chip leader at this table for the first time tonight. Darren Elias has overtaken Sean Kunix for the chip lead.
Right now, the antes are going up to 10,000, blinds going to 30 and 60,000. Three-handed poker at the best bet in Jacksonville continues. Action's going to James Calderero. And he has to fold a 10-4. Sean Kunix now with just a 10-6. Let's see what he does with that. Well, he's going to play it, just calls.
Well, Vince, I am absolutely convinced that Sean Kunix might have been the guy that coined the phrase, any 2 will do when you're playing hold'em poker. This guy plays anything.
Darren's not going to raise with his 9-7, but he gets 7s.
Flop comes ace 7-3 with 2 hearts.
Nothing hitting there for Sean. He checks. Now Darren has hit the 7s. And he's getting out betting chips, 80,000.
Sean, of course, has no hand, no draw, no nothing. But that doesn't stop him from check raising.
Whoa. He certainly does. Makes it 225.
And look at this. Darren Elias has made the call with 2 7s. Most players would just insta-fold when they got check raised there, thinking their opponent's got 2 aces. But now the jack of hearts comes off. So Sean does have a flush draw. Now Sean looking back in his hand. Now when a guy does that, looks like he's always got a heart in his hand. We're checking to see if he has one. And it's going check, check here. And now the ace comes off.
Helps neither player.
Now Sean knows the only way he could win this pot is to bluff at it, and he's doing it. He's
go.
betting $500,000 here. And Vince, because of that turn card and river card, very tough in my mind for Darren to make this call here.
Well, this would absolutely break Sean if Darren should call this. This would just destroy him. This would be a great call, but no, he is not going to call. Sean's going to pick this one up with absolute zip and pip. Beautifully done.
And with that pot, Sean Kunix retakes the chip lead.
And that smile is when you bluff. Not when you win, it's when you win with a bluff.
I'll tell you one thing about Sean Kunix, Vince. He earns a lot of his pots by betting on the river with no hands. And he has done it time and time again, and it's paying off for him. Really, really showing some heart.
All right now he is raised with an ace-9 to 150. Darren out. Calderero now looks at a king-10.
And this guy's been very quiet since early on at this final table, yet he's raising here, Vince.
Wow. He makes it 375 with the king high.
Because this guy hadn't made many moves, if you're sitting in Sean's seat, all of a sudden that ace-9 dwindles up, and he's going to throw it away.
That's a big laydown for you, James. What do you think? Think that was a dead hand? It was a big laydown.
So finally, Sean had the best hand and
Nice
junked
raise.
it.
Well, you're right. And that's because James has been colder than the maitre d' at a French restaurant all night long. So when he raises, you got to get away. Well, that is Angelique at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And you can actually meet them in person when you visit us out here on the World Poker Tour. All right, on to the next hand. Darren Elias with an ace-8, the button, and makes it 125. Calderero with just 10-8.
And he's got nothing, but he won the last hand without having the best hand, so maybe he'll do it here. He makes the call.
And Sean now with a king, 3 of diamonds.
Well, we know Sean's not going anywhere. He plays any 2 cards. We've seen that.
We have 3-handed action here. And we are flopping.
Now flop comes 9-7-3.
Well, that's open-ended straight draw there for Calderero. That's a pair of 3s for Sean.
Well, both players check.
And nothing for Darren. And look who's betting.
Well, he's got really the worst hand of the 3.
He's got a bet. 160. He's got position. That's what he's got. And Calderero just calls.
And why not call with bottom pair when 2 other players have bet and called already?
Yeah, this is getting interesting.
Sean doing it with the 2 3s. Oh, the 6 comes off. James has made the best hand possible, the 10 high straight.
And he's going to check it.
Well, what he's saying right now is, please somebody bet at this pot. I've got the best hand possible. There's no flush draw out there. Nothing. I love it. And here he comes, Sean Koenig's diving in there.
$500,000, Mike.
For $500,000.
And Darren has now an open-ended straight draw. And look at this. He's going to put his action in there.
He's gambling a bit here in my mind. Makes the call here with just the open-end straight draw. Unfortunately for him, he is drawing dead as the cards lie.
You got the nuts. You got 2 guys playing nutty in front of you. What do? You just sit on it?
You're going to raise here in this spot, even though there's no flush draw out there.
Got to protect your hand, I guess.
You know, somebody might have flopped 3 3s. Somebody might have 2 pair. You just don't want to give him a free card that can beat you.
An additional 600. He loses Sean. He loses Darren. But that's a good pot for Calderero.
Got a new chip leader, baby.
James takes down a monster pot right there. And
Nice
with advance for the first time tonight, he's the chip leader at the final table.
Certainly is. The local from Florida has taken the chip lead here in Jacksonville.
James Calderero has taken down a big pot, and with that hand, we have come to the end of this hour's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Guys, what are your thoughts on the action so far?
Well, Marinella, what we're seeing is an amazing final. With that last pot, James Calderero has taken the chip lead at one point or another. All 3 of these guys have had the chip lead. This is just terrific poker. They're not playing for 3rd place, 2nd place. These guys are all playing to win.
That is true. And James is actually a local from Venice, Florida. Very impressive, but they're all playing loose. How about this Sean Koenig's? The guy looks at more hands than a manicurist. That's the way he plays. It's fun to watch.
And Mike, what do you think about Darren Elias?
Well, Darren Elias is just stoic. He's the pro that all the poker pros on tour have so much respect for his game and his play. Don't count this guy out, even though he's not the chip leader anymore.
Thank you, guys. We really do have a great competition here. Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Here in Jacksonville, Florida, our last stop on the regular season becomes an extraordinary battle to be the best. Another name will be added to the Champions Cup tonight, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Wow! Unbelievable!
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's Season 10 coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. I'm Marianella Pereira, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, who has been away on maternity leave. As we begin our third hour of extended coverage here in Florida, I'm joined, as always, by Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, we have 3 players left and a great competition.
Well, you're right, Marinella. This is a great competition because all 3 of these guys have had the chip lead at one time or another in this 3-handed battle going for this title. We've got 2 businessmen, 1 young pro. The businessmen are James Calderero, our chip leader, Sean Kunix, also a businessman from Columbus, Ohio, fighting out against this young pro, Darren Elias, that is truly highly respected by all top poker pros. This is a great competition. All of them fighting for pots, making moves, bluffing. They are playing to win tonight.
That is so true, Mike. These guys are playing looser than a soccer mom drinking eggnog. They just don't care. They're splashing it around. They are very impressive. They're taking down all the big names. First, it was Sean Kunix, sending Player of the Year frontrunner Will the Thrill Fiala to the rail. And Darren Elias took out our own raw deal man, Tony Dunst.
The river's a deuce.
And finally, James Calderero eliminated our other Player of the Year candidate, Daniel Buzzgone. The buzz is gone, and we've got 3 players left fighting it out for this title.
And Marinella, we know that this is going to be your last stop while you're filling in for Kimberly Lansing, while she's been out on maternity leaves. And I just want to say, from both Vince and I, how much we've enjoyed working with you. You're a real pro, and truly, it's been an honor to work with you. We hope to see you again soon.
Thank you, guys. It has been an honor working with you and sitting in for Kimberly. I know she's excited to return, but I'm glad I got to be here for this one. But now it's time to get back to the task at hand, and that's crowning our next WPT champion. Cards are about ready to fly, so let's get down to the felt.
Well, as you can see, Mike, James Calderero from Venice, Florida, a businessman in real estate, 46 years old, is the chip leader with close to 4.9 million in chips.
Well, James has 2 WPT cashes. He also finished 13th in the 2009 main event at the World Series of Poker, where he cashed in $633,000. So the guy's been at big-time poker events before. He knows what he's doing.
All right, Andy's at 10,000 blinds, 30 and 60. James out Sean.
That's 8 drinks.
Queen 5 has called. Now Darren Elias has picked up a pair of 8s.
Yep, got the 2 snowmen. And he is going to 3-bet this.
Yep, he is going to make the raise. Makes it 200,000. And Sean likes his Queen 5 of hearts. Is going to make this call. So action starting fast again. Here we go. 8s versus Queen 5. And the flop comes up a queen. Just like that. Great for Sean.
Sean out in front with 2 queens.
And he's going to check.
Darren checks behind. What a check there with 2 8s by Darren.
9 on the turn.
And it's a 9 of hearts. Sean has a flush draw as well as 4 hearts. And again, it goes check, check.
Check, check.
Darren Elias just seems to know when not to get involved. Now the 6 of hearts comes off, giving Sean a flush. Just incredible, the feel that Darren Elias has.
And Sean is going to come out of the woodwork and finally bet it. 250,000.
Now Darren's certainly going to pay this off because it wasn't bet on the flop or the turn. So he's going to get shown a flush. So another daring pre-flop raise call by Sean Kunix pays off.
Sean Kunix, 39 years old, out of Columbus, Ohio. A family man. It's his 2nd WPT final table.
Yeah, he's a big Ohio State Buckeye fan. And right now, he's earned a few Buckeye leaves to put on his hat. I can tell you that, the way he's played at this final table.
And right there's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And look at this, Will the Thrill enjoying that moment.
Well, Vince, he's enjoying it because he knows with Daniel Buzzgone going out in 4th place, he's once again the leader of the WPT Player of the Year going into the final event, the WPT Championship.
All right, back to the table. Action on Sean. He's got a 5-3 of spades, and he's going to raise to 150. Darren behind him with ace-3 will make this call. And now James Calderero, our chip leader, also going to call with an ace-4.
Vince, I never thought I would say it, but Sean Kunix makes Gus Hansen and Phil Ivey look like tight players.
He does. He plays loose.
Flop comes 5, deuce, deuce. Sean has flopped the best hand. He's got 5s up. Both the other 2 players have a wheel draw, a straight draw.
They both check into Sean. And Sean, who raised before the flop, gonna make a continuation bet with the fives. Looks like 275,000.
Well, Darren with the gut shot straight draw. Looks like he's gonna make the call here, Vince.
He is gonna speculate.
And indeed he is. And James also has a gut shot wheel draw, but he's gonna give his up and let these two guys fight it out.
Going to the turn. And it is a queen of clubs, no help to either player. Sean's gonna slow down, they both check.
And a four comes up.
Oh my.
This gives Darren a wheel.
There was a miracle card on the river. This could hurt. On Darren first. He's gonna make a bet. 625.
Well, it's a healthy bet too. As you said, 625,000. And the way this hand was played, Vince, it'd be tough for Sean to get away from this 2 5s. He knows his opponent called on the flop. Now, what did he have? Did he have a straight draw? Did he have a flush draw? Would he bet 2 4s on the river? Unlikely. He would just check it down.
I call.
Whoa.
And Sean has made the call, and Darren's going to show him the straight and take down the pot. And a nice pot it is.
Nice suck out again.
That is brutal.
What a 6 suck out again.
Yeah, Sean is muttering to himself.
I love my call though.
He says he got sucked out on, but had he bet on the turn, he'd have won that pot instead of lost it.
Might want to rethink that great call, though.
Our third hour of coverage from Jacksonville, Florida is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come, including a look at what the Royal Flush Girls discovered here in Jacksonville. A brand new installment of WPT's Ones to Watch, and Tony Dunst telling it like it is in The Raw Deal. It's all when we return to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around.
This week in Jacksonville, we learned what all the Royal Flush Girls were good at. We went golfing, and Tuba crushed the balls in the course. And then we went to the dog races.
I need to bet.
And Brittany bet on some dogs and won all the money. And Jeannie went surfing, was really good at it with her athletic self. And I won the poker tournament against James Dempsey. We had an amazing time here in Jacksonville, and I look forward to coming here next year.
And Vince, we've had some great experiences down here in Jacksonville during this tournament, other than playing in it, where we both busted out. But,
Thank you.
You know, we've gone out and played some golf. We've gone to the dog races, went to some amazing restaurants.
Yeah, we actually ate alligator paws. Remember that? You ate a steak, but I had to eat the alligator paw.
Yeah, but you don't have to spend a fortune to have a great poker experience. You can become a Club WPT VIP member and gain all the benefits from that.
That is true, Mike. We have a guy, Greg Lee, who plays on ClubWPT.com, and sure enough, he won his way into the big time. Now, he didn't make money, but he had a shot, and he also had a great time.
Well, VIP members get unlimited poker. You can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. You have access to past WPT episodes and other great benefits.
It is a great deal. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed on ClubWPT.com. Back to the table we go.
Well, there you see our 2 chip leaders, Darren Elias in first place, James Calderero in second place, and right now Sean Kunig's on the short stack. He came to this final table as the big chip leader. He is now in third place.
All right, Darren Elias, the 25-year-old from New Jersey, has ace queen. He's going to make it 125. Calderero out.
Oh, Vince, win or lose tonight, you got to be impressed with Darren Elias's play. I can tell you that.
Sean now with a jack-9 of hearts. He is on the short stack now.
Well, going to cost him 125 to make the call, but he's raising to $500,000 here.
Oh boy, this guy mixes up his game.
I got a feeling it's not going to work here.
Well, Darren with a real hand, and there he goes, all in.
Snap call by Sean Kunig, and he proudly displays the jack-9. You can see Darren's just a little bit shocked that the guy was so anxious to get his money in with that hand.
I think Sean felt he was pot committed. Just feels the hand out. He's going to go with it. And this guy was the chip leader for so long, and right now he is in trouble.
So the Buckeye needs help here.
Go Bucks.
Jack-9 against ace-queen. Here we go.
And it comes 7-7 deuce with 2 hearts.
That helps.
So there you see, Sean has flopped a flush draw.
Yeah, Sean has a shot.
Well, he can take the lead with a jack or a 9. He'll win the pot if a heart comes off.
4th Street is, no, not good for Sean. It's a 6, no heart.
So Darren Elias out in front. If the ace high holds up, he'll be the big chip leader playing heads up for the title. Can Sean Kunix catch a heart, a jack, or a 9?
Here we go.
Everybody on their feet. Here's the river card. The 3 of hearts.
Oh, boy.
Sean Kunix has outdrawn Darren Elias on the river. He made the heart flush to win that pot. Go Bucks, he says. And I can tell you, they're thrilled in Columbus, Ohio right now.
Wow, the Buckeyes can suck out too, baby.
Oh. Notice he was just using the left arm to do his shouting and cheering with, because he's broken his right collarbone. So he can't raise the right arm up, but he can sure use it to push chips in the pot. We've seen that. There he gambled with the jack 9, and it paid off for him.
He is delirious. He is happy. Well done. His dream of becoming a WPT champion on the line, but it's a diamond.
That's going to do it for the Buckeye.
I am very proud to be back here again. Honestly, I can truly tell you, going this deep was purely heart.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yes. Yes. 3 weeks ago, my son and I got on a quad runner. We went up a hill, it really wasn't that big, and it flipped up in the air. I had just enough time to take my right arm, and I don't know how, by the grace of God, my adrenaline was pumping as it came down over the top of us. And I can't even imagine if I wasn't able to stop it. The experience that I've been through in the past year really gave me a lot of humility. I'm very humbled by my life and the fortune that I've been given, and just the ability to be sitting here again. It's a great privilege. It's very fortunate.
That is one lucky guy.
Well, fortunate in life, and certainly fortunate on that last hand to make the flush on the river to stay alive in this tournament. And it's anybody's game here, Vince. Everybody's got chips to play with. It'll be interesting to see how this one comes out.
James Calderero is the chip leader. He's going to fold that hand.
And he knows these two guys like to clash about every pot, so why not just sit back and let them battle it out for a while?
Sean Kunix plays almost anything. He is going to call with his 8-5. Darren with a 5 deuce, also content to see a flop. But look at this flop, 5-4-3. They both have 5s.
Both players have flop top pair. Sean's got the best kicker, but Darren has the open end straight draw.
Sean is checked, and Darren is going to bet this 80,000.
And Sean makes the call.
4th Street is a 5. Look at that. They both got sets. Sean's going to check it.
Well, this could spell big, big trouble for Darren Elias here. Any card that doesn't give him a straight or pair of the board comes off of there, he's going to lose a lot of money with these 3 5s.
Darren plunging away again, 225 and a quick call.
Sean very anxious to get his money in there, of course. Why wouldn't you with 3 5s?
What is the river card? A queen of diamonds.
Both players have 3 5s, but Sean has him out-kicked, as we say.
Sean is going to trap again with the check.
Call.
Look at this.
Well, he never took a bet with the 3 5s, yet he's going to win the pot because he has his opponent out-kicked. Darren can't believe this pot was never raised somewhere along the way, but
nevertheless, Sean Kunix, the businessman from Ohio, is back.
I would say so. Back in a big way with that hand. Sean Kunix is once again our chip leader. Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Brittany, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open.
This season, Dan O'Brien and William Reynolds made their actions heard both on and off the felt, as you'll see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
I love to grind, sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a Ones to Watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Ones to Watch.
I was always the talker back in school, and I was scolded for talking, but now I get paid to talk from time to time.
I'm here with ones to watch, Dan O'Brien, Will Reynolds. Guys, thanks a lot for joining me here in the booth today.
One of the best things about this season on the World Poker Tour has just been commentating.
Well, live stream is actually very new to poker. It's only really developed over the last year, so people can essentially get it as it's happening.
You can see the whole cards, and you have two competent commentators in the booths discussing different strategies, being analytical, breaking everything down. I like Sharon's check, honestly. It seems like Tommy maybe has something up his sleeve when he's checking back.
It's definitely helpful to hear just really good poker information and to start training your mind to think the way that top players think.
Dan O'Brien's a very entertaining guy.
He plays well, but he's had a little bit too much success this year for my liking.
Some of the best moments are when people are just playing just awful poker, and I can just sit there from my pulpit and just tell everyone how bad they're playing.
I can't say enough how much I dislike that 3-bet to 5-bet.
Dan has no filter, and so it's kind of interesting to hear him talk.
I think to be a good commentator, you just have to be honest and willing to speak your mind.
It's up to the commentator to really tell a story.
Will's just a total clown, a lot of fun to work with.
Now, Venus has chips to get a little saucy himself. We can see some 3-bets.
Saucy?
Think they're going to throw that sauce back and forth at each other?
Yeah, I sure hope so. You know, that's what makes a good story.
What is this sauce?
Dan, you getting in on this sauce, or what's up?
It's sauce time.
Like you guys have been hitting this.
Who will be boss sauce?
Will Reynolds is kind of the complete package.
He's really happy, he's really upbeat, and he's also a very smart player.
He's kind of thinking that one step ahead, that one level further.
That's when mistakes just keep getting amplified. When you're out of position, all hand, you know, he got fooled by the delay seed bet.
We have a lot of fun in there.
This is so Bush League. We all should have been ready. And we're back.
I love doing commentary.
Luckily, I have Will to kind of disperse your insanity a little bit.
Hey, when you have Will trying to tone down the insanity, you have a terrible, terrible plan.
Well, Vince, the ones to watch are tough young players. These guys do great on the live streaming, and that could be the future of the poker world, where you actually get to watch the whole tournament live as it takes place and see the cards as these players are playing them.
Well, it is fun, and right now we have a great battle going on here. At the best bet, Sean Koenig is now the chip leader again. Sean has folded. Darren Elias picks up ace-king of clubs, big slick. And he's going to pop it to 150. And Calderero with a pair of 10s.
Well, this is a huge hand in a three-handed poker game as well. So, Vince, it's not going to shock me to see all the dough go in right here, right now.
Well, Calderero has raised. Makes it 375 to go.
Small one.
There's the push all in, and of course it's being called.
And the classic race situation. The two overcards versus the under pair happens all the time in poker tournaments. Both these guys are nodding their heads. They know one of them is going to get lucky and win this pot. The other is going to take a serious blow. Well, Darren Elias had the chip lead just a while back. Now his tournament life is on the line. If he doesn't get lucky and catch something here, he'll be out in third place.
Here come the first three, and that is a good one for Calderero. Nothing hitting for Darren Elias with his ace-king. It was 9-5 deuce. Calderero still out in front. Here comes the turn.
Well, a 7 comes off, so we are down to the river. Darren Elias must catch an ace or a king, or it's tapioca pudding for him.
Yeah, he would be our third place finisher. Can the 25-year-old spike the right card? No, not to be. It's a 6 of clubs.
So the young whiz kid, Darren Elias, 25-year-old tough pro out of Montclair, New Jersey, is sort of stunned right now, Vince, but he is out in third place. A good sport. Just wasn't meant to be, I guess, for him tonight.
He'll take home 147,000. He has respect already by the entire poker world. But right now, Darren Elias out in third place. Over to talk to Matt Savage.
Darren, a couple tough beats there at the end. Give me your thoughts.
Well, it's unfortunate. His last hands kind of played themselves, so it's part of the game, but it was hurt.
All right, I'm sure we'll see you again. Good job. All right, back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. With Darren Elias out in third place, we are now heads up with James Calderero and Sean Koenig getting ready to battle for the title. WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open heads-up action is next on the World Poker Tour.
Listen.
job. There it is. Byron, great job, bro. Nice.
Welcome back to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Thanks to tonight's competition, there is plenty to discuss as Tony Dunst had a first-hand look at this final table from a player's perspective. And now that he is back in the booth, he is ready to give his 2 cents in this edition of The Raw Deal.
If you had asked me going into the final table who I thought was going to get heads up, I wouldn't have picked Sean and James. In fact, I would have told you that there wasn't even going to be a heads-up match because I was going to get a massive chip lead four-handed, then super cooler everyone by making an 8-high straight flush against a flush and 2 full houses. Easy game. Unfortunately for me, final tables are just about the only thing on television that don't play out according to a script. I got knocked out in 5th and barely got to play a hand. It was all rather anticlimactic after a thrilling and chaotic tournament where I had to extensively battle with the game's top talent, and often against the 2 men we now find heads up for the title.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah.
I even made current chip leader Sean healthy by making a pretty bad check shove against him with King 7 on a 10-9-8 blind versus blind hand where I raised from the small and he called with Jack 10 in the big. Sean never really lost the momentum from that point on. Although he's not a full-blown professional player, he's been a regular in the high-stakes tournaments for years, and he finished 6th at the Festa Al Lago in Season 8. He's also a successful businessman and a guy that clearly enjoys himself on the tables, so I don't think he was feeling too much pressure throughout the tournament. The only player left to stop him is James Calderaro, another man who made his money outside poker, but also has generated a respectable list of cashes, including finishing 13th in the World Series main event in 2009. So what do I anticipate in a heads-up match between these two? I think these 2 guys will do more calling from the big blind than re-raising. The re-raise wars you see at many final tables are often between younger, internet-trained players who have it ingrained in their minds that playing out of position is playing out a disadvantage. Meanwhile, James and Sean both seem pretty comfortable with the idea of just calling out of position, especially when getting a good price. I think Sean will be the more aggressive of the 2, not only because I think his game is naturally that way, but also because I think he's emboldened by having held the chip lead for so much of recent play. And I think if Sean wins the tournament and gets a bit too celebratory, an old-school East Coast guy like James might just come over and give that broken shoulder of Sean a nice good squeeze. I can remember a moment when I certainly wanted to.
Well, for years, the wise guys in poker said, you can't win it unless you're one of us. Amateurs can't win. Well, we are getting proven wrong here in Jacksonville. We have 2 businessmen going after this title.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
What a moment, and out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls. We have Tuba, Brittany, Jeannie, and Angelique.
Beautiful girls, beautiful cash, and it's all on the line.
Every poker player's dream come true right here.
In addition to all that cash on the table, the winner gets that $25,000 entry into the WPT World Championship at the end of the season, where they can win millions more. And perhaps more important to these guys, Vince, as businessmen, is that the winner gets their name on the WPT Champions Cup. That is something that's a dream come true for all poker players, amateur or pro.
That is just something that can't be bought.
Well, Vince, what a battle it's come down to. We started this final table with 4 pro players and 2 business owners. It's the 2 business owners fighting it out for this title. The pros are gone, but make no mistake, folks, it is not a fluke. These 2 guys are real poker players. They came to this final table in 1st and 2nd chip position, and they're the ones fighting it out for the title. And Vince, I'll tell you one thing, these guys have both shown me a lot of heart at this final table. They're not afraid to bet. 3-bet hands, bluff on hands. Most amateurs, you'd think, have to have cards before they do any betting. Not these guys.
What's this do this together?
I like this style. Now they're going for the drink. It looks like a quaint little Mexican drink they call tequila.
Well, there you go, Vince. Maybe that's the answer. That's what we missed out on this tournament. We got broke. We didn't have the shots.
My kind of poker players, these guys. You know, another thing about these guys is that they're two veterans at the table. You've got a 46-year-old and you've got a 39-year-old playing against each other. Used to be a young man's game.
Vince, it's nice to see the young whippersnappers finally missing out on a final table. Let the middle-aged guys go at it once.
All right now, Calderero with an ace-5 of spades has raised to 180. And Sean Kunix
nice job,
with a
James.
queen 9 says, I'm content to fold. Take that pot.
We might be showing a lot of heads.
Yeah.
Me, you now, let's just dance.
Let's have fun.
Absolutely. That's what I like to do anyway.
Fun.
Yep.
They look like they're having fun, and they're going after big bucks here.
Why wouldn't they be having fun? They're playing heads up for a title out here on the World Poker Tour.
By this time with the button, Sean has a 10-8 of hearts. And he will raise, makes it 155 to go. James with a jack-9 with a re-raise.
He's going to 3-bet it here with just a jack-9 and a quick call by Sean.
I call.
So obviously the tequila is taking effect. Both men
gambling it up here.
Yeah.
Now flop comes ace-jack-4 with 2 hearts. James has got the best hand with 2 jacks.
And he's going to bet at 350.
But Sean has the flush draw. I think when you hit a flush draw, you just have to raise it here. You don't have to worry about hitting the heart if your man goes away.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. He makes it $1 million to go.
And I'll tell you, if you're sitting in James' seat, you just can't stand the heat with just 2 jacks here. You think your opponent's got an ace in this situation.
Whoa.
He gives it up.
You are correct.
Nice raise by Sean Kunix to take down that pot.
Good hand.
I like the way he played that one.
Oh, and that is a bluffer's laugh, of course. Kind of like a hyena.
Oh, yeah? My wife calls me Sparky, like Chevy Chase.
His wife calls him Sparky. Now, Vince, if he wins this tournament, she's going to call him Mr. Sparky.
All right, the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000 at this point. Action on the guy from Venice, Florida, James Calderero. He's got a pair of 4s, and he will raise, makes it 240 to go.
Now Sean Kunix with a decent hand, king 10 of spade, playing heads up. He is certainly going to make the call to see a flop.
And he does so. So 4 is up against king 10. And the first 3 cards, there's a 10. On the flop, 10, 8, 5. They both check, though. 3 of hearts on the turn. And finally, Sean can't take it anymore. He's got top pair. And he's getting betting chips out. It looks like a 225 bet.
225,000.
Calderero with just a pair of 4s.
And essentially, all he can beat is a bluff right now. He's going to call him with the 2 4s. As the cards lie, he must catch a 4 to have the best hand. And he does.
Oh, wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but even though it is a 4, there's 3 hearts and a 3-card possible straight out there.
Oh, and Sean, the victim, is going to have to act first, and he's getting betting chips out again. 275.
Well, look at this. James, who's made 3 4s on the river, apparently not afraid of the flush or the straight because he is raising it here.
Good job. Those hearts helped you, buddy.
Wow, that's a good laydown. Didn't even think about it. Got top pair. Like just a beautiful laydown.
Well, a daring raise, in my opinion, there with a possible flush and straight out there. What are you going to get called with if it doesn't beat you?
Well, they are splashing around, and right now, James Calderero in the heads-up battle. Twice as much as Sean. 6.3 up against 3.2. Line still 40 and 80. Back down to the felt we go. Action on Sean. And this time he's got a real solid one. Ace, queen.
He'll be going nowhere with this hand.
He's going to make it 215 to go. James with just a 6-3 of spades can afford to speculate, and he does. Ace, queen, 6-3.
Now flop comes 7-4 deuce. Different suits. James has the gut shot straight draw, but checks.
Yeah, Sean now with nothing really hitting there, but a continuation bet, a solid 250.
Look at this. James just calling with the gut shot straight draw. I can see check raising here. I'm not sure about the call. Now a king comes off.
Helps neither player. Again, Calderero is going to check. Sean Kunix, you got to just give this guy respect for his heart in the game. And he has nothing. He just keeps plunging away, and it's going to work again.
Damn. Good
That
hand.
was the hand, baby.
That was that the one?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was trying hard. You gave me a turn card.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
There's no flush draw out there, though. Oh, now there is, you're saying.
I like the way these guys play. Fearless poker. These guys don't have to hit hands. They bet nevertheless. On to the next one. James this time with a nothing 3 deuce of clubs. Just calling. And the blinds are going up to 50 and 100,000.
Well, stop the presses. Finally, a hand nobody raised.
No raise.
Sean happy to see a free flop here with his king deuce offsuit. And what a flop it is for him as he flops kings and deuces.
And he's going to try to trap. He checks, but James not going to fall into the trap. He checks as well. 5 of hearts on the turn.
Well, 3 hearts out there now.
Neither player has a heart. But Sean with his 2 pair now has to bet. 175,000.
Look at this, a daring call by James here. He doesn't have a heart. He's only got bottom pair here. And the heart comes off. The ace of hearts comes off. Sean is going to check. Whoa, that is showing some style right there. The insta-bet right there when the 4th heart came off. He's just hoping his opponent doesn't have a heart. That's the case. And now it's tough to call with 2 pair events.
375, he's bet into Sean, and it's
See,
going to
no
work.
tanking, no tanking.
You suck down.
You want to see it?
Yeah.
Oh, don't. You don't want to look. Oh, boy.
Well, there you see it.
I like it.
Put the salt and the pepper in the shaker, mix it all around, put it into the cuts. That's exactly what Calderero just did.
He showed
Nicely
him
done.
the bluff.
Oh, yeah. Great action here in Jacksonville. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
As a Club WPT VIP, I love all the VIP-only benefits, especially the online WPT magazine. And you've got to check out the incredible iPad version of WPT magazine, now available in the Apple newsstand.
I'm not trying to be any celebrity or nothing. I just want to play poker and collect money.
The hell is this? It's 100 light, I can feel it.
I like to make the most fun out of it. If I'm at any kind of table.
You just locked it in for the rest of your life.
I locked it in from the day I was born. I want to have laughing and joking, and I hate to just sit there with the, it doesn't make sense to me. Why are you here? I mean, it's just ridiculous. If you don't have a good time, you shouldn't play it.
Well, I love that philosophy. Have a good time or don't play. Makes sense to me, Vince. And look at these 2 players almost dead even in chip count.
That is right. Lines of 50 and 100. Action on Sean Kunix from Columbus, Ohio. His 2nd WPT final table. He's got 7-4. He has made the call. Now James with a king 7.
He says, okay, let's go.
Yeah, why not? Hey, buddy's calling and stuff like that. Let's try something different again. He might hit a pair of 4s or something.
The flop comes up Jack 6-4.
How was that for forecasting? Said he might make a pair of 4s. That's exactly what he's done.
They both checking a 10 on the turn. And now this time James is going to bet 150 and has been quickly called by the 4s.
And the 9 comes off and it goes check, check. And 2 4s are going to win this pot.
I told you had a pair of 4s.
James all excited about that.
Hey, I had a 7 kicker.
It's the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar. Will the Thrill out there.
Aldo, come on, man!
Hey, I don't know what's taking so long. He won't gamble.
Oh, boy. Those might be the most false words ever said on the World Poker Tour. That Sean Kunix won't gamble.
And a watch.
And a watch, he wants to sign.
Will the Thrill just pleased with his week, made some money. Retook the lead for the WPT Player of the Year point standing, so he's happy, especially happy sitting among the Royal Flush Girls. How can you blame him?
He is enjoying himself. Back to the action we go. Calderero with a pair of 3s. Raises to 275. And Sean will go away.
Eyebrow again?
That eyebrow twitch.
It's the same hand with the eyebrow the last time. You're going to see. I'll get him.
Both guys feeling the effects of the Mexican drink.
You're a good man,
They
James.
imbibed
Yes,
for
I am.
4.
That's part of my problem, though. But
Me too.
Very talkative bunch. And here we go.
Think it's
Sean
waiting for
with
the
a
blind to go up?
6-4 of hearts. Moves it to 200.
400.
Calderero making it 400 with an ace-9. And a quick call by Sean.
So here we go, big pot brewing right now. Over 800,000 in there.
Me and James about to get in a pissing match.
Ace-9 up against 6-4. Here's the flop. Pair of 10s and a 5-4 flush again for Sean.
And a continuation bet here by James.
600,000.
We saw Sean raise with the flush draw earlier to win the pot and take it away from James, but this time he just calls.
You buying him?
After I win this pot, I am.
Here comes 4th Street.
A 5 comes off, so 10s and 5s out there now.
James gonna check it.
But Sean, look at this, Vince. He didn't raise on the flop with the flush draw. Now there's 2 pair out there, and now he's betting.
Yep, 650 with the 4 flush. That's all he's got.
I'll show you this one, James, because I feel bad for you.
Actually, he just wants to show it to him
that's a
because he
tell.
wants them to go away, and that's exactly what's going to
Heart draw?
happen.
Heart draw?
No, it's 6 hearts.
Remember a moment ago, James showed him a bluff. Now the table is turned.
It's a 6 high.
He's showing the bluff.
6 high.
You forgot the rabbit hunt.
Rabbit.
Well, they're going to take a look at the card, and look at this.
The heart.
Kid, talk to me.
Wow. Sean would have made the flush to win that pot.
So good lay down there for Calderero.
What a donkey.
Say it. Still doing the blinds?
Still 50 and 100.
Right now, Sean Kunix is higher than Charlie Sheen in a hot air balloon, just enjoying this great moment.
Why not? They don't come around often.
275.
This time, James has a queen 10. He's going to move it up to 275,000. Sean with a king 10 of spades.
I call.
Getting very serious all of a sudden. Makes the call. Queen 10 versus king 10. And here is the flop.
Let's come 4-4-3. No help to either player, and it goes check, check.
Turn card will be a 10.
Just a beautiful card for Sean.
300.
Call.
Because he has the best hand. He has his opponent out-kicked, as we say.
Check, 300, quick call. Down to the river we go.
And a deuce comes off. Again, Sean checks, and James got to think he's got the best hand now with 10s. At least I would think so.
Big bet's coming.
I like that table talk. Big bet. Someone usually don't want a big bet.
How much?
But this is the bet. 650. Little does he know, he's in a terrible place here. That would be James Calderero.
James thinks he's got the best hand. Right now he's wanting the guy to call. You see he proudly turns up the queen 10,
baby.
But it's not good enough.
Holy James. Oh my God, that was sick, James. That was sick.
Tequila has kicked in officially. And that's all I can say.
I pissed my pants on that one. I wasn't going to say that on TV.
A little too much information there, but he is going good right now.
He's a funny mother chicken.
Well, James is enjoying it, even though he lost a big pot there. And as you can see, Sean Kunix has taken a huge chip lead in this battle, 8.2 million to 1.3.
I've seen people come back from a lot less.
I'm coming back.
Fight, baby.
I'm definitely coming back.
Fight.
You just made this last a little longer than I wanted to.
Fight.
Sean Kunix was 1 card away from being eliminated with 3 players remaining.
I'm all in.
And look at this,
Are you
Calderero
really?
with ace-8
And I'm
has
only
gone
got
all
100
in.
grand invested. Let's see.
This could do it here.
Sean's got a pair of 3s.
How much? Count it down, baby. Can you believe it? I actually have a hand. He's got a lot of loot, though.
Well, James has been whittled away. He's only got 1.2.
Sean has 8.2 million.
How much?
If he plays and loses this pot, he'll still have a huge chip lead.
1.3 for the championship. Son of a gun.
For the whole mother chicken.
I actually don't want it to end yet. Everyone in the world would call with this hand. It's embarrassing. We're on national TV, and I'm going to fold this for Will.
No.
You see these 2 red 3s?
Pretty shocking.
Yep.
Well, it's
I'm
shocking
too afraid.
considering all the hands we've seen him play so far tonight. Well, Vince, I don't know if it's the liquor or the pain pills for Sean, but for a guy gambling as much as him to throw a pair away there when he could win the title is sort of surprising.
Well, for years we've been telling people you don't call off your money with a little
Yeah,
pair.
but not this guy. He plays every pot.
But look at this. Sean has picked up 3s again.
I'm all in.
And this time he moves in with them.
Yeah.
He's going to put the pressure on his opponent.
Well, I see one card. It looks pretty nice.
That's a good one.
It's not that good. Jack of diamonds.
Wow. I see the other one. I don't even know if it's suited. I call.
He is calling it.
I got threes again. 2 hands in a row.
And James Calderero called with Jack 10 of diamonds.
So the money could have been in the last spot with the 2 threes versus the 2 overcards. It wasn't, but it's in there now with them.
James.
You know what to do, right?
Whatever happens, James.
Sean Kunix, 39 years old, the businessman from Columbus, Ohio, on the verge of taking down a WPT title.
Everybody on their feet. Sean wins this pot, he'll be our champion.
Here we go.
All right, let's see the flop.
Here comes the flop.
Hold your breath.
A 3, right on the flop. It is not over, though. James can catch 2 running diamonds to win, 2 runners to make a straight to win, and it could come a 4 and a 6 where they'd split the pot.
8 of diamonds would be a nice card. 8 of diamonds is a good card.
How about that? Sean folded 2 threes the last time. This time he's all in with them, and he flops 3 threes.
An extreme long shot there for James, and it's a 9.
A 9 comes off, so it is not over.
Hold that
James
horse.
can catch an 8 to win this pot. He'll make a straight if an 8 comes out there. He must catch 1 to stay alive.
He's got a 4 outer. Let's see what happens. Down to the river.
All right, let's see the river. 8 of diamonds. 8 of diamonds. River.
It's a 6, so that's going to do it. Sean Kunix from Columbus, Ohio, has done it, Vince. Came to the final table as chip leader, and he's taken the title.
Well, he's done beautifully. He dropped the threes when he wasn't going to hit. He took the threes, took advantage. He's our champion. Congratulations.
Well, he's over to see his father-in-law, Terry Ryan, shaking his hand, saying, Sean, you know, you made it to this final table before. You didn't do it. This time you did. And you see the emotion of Sean Kunix right there, how much this title meant to him. Folks, those are tears of joy.
They seem pretty happy, the fact that he won. Maybe you guys are friends. And,
absolutely. I'm glad he won. I mean, it was me or him, and I feel, you know, nothing but I'm happy he won it. I mean, of course, I wanted to win it, and I didn't. I took second, and it is what it is.
All right, well, congratulations on your finish.
Thank you.
Mike, over to you.
Well, we're with the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open champion, Sean Kunix. Sean, you came to this final table as the chip leader. Vince and I thought you took it to him all night long. You were the most aggressive player at the table. Was that your strategy to go for it all night?
Yes, it was.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a good strategy. Your timing was impeccable there. And I'll tell you, you got to be very proud of the way you played all week long this week.
Yep. Thank you very much for everything. It's very humbling.
Well, in addition to all the cash that you're taking home, you get a $25,000 entry into the WPT World Championship. But probably just as important or more so to you is you get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup with all the legends of the World Poker Tour.
Thank you for everything.
Okay, the Buckeye did it. Marinella, back to you.
Thank you, Mike. An emotional and memorable night for Sean Kunix. He was aggressive from the beginning, and he was confident that he was going to take this down, and that he did. Congratulations to Sean Kunix, the Season 10 WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open champion. Kimberly Lansing will rejoin the WPT next time as we travel to Vegas for the $100,000 Super High Roller event at Bellagio. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for the fantastic time I had sitting in for Kimberly, and of course, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunce, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
At Bellagio, the biggest buy-in in World Poker Tour history means the stakes tonight for one player have literally never been higher. It's the WPT Super High Roller from the World Championship, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome, everybody, to the Bellagio in Las Vegas. I'm Kimberly Lansing. High stakes and high reward have been a hallmark of the WPT since its inception a decade ago, but tonight we're about to witness something unique in our history. 2 days ago, the WPT Super High Roller from the World Championship began with 27 individuals, all willing to part with a stunning $100,000 each for a chance to take their seat tonight in the WPT arena. What kind of player has the confidence to risk a small fortune on their poker playing ability? Well, for some perspective on the huge stakes here tonight, let's turn to the WPT's own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, first of all, Kimberly, welcome back. We are glad that you're back. We missed you. It's great to have you back with us.
Well, it's great to be back. I missed you too as well. Mike, you're up first. Are the players in the Super High Roller supermen or just plain nuts?
Well, I'm sure some people would say these guys are crazy to put up this kind of money to enter a poker tournament. But let me say how much respect I have for all players that have the heart and the gamble to put up $100,000 to play in a poker tournament. It really tells me that they're not afraid to put their money up and play the best of the best, because that's what you face in these big buy-in events, no question about it. They've got confidence in their game that they can get to the finish line and take down the first place prize. I salute them all.
I do too, a lot of pressure. And Vince, how about the fact that we have 6 players tonight, but only 5 places get paid? I mean, what would it feel like to make it this far, invest so much, and go home with nothing?
Well, Kimberly, that's going to be brutal because you don't make anything. You'll be at the final table. But these guys are great champions. They have poker faces. But believe me, underneath, they'll be blowing up like the Octomom's lips, you know. But truly, they are tougher than a Denny's steak, these guys. To put up this kind of money and take a shot, one of them will be victorious. Who will it be?
As I mentioned, it was 2 days ago that the WPT Super High Roller began, and our cameras were there to capture the high-stakes journey of every big name who put up the big bucks. The beginning of a Super High Roller event tends to start slowly. Players like to wait around to see who's going to register and if it's worth their while to play.
I buy in early because I like to play. You know, I'm paying $100,000. I want to get my money's worth.
The field started small but quickly grew as poker pros such as high-stakes player Phil Galfond, WPT champion and Season 9 Super High Roller third-place finisher Daniel Negreanu, and ones-to-watch David Doc Sands took their seats along amateurs Robert Zepp's, retired businessman Bill Klein, and Roger Sipple. As play got underway in the first level, 21 players had registered, with lots of WPT regulars ponying up the $100,000 buy-in to take their shot at what was expected to be a huge prize pool. Phil Galfond drew first blood when his flop set of 10s held up against Clemenceau Calixto's pair of aces and flush draw. Clemenceau was busted soon after by Bill Klein, becoming the first player to lose $100,000. Another early casualty was Daniel Negreanu.
Hey, Tom, you got 30 on you? What? You gotta re-enter.
Wasting no time, Daniel decided to re-enter the event, hoping to avoid those annoying ATM fees. He asked his fellow players for a little help.
Yeah, this is my last 75 I'm borrowing. Get it. Jack. Where am I at, boss? I really wanted to change seats, and that cost me $100,000. But basically, every time I've been in a hand so far, someone has had the nuts, and it wasn't me. So hoping to switch that up.
Last year's bubble boy, Kerry Katz, was busted by young gun Brian Hastings. As play continued, the field was joined by British poker pro CM Trickett and rejoined by Kerry Katz, who fired his second bullet. Daniel continued to have a difficult day.
Hearts. That's the dirty way to do it.
Busting again to Phil Galfond.
Good luck, guys.
When his ace-queen failed to improve against Phil's pocket queens.
Two's enough for me.
And the eliminations kept coming. Season 9 Super High Roller winner Eric Seidel knocked out Jason Mercier, who had won a 100K event here at the Bellagio during the 5 Diamond Series. Two-time WPT finalist Tom Marchese was disappointed to see Justin Bonomo turn over 2 pair to bust him from the tournament. Sam Trickett busted Season 7 Player of the Year Elke Grospellier. And Robert Zeps was busted by French player Jean-Noël Thorel. Shaking off his early elimination, Tom Marchese felt optimistic about re-entering and returning to the field.
These 100Ks in the re-entry format, they're pretty crazy because, like, for me, I busted pretty deep in the day, and I actually just went home and I was just ready to be done with it, and then some friends convinced me to come back and that there was value. So I just took a shower and came back. We'll see if it works out or not.
After busting late in the day to Tom Marchese, Andrew Roble decided to give it another shot.
One time wasn't enough.
As play ended for the day, 19 remained. Justin Bonomo was in first place with over 1.4 million, followed closely by Jean-Noël with 1.2. Stakes have never been higher as our extended coverage of the WPT Super High Roller continues. Stay tuned.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour's coverage of the WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. With registration open till the start of Day 2, all eyes were on who would show up or who would fire their second bullet and make it $200,000 to play. Season 10 LAPC runner-up Doc Sands summed up what goes into the decision-making process for playing an event with such a high buy-in.
These 100Ks are definitely challenging. You know, it's a great experience because you get to play against all the elite players. It's also a good mix of amateurs, to be fair. You know, there are a lot of guys who just come in and play the 100K because, you know, it's a big buy-in tournament. It keeps them interested. It's a 3-day tournament, whereas they might not want to play a 7-day tournament. So it's a good mix of amateurs and pros, and it's, you know, a really good test. If you think you're one of the better players, you got to be hopping in the 100Ks and competing with the best.
With registration closed, Poker Pro Sorel Mitzi had joined, and Clemenceau had rejoined the field, both with hopes to be among the final 5 players that made it into the money.
Well, I think the high-stakes poker tournaments are becoming popular because the guys that have a lot of money like to play for high stakes. You know, this tournament was 34 players. That's what you had to beat to gain over $1 million in profits. And you know, so when you play a small field of players like that, you know, you feel like you have a much better chance to win, greater chance to get to the final table, and obviously that's why these guys enjoy these small field, big buy-in tournaments.
The remaining players included some of the best high-stakes pros in the world. They included Jason Mercier, Sam Trickett, Dan Shack, and Phil Galfond. Plus a strong mix of amateur players like Roger Sipple and equity trader Dan Perper. Just 1 hour into the day, Sorel Mitzi busted out before he even finished his lunch. With the field down to 18, the remaining players combined to 2 tables as the tension in the room rose dramatically. Jean-Noël Thorel, who ended Day 1 among the chip leaders, put his tournament life on the line against Andrew Roble when he went all in on the turn with the nut flush draw. After some deliberation, Roble made the call with trip kings. The 2 of spades on the river did not improve Jean-Noël's hand, and he was sent to the rail. Also joining Jean-Noël was Dan Shack, who was busted by young pro Dan Smith. Dan Perper ate into Andrew Roble's chip lead when he doubled through him with pocket kings against Roble's ace-king. Brian Hastings busted Jason Mercier when his ace-king held up against Jason's ace-jack. Dan Perper continued his climb up the chip counts when he busted Kerry Katz. Kerry was sent home down $200,000. Perper, an amateur player, had won a 5K event at the Bellagio event in December and decided to roll it over to this event for an even bigger payday. So far, so good for the Illinois native. After check raising the turn with a pair of aces, Clemenceau was quickly called by Tom Marchese, who had a pair of aces with a better kicker. No help on the river knocked Clemenceau out of the tournament for the second time. Doc Sands took Clemenceau's empty seat, and Tom welcomed him to the table by busting him out. Tom's decision to re-enter the tournament was definitely paying off. Doc was quickly joined by Justin Smith and Phil Goffin.
Bigger events like these, it's really, you know, what I prefer to do. Good luck.
Yeah, Phil, it's all right.
No, it's all right.
With Brian Hastings' 10th place finish, the final 9 combined to one table. The remaining players included 7 seasoned professionals and 2 amateur players who had shown they had what it takes to compete with the best. Daniel Perper took a huge pot away from Justin Bonomo when his flop set of aces bested Justin's flop set of 5s. He continued his strong play when he took a pot off of Sam Trickett.
275? It is. I call.
3 queens.
Whose trip queens were beat by Dan Straight. Sam busted soon after to Andrew Roble. A season 9 repeat was not in the cards as Eric Seidel was busted by Justin Bonomo. Dan Smith busted in 7th place as the TV table bubble boy, ending play for the day, but he would not have the distinction of being the money bubble boy. That person would be decided at the final table, as only 5 of the 6 players would cash in this event, creating the most brutal money bubble moment in WPT history.
Quite a field. Mike and Vince, how do you see this playing out?
Well, Kimberly, the dynamic alone that only 5 guys are going to make the money out of 6 players is going to make this an extremely exciting final to watch. No doubt about it. But a couple intriguing things to me. Number one, we've got a player at this final table who made the final table of the first ever WPT event here at Bellagio 10 years ago. He finished second in that event to Gus Hansen. I'm talking about John Juanda. Going to be interesting to see if he can get across the finish line and take down a WPT title tonight.
Well, before he can take it down, Mike, he's got to show up. Johnny Juanda is not here at the final table yet.
First place over $1.3 million. The guy is not even here. Just incredible to me.
It is incredible.
But you do blind the guy off and ante him off. So however long that takes for him to go broke. But my pick's going to be a young, tough pro who really excels in these ultra high-end buy-in events. Justin Bonomo, he's my pick to win.
And Vince, your predictions?
Okay, and Kimberly, I'm going to go with the guy that we've seen a couple times on the World Poker Tour final table. That's Thomas Marchese. He is tough. He's overdue. I think he has a shot tonight.
All right, thanks, guys. Before we get started, let's turn it over to our WPT Live Updates correspondent, Jess Wellman. We're lucky to have Jess with us tonight. She's been following this tournament since it began for WPT.com, and right now she's down on the floor with Daniel Perper.
Thanks, Kim. Dan, you're the unknown factor at this final table. Tell me, who are you and how did you get here?
Well, I'm not really anybody. I'm a guy who loves math, and I used to watch poker all the time on TV when WPT first started airing, and I have 3 kids at home who really wanted to see me on TV. So, hi guys, got their wish. And yeah, I got here because I won a tournament here in December and decided to roll the dice and parlay it into this and see how I could compete against the best.
Well, you took your shot and it certainly worked out well for you. You're chip leader going into this final table. How excited are you to be here?
Very. I'm incredibly excited, yeah.
All right, well, we'll let you take your seat and get things underway. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Kim.
Thank you, Jess. The biggest money bubble in WPT history is about to take place,
as 5 men have taken their seats hoping to take home $1.3 million and avoid being sent home empty-handed. And will John Juanda finally arrive to take his shot at this huge prize pool?
Plenty more to come from the WPT Super High Roller, including
a brand new installment of Ones to Watch featuring LAPC runner-up David Doc Sands.
Plus, we'll check out the WPT Player of the Year standings. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
The World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes, and in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship. This is the biggest buy-in event in the history of the World Poker Tour, and Vince, there's real drama in the room tonight because one of these 6 guys is walking out of here with nada busted.
Glad it's not you and I.
Well, there you see the money breakdown. The winner going to take home $1.3 million, and the guy in 6th place who's going to finish on the money bubble is going home with nothing. The final 6 of the super high roller event about to get underway at the final table. But Vince, let's point out that only 5 of them are sitting at the table.
Well, Mike, you know, I don't think we've ever seen this before. Everyone knows about Phil Hellmuth. He likes to come in late. You know, he shows off that way, a big entrance. But this is not John Juwanda's style necessarily. We know he's kind of a shy guy, introverted, doesn't play to the cameras, never has. I'm sure he's going to show up. I think the over and under is about a half an hour. What do you think, Mike?
Well, maybe he's going to let somebody go broke first before he comes in the room so he can make sure to get a payday.
All right, Andy's 5,000, blinds 25 and 50. Thomas Marchese first to play. He's got ace 7 of spades, and he has raised to 100,000. Right next to him is Daniel Perper.
Well, Daniel, one of the 2 amateurs at this table, successful businessman and options trader, actually won a tournament of $5,000 no-limit tournament at Bellagio here in December. He took that prize money and parlayed into this tournament. And a wise move. He's the chip leader right now.
He's made it 240 with a raise. Justin Bonomo out. Now Andrew Roble, very tough young pro, is going to fold as well. Round to Bill Klein.
All in.
And he's going all in with this. Marchese out.
Well, he's starting on a short stack, but he's 4-bet all in. Well, this guy is an incredible man, an incredible story. He is donating 100% of whatever he wins tonight to charity. 50% goes to cystic fibrosis. The other 50% goes to the Shea Therapeutic Riding Center. And what's even more remarkable, Vince, is that if he goes out busted in 6th place, he's still going to contribute another $100,000 to those charities.
Well, you would think he'd be tighter than Arnold Schwarzenegger's turtleneck, but not so. And look at this, he's getting the call by Dan Perper.
Well, it was the tall stack against the short stack.
There you go. Jack 10 of hearts is called. Bill Klein's King Queen of Hearts.
He's thrilled to be here. Bill's played on high-stakes poker before. His son Billy's here, daughter Whitney in the house, a lot of friends. They've come over to watch him, but right now they're holding their breath to see if his King Queen holds up.
He's 64 years old. He's got to sweat the very first hand.
Vince, the guy plays golf over 200 days a year, he said.
Well, look at this flop. 9, 7, 6 of diamonds. Neither player has a diamond. Inside straight draw there for Perper, though. Let's take a look at the turn.
Well, a 7 comes off. So Daniel needs an 8, a 10, or a jack, or Bill Klein is going to double up on deal number 1.
Will the philanthropist hold out here and make this work for him? Let's go to the river.
Well, it's a king. Well, he drives it right down the middle of that hole, Vince. No doubt about it. He's doubled up on deal number 1. His motto is every day is a great day.
Every day is a great day.
And give back, and give back. And certainly he's doing that tonight by donating whatever he wins tonight to charity.
That is beautiful.
You got to salute the guy.
Yes.
Just terrific.
I've been very blessed in my life. I had cancer in 2003. I've been a cancer survivor. Every day is a great day. We've been financially blessed. All in. You got to give back. You got to get in there and pitch in. You can't let somebody else do it. And I always try to talk to the poker players and say, hey, I don't expect you to give your winnings away. But, you know, it doesn't hurt to give a couple of bucks here and a couple of bucks there and help out where you can. Everybody should do that.
Well, that is a great attitude by Bill Klein. It is a pleasure to have him at the final table here tonight. And you know what? He was almost eliminated just there, and that means that John Juwanda would have made the money by not even showing up. Pretty incredible. Well, Justin Bonomo has raised to 100,000.
I think it's a daring thing John's doing. He's starting in 5th chip position. He's not even here.
Here he comes,
oh, here he is. John Juwanda in the house. Well, John's a former track star. You saw him sort of sprint to the table there, but a little bit late.
It's dead, but I guess you could look at it, huh?
Juwanda's hand is dead at this point.
The rule in tournament poker is you have to be in your seat before the last card is dealt. He wasn't.
There's been a raise. Now, Bill Klein, who has called with King Queen. Now, Juwanda, look at this. John Juwanda is waiting, even though his hand is dead.
Well, he wants a ruling.
Even though they were the one who stopped him.
Marchese out. John's starting to complain here. Oh, my goodness. He's got kings. The wonder. He's sickened by that.
Well, he sure is. You see the steam coming off John's head, though. I bet on that.
I didn't see any cards.
Oh, that's what you get for showing up late.
Oh, boy, the track star out of the blocks now, I can tell you.
But we have two-way action here. Here's the flop, ace, queen, 6. So Bill Klein actually out in front with queens. Bonomo with nothing.
Bonomo making the continuation bet here.
150,000.
Yeah, he's going to represent two aces, and that's what Bill thinks he's got, so he gets out of the way. So Bonomo picks up the pot.
You have aces, Justin? So if you did, you got cheated.
Why, do you have like queens or something?
Don't worry, I only have 2 kings.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But this is incredible because John Juanda, the mystery guest, showed up late, had kings, and that would have been out in front, of course.
And with that hand, Andrew Robo's now taking the chip lead by not playing a pot yet because Daniel Perper's gone down a little bit in chips.
Action right back on Justin Bonomo from Fairfax, Virginia. Only 26 years old. He's going to fold this one. And now Andrew Roble peeks down at a 7 deuce. Not going to play. Bill Klein also folding. Around to John Juanda, who must be steaming. And he goes out. And now 3-time WPT finalist. They call him the Big Cheese. Tom Casey is going to raise in the small blind with nothing. Makes it 135. And Daniel Perper is going to go out.
Yeah, Tom Marchese, terrific young player, highly respected by his peers.
He's from Parsippany, New Jersey. He's only 24 years old, but he's a phenomenon.
Bellagio has always been the setting for high-stakes drama, as you can see in this WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river! Who's going to get lucky?
There it is! It is over! Wow!
Oh, my God!
At age 23, Antonio Esfandiari had made his first WPT final table.
Antonio knocks out the legendary Phil Hellmuth.
Show some class and shake my hand, kid. No, don't do the waving. I always do the waving.
At age 25, he had won a WPT title.
Antonio stands up and shows the two aces. He's got the goods, folks.
Earning millions to put him atop the poker world. But it would be another 7 years before Antonio Esfandiari would make another final table. And older and wiser, he was determined to make it count. Playing brilliantly, the former magician would execute a sterling bluff.
To pull the trigger for all your money with no hand in this spot.
Can he possibly fire 3 times?
Mullen.
I don't think you bluffed me twice.
The magician saws the woman in half!
Dodge the outs of his opponents.
Are you trying to give me a heart attack?
And finally defeat his friend Andrew Roble.
Can he get it?
For his second win.
Welcome back, Antonio. You have done it.
Silencing the critics and putting the magician once again among the game's very best. A 7-year drought ended with a reign inscribed for a second time on the WPT Champions Cup.
Oh boy, what great memories we have seen over the years.
Well, Antonio Esfandiari is certainly one of the great players and great characters out here on the World Poker Tour. Action on Andrew Roble, 25-year-old poker pro. Very tough, looks down to 2 queens.
The pair of ladies.
Well, Andrew's the chip leader and now picks up a monster hand.
And he likes it, and he's going to bump it to 140 to go. Bill Klein now peeking down at an ace-9. Won't play that. Now into John Juanda. No. Marchese out.
And Daniel Perper. Him and Justin out as well, so.
Victory.
Andrew Roble picking up that pot.
But you want more when you got queens and you only get the blinds and antes. That's disappointing.
You're watching Season 10 of the WPT.
My favorite Club WPT VIP benefit is the Entertainment Savers Guide, which offers hundreds of dollars in discounts. And remember, you can also win your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes. Join today at ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. Super high roller in Las Vegas. And Mike, we've been doing the World Poker Tour now for 10 years, and we've seen some great moments. We've seen the greatest players of all time make moves you can't believe. I mean, it's part of poker history that we get to see time and time again.
Well, you're right, Vince. And now our viewers at home can relive all that great WPT action if they so desire by becoming a member and joining ClubWPT.com. For just $19.95 a month, you not only get to play all the poker you want, you can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes. You also get access to former episodes. It's just a great perk.
And one of those moments was you playing at the final table at Bay 101. That was fantastic. So, you know, why not join today? You get all these benefits. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Okay, let's get back to the action. Well, there you see our chip leader, Andrew Roble. 25-year-old poker pro, got $3.4 million here. Won for his first WPT title. The last time we saw Andrew Roble finished second to Antonio Esfandiari right here at Bellagio.
That is right. And Bill Klein has moved up his chip stack, but he's still a short stack. He's got about 1.3. Action's on him. He folds his hand. John Juanda now with an 8-deuce won't play, and now it's on Tom Marchese. They call him the Big Cheese from Parsippany, New Jersey, and he's going to raise with it, Mike. Makes it 100,000 to go.
Well, Daniel Perper quickly calling him.
With ace-jack. Bonomo out. And now Andrew Roble with a king-5.
Well, Andrew Roble's got the chip lead. He's getting priced in to make this call, and he does so. Three-way action here.
Here come the first three.
Well, no help to anybody as it comes 7-6-6.
Andrew Roble first to check. Now Tom Marchese.
Marchese going to make the continuation bet here, even though he's only got king high.
Yeah, 135. Dan Perper going away. And now Andrew Roble also won't play, so nicely done with the continuation bet with king high for Thomas Marchese.
Folks, you're witnessing the power of betting in poker. Tom Marchese demonstrating it beautifully right there.
Let's go, Tom.
Well, there's his good buddy, Doc Sands. His girlfriend, Erica, rooting him on.
Yeah, the Big Cheese making things work for his third time here at a WPT final table.
The last time the Bellagio held 100K here in December, I stone bubbled, missing the money by one spot. The feeling of bubbling 100K is kind of just like pure devastation. For a 30-minute period, your mind's just like racing. It's like, what could I have done differently? It's like, oh, how don't I just win this hand? So going to bed last night, I'm definitely slightly anxious because I don't want to do it again, especially on national TV.
Well, he is great. He's always smiling. He's a phenomenal poker player. Nice guy. Nice to see him doing so well here.
I can't be that afraid of bubbling, Vince. He's betting with king 8 offsuits.
All right, we have a fold by Juanda, and now Tom Marchese with a pair of threes. Going to bump it up to 100,000. Dan out, as is Justin Bonomo.
And Roble out as well.
Down to Bill Klein. Looks down at an ace-8 of spades.
Bill Klein, the retired businessman, plays golf over 200 days a year.
64 years old. He's got his family here tonight, and he's got a decision to make right now.
All in.
Wow. There you go.
It's all in here with an ace-8.
Going to put the pressure on Marchese, and no, the Big Cheese can't play. Nicely done by Bill.
Now, Vince, let me ask you a question. These other guys know that this guy's giving all his money away to charity. Even if he loses, he's matching another 100,000 to give it to charity. Meaning, obviously, money is no object for this guy. So to try to put pressure on him or to drive him out of a pot because you might be thinking the guy's afraid of his money, don't put Bill Klein in that category.
No,
he doesn't fall in it.
No, but he's playing pretty smart right now. He's betting it off. He's not calling it off. He's a pretty wise poker player, it seems. Like the way he's playing. He's got nice momentum so far. He's got some chips now. There are no such thing as amateurs in the poker world anymore. They're all good. All right, back to this hand. Marchese folding. Now it's on Daniel, and he's got a pair of 8s.
He's the other so-called amateur at the table.
Well, he's made it 110,000 to go. Justin out.
And Daniel, successful businessman, was inspired by Andy Frankenberger, who's a derivatives trader that became our WPT Player of the Year last year. And Daniel says, if he can do it, I can do it.
And Andrew Roble now. He's got 10-8 of spades. And looks like he's going to splash around here a little bit. He's going to raise it. Makes it 280.
Just shows you how aggressive these young guys are.
Bill Klein out, and now John Juanda looking down at the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces. What a time to get him. And he's going to repop it, makes it a $500,000. Dan Perper with the 8s quickly going away. Back on Roble.
Well, it's only a $220,000 raise, and the pot's got like 900,000 in it. So even though Roble's only got a 10-8, he's actually about getting priced in to make this call.
And look at Roble. He is going to make this call. looks a little like a poor man's Matt Damon in a way, doesn't he?
Well, he won't be poor if he wins this tournament. He'll have 1.3 million more.
Here's the flop. Not good for Roble as a 9-9-5 shows up. And John Juanda.
It's a good flop for John. Never going to put your opponent on a 9 in this spot. Just wouldn't think he'd call a 4-bet with a 9 in his hand. So he's got 2 aces. Figures he's got the best hand. If the guy's got a pair of 5s, you're just going out of here with the 2 aces.
This is John Juanda's 7th final WPT table. Just incredible. And he's picked up aces. Will it be his night tonight? He's going to stick out 455.
I think the jig is up here for Roble.
You would think. And yes, it is. He is going to fold the hand. So nicely done by John Juanda, the veteran. Take it down that pot.
Plenty more to come from the WPT Super High Roller, including a brand new installment of WPT's Ones to Watch. As our extended coverage of the WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship continues. Stick around.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Mitch, by Paul Mitchell. Because style isn't born, it's groomed. Visit MitchTheMan.com.
I'm Jeannie. I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. I love the Bellagio. It's beautiful. It's very classy. The High Roller Suite was incredible. It was beautiful and just over the top. Great view. The view right at the fountains. It was a perfect view of Vegas. And it's just a beautiful suite. It would be a dream to be able to get to stay there for one night.
And they're the beautiful Royal Flush Girls. They're at every WPT event, along with Kimberly Lansing, Mike Sexton, and myself.
All right, Will the Thrill Fiala is the leader of the WPT Player of the Year standings, as you can see. 1 event to go, the WPT World Championship event here at Bellagio. This event, however, does not count for WPT Player of the Year standings.
Right now, we got a great battle going on here at Bellagio. Andrew Roble is the chip leader with 2.8. To the felt we go. Daniel Perper from Illinois, the family man.
Yeah, Big Ten guy, Vince. Was actually the Big Ten Bowler of the Year once. Pretty impressive.
Quickly folds his hand. Justin Bonomo out. And now Andrew Roble.
Well, we just saw Andrew get burned with a 10-8 a minute ago. Now he's got the 9-6 of clubs, so he likes these middling suit cards. That's obvious.
Yeah, he's going to raise with that 9-6. Makes it 100,000. Now into Bill Klein. And he's got a pretty attractive ace-queen. Bill's 64 years old. So-called amateur player. He's got his family here tonight. He's a philanthropist.
And he also knows these young guys play very aggressive poker and could raise on any 2 cards.
All in.
And he's going all in here.
He doesn't care, Mike. He's got to push with that ace. John Juanda with a king-jack behind him. Gets out of the way. Big cheese folding. And Roble also going to fold.
So there you go. Bill Klein taking down that pot by moving all in. Vince, normally it's the young, aggressive players that are pushing guys around, but...
running us over.
Yeah, not going to push these old guys around here.
Yes, he is. He's playing strong poker. Lives in Laguna Hills, California. Not intimidated so far by these young guys. On this hand, Bill quickly folds.
Over to John Juanda. Very tough, high-stakes player. Great tournament success. He goes out.
Yeah, Tom Marchese now is going to raise with a 6-4 of hearts to 100,000. Daniel Perper, though, Mike, look at this, has king-queen.
Yeah, Daniel from Highland Park, Illinois. Going to re-raise it here.
He makes it 140. Justin Bonomo out. Now Andrew Roble. Roble out, and Marchese wanting no part of it. Daniel Perper.
So one of the 2 amateurs at this table, so-called amateurs. Daniel Perper taking down that pot.
All right, action going to John Juanda. With a quick fold. Big cheese now with a pair of deuces. This is Tom Marchese's 3rd time at a final table. He's going to raise to 100. Dan Perper out. Bonomo hasn't played a hand since the Monkeys broke up.
Well, don't criticize Bonomo, Vince. This is the 4th time the guy's played a $100,000 buy-in tournament. He's cashed the other 3 times.
Andrew Roble, though, with a big hand, ace-queen. And, yes, he will call it. And now around to Bill. He's out.
Just calls. Roble not re-raising with the ace-queen. So we're going to see a flop here.
Yeah, deuces versus ace-queen. We are flopping.
Oh, what a flop for Roble. Ace, ace, 4.
Beautiful for Andrew Roble, and he's going to try to trap. He checks.
Yeah, these are the two youngest players at the table going at it here.
Marchese with the deuces is going to bet. He's going to fall in the trap. 85,000.
Look at this. Roble not raising again, just calling here.
He's going to give a little massage. He's going to milk the Holstein.
Oh, now he can milk him a lot as he's got aces full.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, he's going to check again.
And now there's no card Tom can catch to win this pot.
Oh, but the big cheese, he's got heart. He's betting again. 155 with absolutely zip and pip.
He knows it's the only way he can win this pot is to bet, but obviously it's not going to work because Roble's got aces full.
Do you repop or do you just keep milking slowly?
He's just going to call again. I really like this play by Roble.
That's right.
Just give your opponent a chance to keep on betting if he wants to.
River card coming up, a 10 of diamonds. Andrew again first to act. Will the milking continue? Yes. Yes, and Marchese now. Oh, he's going to check. He finally gives it up.
Well, Marchese knows he's beat.
Oh, the big cheese here just molded. And he molds away Andrew Roble. Nicely done.
That's some bad thoughts probably creeping into the big cheese's mind now. He went out in the bubble the last time he played a 100K tournament and bluffing his money off there. He might be thinking, whoa, don't let me go down that path again.
At the LAPC this year, we saw season 10 Once to Watch David Doc Sands almost take down a WPT title. How this young champion balances a normal life and the extremes of poker is all in this edition of Ones to Watch.
That's what I'm saying, dog. Yeah. We're the ones to watch.
I love the grind, the sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
We're the ones to watch.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Ones to watch.
Doc Sands.
Doc's a tough player.
From what I heard, he plays a little bit crazy sometimes.
100K is a lot of money. I got second in the last 100K at the Bellagio, so it's a huge buy-in tournament.
No, it's a lot of money.
Felt like I had a decent edge over the field.
Doc Sands has been a successful poker player for a while.
I try to diversify, my assets, and some of my investments are high risk, like the 100K, and some of them are low risk, like a savings account.
He seems like another person with balance.
Part of playing poker is taking high variance spots when you feel like you have an advantage.
I think once your bankroll is a healthy bankroll and you can play these high buy-in events, you're okay if you lose this. It's not a big deal at all.
As soon as my entry fee is paid for, I just think of the chips I have and the big blinds that I'm dealing with. And that would be the way I thought of it if it was a $10 tournament or a $100,000 tournament.
I like Doc Sands as a person a lot. And his fiance, Erica, both playing poker and both doing so well. It's kind of a cute little bond they have.
It's great that Erica plays poker a lot too because she's really able to empathize with the ups and downs. She's just super supportive when I'm playing.
And, he seems really supportive of her. And I'm gonna be honest, I've dated a few poker players here and there, and usually that relationship doesn't work out too well. But they seem to have made it work.
I think one thing that enables Erica and I to keep a pretty good perspective is that we enjoy doing a lot of things outside of poker. We share a passion for our dog. We have a little Maltese named Coco. We do a lot of hiking, biking, skiing, and we also like to travel, and we really like to eat good food and cook. I think we have a really diverse range of interests, and it's one thing that helps someone stay grounded in the poker world.
They're a cute couple.
I'm happy for him. He bought her sick wedding ring. It's 70, 80, I don't even know how much it is, but it's beautiful.
I love Erica, and she's a great life companion. I'm very lucky to have her.
Well, those two, both terrific poker players, but Vince, tell me the truth. Do you think they have any chance with all the bad beat stories they're going to be telling each other in the next 10, 20 years?
Gonna be tough to get through dessert at the restaurants.
Well, both great players. Both made it deep in the 2011 main event of the World Series of Poker, finishing in the top 30. Incredible.
They are an impressive couple. But back to this battle, as you can see. Roble now this chip leader still with $3 million. Action on the big cheese, Tom Marchese. And now he's just fed up. He quickly folds.
Yeah, the big cheese worried about becoming Swiss cheese again here, Vince.
Into Daniel Perper. He's going to squeeze out a queen 3. Won't play that mess. Justin Bonomo is going to pop it up with an ace-10. Makes it 100,000. Andrew Roble folds his hand. Bill Klein going out.
Over to John Juanda.
Oh, boy.
Got 2 kings.
Just amazing.
Remember the hand they didn't let him play when he picked up 2 kings, when he was late getting to the table. Then he picked up aces to more than double up, and now he's got kings.
He's raised to 300, and he's going to get the action by Bonomo. So a big pot. John Juanda with the kings, and the flop is a 10-5-7.
With 2 spades, so this could spell big trouble for Justin Bonomo. He's got top pair and top kicker, but Juanda with the best hand right now with 2 kings.
Yeah, you got the solid overpair. Juanda with his 7th time at a WPT final tables, never taken a title, and he's going to push all in.
You saw the eyebrows go up for Bonomo there, because his tournament life is now on the line. What do you do here? $263,000 in real cash, the difference between 6th and 5th. But he's gambling.
Yep.
He's making the call here, and he's going to need help, or he's going to be our 6th place finisher.
No doubt about it. Bonomo's mohawk just spiked up a little bit more there when he saw those kings. Well, you can't blame Bonomo for calling this.
It's just hard to get away from this hand.
And here we go. We got 10s up against kings with 2 cards to go.
You can feel the drama now, folks, because the 6th place finisher gets nothing after putting up $100,000 and making it all the way down to the final 6. Vince, this is essentially a $263,000 real money turning river card here. That's what's at stake for these guys, at least that much.
Can Justin Bonomo get lucky on the turn? Let's take a look. No, it's a 7, pairs the board. So Justin Bonomo out of Fairfax, Virginia, in big trouble. Needs to hit an ace or a 10. Final card appearing. Can John Juanda's hand hold up?
Well, it's a 9. So that's going to do it for Justin Bonomo, the tough pro out of Toronto. Falls short tonight on the bubble. Unfortunately for him, he takes home nothing.
Oh, boy. Well, Justin, got to pick up nothing. Took a loss in this tournament. Over to talk to Jess Wellman.
Justin, you made it back to the final table, but you weren't able to improve on your 5th place finish from last year. How disappointing is it to get back here and miss out on the money?
It sucks. I mean, there's not really much other way to put it.
You are having an incredible year, though, and this is just another deep run and a great list of results, so you have to feel good about that.
Yeah, the World Series is coming up, so hopefully I'll do well there. You know, I can't complain too much. Life is good.
Well, best of luck at the World Series, Justin.
Well, we've seen it all at this final table so far tonight. The drama that the 6th place finisher got nothing. That would be Justin Bonomo, who just was eliminated in 6th place, created tremendous drama to this final table. But we've seen it all, Vince. John Juanda didn't even show up when the tournament started. No. The short stack doubled up before Juanda even got in his seat. And now it was Juanda that just busted Justin Bonomo to take the chip lead.
It's been pretty amazing, Micah, but I'll tell you something. These guys have a lot of class. They are gamblers, and the way Justin Bonomo took that hit, walked away, I mean, he didn't fall to the ground, go into the fetal position and start moaning, woe is me. He didn't take a deck of cards and throw it at the players. No, he had class. He's a true gambler. I feel sorry for him, but we're down to 5. And what's your prediction?
Well, we've got 2 young pros, 2 recreational players, and an old school pro fighting it out for this title. I'm going with old school. I'm taking John Juanda to win.
Okay, it'll be good, Kimberly. I don't know who's going to win, but very interesting.
Well, guys, it may seem like we've seen it all, but the best is yet to come. I promise you that. So join us next time from Bellagio for more of Season 10 coverage of the WPT Super High Roller at the WPT Championship. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Jessica Wellman, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Las Vegas, top players from around the world ponied up $100,000 to play in the biggest buy-in event we've ever held. The WPT Super High Roller from the World Championship continues next, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Unbelievable.
welcome back to our in-depth coverage of the WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship. This remarkable tournament, unique in our history, featured 27 men, all of who risked a minimum of $100,000 each for a shot at beating the best players in the world. Now that we have reached the final table, let's turn quickly to Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to bring us up to speed.
Well, Kimberly, it's been an amazing final table so far. We had the drama of the guy who finishing in 6th position, busting out of the bubble, getting nothing. He's gone, so look for play to speed up now. But it's come down to 5 players, 2 young pros, very tough, 2 amateur players, recreational, wealthy guys that just entered this tournament for the fun of it, and 1 old school pro in John Juanda, who made the first final table in the history of the World Poker Tour 10 years ago right here at Bellagio. Tonight, I look for Juanda to take down this high roller title.
Well, Mike, it is great to see John Juanda back at the final table at a World Poker Tour event. I tell you something, I respect these guys to put up $100,000 to play in an event. You know, they are true gamblers. Actually, maybe most of them are true gamblers. Maybe the rest of them went to the doctor, and the doctor said, okay, you got 6 months to go. Take a shot with some money. I don't know for sure, but I'm very impressed with these guys. This is a lot of fun.
We have word the cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see John Juanda well out in front with nearly $4.7 million, and Robo in 2nd place with $3.4 million. The winner going to take home $1.3 million. John, of course, finishing in our first final table, runner-up to Gus Hansen 10 years ago to get back to the field.
And he's 5,000 blinds, 25 and 50. A quick fold by John Juanda. And now Tom Marchese, the big cheese, with an ace-queen, is going to raise it up to 100,000. Right behind him, Daniel Perper from Illinois with a 10-8 of diamonds.
Yeah, we got 2 amateurs at this table. He's one of them, an options trader. But he did win a $5,000 tournament here at Bellagio back in December. He decided to take that money and enter this tournament, and it's a wise decision.
Well, he is going to raise with a 10-8. Andrew Roble out. Bill Klein, the philanthropist, going away. So back on Big Cheese.
Now what do you do if you're Tom Marchese? An amateur is 3-bet you. All of a sudden, your ace-queen has shrunk up a little.
Yep, he knows Perper's a pretty tight player, but you still have ace-queen.
All in.
And there you go. The Big Cheese is going to try to slice up the Perper.
Wow. What a bet by Tom Marchese. He's going to take it down.
Yep, and Perper has to fold the hand.
Well, Perper went to the University of Illinois as a computer science major. He was the Big Ten Bowler of the Year once, but right there, you might say a gutter ball, Vince.
Well, he took a shot there. Just so happened Big Cheese had the big hand, and that's going to give a migraine to poor Perper. You know, Perper said, I want to make the final table here, of course, because I want my 3 kids to watch me play poker on TV. He's done so.
Be proud of Papa.
Yeah. All right, back to this hand. Couple quick folds, and now John Juanda looks at a pair of kings. Can you believe it again?
Just incredible. Already at this final table. This is the 3rd time he's had 2 kings. We had aces one time also.
Well, he has raised to 120. Everybody runs away from John Juanda.
Kings again?
How did you know? John gonna take this.
Pocket kings again.
Started out in 5th chip position at this final table, but now he's the big chip leader.
As you can see, John Juanda. This is my hand here.
It's dead, but I guess you could look at it, huh?
Was not there to start the tournament. He finally sits down. His hand is dead. He looks at a pair of kings.
Well, Vince, if your hand is dead and they rule you can't play it, why look at it and aggravate yourself? Just muck it.
Well, he did aggravate himself, but right now, he's back on top with a smile. What a poker player he is. He's a chip leader at this point, close to $4.7 million.
They were saying, John, that you made the final table of the first WPT ever. During your walk-in, that's what they were announcing. Oh, you're old.
How can you imagine?
Yep.
Romo and Marchese were 14 and 15 years old.
Yeah.
When John Juanda made a first final table on the World Poker Tour, finishing runner-up to Gus Hansen in that tournament, but think how young these other guys were.
That's right. Okay, this hand John's going to fold. And now Tom Marchese with a 9-10 of clubs, going to make it 100,000. He is relentless. He powers through poker. Okay, and Dan Perper's going to call with the Queen Jack. Roble out.
Just can't get over it. These guys were Cub Scouts when they made that final table.
Look at this. Bill Klein is going to splash with a 9-3 of spades. So a couple callers. Here's the flop.
And flop comes ace, 8, deuce. No help to anybody.
And the philanthropist, Bill Klein, first to play. He's going to check it. Marchese now.
Casey going to take the lead, as we say. He is going to fire out, even though he hit none of that flop.
130, Daniel out, and so is Bill Klein. So the big cheese just making his own way happen here with bets and continuation bets and power poker.
Plenty more to come from the WPT Super High Roller, including another installment of 5 questions with our own raw deal analyst, Tony Dunst. Plus, we'll check the WPT Player of the Year standings, as well as Tony Dunst breaks down tonight's action in a new edition of the Raw Deal. As our extended coverage of the WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Stick around.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the WPT Super High Roller, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. There is no greater sweat in poker than the money bubble, and Tony Dunst is ready to break it down in this edition of the Raw Deal.
Once upon a time, $10,000 was a great deal of money for someone to spend buying into a poker tournament. It was also the largest sum of money someone could invest in a poker tournament, even if they wanted to play for more, as no casino had yet dared to attempt a higher buy-in. But the super high roller tournaments of today make one thing clear. 10K tournaments are just child's play for broke asses. The escalation of stakes is really no surprise to anyone that's observed the poker industry over the last decade. The WPT got the ball rolling in Season 1 when they announced that their championship event would have a $25,000 buy-in, the highest no-limit entrance fee at the time. In Season 9, the WPT and the Bellagio got together to hold the first ever $100,000 event on US soil. Eric Seidel won the event, obviously, but in 2011, that was a foregone conclusion before the event started. This year, they upped the ante by making it a re-entry event.
We got a re-enter.
Allowing players to bust and buy back in for another $100,000.
One time wasn't enough.
Also known as 4 chips. Casinos and poker tours are always in competition to draw the most eyes and entrants to their events. The best pros are always lusting for higher stakes so they can win all the money faster. And the ultra-rich are rarely given the opportunity to play for a sum that's only semi-irrelevant. The edge businessmen like Bill Klein and Daniel Perper have in these events is that at the end of the day, their financial state remains constant. Winning or losing will change nothing about their lifestyle, which can almost never be said for any professional poker player in a super high roller. But what is surprising about these astronomical events is the consistent level of interest. The first time such an event was attempted was at the Aussie Millions in 2009, and it drew 23 players. Now in 2012, there are 4 events of such a buy-in around the world, and all of them are getting at least 3 tables of players only a year after Black Friday evaporated a great deal of money in the poker economy.
You know, life is short. Go for the gusto. If you can afford it, I say, take a shot at it and go for it.
Because of their size, events of this buy-in usually don't generate a first prize all that higher than a usual 10K tournament, but what they do create is an incredible bubble moment. Our unfortunate bubble boy in this tournament was Justin Bonomo, who missed out on over $250,000 by busting in 6th. It's common for play around the bubble or a substantial pay increase to be altered by the real money implications of being the next to bust.
Because people are going to be sitting back, hoping to get in the money.
But rarely is the bubble itself for an amount of money that could buy a house, or 5 houses in Vegas.
Well, Tony's right about one thing. It's amazing how many high buy-in events there are around the world these days. $100,000 or more.
And right now, the chip leader, John Juwanda, 7th time at the WPT final table. He's never taken down the title yet. Can it be his night tonight? We will see. Action going to Andrew Roble. Quick fold by him.
Well, last time we saw Andrew at the final table, we finished 2nd to Antonio Esfandiari right here at Bellagio.
Bill Klein now. He's going to raise with just a Jack-7. Makes it 100 to go. Juwanda out. Big Cheese going out as well. Round to Perper. And Perper, with just a Jack-10, is going to make the call.
Well, the 2 businessmen going at it here. Both have Jack high. Flop Queen 8-5. Look at this, Vince. He is getting out chips to lead out and bet into the pre-flop raiser, something you don't see often.
Very interesting. 135.
You can see Bill Klein's mind just whirring away here, saying, hey, I raised before the flop. Why is this guy betting now?
Yeah, he is confused by this.
He only has a Jack-7, but what he's thinking is, if I move in on the guy, can he call me?
Well, he's going to get away from the hand. Nicely done by Daniel Perper. Taking the pot with Jack high.
Yeah, went to University of Illinois. Was a computer science major. Now an option trader and a partner in an investment firm. Successful businessman playing out here on the WPT.
Yeah, 5 players remain here at Bellagio. Bill, first one to play right now. He's looking down at a 7-3, quickly folds the hand. John Juanda with an ace-4.
He's got the chip lead. He's got an ace high, so he's going to raise it.
Yeah, makes it 120 to go. Tom Marchese out. And now Daniel Perper.
Or how about Daniel? He married a wife, and her name is Danielle.
What?
So you got Daniel and Danielle. You got 3 kids.
Wow.
He loves to spend time with his family, so that's one of his hobbies. Poker and basketball, his other 2 hobbies. What if you can take him in hoops, Vince?
I doubt it, huh?
Huh?
Doubt
He's
it.
a bowler of the year.
Bowler, hoops. I don't know. He looks like a good athlete, actually, really.
You're being modest, Vince. You can take him easy in the hoops. Get him on the court.
My bones are creaking just thinking about it. Look at this. With ace-6, he is raised. Andrew Roble with a pair of 8s.
Vince, the pot's been raised and re-raised. What would you do with a mid-pair right here? I believe I'd just muck him.
So he's going to get out.
I think you have to in that case. Juanda out as well, so a nice 3-bet with an ace-6 right there. And we're seeing some good aggressive play by this guy, Vince.
His game is starting to heat up, as you see Doc Sands and Erica enjoying the moment.
I'm a partner at an investment firm that primarily trades equity options. I think a lot of the risk management decisions and thinking about variance, that's what's made me successful at my job, and I think it's a huge part of what's made me successful in some of the poker tournaments that I played. When I read the Andy Frankenberger article in Card Player, a lot of the details about his career were very similar to me. I was like, wow, this could be me. And that was part of what was pretty interesting and compelling to get me playing a little bit more.
Vince, what do you think of these new players? Risk variance, risk this, that, variance, all that.
I don't even understand the word. All I know is...
You just look at your cards and bet, don't you?
Shoving all in, my friend. That's it. Back to the felt we go as 5 players remain at Bellagio. A quick fold by Daniel Perper. And now Andrew Roble with Jack-7 is going to raise. 130 to go. Bill Klein now. Folding, John out.
Everybody playing pretty aggressive here.
Tom Marchese now with a king-jack.
We call it trouble hand. Even if you hit a king or a jack on the flop and your opponent keeps betting, you're afraid he's got ace-king or ace-jack.
Good point, but it's not scaring off the big cheese. He has made the call, and here's the flop.
Well, flop comes queen, jack, 5, all spades. Tom has flopped a pair and a king-high flush draw. He is checked. And I'm guessing to check raise in case Roble fires at this pot with his jacks. He doesn't, he checks them.
Well, the turn pairs the board, pair of 5s.
Again, Tom checks.
Roble now with jacks and 5s. And he's going to check.
What a check by Roble there.
Good restraint, and an ace of spades on the river, giving Marchese the big cheese. The nut flush, of course, and he's going to bet it.
He figures that Roble's probably got ace high in his hand, meaning he's got aces up here, and we'll probably call him.
Roble with jacks and 5s.
Roland thinking about calling with the jacks because just doesn't think Marchese would bet out with 2 aces. He'd just check it down here. So he's got a flush or nothing. At least I'm sure that's what Roble is figuring out right now. There's Roble's girlfriend sweating him on here.
Yeah, but he's up against Thomas Marchese, the big cheese, who is tougher than the chicken parm at the Olive Garden. So you got to think twice.
He's wincing, and he throws his hand away. Good lay down by Roble there.
Big cheese strikes again. Hitting the flush, raking in the chips. Right now, it's still John Juanda, who is the chip leader. Marchese in the middle of the pack with about 2.3 million. Here we go again. Right back on Marchese. Casey has a uneventful queen 3, first position, quick fold. Daniel Perper now with an 8-6 of diamonds. Will he speculate?
Daniel came to this final table as our chip leader. He's now sitting in 4th place.
He's 37 years old. Wow, he's made it 130 to go. Around to Andrew Roble, who has a real hand, pair of jacks. Finally, Roble picks up a real hand. He is re-raised, going to 310. And now it's into Bill Klein, who has a little pair of 3s here.
Well, the pot's been raised and re-raised to him.
It certainly has.
I know Bill's on the short stack here. Wants to make something happen, but not sure this is the time you want to do it with 2 3s.
All in.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
He has misstepped there. Bill Klein's gone all in. Wanda out, Perper out. But a quick snap call, of course, by Andrew Roble with the jacks. Bill Klein's going to hate it.
You saw Bill wince right there. Just didn't like this.
Hoping just over there.
Particular timing of him moving all in, Vince, against a raise and a re-raise in front of him in that spot. But
I refuse to stand up early, though.
Well, he's been aggressive all night. It's been working, but this time just gets out of line.
That's actually the trick to hit it.
That's optimism.
Bill Klein, the 64-year-old philanthropist, in a lot draw
I got a straight flush draw and hearts going. What are you talking about?
Let's put out some hearts, make it exciting for TV. Maybe like deuce 4 or 5 of hearts or something, but no 3. That ruins the excitement.
All right, here comes the first 3. And look at this.
3 right on the flop. It's come ace, deuce, 3.
Just amazing. A set for Bill Klein. He has outflopped Andrew Roble. And Roble looks sick.
5. I need a straight draw.
Could this be the night for Bill Klein? Things are happening so far. He's still got to sweat out a couple cards.
And it's a jack on the turn.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Complete disaster as a jack hits on the turn.
Now I'm going to stand up.
This hand was made for
Well,
TV.
he can stand up because Marchese folded a 3.
The right hand was on top to begin with.
Bill Klein, drawing dead, going to be our 5th place finisher.
I folded queen 3.
Well, that's a 7. That's going to do it for the likable Bill Klein. He's such a super guy, contributing the entire $263,000 to charity. His motto is every day is a great day, and to give back, and give back some more. Really enjoying life now and giving back, and you got to really appreciate guys like this.
Well, he is a generous guy. He's out in 5th place, and he's going over to talk to Jess Wellman.
Bill, you came in short, but you managed to double up, make the money, and you may be out, but we've got $260,000 going to a great cause, right?
They'll be split between 2 charities, right? Between cystic fibrosis and the Shea Therapeutic Writing Center, which is located in San Juan Capistrano. I got to say, this is a well-run tournament. Love the World Poker Tour. The guys I played with, great guys. I've had respect for them. I have more respect. They're great people. It was fun playing with them. Could have used 1 more 3, I think, at the end, but that's the way life goes. And all I know is when I grow up, I want to be me.
Sounds like you had an amazing time. I hope we see you again next year.
You will, definitely. Thanks again. Thanks for having me.
Congratulations, Bill.
Appreciate it.
Kim, over to you.
What a cool guy. Love him. Bill Klein out in 5th place. WPT's coverage of the final table from Bellagio continues with 4 players right after this.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Mitch, by Paul Mitchell. Because style isn't born, it's groomed. Visit MitchTheMan.com.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller. And Vince, as you know, these players had to put up $100,000 each to enter this tournament. Now that's a huge amount of money, but $100,000 is the same amount of money that ClubWPT.com pays out to its players every month.
That is true. It's pretty amazing. You know, if you play on ClubWPT.com, you get to play for your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes all the time. You get to play all the poker you want. Plus, there's other benefits. You get the Entertainment Savers Guide. Plus, you get to play real poker online.
Yeah, and don't forget, you get access to former WPT episodes for just $19.95
Great poker moments. Remember, you Bay 101 final table getting outdrawn by Mike the Mouth down to the river.
Oh, man!
Just horrendous. Horrible, but you can see that. You can see Mike get outdrawn. So go out today, join ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Let's get back to the action.
Yes, I shouldn't have reminded you of that.
Vince, did you have to? Let's go to something else. How about the WPT Player of the Year race? Will the Thrill Fiala out in front, as you can see, with one event to go, the WPT World Championship. Can he hold on and take down the Player of the Year title?
He might, and right now you can see with our super high roller, John Juanda, out in second place here with 4.4. Our new chip leaders, Andrew Rober with 5.2. We got a great battle going on here at Bellagio. Let's go back down to the felt. And these are 10,000 blinds, 30 and 60. All right, action going to Daniel Perper from Highland Park, Illinois, first to play. He's going to fold his hand. Now the chip leader, Andrew, with a king, jack of spades. Will pop it, makes it 130 to go.
Everybody going to raise with that hand on the button, especially if you're chip leader.
Now, John Juanda has looked at only one card, I believe. It's an ace of hearts.
It's not a requirement to look at two. You don't even have to look at one. Just get your chips in there.
Yeah.
We play with guys, man. It's a bet in the dark.
That is true. 400,000 with just seeing the ace.
Well, this way you got one to sweat in case the guy calls you.
Tom Marchese out, and Andrew will make this call, so peeky time there for John. Flop comes up queen, 8-3. Here we go, John. Squeeze it out. It's a jack of clubs. Nothing hitting on that flop. He's first to play.
And he's got the best hand with ace high, but do you lead out and bet?
Of course you do. Betting 435.
If your opponent raised you, what do you do then?
And Roble is going to respect that bet. He folds.
A good continuation bet there by Juanda.
See two cards. That looks like you want to show one card at least.
No, I want to see two cards.
John,
I forgot.
He is giggling like a man that had just ace high.
Macau style.
He says it's Macau style.
Both John and Roble have been down to Macau to play in those ultra high stakes cash games.
All right back on it. Action on John. He's going to look at... Oh, he's doing it again, Mike. Only one card. Again, John Juanda, just looking at ace, has raised to 145. Timeout. Oh, boy, there could be big problems. Daniel Perper has picked up a real big hand. Pair of kings. Perper, the option trader, 37 years old, family man.
Well, he's on the short stack, man, so I'm expecting him just to come over the top and probably just put it all in.
I'm all in.
That's exactly what he's doing. He has gone all in. Roble out.
Well, John looking down at the second card now, the 10 of diamonds, so he's got ace-10 suited.
Yeah, not a bad hand.
Yeah, but do you want to put another 1.3 million in the pot with this hand? When your opponent's all in, he could have ace-queen, ace-king where you'd be dominated. Your best hope is if he's got like 2 sevens where you're in a race, but pretty big gamble to take.
Would have liked my hand better if you do a big blind. Small blind. But I don't think I can fold this, and especially this suited.
Looks like he might get sucked in, and yes, he does. He is making the call.
I raised 10.
Daniel shows 2 kings.
Oh, John, disgusted with himself now.
Well, great spot for Perper to double up here.
Kings have been holding up like so many times.
That is true.
Have you
The
noticed
kings have
that?
been very solid, holding up.
Well, Perper says just let him hold up one more time.
There's Perper's dad in the audience, sweating his son.
And he can't even look.
No.
Vince, as you know, every time you have kings and you're all in, the guy's got an ace. Seems like the first card out is an ace, but...
Don't jinx the man.
I'm not jinxing him. I'm not jinxing you, Daniel. Ignore what I said.
I think you just jinxed him. We will see.
2 diamonds.
Here comes the flop. Did Mike Sexton jinx Perper? Not yet. It's a 10-8 deuce. Good for Perper.
Well, it helps Juanda a little bit. He's got 2 10s now. But Perper well out in front with the 2 kings.
Staying stoic. Here comes the turn card. 8. That pairs the board. Also good for Dan Perper.
Well, Perper in great shape to double up here and make a race out of this thing.
There's John Juanda's family, hoping against hope that
Ace of hearts.
John should hit. He says ace of hearts, and he gets an ace of hearts!
Up on the river.
Oh, boy.
Heartbreak for Daniel Perper right there. He shakes his head in frustration.
Sorry, buddy.
Like most everybody would, but good sport. Shakes hands all around, but Vince, right now, his stomach's got to be like a washer on high speed.
Thank you.
I can tell you, it is going in circles. Got to be sick to go out like that.
Well, the pain continues here at Bellagio. He'll pick up $393,000. He's going over to talk to Jess Wellman.
Dan, you got it in with the best of it, and it just didn't work out for you. But you have to feel good about how you've done in this tough field, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I played really well. Didn't really have the cards go my way today, obviously. It was the first real hand I picked up, and could have easily doubled up, and instead I'm out. So what can you do?
Exactly. Are we going to be seeing more of you on the poker circuit in the future?
Hopefully. I'm not going to be playing a lot of tournaments, but hopefully you'll see me anyway.
Well, it's an amazing start. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kimberly, back to you.
From chip leader to busting in fourth place, recreational player Daniel Perper. More to come from the WPT Super High Roller, including another installment of 5 questions with our own raw deal analyst, Tony Dunst. What's the biggest mistake guys make with women?
Welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller.
Well, there you see our 3 remaining players. John Juanda, the old school guy out in front with $6.2 million. The 2 young guns, Andrew Roble, Tom Marchese, sitting in second and third place.
We are watching 3 of the gutsiest gamblers in the world. They put up $100,000 to enter this event, and they're going after this title here tonight.
Yes, let me correct you. Tom Marchese and Andrew Roble put in $200,000. Both of these guys got busted and rebought into this tournament.
John Juanda with a queen jack, first to act. Gonna raise, makes it 140. Now big cheese. Wow. With an ace-8 has re-raised to 370. And now Roble. Just an ace-jack. Actually just the best hand, but what to do?
When the pot's been raised and re-raised, you normally just automatically muck the ace-jack. You got nothing invested, you could just get out and let them fight it out where one of them might knock the other guy out. But not if you're Andrew Roble. He is going to 4-bet.
I guess they don't want me to play.
What a play by Roble.
An aggressive 25-year-old's going to make it work. Juanda and the big cheese going away.
You know, just a great read by Roble there. The 4-bet with the ace-jack.
This is a $100,000 buy and re-entry tournament, which means if you get knocked out, you can buy back in and give it another go. And I busted out of this tournament with about 1 level left in the rebuy period. I was pretty upset. I was on my way walking out of the Bellagio, and I thought, might as well give it another go. So came back, rebought, and then now I'm at the final table.
One time wasn't enough.
Yeah, I feel confident. I've never won a tournament. I think I might be due, but at the same point in time in poker, there's only so much you can do. You can just play your best, and the rest is in the hands of the poker gods.
Oh, I love that story. He was on his way out, and he sucked back in, and now he's doing great.
Well, incredible. Tom Marchese still in the tournament. Rebought in the second day also. So neither one of these guys were going to buy back in. They both decided to do it, and what a prudent decision it was for both of them.
Well, look at this hand, Mike. Oh, my goodness. A raise by Juanda, and now Thomas Marchese picks up aces. The best hand in poker. Let's watch Master Big Cheese go to work here. He's looking real serious. This is kill time. Let's see the raise. Yep, 3:45 to go.
Yeah, he's just hoping Roble 4-bets this time like he did the last hand. Won that pot without a flop. But
Roble's got queen jack of clubs. He would not want to get out of line here. Oh, but he is going to lay it down. Good for him. Now it's back on Juanda.
Yeah, you'd like to see a flop with this kind of hand, but
Juanda could afford it, but no, he's going to make a great lay down. Doesn't want to get more involved. And the big cheese, Tom Marchese, not getting quite the action he wanted with aces.
Sam, why didn't you 4-bet me there? There you see the chip counts. 3 players left. Juanda and Roble pretty close to the same, a little over $5 million in chips. Marchese right now sitting in 3rd place.
A little disgusted he couldn't knock someone off with those aces, but this time with a 9-8, going to make it 120.
I'll tell you, the guy stays aggressive. You got to take your hat off to him for that.
Andrew out, but Juanda is going to make this call with a jack-9. 8-9 up against Jack-9, the flop. Oh, look at this. John Juanda has flopped a straight.
King, Queen, 10 with 2 spades.
And he has checked it.
Well, does Marchese make the continuation bet like he's been doing all day? There's your answer, yes.
How much?
And he's not going to like it.
175. Juanda flopping the straight. There's the thing of beauty. You dig the hole. You put the leaves over it, Mike. You wait for the sucker to fall into it.
Juanda's just thinking, do I just call him here and let him lead again? Or do I just go ahead and raise here and hope he's got something like kings and tens or an ace-king, or he's going to stick it all in there?
He makes it 5:20 to go. Big Cheese folds. So there you go. Just flop a straight, push Cheese out, take down another pot.
He shouldn't show me a deuce.
Yeah, the Big Cheese looking discouraged here. His chips slipping away. John Juanda looking good as 3 players remain here at the WPT Super High Roller for Bellagio. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action from the World Poker Tour.
Not a sorry situation.
The WPT is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can watch the latest episodes online, get a free subscription to the WPT magazine, and so much more. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Hi, I'm Ivy. I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. One of my favorite show in Vegas. Oh, Bellagio seems to find talent from all over the world. I love acrobatic stunts and amazing dancers.
We have 235 people that work at O, 85 artists and musicians, and the rest are staff and technicians that take care of all of the artists.
My favorite part of O is the synchronized swimming. It's amazing how people just dive into the water and stay there forever and do the formation. I think that's fantastic. It's my favorite.
Our O stage is 1.5 million gallons of water, and we do have lifts in the show that can go anywhere from a dry stage where it looks like a normal stage to a big pool where they're 17 feet deep. The show's been here for 14 years, and it's still the most sought-after ticket in Las Vegas.
You have to see it. It's beautiful.
As you can see, the Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar enjoying the evening as 3 players remain.
The O show really is tremendous. I happen to like the gymnastics and the diving in the show the best. 36 former Olympians in the O show.
Well, Mike, it's incredible. You know, Scotty Wynn actually was one of those divers before he started playing poker, of course.
I don't think so, Vince.
Scotty with the gold chains, and oh, he was great back in the day.
He'd never get up from the bottom if he went down with the chains.
The felt we go. The Big Cheese, Tom Marchese, first to act, and he is going to raise. Makes it 120 to go. Andrew out.
All these guys have been at multiple WPT final tables. This is John Juanda's 7th final table. He was at our first ever final table in season 1. Finished second to Gus Hansen there.
John's call with Queen 3. The flop comes up King, King 9. No help to either player. John is going to check.
Well, here comes the continuation bet that Marchese makes 100% of the time.
70,000 with just ace high.
But look at this. The savvy veteran looks like he's getting out raising chips, Vince.
How much? 70?
With just a Queen 3 offsuit.
Well, perhaps. Inquiring how much? John Juanda?
Unbelievable.
Oh, he is going to raise.
What a play by Juanda.
Makes it 150 back into the Big Cheese's face.
Oh, you gotta love Marchese. He just feels like he's being had here.
Yeah, still got ace high. You think to yourself, wait a second, if Juanda really did have a king, is he going to re-raise at this point? Probably not. So maybe he's onto something. Maybe he's going to pop it. No! He's going to believe John Juanda, and Juanda's going to take that pot with a bluff.
I think the first checker is that I should have done something about.
Like what?
Like not folded.
Casey realizing his pocket was just picked there.
It was a tell when Juanda deliberately showed the camera he was bluffing. Beautiful.
Earlier this week, I got to turn the tables and break down our very own raw deal analyst, Tony Dunst, in this edition of 5 Questions. What was it like to make a WPT final table in Jacksonville?
Actually going deep in the tournament, playing against a lot of other really thoughtful players was very interesting. But the finals table itself was something of a letdown because I pretty much showed up, lost every hand I played, and then was eliminated in 5th. And the only hand that really was of interest was when Will Fiola accidentally mucked the best hand to me, which is just strange, and I'm sure might make for great segment material, but everything else was very straightforward.
What has the experience of being the Raw Deal host been like for you?
It's been a great time. Essentially, I was just given a segment where I was allowed to watch poker footage and then try and create a combination of educational material and a bunch of sarcastic quips about most of the people that I know and grew up with. What the hell is going on here? And that's all I could think when watching Vanessa play her top pair against Andrew's pocket queen. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. It's been really fun to both write and perform that segment, plus all the additional duties that come with the job and socializing with WPT staff, being there for all the events on the tour and getting to see all the various stops. I mean, I've just had a great time.
As a spectator, what 6 players would be at your dream final table?
Absolute top talent. If you take like a Jason Mercier, you take like an Elke. And then if you wanted wild entertainment value, you'd have to have like a Phil Hellmuth, a Will Fiola, maybe a Dwight Pilgrim in there to really shake things up. And who am I going to use my 6th pick on? I would have to be the spectator/commentator, so I'll take a combination of the two and go with Lucky Chewy.
Away from the table, you're known as being a ladies' man. What's the biggest mistake guys make with women?
I would say the biggest mistake guys make is not trying. Most are afraid to go and approach a woman or go talk to a girl that they find attractive. But if you don't go and actually try and sort of work out what works for you and what doesn't, then you'll never get any better at that. You'll never become more comfortable at it. And I think what women really respond to is a guy who's comfortable with himself and comfortable speaking to them and just doesn't make a big deal of the fact that they're speaking to an attractive woman. Your confidence in your performance in just about anything is usually a result of the practice you've put into it.
There's been a lot of talk lately about the appropriate dress for a final table. Give me your thoughts.
I think that poker should not have a dress code save for, TV final table type things, and that even then it should be mild, just pants, a collared shirt of some kind, and shoes that aren't sandals. Potential sponsors, and really the whole of media is about presentation. And if the outside world views poker as this collection of gamblers who, even when the stakes are high and they're there at a televised final table, look like bums, there's no real incentive to invest in our industry. I think a lot of young players are so focused on what's happening on the table that they're not quite aware that our game is larger and broader than that, and that the health of the industry affects their bottom line at the end of the day. I would encourage people to become aware of the presentation aspect and how professionalism can help us all.
Well, I certainly agree with what Tony says about appearance and professionalism of the young players in poker. Now, Vance, I don't know if you can remember back when you were single. Is that the way you approached and handled your women?
Oh, I was completely different, but let's not go back there.
And here's our 3 remaining players. John Juan is still out front.
I'm gonna be honest with you, you're gonna see it later anyway. One of the time I had monster.
Yeah, I know. I think
I'm not gonna say which one.
But it wasn't the last time. I wanted to say that, John. He's a very crafty guy. All right, to the felt we go. Andrew Roble now with a king-queen. He's got the button. He's got a nice hand. And he's got a raise. 1:30 to go. John out.
Andrew Roble said he's never won a poker tournament. Desperately wants to win one. We saw him finish second right here at Bellagio to Antonio Esfandiari. I can tell you one thing, folks. He plays in high-stakes cash games, the biggest in the world, down in Macau, with Juanda.
Look at this. Well, Casey has picked up ace, king of diamonds, and there's going to be a re-raise here. It makes it 3:10 to go. Now, Roble. This has piqued his interest. He's saying, wait a second, this guy's short-stacked.
Be careful here, because I can assure you, Marchese going nowhere here.
Oh, no.
Look at this. He's going to set him all in.
Yep.
Well, Tom makes the snap call, and Roble is dominated. It's ace-king versus king-queen. A great opportunity for Marchese to double up and get right back in the thick of things.
And the big cheese is smelling good at this point. Ace-king versus king-queen. You gotta love it. Doc Sands and his girlfriend.
Doc and Erica sweating on their man, Tom Marchese here.
We are flopping, and look at this flop. 3 5s.
So far, so good for Marchese.
5 on the turn.
For Roble to win this pot, he must catch a queen. Nothing else will do.
King.
A king would give him a split. He'd be happy to see that.
Here we go with 4th Street. It's not a king.
Well, there's a jack.
That's enough paint.
No more paint.
He'll be happy to see the board pair jacks also. So any paint, and Roble can escape this pot. He wins with a queen. He ties if a jack or a king comes up.
A black card.
Oh, he would love this. Get the right card right here. Here's the river card. No, it's a deuce of clubs. And Thomas, the big cheese Marchese, will sweep that pot.
Well, Doc Sands in the house cheering his buddy on, the big cheese.
He's only 24 years old. He's from Parsippany, New Jersey. It's his 3rd attempt at a final table on the World Poker Tour. Right back in the action. Now John Jawanda with an ace-6. He's got the button, he's got savvy, and he's got a raise. 140 to go. Tom Marchese going out, and now Roble. Got Jack-10.
And he's going to make the call.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Ace-6 versus Jack-10, and there's a pair of jacks for Roble, but there's 3 spades out there.
It sure is. The nut flush draw for Jawanda. Roble out in front with 2 jacks at the moment.
And Roble has checked. Jawanda with the continuation bet with the ace of spades, 185.
It's going to be interesting to see how Roble plays this hand.
Yeah, you got the jacks. No spade, though, but you're going to call. Jawanda gulping there. Here's the turn card. 7, it pairs the board.
And Roble has checked again. Well, Jawanda checks his flush draw right behind him.
Will be a 10 of hearts.
Nice card for Roble there. Absolutely has to feel like he's got the best hand right now, unless Jawanda was completely slow playing a monster.
He's getting that betting chips. 320 bets.
And he's saying any chance this guy could have a 5-6 in his hand or some kind of straight draw where my ace high would be the best hand. Could he have the king of spade?
Well, John Jawanda is 40 years old. He's originally from Indonesia, and we've seen him over the years so many times on the WPT. Consistent, great player, and he's going to fold, makes the right move there.
He knows all he can beat is a bluff. He gives it up, and a good lay down by him.
Yeah, Andrew Roble taking that pot.
Well, Vince, what a night of poker it's been. How about it for the 2 amateur players, Bill Klein and Daniel Perper? These guys fought it out with the best pros in the world, got to this final table, finished in 4th and 5th place, but a great effort on their part. But when the smoke is cleared, Vince, it is 3 tough pros fighting it out for Bellagio's super high roller title.
It is exciting. 1.3 million going to the winner. John Jawanda is our chip leader. It's going to be a great conclusion of a great event.
Please join us next time for the conclusion of the $100,000 buy-in WPT Super High Roller. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Jessica Wellman, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Las Vegas, we find out which player's 6-figure investment will yield a 7-figure payday in the biggest buy-in event we've ever held. The conclusion of the WPT Super High Roller is tonight, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's Season 10 coverage of the WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship. I'm Kimberly Lansing. As we begin our 3rd hour of extended coverage here in Las Vegas, I'm joined, as always, by Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, it takes a special type of player willing to put up $100,000 to play in a poker game. So now that we're in the money, how has the game changed among these remaining elite players?
Well, Kimberly, you're right. It does take a special player to put up $100,000 to buy into a poker tournament. You've got to have heart, and you've got to have confidence in your poker skills that you can get the job done. Our three remaining players certainly fall into that category. Two tough young pros, and Andrew Robo and Tom Marchese, and an old school pro, our chip leader, John Juanda, who made the first ever WPT final table in history right here at Bellagio 10 years ago. Could tonight be the first night that he wins a WPT event?
It will be fascinating. Don't forget, these are the true gamblers in the world at Bellagio tonight, and they're big names too. Andrew Roble has made a WPT final table. The Big Cheese, Thomas Marchese, 3 times now on the World Poker Tour final table. And then, of course, John Juanda. You know, he is so great, 6 times at a final table, but he has never been a champion. He always slinks off into the night a little, you know, disappointed because he's not the champion. Can this be different for him tonight? We will see.
Thank you, guys. Tonight, we'll find out which player has what it takes to take down the WPT Super High Roller. Cards are about ready to fly, so let's get down to the phone.
There you see what they're playing for. The winner going to take home $1.3 million. The runner-up, $822,000, and third place, $526,000. Great payday for all of them. And there you can see John Juanda out in front with $6.2 million. Here we go.
All right, antes are 10,000, blinds are 40 and 80. Action going on the man we know as the Big Cheese, Tom Marchese, out of Parsippany, New Jersey, 24 years old. He's got queen 6.
Well, just a nothing hand, but he's on the button, and good players like to raise on the button, and he's doing it.
Yep, makes it 175 to go. Andrew Roble, the 25-year-old from Vermont, going away. But John Juanda.
It's 180. How do I make it 175? Okay.
Well, Juanda going to defend in the big blind with just an 8-6 offsuit.
So queen 6 up against 8-6. Here we go.
And flop comes 5-4-3 with 2 spades. John checks his open-end straight draw, and Marchese with the same open-end straight draw, he's going to make a bet.
Yeah, Marchese's going to bet at 175. Juanda liking this action. He's not going anywhere. Makes the call.
The green card for Juanda is a 7. Give him the nuts and get Marchese broke, but a deuce comes off. Both players have a 6 high straight. But notice Juanda's got the 6 of spade. He's got a straight flush draw, so he is on the free roll, as we say.
Yep, got the straight and the spade draw. And he is going to bet at 250,000.
Well, he's going to bet it because he's hoping Marchese has an ace in his hand, which would give him a lower straight and a hand he might not be able to get away from.
Also 3 spades out there, so it is danger time. Marchese will make this call. Both got the same hand at this point. Let's see if a spade comes up. Nope.
And the nondescript 9 of diamonds comes off.
John Juanda going to make a bet. Got $500,000.
Yep. Pot's got 1.2 million in it. He bets 500,000. Action on Marchese now. Obviously, he knows that there's an outside chance that Juanda could have a flush here, where 6 high straight isn't any good, but certainly he's going to call this.
All in.
Whoa.
Forget about calling. He's moved all in. Unbelievable. And now, even though Juanda's got a 6 high straight, he's afraid his opponent's got a flush, and he throws the hand away. What a bet by Marchese there. Look at that. He showed the queen of diamonds. Now, in Juanda's mind, he knows he's been had.
Right there, Marchese showing the queen of diamonds, and the Big Cheese now in second chip position. John Juanda's still in front with 5.1, but Big Cheese coming on. Beautifully done.
I can feel the steam coming off Juanda's head right now for throwing that hand away. Even though we know he would have split the pot, but he doesn't know it. He thinks he got robbed.
This hand, Marchese's already raised with a nothing 10-3 of diamonds. Andrew's gone out. John Juanda now with a real hand, ace-jack. And he's going to move it up to 510.
Says, pal, think you're going to bluff me the last pot and get away with it this time? I don't think so. Let me 3-bet you right here.
Big Cheese, though, has to be feeling good after that last hand, but might have got a little too sloppy with this one. Hasn't folded yet, though. wait a second. He's not going to just call. He is going to raise with 10-3.
This is incredible. He just outplayed Juanda the last hand. Going to try to outplay him here. Only has a 10-3.
Big Cheese is looser than a schoolgirl after confession.
Well,
awful line.
He has 4-bet him here with a 10-3. And all of a sudden, you think you have a premium hand here with the ace-jack. And now you get 4-bet, and it just shrinks up into nothing. But Juanda going to make the call, wants to see a flop. So here we go. These two guys going to war. Now flop queen 7-7, no help to anybody. Juanda checks. Marchese has been relentless with his continuation bets. He's done it 100% of the time. He gets the last bet in before the flop. And he's doing it here.
He certainly is with absolutely nothing. Zip and pip 10-3. He is betting 550.
And the pot's got 1.9 million in it. So because of that price, Juanda may continue to get involved, but the way the hand's played, it's hard to keep playing ace-jack, folks. And he lays it down, and in back-to-back pots, Tom Marchese has outplayed the old-school veteran, John Juanda.
Oh, man, the Big Cheese has great poker instincts. He's only 24 years old, but he's one of the best in the world.
Our third hour of coverage of the WPT Super High Roller event is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come. Plus, Tony Dunst giving his no-holds-bar analysis in the raw deal. It's all when we return to the WPT Super High Roller, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around. Welcome back to our extended coverage of the final table of the WPT Super High Roller. Riding high off his final table appearance at Jacksonville, Tony Dunst is ready to give these players a piece of his mind in this edition of the Raw Deal.
The rules of poker state that when two players have the same hand, they share the pot. But Tom Marchese plays by nobody's rules but his own, and he sure as hell doesn't know how to share. Let's break him down. It's starting to become cliche for a poker commentator to lavish praise on the play of Tom Marchese, but few hands demonstrate the depth of his hand reading and ability to think outside the box quite like this one does. And all of it against one of the best players we've watched on the WPT over the years, John Juanda. The hand begins with Tom opening queen 6 on the button in a three-handed game.
Andrew Roble going away.
And John making a looser call from the big with 8-6 off. When both players flop an open-ended draw with overcards, it's no surprise that the action goes check, bet, call. The turn is the 2 of spades, completing both the straight and flush draw on the flop. It's on this street that Tom is able to begin narrowing John's range of holdings. When John leads out for about 1/3 pot, Tom starts eliminating certain possible holdings. He likely discounts flushes because he thinks stronger draws may either check raise or lead on the flop. He knows John doesn't have an ace because leaning it on the spade is overplaying it. And he knows if John had a strong hand on the draw-heavy flop, he would almost always raise, and certainly never lead on a card that completed both draws. Tom calls the turn bet, and we see an irrelevant 9 of diamonds on the river. John goes with another small-sized lead, a bet of 500K that's about 40% of pot. On top of narrowing down John's range, Tom is also considering what the bet size communicates, and seemingly comes to the conclusion that John's line and sizing is congruent with a medium-strength hand. He determines the most likely medium-strength hand for John is the 6 high straight. Realizing that just calling will almost always result in a chop pot, Tom goes for the route less traveled. He turns a hand with substantial showdown value into a bluff by shoving,
all in,
knowing that John will have difficulty calling when there's a possible flush or better straight out. As it turns out, John doesn't even think about it, and his cards are in the muck about half a second after the raise. So next time you make a big fold on the river and your opponent makes this smile,
the Big Cheese just robbing these guys blind,
you know what's just happened.
Well, certainly that play worked out for Marchese there, but you just wonder, had Juanda had a flush, he'd have been scratching his head. What was I thinking, moving all in there?
Well, he's playing great. Tom Marchese, the Big Cheese, is the chip leader with 5.7 million. This time he's got king 6, and he's raised it to 175. Andrew Roble folding.
Well, certainly Marchese has been the most aggressive player at this table. No doubt about that.
Well, John Jawanda has called with a 4 or 5 of spades. Here we go with the flop, and look at this. Jawanda with a 4 flush and a pair. Jawanda's check. Marchese's betting 225.
Well, you're going to see a check raise here. You got a pair and a flush draw. You're just putting all your dough in with it. You can't be drawing dead no matter what your opponent has.
Well, you're right. Makes it 725 to go.
Now, he knows the 2 6s would be good if he puts Jawanda on a drawing hand, meaning a straight draw or a flush draw, and that's apparently what he's done because he's called the $500,000 raise.
He's going to get stubborn. He's sticking around. Here's the turn card. It's not a spade. Queen doesn't help either player. Andrew Roble has gone a little quiet, gets up from the table. John looks over.
Roble getting a little loving in here while these two guys are clashing. Jawanda is going to check. And look at this. Now, folks, Marchese is not betting here because he thinks he's bluffing. He's betting because he thinks he's got the best hand. He has put Jawanda on a drawing hand, and if he doesn't have the queen of spade, he knows his 2 6s are the best hand.
Marchese's bet 700,000. Is it time for Jawanda to come over the top? We will see. John Jawanda once sold Bibles door to door before poker, and now he's trying to figure out this hand. He's making this call. He'd love to catch his flush. Down to the river we go. Will he catch the flush? No.
The board pairs queens. Jawanda checks.
Sure.
Well, Marchese is going to check also and win the pot with 2 6s. Unbelievable. And Jawanda is saying to himself, wow, look at this guy. He called my $500,000 raise on the flop, and then he bet $700,000 on the turn. How'd this guy know?
Oh, boy, Jawanda's saying, who is this guy? Young punk.
I can tell you what he's saying. He's saying, this kid plays above the rim. I got to go a little higher if I want to get a rebound off of him, that's for sure. Woo! We are seeing some poker.
Well, the big cheese is reading Jawanda perfectly.
But I'm telling you, both those players fought for that pot. You just can't do it any better than that. He won the first 2 pots without having the best hand, and he won that one by getting a value bet in after he got raised $500,000 more and called him with middle pair, and then bet it on the turn.
I was there. All right, Tom Marchese this time gonna raise. Roble taking another break. Jawanda has got to be steaming with a 9-6 of hearts. Gonna make the call though. Tom Marchese, big cheese, way out in front now with close to 8.4 million in chips. Here's the flop, and look at this flop.
Now it's come ace, king, queen.
Jawanda's flopped the flush, and he's gonna check.
Yeah, this is pretty much a cold deck here.
And big cheese has flopped a straight, and he's gonna bet 225.
Obviously, you're gonna bet with a straight here.
This is just revenge time, perhaps, for John Jawanda.
Well, it's gonna be time for him to double up, Vince. Expect him to raise here. I expect Marchese to get the money in.
Well, he has raised it.
And you can't blame him if he does. He's just run into a cold deck, as we say.
Jawanda has made it 7-10 to go.
The hand sort of plays itself.
There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And that's our buddy William Reynolds, the adventurer, the poker player.
Yeah, he's ones to watch this year on the World Poker Tour, but as you said, likes to climb mountains and do everything.
Yeah, interesting guy, and he's best buddies here with Big Cheese. And
all in.
Call. Big Cheese has gone all in. A quick call, of course, by John Jawanda.
Well, Big Cheese can just start counting out how much Jawanda has because he's doubled him up, drawing dead.
Unless something ridiculous happens.
Can come a royal flush.
John Jawanda gonna double up here unless it comes jack of hearts, 10 of hearts, then they would split the pot.
Yeah, let's do that.
And there's John Jawanda's family. And William Reynolds sweating out jack of hearts.
And that's his sister, Vince. And when Jawanda was young, playing out on the tour and made some money, he took that money and put his sister through college.
To the turn.
Yeah, that seemed right.
And a 9 of diamonds on the turn. That's going to wrap it up. John Jawanda's going to take home this pot. 6 of clubs.
Not quite.
The money didn't go in on the flop. It was going in on the turn. Just a cooler, as we say in poker. You can't get away from either hand. Jawanda doubling up there.
Yes, it is payback time for John Jawanda, 40 years old. Going after his first title here. He could become a WPT champion, and that's going to get him closer to that goal. Right back on John. This time, he has an ace-7. The blinds are up to 50 and 100,000. John's going to make it 240 to go. Big Cheese Gonna take a little break.
Well, Robo, who's been sitting back watching these two guys clash for quite a while now, he's going to make the call with the Jack-8 of clubs.
Will it be John Jawanda's night for the first time ever on the WPT to be a champion? This time he hits the flop, hits an ace. Andrew has checked. And John with the aces looks like he's getting out the continuation bet. Yeah, 395.
Now, Robo knows that he's going to bet no matter what he has. If he's got king, queen, if he's got 2 4s. You're fearful your opponent's got an ace, but you just can't give up every time the guy makes a continuation bet.
So you suggest a call?
No. I'm saying it's a tough decision with middle pair here.
All right, well, he's calling it.
And what makes it tough is you not only have to face this bet, if the guy bets on the turn in the river, what do you do now with 2 8s? A 9 comes off. That's a good card for Jawanda because he now has an open-end straight draw to go along with his top pair.
Roble has checked, and I'm surprised at this check. John Jawanda checking there.
Oh, and an 8 comes off on the river. The joker for Roble right there. He's made 3 8s. He's going to win this pot.
Oh, wow, he's going to try to trap here, it appears. He's checked it, trying to sucker Jawanda into a bet.
No, I don't see Jawanda betting here either. He's trying to figure out what could the guy have where he'd pay me off, and I don't see anything.
Oh, he's going to slow down.
And wisely so, as Roble shows him 3 8s. Jawanda getting very unlucky on the river there, but saying to himself, I should have bet the turn.
Slow roll, shoulder jack.
So things are turning. Everybody's had a shot. Andrew Roble on the short stack, gonna pick up that one, and he needed it.
I mean, I can't have just a jack, right? Like, I have to have Jack-8 or Ace-Jack or
Andrew
something.
Roble, the poker pro out of Burlington, Vermont, 25 years old, gonna pick up that pot. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action from the WPT Super High Roller.
More to come from Bellagio. Stick around.
When you become a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to our past episodes and your chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller. You know, Vince, these players had to put up $100,000 each to play in this tournament, and that's a huge amount of money. But $100,000 is also the same amount that ClubWPT.com pays out to its players in cash and prizes.
You know what? It's the best bargain in poker. For $19.95 a month, you get to play on ClubWPT.com, and you get the Entertainment Savers Guide. Also, you get to play real poker online.
And don't forget that you have access to former episodes, and you get all that for $19.95 a month.
Anyway, it is a bargain. Join today, ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Let's get back down to the action.
Well, the blinds are 50 and 100. It's time John Jawanda first to play with the button. He's got a queen 9 of clubs. And he's getting out, raising chips.
You can't play him for raising on the button here. Most players would do it.
230,000 to go into Tom.
Marchese, he just hates to give up a pot.
Tom's got king 5, and he's going to take a break.
He lets it go reluctantly.
And now Andrew Roble. This is Andrew's 17th WPT tournament. 6 cashes already.
Yeah, he's going to defend out of the big blind.
Plays in the biggest games in the world in Macau. And there's the flop. It's an ace, Jack-8.
His highest finish previous to this was second to Antonio Esfandiari right here at Bellagio's 5-diamond tournament.
Andrew hits jacks. They both check, though. Turn cards to 6 of clubs. Doesn't help either player. Andrew now gonna get out chips. Yep, he's gonna bet 300,000 into John, who has an inside straight draw. That's about it.
Well, he can only win the pot with a 10 as the cards lie.
But he is gonna speculate.
Well, he's gambling here. You wonder about that. Maybe he thinks he's gonna win the pot with a 9 or a queen as well as a 10.
River card, deuce of clubs helps neither player.
You might think Andrew Roble made a straight draw on the turn. Maybe he's got a 7-9 or a 5-7, but here's the case. If I was Andrew, I would check on the river. In case my opponent had a draw in hand, I'd want him to bet on the river, or I could pick him off, but by leading out, you don't figure to make any money.
Well, he's gonna bet 600,000. And John Jawanda, who we saw play 10 years ago at our very first tournament in Bellagio, finished second to Gus Hansen, is back. It's good to see him back. And right now, he's been pushed around by these young pros.
I'm gonna regret this one.
And he's gonna push himself out of this hand. Wisely done. Andrew Roble taking the pot.
Not easy to push around John Juanda. The guy's got 5 World Series of Poker bracelets. He was the European World Series of Poker champion back in 2008. Won the best all-around player numerous times. He's got over $11 million in career earnings. Impressive. Now that's impressive, too, for Will the Thrill Fiala. He's out in front in the WPT Player of the Year standings. Can he hold him off with 1 event to go, the WPT World Championship?
Yeah, Will, the wannabe gangster from New York. He's a character, colorful. But let's go back to these 3. Thomas Marchese has folded. Andrew Roble now. Oh, he's got the weapons of mass destruction. How do you like that? And he's going to raise with him. Makes it 250 to go. John behind him's got a pair of 9s.
The small blind raises. You got 2 9s in the big blind. You're obviously going to re-raise.
750.
Oh, whoa. John's made it 750.
You're just not going to get away from this hand, I don't think. Just the dream scenario for Andrew Roble. The guy has 3-bet you here, and you're looking down at 2 aces.
Well, do you push now, or do you just call?
All in.
Well, there's your answer.
I think he's going to push.
He's going to push, and I don't see Juanda getting away from this hand, folks. I mean, your opponent has to have a giant pair for you not to have the best hand here.
All right, call.
You got to do it. He's calling, and he's going to hate it.
Yeah, you make the same play with 2 7s or 2 8s or ace-queen. Unfortunately for Juanda, the guy's got the overpair, and Juanda's going to be out in 3rd place unless he gets some help here.
Yeah, John Juanda, 20 WPT cashes, his 7th time at the final table on the World Poker Tour. His back is up against the wall right now.
Insurance.
Well, it's really up against it because he can't make a flush to win the pot either. They both have the same suits in their pairs.
Well, John Juanda, he used to sell Bibles door to door. Now he needs a prayer, and that's for sure. Let's see if he gets it on the flop.
5 4 3 is the flop. Juanda needs a 9 to win the pot. If it comes 2 runners to make a straight, they would split the pot. If he doesn't get some help, the former track star will be running out of here in 3rd place.
No help there. It's a king of hearts on the turn. Andrew Roble 1 card away from pushing out the great John Juanda out of the WPT Super High Roller. There's Andrew's girlfriend sweating her man. River card coming up. Juanda, can you hit the 2 outer? Let's see.
Let's see the river.
Nope, it's a 3. So that's going to do it for John Juanda. 10 seasons ago at our first WPT ever final table, John Juanda finished 2nd. Here it is, 10 seasons later, finishing 3rd tonight. Going to take home $526,000 for his efforts. But tonight, the young guns schooled the old school guy.
John Juanda, always a pleasure to watch him play. He's going over to talk to Jess Wellman.
John, another deep run for you on the World Poker Tour. I know it's not a 1st place finish, but are you happy with the result?
It's a little disappointing, not because I finished 3rd, but I'm just not very happy with the way I played. I could have played better.
You're one of the big names in the game. You were here at the first event in Season 1. You're here again in Season 10. You know what it takes to succeed. Of these 2 guys, who do you think has what it takes to take down the title?
They're both very tough players. But, you know, I've played with Andrew Roble a lot. You know, we play a lot in the cash game in Macau, and he's an awesome player. And also a very good friend. So if I have to pick one guy, then yeah, I'll go with Andrew.
All right. Thanks, John, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Kimberly, over to you.
Thanks, Jess. With John Juanda out in 3rd place, we're now heads up with Tom Marchese and Andrew Roble getting ready to battle for the title. WPT Super High Roller Heads Up Action is next on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Mitch, by Paul Mitchell. Because style isn't born, it's groomed. Visit MitchTheMan.com.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Yeah. And with the money, out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls. We have Brittany, we have Tuba, Ivy, and Jeannie looking absolutely gorgeous tonight, and they're bringing out the spoils for the victors and putting it on the table, Mike.
Well, these 2 guys are going to share in over $2.1 million between them. Pretty impressive stuff. two youngest players to come to this final table are now playing heads up for the title.
That is right. I have goldfish that are older than these guys. 25-year-old Andrew Roble from Burlington, Vermont, up against the big cheese, Thomas Marchese, 24 years old from Parsippany, New Jersey. Also two guys that had to re-enter this event, and now they're going to play heads up, Mike. Just extraordinary.
Incredible that they had the heart to rebuy, but pretty amazing at this young age that they had the money to do it. $100,000 buy-in, and they rebought. Both have $200,000 invested.
This is going to be an amazing battle for a very prestigious title.
Heads up action here at the WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship is about to get underway between Tom Marchese and Andrew Roble. During the break, Jessica Wellman had a chance to speak with both players.
Andrew, we've seen you heads up under the Bellagio lights before. It didn't work out for you last time, and I know you've had trouble hitting the major title, but it seems like this might be your chance.
Yeah, I mean, we're down to two players. Tom actually busted me out of the tournament already before I rebought. And I was like, well, I might as well give it another go. And it turned out to be a good decision.
It certainly has, and maybe you'll get your shot to get back at Tom here for a title.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
You've certainly been here before, and you have a lot of experience on your side. You were one of the players who re-entered into this event. Did you feel like that experience made it worth giving it another go in this tournament?
Not necessarily. I actually busted out right after dinner break, and I just took a shower and got back at midnight, played the last two levels, and ran it up.
All right, best of luck to you, Tom.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, you gotta love the casualness of these guys. They're just gonna, you get busted out, throw in another 100 grand.
Oh yeah, go take a shower, come back and fire again. Well, as we start out the heads-up battle, these players are about dead even in chip count, about as close as you'll ever see when a heads-up battle starts.
Well, it's 75-150. Roble has raised with 7-3. Marchese with a pair of fives. Will he pop it? No, elects just to call. Interesting.
Yeah, many players would re-raise with the small pair there. Flop, jack, nine, deuce, all diamonds. Both players have a flush draw. Andrews, of course, is higher, but Marchese right now with the best hand with two fives.
When he has checked it, and Roble is going to bet it $500,000.
Vince, here's a case where you call in this spot and you really don't know what you want. You may have the best hand with two fives. If you catch a flush, it might be good, but your opponent might have a bigger flush. You don't know what you want.
Well, a king of hearts on the turn. Is that what you want? No, he checks, apparently. And Roble now gonna check behind him. All right, they're playing nice. Down to the river we go. It's a 3. That gives Roble a pair of 3s.
Well, that's a good card for Marchese. He might not know it, but his opponent won't have to bluff at the pot at the river. He can check down 2 3s. That's exactly what's happened.
They both
and he's
check.
going to win with 2 5s. Amazingly, had that been a 4 instead of a 3, there's a chance Roble would have bet on the river because it would have been the only chance for him to win the pot, and he might have won it by betting. As it is, Marchese takes down the pot.
All right, now the action's on Andrew. This time he's got a pretty decent hand. King Jack.
And he raises with the King Jack like everybody would do.
400,000. Marchese with just a King 4.
Vince, everybody wouldn't do this.
Huh.
Re-raise over $1 million with the King 4 offsuit. And he just understands getting the last bet in before the flop and betting on the flop is just a powerful play in poker. And it really puts such pressure on your opponents that unless they hit a good flop, they just give up the pot to you.
And Andrew Roble is going to make the call.
In this case, both players have flopped 2 kings, so this time it could backfire on Marchese. He is outkicked, as we say, and this pot could spell big trouble for him.
Yeah, and he's coming out to bet, hitting his kings with the worst kicker, 700 grand. Roble not going to repop, though, just going to call him along. Turn card.
3 of diamonds comes off.
No help from Marchese. Big Cheese is thinking to himself, what did he call me with? Do I have kicker problems? Yeah, Big Cheese slows down, checks.
Well, obviously he's hoping Roble's got 2 queens or a jack-10, some kind of straight draw.
And Roble, though, not going to waste an opportunity. He's putting chips out there, $1.2 million.
Well, you see Marchese getting up there. Says, what's going on here? If this guy's got this hand beat, wouldn't he re-raise me before the flop, or wouldn't he Raised me on the flop.
Wow, he's going to get the action. Marchese has called. Big Cheese in a lot of trouble right now. River card.
Oh, an ace comes off. Now, believe it or not, that might be the card to save Marchese money here. I guarantee you, Roble does not like that ace. Tom checks just in case his opponent had ace-10 or ace-jack or ace-queen. He now knows his 2 kings are no good.
Yeah, and Roble not going to go with the value bet. He checks as well.
I don't blame him. I'd have checked it down too, but Roble going to win this pot. 2 kings with the jack kicker. And with that pot, that puts Roble well out in front now in this heads-up battle.
The 25-year-old out of Burlington, Vermont, the poker pro who plays around the world, taking down a good one.
Well, Vince, can you just sense the frustration setting in on Tom Marchese right now? He's starting to wear his emotions on his sleeves. He's pretty cool, but you can just see, it appears to me, frustration setting in.
The Big Cheese is slowly melting away here, Mike. And the antes are 25,000. Blinds are going up to 100 and 200. Action going to Roble, and he's got a real hand. Pair of 10s.
He keeps catching hands like this. He's going to be all right. I might call him the big rat that ate up the Big Cheese.
Makes it 400,000 to go. Marchese with just a 7-4 diamonds.
All in.
Whoa, he's taking a shot, maybe at the wrong time.
Oh dear.
And a quick call by Andrew.
Well, not the time to move all in here.
Oh, I got the unders.
And Andrew Roble on the verge of taking down his first tournament ever.
I like my side, to be honest.
Diamonds are lucky.
Which is hard to believe, as much money as he's won playing poker, that the guy's never won a poker tournament. Right now, in great shape to do just that. If the 2 10s stand up, Roble will be our champion.
7-4 diamonds, man. Diamonds are forever.
William Reynolds, the adventurer, Big Cheese's friend, roots him on.
He's going to need a lot of help here, Vince. He is really in bad shape.
Well, the flop comes up ace, queen, 6.
I'm sure you were in for a sweat, too.
Red 5.
That's fair.
Tom Marchese must catch 2 runners to make a straight or 2 runners in a combination of a 7 and a 4. Otherwise, it's tapioca pudding for him.
Yeah, the Big Cheese getting
oh dear,
sliced and diced right here.
Guess I could have waited for a slightly better hand.
Here comes the turn.
Well, the 3 comes off, so he's still alive.
There's a little hope.
He can catch a 5 on the river and make a straight and win this pot.
It's always a sweat in poker, right? It's always a sweat. There are outs.
Well, as long as it's not the 5 of spade, of course, because that would give Roble a flush. You know, Andrew Roble's thinking it's never easy. Why couldn't I close him out on the turn?
If this 5 comes up, it'll be another Bellagio miracle. Here we go to the river. Will he hit the 5?
Let's see a river card.
He did it! Unbelievable! He hit the 2 runners to make the straight. Tom Marchese lives on. Well, Andrew Roble can't swallow a BB right now.
Ooh.
Hey!
Recount!
Settle down.
What are we? Unbelievable! That's crazy. That's crazy, Mike.
Unbelievable is right. No question about it. Lady Luck shining on Tom Marchese that hand, that's for sure.
Unbelievable.
He stays alive.
It ain't easy being cheesy. It ain't easy being cheesy. You gotta work hard for that. See all that money on the table? Those are cheesy bucks. Cheesy bucks, no one else's bucks.
This is gonna continue. Stay with us. The heads-up battle will not go away. We're coming back in just a moment on the World Poker Tour.
Back in the game. Back in the game.
That's the biggest suck out we've seen in years.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
This $100,000 event is going to be like something you've never seen.
Yeah, does anyone have 100 in their pocket? I'll give it back to you in like 10 minutes.
When we started the field, we had about 15 players, and I'd never seen half of them. And I've seen a lot of poker players, so that was pretty amazing. Naturally, we were texting and calling everybody, and more of them kept coming and coming. It's going to be a pretty special event.
Well, special event indeed, no doubt about it. There you see the winner going to take home $1.3 million, the runner-up over $800,000, and it's come down to the 2 youngest players that started this final table, Tom Marchese and Andrew Roble, and as you can see, they're about dead even in chip count right now.
The antes are 25,000 blinds. 125 and 250. Here we go. Roble with a queen 10 of hearts has raised, makes it 500,000 to go. But Tom, Big Cheese has ace jack of diamonds.
That's a big hand playing heads-up poker. Marchese knows it, and he's going to re-raise.
Yep, going to 1.2 million.
But Roble going to fight for the pot. He makes the call, so we're going to see a flop here.
2.5 million chip pot developing.
Now flop comes jack, 7 deuce, all spades. Nice flop for Marchese, and then he's got top pair with top kicker.
Yep, and he's coming out with the bet. 1.2. Andrew, nothing hitting there for him.
He's got no hand, no draw, yet he is reaching for chips to try to win this pot.
Well, you're right. He's going to try to bluff it. He has re-raised. He makes it 2.5 million.
All in.
Oh, wow. Right back in your face, Andrew.
He's going all in because they had ace-jack, but had he had ace-king, ace-queen, ace-10, he'd have mucked that hand. Well, that's the first pot that we've seen Roble make a move with no hand in that spot, and it cost him. He got burned, Vince. He better go back to his tactics of just waiting on a hand before he starts putting in a lot of chips.
He was burnt like the fried chalupa at Taco Bell.
Well, you got to admire the play, though. A lot of hands his opponent would have thrown away right there.
All in.
Andrew Roble now says all in with just 10-8.
How much is it?
Tom's got a pretty good queen 10. Andrew has just passed the pain threshold. He says if this guy has to take runner to beat me, I might as well just push now with nothing hands. And now, big decision for Big Cheese.
He knows he could gamble here. He'll still have the chip lead if he plays the pot and loses it, but still, do you want to give your opponent another 2.4 million with just a queen 10?
Well, he will be a hero if he should make this call on his hand. Hold up.
I call.
Oh, he's going to love himself.
Wow.
He's called. And now he's in a great position to take this title.
What a call by Tom Marchese right there. Has his opponent dominated. It's queen 10 versus 10-8, but Vince, I promise you, not a lot of players would have made that call of an all-in bet with queen 10.
No.
In this situation.
Like he could see right through the cards, boy. What a nice call.
Well, Roble got very unlucky a little while back. Perhaps he'll get lucky here to stay alive.
Finish him, Cheese.
He got the suck out of a lifetime. That is Tom Big Cheese Marchese, and now he's on the verge of taking down this title. Can Andrew get revenge with an 8? Can he do it?
The flop is 8.
He's flopped flip 8.
Oh my gosh.
It's come 8-8-7. And right there,
Unreal.
you see some poker justice, folks. No doubt about it.
Happy days for the Robles. He stays cool.
Show us the turn.
Well, one more time. Marchese has to hit 2 runners to win the pot. Doesn't happen here.
No, it does not.
No, that's going to do it. Roble going to double up here. No card. Marchese can catch to win the pot.
No rhyme or reason out here tonight.
You think a guy's supposed to be rewarded for making a call like that?
Yeah.
Instead, he's punished.
He is punished.
This is great. This is awesome.
Andrew Roble's girlfriend there, trying to cheer him on, and why not?
Just as long as he wins.
He knows there's a lot of big malls in Las Vegas he can do some nice shopping in if he wins this tournament.
That's how dirty this game can be. The deck can take you and roll you.
Oh, nice comeback for Andrew.
And even after losing that pot, you see Marchese still out in front, 8 million to 5.6 million.
This is an incredible seesaw battle of heads-up competition at Bellagio.
So we've seen the poker guys bless both of these guys so far when they've had all their money in as a big dog.
And Roble this time moves it up, raises, makes it a $500,000 with ace-4. Right behind him, the Big Cheese has got a real hand, a mid-pair, pair of 8s. Then he's going to re-raise, going to 1.2 million.
See what Roble does here, but you might think it's the kind of hand a guy can get away from here. You still have over 5 million left if he throws it away now, but.
All in.
Wow.
Oh, he's gone all in.
Voice cracking, goes all in, and a quick call by Big Cheese.
I don't like this all-in bet by Roble. Even if his opponent's got queen-jack or king-queen, He's only $1.50 underdog. There's virtually no hand he can beat.
Let's try the same flop, 887.
And the ones he can beat, he's still not much of a favorite in. So, not fond of this play, but let's see if it works out for Roble.
You just got to think it doesn't make sense. He's pushed a little too hard, and right now he's on the verge of losing. Here's the flop.
And 8 right on the flop. Marchese has hit 3 8s. And now Andrew Roble must catch 2 runners to win this. He must catch a deuce and a 3 to make a straight. Obviously, a 6-7 would give him a straight also.
6-7.
He needs to hit 2 runners. Nothing else will do. Must make a straight to win.
Well, we can't have 2 beats like that.
Well, we saw Marchese do it earlier.
Yeah, we did, but...
Can Roble do it? A jack comes off. Tom Marchese has done it, Vince. He is our champion.
The Big Cheese is the winner here at Bellagio. The $100,000 super high roller. Congratulations, Big Cheese.
You got to feel good for Tom, but you got to feel very sad for Andrew Roble, who is so close to winning this tournament.
That is the heartbreak of all heartbreaks for Andrew Roble, who played impeccably. And he's going over to talk to Jess Wellman.
Andrew, you took one of the roughest beats we've seen in a while. Vince Van Patten said it's the worst he's seen on the tour in years, but you handled it like a pro, and you couldn't really see on your face what was going on in your mind. What went through your head during that hand?
When the hand's all in, I try not to think about it if there's still play left afterwards, just so I'm emotionally ready to play the next hand regardless of what happens. So there was still, a lot of chips left, a lot of play left after that, so I just moved down to the next hand.
All right, now we go to Mike Sexton with our new super high roller champion, Tom Marchese.
Well, tonight, the Big Cheese gets all the cheese. Tom Marchese, our champion. Tom, obviously, the destiny hand at this final table is when you hit the 2 runners to make the straight to stay alive. Did you think right there the destiny was on your side and you were going to do it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you get a ton of momentum when you hit runners like that. So once I hit that, I was feeling pretty good about my chances.
Well, Vince and I and about everyone else was wowed when you made that call, the all-in bet with the Queen 10. You got outdrawn in that hand, but really, that was just a phenomenal call. What a read you made there.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I just normally call in that spot, so I gave it the call back.
Okay, well, the winner of the WPT Super High Roller at Bellagio, Tom Marchese. Kimberly, back to you.
A little bit of luck and a whole lot of skill. Congratulations to Tom Marchese, the winner of the Season 10 WPT Super High Roller at the World Championship. We'll return next week with the biggest event of the year, the season-ending WPT World Championship. On behalf of Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Jessica Wellman, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The kid is #1.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Las Vegas, it's the most prestigious event of the year as the World Poker Tour caps its historic 10th season at the WPT World Championship. This is the big one, and it starts now only on the World Poker Tour.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
It was 10 seasons ago when Alan Gehring defeated a field of stars to win the very first WPT World Championship. And since that time, the prestige of winning this event has grown to a place nearly unrivaled in poker. Hi, everyone. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and welcome to Bellagio for the season-ending $25,000 entry WPT World Championship. From Carlos Mortenson's magnificent win to David Chu's remarkable comeback, to David Williams' emotional victory to last season's crowning of Scott Seaver, the WPT World Championship has been both a defining moment and an indelible memory to those who love the game. 10 years of history that have only increased the mystique and power of the WPT World Championship, which is why the world's best once more beat a path to Bellagio in the quest to be named the very best.
Players, we want to wish all of you the very best in your quest to make it to the final table. So let's shuffle up and deal.
Season 10 WPT champions joined players from around the world as they hit the felt at Bellagio, with the goal of having their name being the final one etched on the WPT Champions Cup this season. The Royal Flush Girls checked out the field, and with 100,000 in starting chips, you might expect the action to start off slow. But players were splashing around in the first level. Two-time WPT champ Daniel Negreanu found himself in a tight spot after he 3-bet a set of jacks and was 4-bet by pro Cliff Josephy, a.k.a. Johnny Backs.
You obviously have something good. This is the most retarded situation ever. This guy and this guy both were going crazy, and now it comes with that. All right, buddy, you win. What is going on here? 200, they got me folding middle set. Just folding middle set for fun.
Daniel showed his jacks, and Backs later tweeted he did have aces, and the Season 3 WPT Player of the Year was spot on with his fold. The WPT Player of the Year race was also on the line this week, with a number of Season 10 champions and finalists in contention to pass current point leader and WPT champ Will Fiala with a strong finish.
I truly believe I'm going to be Player of the Year, and bring it Atlanta.
And while Will the Thrill was chipping up, WPT champs Sean Jazayeri, Eric Seidel, and Phil Locke made an early exit.
All right, buddy, win all the money.
98 players would survive the day, including WPT Player of the Year contenders Will Fiala, Joe Sirach,